As darkness envelopes the world, a new reality emerges, leaving humanity with but a solitary wooden cabin as their refuge. By day, individuals venture forth in search of resources, striving to enhance their humble abode. Ding! System notification. It is now dark, they have appeared. Return to the cabin at once, or they shall seize everything you hold dear and rend you to shreds. Countless souls gaze in terror at the world outside, trembling as they endure each harrowing day. While survival proves a daunting challenge for all, Chun Hao awakens to a signing in system that rewards him with unforeseen treasures for his daily attendance. Chapter 1. The Dark World, a struggle for survival. Dark Survival Mode activated. Dear player, may fortune favor you. Kind reminder, do not linger outside during the night. You may encounter unspeakable horrors. As darkness descends, the voice of the system resonates in his ears, accompanied by ominous whispers. Roused from his slumber, Chun Hao groggily rises from his wooden bed and gazes out the small window, only to be met by an impenetrable blackness that fills him with an inexplicable sense of dread. Suddenly, amidst the distant shadows, small green points of light flicker, gently bobbing as if they were flames. As these eerie lights turn their attention toward the cabin, their movement accelerates, instilling a profound fear within Chun Hao, prompting him to instinctively close the door. Bang! At the moment he shuts the window, something collides against it, producing a muffled thud, followed by the unsettling sound of wood being gnawed upon. It seems a wild beast is voraciously devouring the cabin. Time stretches on, and the gnawing gradually subsides, allowing Chun Hao to ease his anxious heart, though he remains vigilant. What manner of creature lurks outside? He ponders, brow furrowed as he attempts to maintain his composure. The chilling atmosphere of the dark survival world weighs heavily upon him. After what feels like an eternity of silence, the cold becomes unbearable, and he settles before the flickering campfire to alleviate the biting chill. What is this? He exclaims, startled as a luminous screen materializes before him. Glimmering with a faint glow, the screen displays several lines of text. Welcome to the Dark World. This is your survival guide, designed to teach you how to endure in the realm of darkness. As the dark world descends, humanity is plunged into an endless night. Cast aside all memories of the past, they bear no significance. Surviving in this dark world is your sole objective. Survival Guide 1. In the dark world, every human possesses an independent safe haven, your current wooden cabin. Within this realm, the cabin stands as the sole sanctuary to shield you, serving as the foundation for survival and growth. When night falls, you may dwell within the cabin, utilizing the stove to cook and prepare sustenance. The wooden table can be used to craft weapons to combat the creatures of the night. The cabin's potential surpasses your imagination. A storage area is available for food, and the wooden bed provides a place for rest. Strive to enhance the cabin's level by any means necessary. Should they grow powerful enough to obliterate your sanctuary, your only fate shall be to be torn apart by them in the depths of the night. Survival Guide 2. The Dark World. In this transient daylight, they remain dormant, refraining from disturbing you, allowing you to venture from your cabin to gather essential supplies. Herbs, timber, minerals, and delightful little creatures constitute the resources necessary for survival. Should fortune smile upon you, you may stumble upon hidden chests that yield precious treasures. As darkness descends, hasten back to your cabin, otherwise you should be torn to shreds by them lurking in the night. Survival Guide 3. Allies and Enemies. The dark world is not solely inhabited by monsters, but also teems with various small creatures and humans. Should you encounter humans, do not succumb to excessive delight and lower your guard, for they may harbor their own ulterior motives. Discern whether they are allies united against the terrors of the night, or enemies with sinister intentions, or perhaps members of a savage tribe of cannibals. Though they share your humanity, they are foes, perceiving you as food rather than a comrade. Survival Guide 4. Do not open the door at night. As night falls, they emerge. If they knock upon your door, do not open it. Regardless of the circumstances, resist the urge to unlock it, for they can mimic your loved ones and friends. No matter what transpires or what you may hear, do not open the door. Remember, this crucial advice must be reiterated thrice. Survival Guide V. Unexpected surprises and gains. The dark world is rife with anomalies and peril, yet it equally brims with boundless opportunities. Above all, you must endure. Only through survival can you seize numerous chances to fortify yourself. The realm of adventure surpasses the mundane existence of your previous life. Survival Guide, Chen Hao murmured softly as he gazed at the shimmering screen. Through its contents, he grasped the rules of this world, all centered around one imperative. Never linger in the darkness, for it harbors terrifying monsters. The parchment offered no insight into the nature of these creatures. Instinctively, his gaze shifted toward the wooden door, a sense of relief washing over him. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly, hastily closing the window. Otherwise, those monsters might have already infiltrated. With a heart both grateful and apprehensive, he turned his attention to the next page of the screen, which promptly flickered from the first to the second. Weather forecast. World channel. Friends page. The second page lacked rules, presenting only basic functionalities, including a world channel and a personal friend chat interface. Most importantly, it featured a weather forecast alongside a time indicator. Weather, frigid 15 degrees. Time, 8:15 p.m., with 15 hours remaining until dawn. Friendly reminder, they roam in the night. Please remain within the cabin and refrain from venturing out until daylight to seek supplies. World chat channel. Friend chat 00. You must actively add friends to engage in conversation. Regional chat channel within a radius of 100 kilometers with 10,000 participants. Users can set their own areas. Global chat channel for all humanity. A public chat channel for all humans, allowing the blocking of enemies, adding friends, and more. What is this strange place? Where are those monsters? Their sounds are terrifying. I don't know, I'm too scared to look. It's too frightening. I nearly opened the door to see what was happening, but thankfully a system alert appeared just in time, or else I would have been devoured by those creatures. I think I just saw my deceased mother. Many voices are already conversing on the world channel, all discussing the nature of this bizarre world. When they discovered they had transformed into characters within a game and could communicate with others at will, chaos erupted. They all began to lament the absurdity of this nightmarish realm and question the existence of those horrifying monsters. Chapter 2. The Sign-In System, Legendary Stone Axe. Did you all also find yourselves in a cramped wooden cabin? Goodness, I woke up in a small wooden house. Could it be that you all did too? I did as well, and there are terrifying monsters outside. Their sounds are utterly chilling. If everyone appeared in a tiny wooden cabin, does that mean all of humanity has been transported to their own isolated wooden abode? I am XX. Can someone step forward to explain this situation? Why are we here? And where is my assistant? I'm a superstar. If someone helps me return home, I will personally give them an autograph. Gentlemen upstairs, please wake up and face reality. All of humanity is here, and we cannot go back. What this gentleman says is quite accurate. We have inexplicably crossed into this world, and there's no returning to our previous lives. We must accept our fate and find a way to adapt to the rules of this realm. There are many terrifying monsters outside. Let's wait until dawn to discuss further. Is there anyone fearless enough to open the door and see what those creatures are, then return to inform us? Brother, if you're not afraid of death, go ahead and take a look. We are all quite terrified. It appears the survival guide is indeed correct. All of humanity has been forcibly transported here, each with their own unique wooden cabin. Shunhao reviewed all the chat logs and gleaned much useful information. The entirety of humanity has collectively traversed into this eerie world, each possessing their own secluded wooden cabin, while remaining oblivious to the nature of the monsters lurking outside. In the dead of night, no one dares to venture out to uncover the truth. Perhaps those brave enough to investigate have simply vanished, dragged away by the creatures lurking in the darkness. Regardless of their prior identities, all of humanity now finds themselves within these wooden abodes in other words, this world is absolutely fair and just, with all individuals starting from the same point. After perusing the global chat channel for a while without encountering any useful information, Chenhao proceeded to open the third page. Trading platform. If you possess valuable items, you might consider selling them, as they could yield unexpected treasures. The methods of trading are categorized into auction and exchange, allowing for free selection. Detected items: linen clothing, wooden bed, straw quilt, wooden hunting spear, and bamboo water bottle. Would you like to proceed with the trade? No. Chenhao decisively selected no without a second thought. These are fundamental survival tools that are absolutely not for sale. Moreover, Since everyone starts with identical resources, these items are ubiquitous and cannot possibly fetch a price. At this very moment, others on the trading platform are already attempting to sell such items. Oil lamp for one piece of wood. I'm so cold. I have no firewood. Does anyone have extra wood to spare? Thank you. Bamboo water bottle for one piece of cooked meat. I'm so hungry. I've searched the little wooden house, but found no food. Is there a kind soul willing to help a child? Numerous such exchange requests abound, yet none have successfully concluded. Chunhao shook his head, unable to suppress a smile at the naivety of these messages. One wonders what the former identities of these individuals were to utter such childish phrases. Everyone has just traversed into this world, sharing identical survival provisions, with no one having ventured outside to comprehend the nature of their surroundings. Furthermore, the exterior is unbearably frigid, having plunged to around -5 degrees. Without adequate means for warmth, only death awaits. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not consider trading these items. If staying warm is a challenge, how could one even contemplate consuming meat? With daylight yet to arrive, it is utterly impossible to engage in any trade before leaving the wooden house to gather supplies. After a brief glance at the trading feature, Chenhao chose not to squander any more time on it and continued flipping to the next page. The fourth page is the most crucial, containing information regarding the upgrading and construction of the wooden house, along with methods for creating other items. Every function of the wooden house can be upgraded, though such enhancements require materials, which may include wood or ores. Wooden house level 0, a rudimentary shelter that can shield against some cold and the weaker of them. Please upgrade your wooden house promptly. The higher the level, the greater the safety. Wooden house level 1. Not yet upgraded. 100 pieces of wood are required to elevate the house to level 1, expanding its area by 20 square meters to accommodate additional building functions. Wooden bed level 0 can be used to restore vitality. The higher the level of the wooden bed, the shorter the recovery time, allowing you more opportunities to craft tools. Each individual possesses 100 vitality points, and once depleted, they will fall into a state of unconsciousness. Furnace not owned. Capable of cooking food and boiling water, it alleviates hunger and thirst. The lower the levels of hunger and thirst, the faster energy is consumed. Should either reach 100, it may result in fainting or even death. Constructing a furnace requires 10 units of stone and 10 units of wood. Stone pot not owned. Suitable for cooking food and boiling water, the creation of a stone pot necessitates 5 units of stone. Warehouse level 0 accommodates 500 units, serving as a repository for food and survival supplies. Upgrading requires 100 units of stone and 100 units of wood. There is still a long time until dawn. I shall rest to regain my energy and plan my actions for the day, Chunhao thought after perusing all the descriptions. He was unsure how long he had been reading, feeling fatigued, and soon fell into a deep sleep upon lying on the wooden bed. When Chunhao awoke once more, he found himself upon a hard wooden bed, surrounded by a dilapidated wooden cabin. He was devoid of any coverings, lying rigidly on the bed. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, rising was quite uncomfortable, as if he had been exhausted for several days and nights. Having already grasped the rules of this world the previous night, Chenhao felt little surprise at his current predicament. Glancing outside, he observed that daylight had fully arrived. Cautiously peering through the window, he noted no immediate dangers lurking outside. Carefully, he opened the wooden door and stepped out, inhaling the fresh air. Turning back to glance at the door, he noted its decrepit state, marred by numerous tooth marks, evidently inflicted by terrifying creatures in the night. From mere impressions of teeth, Chunhao could not discern the nature of the beast, and he deemed it unworthy to squander time pondering it. Chapter 3. The only one who is not hungry. The night had deepened, and the world chat channel had grown quieter than before. At this hour, most of the transmigrated humans had come to understand their predicament. Conserving energy and stamina had become paramount. It was late. Everyone should cease their chatter and retire to rest. Indeed, after such prolonged conversation, hunger had set in. It was time to sleep. Yes, once asleep, hunger would fade. Remember our promise to greet the dawn. Good night, everyone. Yet, there were some who had yet to acclimate to this terrifying environment. Don't go. I'm scared now that you've all left. Please stay and chat with me in a small wooden cabin. Feng sat with an oil lamp flickering dimly on the table. He had just managed to quell his hunger a bit. With no time to engage in the chat channel, he decided to make use of the materials he had received as a sign-in reward to craft a few simple tools. Work. 1 liter of drinking water. Consumable. But caution is advised as it may harbor bacteria, leading to illness. A piece of raw meat. Edible in its raw state, but poses a risk of disease. It is advisable to cook it. It was impossible to convince Feng to consume raw meat. He certainly did not possess the iron stomach characteristic of the people from Neon Nation. However, in this frigid weather, drinking icy water seemed unwise. Most importantly, in this unfamiliar and terrifying dark world, there might not even be any medicine available. It was a considerable risk he could not afford to take. Thus, he undoubtedly required cooking tools. Feng recalled the information in the Dark Knight World Action Guide regarding the stone pot. Stone stove, a place to burn wood for cooking. No other kitchen utensils available. Stone pot, used for boiling water, requires 5 stone materials. Now, he had sufficient materials. Feng took a piece of wood and tossed it into the stove, stoking the flames to burn more fiercely. The suddenly intensified bonfire chased away half the cold from the small wooden cabin. Feeling somewhat warmer, Feng approached the wooden table, contemplating the creation of a stone pot while holding the stone hammer he had just received as a reward from the system. He began the automatic crafting process for the stone pot. Clang! 20 minutes later, a heavy and robust stone pot was completed. Although Feng found the dark, cumbersome pot rather unappealing, slow to conduct heat and heavy. Under the current circumstances, it would suffice for cooking. He first placed the raw meat into the stone pot, roasting it until it transformed into cooked meat. Then, he poured in a liter of water and brought it to a boil. After allowing the water to cool slightly, he drank half of it and stored the remainder in his water container. He then consumed 5 berries. The slightly sour berries were far from delicious, but they merely alleviated his hunger a little. Thanks to the warm water, Feng, who had felt entirely cold, now sensed a modicum of warmth. It was worth noting that he was the only one among all the transmigrated humans in the world capable of crafting a stone pot and securing food to stave off hunger on the very first night. Thus, Feng felt quite content. He restrained his hunger, storing the cooked meat and the remaining half of the bread. Tomorrow, he would still require protein and energy to stave off his appetite. This way, he would not waste time gathering food during the day. With the stone supplies depleted, only 4 pieces of wood and some rope remained. What would be crafted from these? The wood here has a myriad of uses, including for warmth, toolmaking, and upgrading the small cabin. These are the most fundamental materials. The linen rope, on the other hand, could be fashioned into clothing and more. Leaf Maple pondered. Had he not acquired the perfect animal trap tonight, he would undoubtedly have chosen to craft several pointed wooden spears, which would at least enable him to hunt small creatures. However, with the perfect animal trap now in his possession, the urgency was somewhat alleviated. Thus, he decided to first construct a small animal breeding enclosure. If fortune smiled upon him during the day, he might capture some animals to temporarily raise. With this thought in mind, Leaf Maple set to work, assembling the small animal breeding enclosure. He bound the wood with the rope, connecting them together. Before long, a level 0 animal breeding enclosure was completed. Despite its modest size, it made the already cramped cabin feel even smaller. Yet, functionality was paramount. After finishing the tools, Leaf Maple glanced out the window. It was pitch black outside. Checking the time on the compass, he realized that dawn was still 3 or 4 hours away. He should rest quickly, as there was more work awaiting him in the daylight. Gathering his linen attire around him, he lay down on the small wooden bed, tucking himself beneath the straw quilt. Having eaten a little, he was no longer particularly hungry. The firewood in the stove was still burning, and he no longer felt the chill he had upon entering the cabin. The strange noises outside had also vanished. At last, Leaf Maple could enjoy a good night's sleep. It seemed the first night in this dark world was not so dreadful after all. He hoped to reap some rewards when he ventured out the next day. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the small cabin window. Feeling the warmth on his face, Leaf Maple awoke from his slumber. Rising, he walked to the window, where he finally beheld the scenery outside. Before him lay a tranquil and mysterious forest, occasionally punctuated by the calls of birds. Recalling what the action guide had stated, he understood that the days in this world were fleeting and precious. Instantly invigorated, Leaf Maple realized he had much to accomplish during the day. Only by collecting ample resources could he ensure safety at night. After tidying his bedding, he noticed the fire in the stove had long since extinguished, leaving the cabin enveloped in cold. It seemed he would need a warm blanket. Otherwise, he would require a substantial amount of firewood each night to stay warm. Fortunately, dawn had arrived. He hastily gathered his belongings and prepared to venture out in search of resources. Leaf Maple equipped himself with a piece of cooked meat from the previous night, a water kettle containing half-warm water, and in his hand, the perfect stone axe. He slung over his back the only wooden hunting spear he possessed, just as he was about to attach the Dark Night World Action Guide. The ancient tome emanated a faint halo, suggesting something extraordinary within. Curiosity piqued. He opened the book, revealing content that indeed differed from the previous night. Guide to the Dark World. Day 1. It began, illuminating the day's forecast. Daylight. At long last, the sun graced the earth with its long-awaited rays. Today's weather is splendid, with daylight lasting for 5 precious hours. Temperature, 12 degrees Celsius. Enveloped in the warmth of sunlight, venturing outdoors for labor seems most fitting. Key advisory: survivors. Equip yourselves with the tools at your disposal and hasten outdoors. Take advantage of the dawn to gather as many essential supplies as you can. Moreover, do not overlook the necessity of a pot for cooking food and purifying water. Timber felled will serve to kindle fires and enhance your modest abode. Yet, you find yourself lacking in numerous materials, and the daylight is fleeting. Human, how shall you choose? Remember, before nightfall descends, you must return to your dwelling. Do not harbor the false hope that you may remain outside and scathed throughout the night. Wishing you good fortune, human. Chapter 4. The first day of gathering supplies, Feng swiftly perused today's advice in the guidebook. Naturally, he did not overlook certain inquiries that arose. Are the days in this world truly so fleeting? A mere 5 hours? And then, they are met with an interminable darkness? Indeed, the realm of shadows lives up to its name. Daylight is a rare luxury. Feng pondered, furrowing his brow. It appears that time here cannot be measured by the standards he once knew on Earth. However, there is no time to dwell on that now. He must venture forth promptly to gather the necessary supplies. Any further delay would be a waste of precious time. Before stepping outside, Feng glanced at the World Chat channel. With the dawn breaking, many individuals had already awakened. A multitude began to interact within the chat. Finally, daylight has arrived. I barely slept a wink last night. It was terrifying. How splendid. The sun is shining, and I no longer feel so cold. Come on, folks, enough chit-chat. Let us rush out to gather supplies. We must secure some food and drink today. Hunters, count me in. Me too. Countless individuals, having traversed into this world, were animated and chattering excitedly. After reading through the messages, Feng closed the action guide, tucking it into his jacket as he stepped outside. In this world, that book is akin to a mobile device, equipped with precise temperature readings and, most crucially, the ability to display the remaining time until darkness descends, down to the very minute. This information is vital. Should they miss the deadline, returning to the cabin before nightfall could spell disaster. He wondered if the source of the strange noises from the previous day still lingered outside. Cautiously, Feng nudged the door slightly ajar, peering out. Everything appeared normal. No unusual movements were detected. He fully opened the door, revealing a bright, sunny day that was both clear and comfortable. The cabin was nestled beside a dense forest, surrounded by lush, towering trees. Occasionally, the serene silence was punctuated by the calls of birds. Not far off, a large tree harbored a small creature that darted about. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a wild squirrel, gazing in the direction of the cabin. Approximately 100 meters away lay a vast thicket, bursting with plump, vividly colored wild berries. Feng recognized them as edible. However, the jungle beyond was shrouded in a thick layer of white mist, limiting visibility to roughly 100 meters. Even under the clear sky, the mist showed no signs of dissipating. It was no wonder the action guide cautioned against straying beyond a mile. Wandering under the influence of that white fog could easily lead to disorientation. White fog. Feng felt a sense of astonishment. He contemplated its significance. Perhaps this was a form of visual obscurity in the realm of shadows, designed to prevent humans from seeing too far ahead. Nevertheless, within his line of sight, he had yet to discern any monsters or wild beasts. The monstrous visitor who had knocked on his door last night had vanished without a trace. Indeed, daylight offered a semblance of safety. Feng took a deep breath and closed the door of the quaint wooden cabin. Only then did he realize he needed to descend another step. The cabin stood approximately a meter above the ground, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered the reason for this elevation. The cabin's foundation was equipped with 4 sturdy wooden wheels. This revelation left him astounded. The cabin was capable of movement. Curiosity piqued. Feng approached the side of the cabin and pushed against it with vigor. The wheels creaked and began to roll, confirming its mobility. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that it could only traverse a few miles in a day. Soon, he abandoned the idea of relocating the cabin. Maneuvering it was no trivial task and would likely leave him famished. What he required was not a change of residence, but rather the swift collection of valuable resources. Outside the cabin, Feng stumbled upon a dilapidated wooden crate. Upon opening it, he discovered a subpar stone axe within. Frowning in distaste, he cast the axe aside. He already possessed a superior stone axe that far surpassed this one in efficiency. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly circled his cabin. To his astonishment, he noticed various claw and bite marks of varying depths on the thick wooden walls. Recalling the monstrous creature's relentless assault on his cabin the previous night, Feng felt a surge of anxiety regarding the cabin's structural integrity. Observing the numerous marks, he felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, the cabin's material was robust, showing no significant damage. It seemed that the mysterious creature would require a considerable amount of time to breach the walls. Yet, Feng was not overly fearful, for the cabin was reparable. With sufficient timber, he could mend any damage. Nearby, the ground bore various footprints of different depths, but it was difficult to ascertain what kind of beast had left them. Reflecting on his unfamiliarity with the local fauna, he decided to set those thoughts aside. Reassured that the creature could not currently enter the cabin, thus ensuring his safety. After meandering around the cabin for a while, Feng arrived at a clearing. He retrieved the perfect quality animal trap he had earned as a reward the previous night and decided to place it here. The area was lush with vegetation, suggesting that wild creatures might pass through. Once they ventured into the trap, they would be unable to escape. This way, he could procure meat without exhausting himself in pursuit of prey. After setting up the trap, Feng clapped his hands together and turned towards the thicket he had spotted 100 meters away, intent on gathering some berries. Ultimately, this task requires neither physical strength nor mental exertion. In the current circumstances, sustenance undoubtedly takes precedence. A lack of adequate food not only leads to hunger, but also diminishes bodily functions and restricts mobility. Approaching the thicket, Feng extended his hand, initiating the automatic collection process. The gathering took approximately 3 minutes. Before long, he had harvested a portion of wild berries. A notification chimed, congratulating him on successfully collecting 10 berries. These berries varied in size. Some bore a pockmarked surface, tinged with hints of purple and black. Feng retrieved one, unable to wash it, and wiped it on his clothing before taking a bite. Instantly, his mouth was flooded with the juice of the berries. In the following moment, his palate was overwhelmed by a blend of sourness and bitterness. Goodness, this is utterly unpalatable. Feng struggled to swallow. These wild berries lacked the delectable quality of cultivated fruits. Nonetheless, at present, they serve as a reasonable means to satiate his hunger. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his life due to starvation. Let these berries suffice as his breakfast. Chapter 5. The Global Trading Platform. Having consumed several berries, Feng retrieved his action guide and glanced at the global chat channel. He was curious to see what resources other humans were gathering. He also wished to devise a plan and adjust his strategy. The chat channel was bustling with activity. My hunger level has dwindled to half. I must venture out to find something to eat. Ha ha! Dear friends, I just foraged 10 berries. I have some too. Does anyone have raw meat? I could trade berries for it. Are you out of your mind? You think raw meat is easy to come by? You need to catch small animals first. I've yet to see anyone obtain raw meat. Excuse me, but do you know where I can find a water source? I've wandered around the cabin several times and found nothing. What should I do? Just eat the berries. Their flavor is hard to describe, but at least they are juicy. Huh? Are your cabins in the jungle? I can't believe my bad luck. I've been assigned to the desert. The sun is enormous, and I'm feeling so hot and thirsty. I'm on the prairie. So many wild horses and bison. If I can catch up to them, I'll have meat. Why is that one running so fast? I can't find anything to eat. I'm ready to eat grass. Wait, my action guide just informed me that humans cannot eat grass. Unbelievable. I can't even eat grass. I can't take it anymore. I need to lie down. If I remain still, I'll 1T expend energy. Brothers, I just spotted an unknown species of bird in the tree. I exerted great effort to climb up, only for it to fly away. Did I become emo on the spot? No. I discovered a nest in the tree fork, containing 5 bird eggs. This is my fortune. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. Wow. This brother must have struck it lucky. Woohoo, I'm so envious. Countless individuals interacted within the global chat channel. Some successfully gathered resources and even shared various tips. Today, the atmosphere among the humans seemed considerably more cheerful. After all, the first night in this dark world had been overwhelmingly oppressive, strange, cold, and hungry. All that remained was the unknown and fear. Now that it was daytime, they could finally release the tension and anxiety that had gripped them. Feng observed the conversations with a sense of helplessness. Chasing horses on the prairie? How audacious! Not only was it futile, but it would also rapidly deplete one's hunger levels. If there were no gains today, it would be challenging to endure until nightfall. It appeared that everyone had previously led overly comfortable lives, lacking the knowledge of outdoor survival. Without sufficient reserves of protein and caloric sustenance, one should avoid vigorous activities. After typing this message on the public screen, Feng exited the chat channel, choosing to ignore the ongoing interactions. At present, he finds himself in a precarious situation, preoccupied with his own survival and unable to concern himself with others. Subsequently, Feng accessed the global trading platform, intending to exchange the piece of raw meat in his possession for some drinking water. The offerings on the trading platform had increased since the previous night, featuring an array of fruits and vegetables that were relatively easy to gather. They were abundant in fixed locations, making them quite affordable. Generally, humans would reserve some for sustenance while exchanging the surplus for other urgently needed supplies. However, relying solely on vitamins was insufficient. Humans require high-calorie and high-protein sustenance. Therefore, staple foods like potatoes were comparatively more expensive. Meat, being a rich source of protein, replenishes bodily functions. Undoubtedly, meat commanded the highest price on the global trading platform at this time. The current transmigrants lacked adequate tools for capturing wild animals. On the trading platform, an abundance of vegetables and fruits was available for those hoping to exchange for meat. For instance, 100 berries could be traded for a piece of raw meat. Yet no one took heed. 20 bird eggs could be exchanged for 30 pieces of wood. Comment: are you out of your mind, brother? 30 pieces would take a whole day to chop. Are you trying to rob us? Reply: trade if you wish. Or don't. Feng observed the interactions on the trading platform with a sense of humor, noting the absurdly high prices for exchanging fruits and vegetables for meat. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, meat would remain the most valuable commodity. At that moment, a pang of hunger struck him. Feng retrieved his water bottle, taking a few sips to alleviate his thirst, realizing he had only a small amount of drinking water left, which he needed to conserve. He felt a twinge of concern, uncertain if there was a water source near his cabin. After last night's rations, he had half a loaf of bread, a piece of cooked meat, and the berries he had gathered that day. This comprised his sustenance for the day. The tantalizing aroma of the cooked meat was irresistible, truly a culinary delight. After consuming a piece of cooked meat, Feng felt a noticeable sense of fullness, replenishing his energy. He prepared to engage in some physical labor, tidying up before retrieving the perfect grade stone axe gifted to him from his sign-in bonus the previous night. Chapter 6: The First Day of Bountiful Harvest. Feng understood that in such a jungle, wood was in abundance. However, the efficiency of timber harvesting depended on the sharpness of the axe in one's hand. At this moment, he wielded an axe gifted upon signing in, which was, without a doubt, for levels superior to the one he had found in the box at the cabin's entrance. This enhancement meant that his capacity for collecting would surpass that of others by several folds. Ding! A perfect grade stone axe, exceptionally sharp, ideal for felling trees. As he swung the axe, he harvested a piece of wood, another piece of wood, and as he began to gather stone, he successfully collected a piece of stone. Approximately 2 hours had elapsed, and Feng had already amassed 50 pieces of wood and 30 pieces of stone. By comparison, if others were using ordinary axes, they would have likely gathered only about 10 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone by now. Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. After all, wielding a perfect grade stone axe indeed enhanced his efficiency. These resources would significantly upgrade various functions within his small cabin. The nights in the dark world were bitterly cold. Even within the small cabin, the temperature remained exceedingly low. Therefore, to maintain warmth through the night, at least 5 pieces of wood were necessary. Only then could one endure until dawn. Across the globe, countless adventurers were likely still searching for suitable stones, aspiring to craft an excellent stone axe. With superior tools, one could enhance their work efficiency. Feng transported all the collected resources back to the warehouse of the small cabin, preparing to process them once night fell. After securely storing everything, he turned to the side of the cabin, eager to inspect the area where he had placed the perfect trapping cage earlier that day, curious about what he might find. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly recoiled, cautiously hiding behind the cabin. He had spotted a plump creature inside the 1-meter cage, a foolish roe deer. The deer seemed to be pondering its predicament, questioning why it was confined. Realizing the deer was indeed trapped, Feng excitedly approached. The thrill of capturing such a sizable wild animal filled him with joy, a smile curving gracefully upon his lips. The perfect grade trapping cage was, without a doubt, a marvel. While observing the foolish roe deer, he noticed that there were other small creatures within the cage as well. A similarly plump duck poked its head out from behind the deer. My goodness, a buy-one-get-one free deal. Feng was astonished to find that he had captured 2 wild animals at once. This was simply phenomenal. The exquisite craftsmanship of the perfect grade trapping cage intrigued the wild creatures. Ding! Acquired a robust wild roe deer, capable of yielding 10 cuts of fresh meat and 1 wild roe deer hide. The wild roe deer can sprint at a speed of 10 meters per second, moving freely and with agility. It is fully grown and cannot be domesticated. Ding! Acquired a plump wild duck, yielding 3 cuts of fresh meat. The wild duck can run at a speed of 8 meters per second, exhibiting exceptional concealment skills and superb evasion techniques. It is also fully grown and cannot be trained. Upon merely glancing at the statistics of these 2 animals, Feng understood that even if he were to pursue them for days and nights, he could not guarantee their capture. Indeed, the treasures gifted by the system are remarkably useful. With this exquisite beast trap, success is within reach. After only 2 hours of chopping wood, he has reaped such bountiful rewards. It seems he shall enjoy a hearty feast tonight. Feng wasted no time, swiftly striking down the 2 small creatures in the trap. He retrieved the remaining hemp rope from yesterday to bind them, and then placed them into the beast pen within his small wooden cabin. When he returns tonight, he will slaughter and skin them to prepare a sumptuous meal. With this, he need no longer worry about a shortage of meat. For at least the next few days, he can indulge in the rich nourishment of high-protein cooked meat, alleviating his concerns regarding sustenance. Feng decided to leave the exquisite beast trap in its original position, allowing it to continue capturing wild animals. Observing the sky, he noted it was around midday. He took a brief respite in his cabin. During lunchtime, he cooked a piece of meat to replenish his strength and consumed 5 wild berries to hydrate himself. He then set out once more, intent on gathering timber. In this situation, wood is the most vital resource. To upgrade his humble abode, he requires a substantial amount of timber. Moreover, with his exquisite stone axe in hand, he can gather wood with remarkable efficiency. As dusk approached, Feng prepared to return to his cabin. By this time, he had collected approximately 100 pieces of wood and 60 stones. He transported all these resources back to his cabin, now poised to upgrade his dwelling from a level 0 cabin to a level 1. It was astonishingly straightforward. Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. He thought of the other humans who had arrived in this world alongside him, equipped only with a regular axe, likely able to gather at most 20 pieces of wood. The disparity between their capabilities was now glaring. At this moment, the sunlight had begun to wane. A chilling aura permeated the jungle, and a cold breeze sent shivers down Yi Feng's spine. The sense of fear and the unknown that had enveloped him the previous night returned anew. He shivered involuntarily. Taking out the Night World Action Guide, he checked the time displayed therein. Countdown to darkness, 30 minutes. It appeared there were still 30 minutes remaining until the terrifying night descended. He opened the World Chat channel to observe the conversations. As the sky darkened, the atmosphere shifted. In the chat channel, a chorus of complaints and sighs echoed among the humans. Many seemed oblivious to the guidance provided in the action manual. In this shadowy realm, daylight was a fleeting treasure. Some believed it mirrored Earth, with a customary 12 hours of sunlight. They never anticipated that the daylight here would be so ephemeral. By the time they grasped the reality, it was too late. What on earth is happening? How is it already dark? I feel as though only 5 hours have passed. How could the sun have vanished? Panic surged as one lamented, "Oh no, it's dark so soon. I am doomed. I've only managed to chop 10 pieces of wood and gather a few wild berries with my ordinary stone axe." Another wailed, "At least you have berries. I chased after a horse for ages and obtained nothing. I did manage to collect nearly 20 pieces of wood, but I couldn't find any water. Am I to perish from thirst? Stop your whining. It feels like there are only 20 minutes until nightfall. Are you all just going to wait outside and meet your fate?" Despite the incessant grievances, the individuals gradually retreated to their small wooden cabins, driven by the instinct for survival. Though the resources they had gathered throughout the day amounted to but a mere fraction, the relentless darkness of this nightmarish world instilled a far deeper sense of dread. Chapter 7. It's dark. Time to return at this hour. It is prudent not to linger outside. I must hasten back to the little wooden cabin. Yi Feng stowed away his exquisite stone axe, ceasing his collection of timber. He made his way back to the cabin, glancing at the perfect hunting trap position beside it. To his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected surprise. In the dimming twilight, Yi Feng noticed an additional creature nestled within the trap, a shadowy figure. As the small animal sensed movement and turned to face him, he realized it was a plump little raccoon. Judging by its size, this raccoon appeared to be in its juvenile stage, being rather diminutive. The little raccoon was not foolish. Rather, it was simply captivated by the craftsmanship of the exquisite cage. In its curious exploration, it had ventured inside and found itself unable to escape. Whimpering pitifully, it gazed out with a forlorn expression as Yi Feng approached, wielding his stone axe with purposeful strides. The raccoon's eyes widened with fear and trepidation, fixated on Yi Feng as if hoping he might release it from its confinement. "Good evening, little raccoon. Have you eaten?" Yi Feng greeted with an innocuous smile. In the next moment, he raised his perfect stone axe and, with a swift motion, struck the raccoon on the head, rendering it unconscious. It became evident that the raccoon had overthought its predicament. In this world, adorableness held no sway. Yi Feng's thoughts were solely occupied with the delectable meat that would not be easily abandoned. He opened the trap and grasped the raccoon by its nape. Ding! Captured a white juvenile raccoon, capable of yielding 6 pieces of raw meat and 1 raccoon pelt. Juvenile raccoon, female, can be domesticated and evolved. Possesses high intelligence. Currently in juvenile form, domestication is challenging. If unsuccessful, it is advisable to prepare it as soup. Yi Feng felt a surge of satisfaction within. This hunting trap was indeed a remarkable boon. Without exerting much effort, he had acquired 3 wild creatures in just 1 day, amassing a considerable bounty of raw meat. Such a feat is likely unmatched by any human. Truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that meat is a coveted resource sought by people across the globe. However, Yi Feng had yet to locate a potable water source in the vicinity. Fortunately, while browsing the global trading platform, he observed that many individuals were selling drinking water. Those who traversed this realm were dispersed across various locations, each with distinct living conditions. Some had cabins adjacent to streams, providing ample water for trade, provided the prices were reasonable. Carrying the unconscious raccoon, Yi Feng returned to his wooden cabin tossing the creature into the animal pen with the others. He temporarily housed them together, then secured the doors and windows of the cabin to deter any nocturnal monsters from encroaching. The night had enveloped the exterior of the cabin, casting a veil of darkness that fostered an atmosphere thick with fear. Strange sounds echoed around, the hissing of insects mingling with the menacing growls reminiscent of ferocious beasts. The jungle was alive with unsettling cries, yet these were sporadic, as if the world had momentarily succumbed to silence. This stillness was not a herald of safety. Rather, it suggested the presence of a creature so terrifying that it instilled fear in all living beings, rendering them mute. In addition to fear, the biting cold was equally unbearable. Countless souls trembled in the frigid air. However, Feng remained undeterred by the roars of the beasts outside or the chill that permeated the atmosphere. He was acutely aware that the interior of the cabin was a sanctuary for the moment. Earlier that morning, he had scrutinized the sturdy wooden walls, which could withstand the assault of ordinary monsters. Should he encounter a truly fearsome beast capable of annihilating the entire cabin, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Thus, he resolved to leave his fate to chance. He opened the guide to the world of darkness, perusing the warnings for the second night. The night had fallen. He was urged to return swiftly to his cabin. The night would last for 15 hours, with temperatures plummeting to minus 11 degrees. The world was gripped by an unforgiving freeze. Human, have you gathered sufficient wood to endure this long, cold night? A poignant reminder followed. Oh, fragile human, you should now be dutifully ensconced within your cabin, should you not? Congratulations, you have successfully survived another day. If you have been remiss in gathering enough sustenance and supplies, you shall find this night rather dismal. Conversely, should you have amassed adequate provisions, you may attempt to craft various tools. If anyone, driven by greed for resources, fails to return to their cabin before dark and seeks your assistance, you may choose whether to extend your aid. However, before doing so, please ascertain whether they are truly human. After absorbing the evening's warnings, Feng closed the guide, feeling a profound sense of ease and a smile gracing his lips. Would this night be a trial? Surely, with ample food and wood, one could navigate it with relative ease. The cabin stove lay cold, and he knew warmth was essential. Striking flint, he soon conjured sparks, igniting some dry grass and lighting the oil lamp. Finally, he arranged the wood and kindled the fire in the cabin's hearth. With a resounding whoosh, a vibrant and comforting flame erupted, dispelling the chill within the cabin. Relishing the warmth, Feng decided to boil some water in the stone pot and prepare a meal of cooked meat. His spirits soared as he meticulously sharpened a perfect stone axe on a rock. Today had been fruitful. He had gathered a wealth of wood and stone to upgrade his cabin. He also captured several wild animals. Although the night was long, it was far from tormenting. He planned to slaughter the plump wild roe deer shortly, to reward himself for a day's labor. Tonight, a hearty dinner awaited. Within the dilapidated wooden cabin, an oil lamp emitted a faint glow, while flames danced in the hearth. In such an interminable night, one could easily succumb to feelings of helplessness and solitude. Whether due to the absence of conversation or the dark, oppressive world outside the cabin, the impenetrable blackness tormented both body and soul. The humans who ventured here, after enduring the lengthy night and fleeting day, gradually accepted their reality. They had indeed arrived in this realm dominated by darkness. This was no dream. In such an environment, self-pity is the least desirable response. One must incessantly seek activities to numb oneself, to forget the fear. It is crucial to avoid instilling fear within oneself. Actions speak louder than thoughts. If loneliness becomes unbearable, one might choose to seek solace in the world's chat channels, where the atmosphere is always lively. The voices there melodious. Despite hunger and hardship, everyone huddles together for warmth, alleviating some of the discomfort in their hearts. Chapter 8. The Talking Raccoon. It was evident that Feng had begun to acclimate to this nocturnal world. He felt an incessant urgency for time. While others engaged in idle chatter within the chat channel, he yearned for more hours to devote to his tasks. He sharpened his axe with the intent to first slay that foolish roe deer. The meat would suffice for a hearty meal. and he had other matters to attend to shortly thereafter. He retrieved the dazed roe deer from the animal pen, still in a state of semi-consciousness, blissfully unaware of its imminent fate. Indeed, the deer appeared rather oblivious. Meanwhile, the other creatures in the pen watched in fear as the scene unfolded. Thud! With a swift motion, Feng brought down his axe, and the roe deer met its end, armed with a flawless stone axe. His movements were fluid as he commenced skinning and butchering. Ding! He acquired a standard-grade deer hide. The hide was an excellent choice for crafting garments, an artifact against the chill of the elements. Ding! He obtained 10 pieces of standard-grade venison. Although the venison was ordinary, its nutritional value remained commendable, providing ample protein for the body. Feng held the hide in his hands, gauging its size. It seemed sufficient for crafting a warm garment. The coarse linen he currently wore was both uncomfortable and inadequate for warmth. Perfect. Now he could replace it with a more comfortable attire. With 10 pieces of meat and a hide in hand, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He placed the hide beside the fireplace, preparing to dry it before crafting it into a warm garment. Having completed his preparations, Feng retrieved the duck from the pen. The terrified duck was swiftly dispatched with a single swing of his axe. Ding! He acquired 200 grams of duck feathers. Ding! He obtained 3 pieces of wild duck meat. Feng examined the pile of feathers, pondering their utility. Though insufficient for crafting anything substantial, he decided to store them for future use. Once he collected enough, he could fashion himself a delightful feather pillow. After securing the duck feathers, Feng brushed his hands together and approached the pen once more, casting his gaze upon the last occupant, a plump little raccoon. The raccoon, witnessing the fate of the larger deer and duck, was utterly transfixed. Whimpering softly, it curled into a tight ball in the corner, its body tense with fear, no longer daring to meet Feng's gaze. Terrified that a mere glance might seal its own fate, Feng found amusement in the raccoon's reaction. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against further action. After all, he had already procured over 10 pieces of meat. With that, he wouldn't need to worry about sustenance for the next couple of days. Therefore, he resolved to spare the little raccoon's life, recognizing that fresh fare is far more delectable. Should he slaughter all the animals and fail to consume them in time, the meat's flavor and nutritional value would inevitably diminish. Such an occurrence was unacceptable in Feng's eyes. Thus, he chose to grant this little raccoon a reprieve. After a couple of days, once the fresh meat in hand has been consumed, it will not be too late to slaughter. Feng paid no heed to the little raccoon huddled in the corner. He picked up a piece of sliced duck meat and placed it into the heated stone pot, allowing it to roast slowly until cooked. The delightful sizzling sound emanating from the pot was truly a pleasing auditory experience. Feng took a deep breath, inhaling the faint aroma of meat wafting through the air, and could not help but swallow. The mere enticing scent was intoxicating, and since arriving in this shadowy world, the scarcity of food had heightened his cravings. In such circumstances, the anticipation of savoring this meat felt exceedingly gratifying. Before long, the duck was perfectly roasted. Feng waited for it to cool slightly before indulging in what could be considered a sumptuous dinner. The piece of duck was quite sizable, and after devouring a generous portion, he let out a satisfied burp, leaving behind a small morsel he could not finish. The little raccoon, previously confined in its cage, had caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and had long forgotten its earlier fears. Now, it was peering eagerly at Feng from the edge of the enclosure, its wide, watery eyes fixated on the small piece of duck meat remaining in his hand. It whimpered, yearning for a taste of meat as well. Hearing the sound, Feng glanced over and saw the covetous little raccoon. He tossed the uneaten bones and a few scraps of meat to it, reasoning that he could not let it starve before he even had a chance to slaughter it. The raccoon eagerly snatched up the bones and meat, gnawing enthusiastically as if it had stumbled upon a culinary delight. Its sounds of satisfaction echoed in the air, a testament to the joy of having meat to eat. Just a few days prior, it had inadvertently wandered off in the forest, becoming lost and attempting to evade the terrifying creatures lurking about, enduring hunger and cold. Though it had fallen in the trap set by this human, the unexpected fortune of tasting meat was a sweet reprieve. Feng could not help but smile at the sight of the little raccoon, as if he could discern the unspoken words reflected in its expression. The raccoon was indeed amusing. Suddenly, an odd thought crossed Feng's mind. In this solitary little wooden cabin, perhaps having such a cute and clumsy raccoon as a companion would not be so bad after all. It was certainly preferable to enduring the loneliness of solitude every day. "What is your name, little raccoon?" Feng blurted out, eager to engage with the creature. In the next moment, he felt a twinge of absurdity. Had he truly lost his mind since arriving in this world, yearning for interaction with a wild animal? Yet, just as he began to mock himself for this whimsical notion, a sudden voice emerged. "Raccoon? What is happening? Can this really interact?" Feng was taken aback, but he quickly composed himself. "You called me a raccoon? You can actually understand my words." At that moment, Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The previous two wild animals appeared rather dazed, seemingly devoid of such capability. However, the little raccoon before him evidently possessed a measure of intelligence. It seemed quite suitable for domestication as a companion beast. Yet, there were pressing concerns at hand. Feng realized that if he were to nurture a companion beast, it would require sustenance and care, just as he did. Furthermore, raccoons are carnivorous creatures. This would mean a mutual depletion of his own meat reserves, which caused Feng to hesitate. Moreover, even if he successfully tamed this raccoon, what purpose would it serve? Could it possibly possess formidable combat prowess? Could it assist him in felling trees or mining stones? He was uncertain. Feng decided it would be best to confine the little raccoon in the beast enclosure for the time being, postponing any further deliberation for a couple of days. Chapter 9. Bartering raw meat for water. Having feasted to his satisfaction, Feng felt a parching thirst creeping in. His water reserves were dwindling, prompting him to contemplate an exchange of raw meat for the much-needed water resources. He accessed the global trading platform and selected a piece of wild duck meat to list for trade. After calculating, he realized that the remaining meat he possessed would suffice for several days. Thus, placing a few pieces on the platform posed no issue. Moreover, should he find himself short on raw meat, he could always set up a perfect-grade animal trap outside his cabin, a remarkable contraption known for its efficacy in capturing small creatures with ease. Therefore, he was confident that he would not lack for meat resources in the forthcoming days. A piece of raw meat for a considerable amount of drinking water resources. Seeking traders with surplus water, the highest offer will prevail. Feng promptly listed his raw meat and browsed the diverse array of items currently available on the trading platform. The selection was vast, featuring an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and more. Yet, for the majority accustomed to sumptuous feasts, a diet solely of vegetables or fruits would be quite unsatisfactory, leaving a lingering craving. He did notice a few offerings of bird eggs and insects, which provided some protein, but substantial cuts of raw meat were conspicuously absent. It appeared that few among the newly arrived humans had successfully acquired meat in such a short span, and those who had likely did not list it on the global trading platform, as they too were in need of meat resources. In the next moment, after Feng posted his piece of raw meat, the trading platform buzzed with activity. Numerous individuals began to leave comments beneath his listing, eagerly inquiring about the price. These people were fervently seeking to barter their existing resources for the coveted duck meat. "Oh my goodness, what is happening? I only foraged a handful of berries today, and yet someone has listed raw meat on the trading platform. I must interview this seller to uncover how they managed to catch a duck. Indeed, I spotted wild ducks today as well, but that rascal dashed away with a cacophony of quacks. How on earth did they manage to capture one? I beseech the master for a tutorial. Wow, I'm so envious. How did they achieve this? Goodness, fellows, I am somewhat unnerved. If this master can list such a substantial piece of raw meat, why wouldn't they consume it themselves? Why trade it away? Could it be that the master has a surplus of meat? My goodness, I cannot accept this. Great one, I have water, 10 liters of cold water. Can we trade? Great one, I offer 30 liters. That's all my possessions. I implore you, grant me a chance. The individual currently offering the highest bid resides in a quaint cabin beside a serene brook. Thus, water resources are, for him, inexhaustible and readily available. Regrettably, while there is an ample supply of water available for trade, What he concurrently requires are containers to hold it. In essence, although he has bid for 30 liters, he must also fabricate water vessels such as jugs and buckets. This entails not only the procurement of water, but also the laborious task of felling numerous trees and gathering materials for crafting ropes. The 30 liters of water he envisions, coupled with the creation of containers, demands approximately half a day's worth of effort. Great one, I lack water resources. However, I possess timber. Today I have felled 10 logs. Might they be exchanged for your meat? I have gone a whole day without sustenance and am on the verge of starvation. Those deprived of water resources are fervently beseeching assistance. Many have spent an entire day without amassing sufficient provisions and are now desperately seeking items to barter. Perhaps we should reconsider. Your logs would only be suitable for a few berries in exchange. As for meat, that is a distant hope. The berries are inexpensive and can alleviate hunger. Leaf Maple has yet to respond to anyone. At present, his utmost need is merely for water resources. Thus, he ultimately resolves to trade a piece of raw meat for the 30 liters of potable water offered by the highest bidder. Very well. You shall have one piece of raw meat in exchange for 30 liters of drinking water. Leaf Maple approached the individual who had just made the highest bid and replied to him. Is it true? Thank you, esteemed one. This person instantly became the envy of the crowd, for meat is a most scarce resource. Upon his successful exchange, numerous voices expressed admiration. Ding! Trade failed. Insufficient containers prevent the completion of this transaction. Just as Leaf Maple clicked to confirm the trade, a system notification abruptly appeared. He then realized that within his entire cabin, he possessed only a single water jug, capable of holding a mere liter of drinking water. Far too few containers to accommodate the water he sought to acquire. Consequently, the trade was destined to fail. Leaf Maple scratched his head and perused the action guide in his hand. On the page detailing crafting, he noted the materials required to create a large barrel. Thankfully, he currently had enough resources to construct it. Next, he retrieved his impeccable stone axe and swiftly fashioned a large barrel, requiring 3 timber and 1 rope. In no time, he heard a satisfying ding. The barrel was successfully crafted, capable of holding 40 liters. With this, Leaf Maple secured his large barrel and successfully traded for 30 liters of drinking water. Instantly, the barrel in his cabin brimmed with potable water. This supply would suffice for an entire month. However, an issue soon arose. Leaf Maple quickly realized that he was unaware of the source of this exchanged water, and its purity remained entirely uncertain. Even from the surface of the water in the wooden barrel, he observed several strands of withered grass and weed roots floating atop. It was evident that this water had been sourced directly from a nearby river. Perhaps it harbored microscopic insects, bacteria, and contaminants, making it likely to induce illness if consumed. The most prudent course of action would be to filter it first and then bring it to a boil in a stone pot. Feng continued to peruse the action guide and fortuitously discovered a method for constructing a water purification device. Small wooden barrel 1-1, crushed gravel 0-1, charcoal 1-1. The small wooden barrel was simple to fabricate, requiring merely a single piece of wood. For the crushed gravel, one only needed to smash a stone into fragments. As for the charcoal, there was an abundance of remnants from the burning wood in the stove, easily accessible. He possessed all the necessary materials. Following the instructions in the action guide, Feng placed the crushed gravel and charcoal into the small wooden barrel. In no time, he had crafted a rudimentary water purification device to filter the water he had traded for. Subsequently, he poured 1 liter of the filtered water into the stone pot. As the flames heated the pot, the water reached a boiling point, effectively eliminating any potential toxins. Thus, the water became sufficiently safe for consumption, reducing the risk of illness. Feng took several hearty sips of the cooled hot water, quenching his thirst splendidly. The ensuing sense of satisfaction was delightfully simple. Consequently, the fatigue of the day began to dissipate. Feng sat at the wooden table, savoring this moment of tranquility. Chapter 10. Upgrade to Level 1 Cabin. The endless night stretched long before him, with approximately 10 hours remaining. Feng had no intention of retiring to bed so early. Reflecting on the 100 pieces of timber he had collected during the day, he found himself well equipped with materials. He resolved to make use of these resources. He opened the Dark Knight World Action Guide to explore the tools he could craft. Cabin can be upgraded to level 1. This enhancement would expand the interior space, allowing for new functional areas and increasing the overall footprint, requiring 100 wood. Feng contemplated. During daylight hours, he had gathered around 100 pieces of wood and 50 stones. The guide displayed an array of items available for upgrade, presenting a veritable cornucopia of options. Naturally, he would prioritize the most essential upgrades. He raised his gaze to assess his modest cabin. Beside the window stood a wooden bed, while a stove occupied the center, complemented by a pile of wood and stone in the corner. At the rear was a wooden table, now accompanied by a large barrel for water, which nearly filled the entire space. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the cabin was indeed too small to accommodate any additional items. Upgrading the cabin was the clear choice. Referring to the upgrade blueprint in the guide, Feng grasped his perfect stone axe with a series of rhythmic thuds. The perfect stone axe began its automatic crafting process. The cabin upgrade was in progress. Fortunately, this upgrade was fully automated. Otherwise, the complexities of expanding the cabin would have been exceedingly daunting for Feng. After approximately 3 hours, the expansion was complete. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading the cabin to level 1. The newly expanded cabin now boasted nearly double the internal space, reaching 50 square meters. It finally appeared more spacious. Congratulations! You can now partition various functional areas within the cabin, including a bedroom, living room, kitchen, workshop, storage room, and additional vacant rooms. Each distinct room can be designated for specific purposes. Although the space remains modest, it is undeniably an improvement. Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the completion of the cabin expansion, he had exhausted all 100 pieces of wood. However, the newly upgraded cabin introduced a multitude of new structural functionalities. Tool room requires 0-10 wood to construct an independent tool room. This facility allows for the crafting of ropes, stone axes, stone hammers, torches, backpacks, and other tools. With these tools, one can create more refined weapons. Torch provides a modest visibility range of 10 meters in the wilderness. At critical moments, the flame can even deter timid beasts. Backpack offers a capacity of 50 units, disregarding weight and volume, making it an essential item for excursions. Indoor greenhouse with 0-20, soil 0-10, a perfect haven for unfettered cultivation. Indoor planting allows for the growth of rice, vegetables, fruits, or herbs, among others. Smelting room, wood 0-10, stone 10-10, capable of refining copper and iron ores to create more efficient tools. Livestock stable, wood 0-20, rope 0-5, for the rearing of medium-sized livestock. Upon reviewing these newly added features, Feng could not help but marvel. All these enhancements are indeed splendid, whether it be processing, planting, smelting, or breeding. With these functionalities added to the current modest cabin, the practicality of the dwelling would be significantly amplified. Moreover, it would undoubtedly enhance his survival capabilities in the shadowy world. Feng was positively exhilarated. He contemplated which functionality he should prioritize for development, should he gather sufficient timber resources the following day. Rather than hastily jumping to conclusions, he navigated to the World Chat channel, seeking insights from fellow adventurers regarding any upgrade strategies for the cabin. The World Chat channel remained lively, with restless souls in the late hours engaging in animated discussions and sharing their day's bounty. May I seek guidance from all? Today I crafted a stone axe, felled 10 trees, gathered 5 stones, and collected a few berries. As night fell, I utilized 5 pieces of wood to kindle a fire for warmth and to heat water. I currently possess 5 pieces of wood and 5 stones. What building should I prioritize upgrading within my cabin? I yearn to develop swiftly and confront this shadowy realm. My dear friend above, you are amusing. You mentioned having only 5 pieces of wood. Pray tell, what building could you possibly upgrade with that? I suggest crafting a few spears and perhaps venture into the underbrush tomorrow. You might just be fortunate enough to strike a wild hare. Securing meat would be quite the triumph. Young man, your enthusiasm is commendable. Confidence is great, but arrogance should be tempered. I recommend you exercise patience and gradually accumulate resources. In a fortnight, you may well achieve an upgrade for your cabin. As Feng scrolled through the chat channel, he noted that none of humanity had yet upgraded their cabins, let alone any functional buildings. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Alas, this is only to be expected. After all, merely a single day has passed. Resources are exceedingly scarce among all humankind. No one has managed to complete a level 1 upgrade for their cabin or significantly expand their interior space. Yet, he found himself in a rather unusual position, far ahead of the rest, leaving him with no one to draw inspiration from. The night grew late. After upgrading his cabin, Feng began to feel weary and casually closed the Night World Action Guide. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. He had almost forgotten to check in for the night. Each daily check-in grants rewards. He promptly checked in. Ding! Congratulations on completing tonight's check-in. Received a small package of materials. Received a rare mount, the Whispering Phantom. The Whispering Phantom, a rare steed with exceptional abilities, heightened danger awareness, temporary invisibility, and the innate ability to autonomously locate the path back to the quaint cabin. Running speed is 20 meters per second, equivalent to 100 miles per hour, and can be sustained for 2 hours. Due to the mount's superior level, its care presents considerable challenges. It requires daily nourishment of 3 portions of ordinary meat or 1 portion of premium meat, along with 5 liters of water. Note: failure to provide food and water will result in a decline in loyalty. Reminder: you may ride the Spirit Wolf as your personal mount, allowing for solitary journeys. It can also be employed to transport the quaint cabin, relocating your home from a barren land to a place abundant in resources. Upon reading the description, Feng's expression shifted and his previous fatigue dissipated. Chapter 11. Acquiring a rare mount rare. It surpasses even perfection by a level. Most importantly, this ethereal steed possesses a speed of 20 meters per second. Surely, Tame mistaken? Is this not akin to flying? Today, he had captured a wild roe deer with a beast trap, which barely reached a speed of 10 meters per second. The speed of wild animals is quite similar. They exert considerable effort to catch roe deer. Yet, this rare ethereal mount he has acquired can exceed the pace of ordinary beasts by more than double. It is simply beyond the reach of the wild creatures. Now that he possesses this rare mount, his range of activities during the day has expanded immeasurably. Moreover, this ethereal steed comes equipped with navigation. There's no need to worry about getting lost, as it can always guide him back, regardless of where he roams. He will no longer fret about straying too far and being unable to return to his cottage. Furthermore, with such a remarkable speed, he can safely evade any ferocious beasts he might encounter. Goodness gracious! This mount has almost no drawbacks, aside from needing ample raw meat and drinking water. However, Feng can understand this. To make a horse run, one cannot deny its sustenance, can they? But where is it now? Just as he turned to look around in confusion, he found no sign of his rare mount. Could it be that the ethereal steed can manifest inside the cottage? Just as he pondered this, a series of urgent footsteps echoed from outside the cottage. Thud, thud. How? The hurried sound of running grew nearer. Feng, heeding the noise, approached the window and opened it. Indeed, he spotted a tall and agile wolf not far away, its body shimmering with a silvery glow. In the abyss of darkness, it transformed into a silver streak, racing toward the cottage. The ethereal steed has arrived. But wait, what is that fearsome creature pursuing it? Feng furrowed his brow, accompanied by the frantic running sounds. It seemed to have disturbed 2 azure glimmers lurking in the nearby thickets. They had spotted the ethereal steed. The next moment, the monster roared, emitting a terrifying sound. The azure lights desperately chased after the ethereal steed, intent on catching it and devouring it. Yet, it appeared that the creature was having some difficulty keeping up with the ethereal steed. Those 2 azure glimmers trailed behind the ethereal steed, but could not close the gap. Feng nearly gasped in astonishment. Although he recalled the guidelines stating that the outside world is perilous during the late hours, he had no choice. He must open the door. Otherwise, leaving the ethereal mount outside the cottage would surely result in its demise at the hands of the monster. Feng dashed to the entrance and swiftly opened the door, revealing the warm glow of the cottage. Whoosh! The spirit wolf leapt in a single bound, a silver and cunning figure darting into the cottage. The moment Feng saw it enter, he promptly shut the door. Without hesitation, he locked the small door tightly. Outside, the cottage was once again engulfed in darkness. The ethereal howling spirit wolf burst into the quaint wooden cabin, affectionately nudging its head against Feng's cheek. Recognizing its new master, this evening's registration had bestowed upon him a mount and a companion, both brimming with loyalty and intimacy. In the next moment, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Bang! The entity outside seemed unable to halt its advance, violently crashing into the wooden door. The entire cabin quaked under the impact. Creak! Creak! It furiously clawed at the door, leaving deep gouges from its sharp claws, attempting to breach the sanctuary. Alas, the wood was remarkably sturdy, and it could inflict little damage. The creature circled the cabin, searching for a weakness. After a considerable time, it finally abandoned its futile assault on the immovable structure and retreated into the forest. Feng, holding his breath in trepidation, peered through the narrow wooden window towards the darkness of the woods. It was pitch black, obscuring his view. However, the two glowing eyes near the cabin had vanished. Confirming that the monster had moved further away, he set down the flawless stone axe he had been gripping. His legs felt weak, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he still had not discerned what exactly the creature was. Nevertheless, its tenacity was impressive. It had attempted to raid his cabin 2 nights in a row. He certainly dared not venture outside lightly. In the distance, he could still see several points of blue light, unmoving and fixated on the cabin. However, as long as the monster was unable to destroy the cabin, it was best to disregard them. Taking a deep breath, Feng turned back to assess the howling spirit wolf. This rare mount, adorned in silvery fur that shimmered softly in the night, was indeed a magnificent sight. What a splendid wolf! Feng marveled it. In the darkness, it appeared as if a streak of silver lightning was in motion. Reflecting on the earlier events, even when pursued by the monster, it had managed to escape safely. Its speed far surpassed that of the creature. Truly remarkable. Feng gently patted the back of the howling spirit wolf. This was an exceedingly rare mount he had encountered since arriving in this world. The wolf flicked its hot tongue, occasionally emitting soft whines while tenderly nibbling at Feng's burlap garment. It dawned on him that the creature might be a bit hungry and in need of sustenance. Moreover, it lacked a proper dwelling. Feng suddenly recalled the necessity of constructing a livestock pen. Materials needed: wood 020, rope 05. After expanding the cabin, it seemed he was short on materials. However, Feng remembered the recent registration rewards. It appeared he had been gifted a small material package. Perhaps it contained wood. If not, he might have to resort to exchanging raw meat at the trading platform. With this thought, Feng opened the material package. Ding! He received 20 pieces of ordinary wood, 10 pieces of ordinary stone, 1 piece of ordinary copper or 1 coarse bread, 5 portions of premium feed, and 1 liter of cold water. Subsequently, a collection of materials tumbled onto the wooden table. Feng was filled with joy, as he had just enough timber to construct a beast pen. Without hesitation, he grasped his impeccable stone axe and commenced the building process using the gifted wood. Approximately 1 hour later, the task was complete. A quaint livestock enclosure, spanning 5 square meters, capable of housing 5 animals, 1/5 of its capacity. Currently, it accommodated only a rare whispering phantom, leaving 4 vacant spots. Feng led the whispering phantom into the pen and then presented it with a freshly cut piece of silly roe deer meat along with 5 liters of water, placing them before the creature. Indeed, the whispering phantom was quite hungry as it lowered its head and devoured the meat voraciously within the enclosure. At last, its hunger had subsided. Feng gazed at the wolf before him, suppressing a chuckle. In his eyes, this was far from a fearsome beast. It resembled more of a playful husky. Well, all necessary tasks had been attended to, and it was time for him to retire for the night. Embracing the virtue of early rest to prepare thoroughly for the morrow, Feng made his way to his modest wooden bed, lay down, and covered himself with a straw blanket. Chapter 12. The raccoon becomes a pet before bedtime. A few logs had been added to the fireplace. Inside the quaint cabin, the fire crackled cheerfully. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, plunging below zero, the interior remained a cozy haven, comfortably above 10 degrees. The night was undeniably cold and lonely. Living alone in the cabin, surrounded by silence, was an excruciating mental torment for those with poor self-regulation. Nearly half of the humans who came here suffered such anguish, teetering on the brink of madness. They desperately sought solace in the world chat channels, striving to alleviate their overwhelming loneliness. Fortunately, Feng did not feel entirely isolated. His cabin was graced by a nonverbal yet astute wolf and a bumbling, gluttonous raccoon confined within its pen. Inside the enclosure, the raccoon blinked its round, sparkling eyes and tossed aside the clean bones it had gnawed. It peered out from the pen's door towards Feng. Is he asleep? How foolish this human is. With such flimsy ropes, how could they possibly restrain someone as cunning and clever as me? Oof. The raccoon extended its tiny paw and scratched at the door of the enclosure a few times. In the next moment, the ropes slackened and the small door creaked open. The wolf, resting in the stable, immediately became alert upon hearing the unusual sounds within the cabin. It raised its head, fixated on the peculiar raccoon, ready to emit a fierce howl should the creature engage in any dangerous antics, warning its master to remain vigilant. Yet, the raccoon seemed entirely indifferent to the wolf's presence. Foolish mount, what you compare to me? I am a beloved pet, deserving of my master's affection. With a nimble leap, it bounded onto the wooden bed and burrowed into Feng's embrace. Being an adorable and clever raccoon, it believed there was no reason to sleep in a pen when it could nestle in a warm bed. At that moment, Feng was in a state between wakefulness and slumber, slightly confused. He felt something furry in his arms, an exceptionally comforting sensation. The warmth of the soft fur compelled him to pull it closer for warmth. The raccoon snuggled deeper into Feng's embrace, contentedly squinting its charming, round eyes, and gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. Outside the cabin, two ethereal blue lights remained fixed, staring intently at Feng's abode. From the nearby thicket, chilling cries and sounds of struggle echoed intermittently, sending shivers down the spine. However, these disturbances had no bearing on Feng's slumber. As dawn broke, the sky began to lighten, and the sun made its anticipated arrival. Its warmth streamed through the small window, gently illuminating Feng's face. A smile graced his lips, and he felt utterly at ease. He had enjoyed a deep, restful sleep last night. In his dreams, it seemed as though a fluffy little ball of fur had nestled into his arms, providing an extraordinary warmth, akin to embracing a hand warmer throughout the night. Reflecting on this, Feng tightened the straw blanket around himself. Wait a moment, this sensation, this warmth. In the next instant, he realized that he was not merely dreaming. Something tangible truly lay within his embrace. What on earth? Feng instinctively opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the little raccoon nestled in his embrace, soundly asleep. A wave of surprise washed over him. Yet, how curious it was. He distinctly recalled that he had securely placed the little creature in its enclosure before retiring for the night. How could it possibly have escaped? Furrowing his brow, he turned to glance towards the enclosure, only to find it utterly vacant, nothing but emptiness within. The rope that had once secured the gate lay untied. How remarkable! This little rascal had managed to break free. Feng's brow tightened as he gently lifted the still, slumbering raccoon. As it sensed the warmth of his embrace dissipating, the little creature slowly opened its drowsy eyes, squinting at him. It cupped its chubby face with its tiny paws, exuding an expression both innocent and forlorn, gazing up at him as if to say it had no inkling of the events that transpired the previous night. Ding! Due to the raccoon's companionship last night, intimacy level increased by 2. The raccoon holds a favorable impression of you, having relished your care. Would you like to adopt it as a pet? Feng found himself momentarily speechless at the voice resonating in his mind. He had initially thought it to be a rather foolish little creature, only to discover its cleverness and cunning. It had managed to escape from its enclosure. Yet, gazing at this diminutive being before him, he sighed. Oh well. It was akin to the stray cats he had cared for in the past. Perhaps he could consider it a pet. However, he pondered whether it would be possible to sell this creature as a pet. He picked up the action guide, flipping through the trading platform, but after a lengthy search, found no mention of pet trading. It seemed that everyone was in the same predicament. If one struggled to survive, who had the luxury to care for a pet? After all, pets, much like oneself, required sustenance and care. In such times of scarcity, it was impractical to freely allocate one's provisions. Reluctantly, it appeared he had no choice but to keep the raccoon for now. Feng tilted his head, observing the little creature in his hands as it feigned misery. Noticing his movement, the raccoon mirrored him, tilting its head in unison. The two exchanged glances, and Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Well, he might as well keep it and see what this little one could do. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a juvenile pet. Perfect grade raccoon, possessing remarkable evolutionary potential. Female. Juvenile phase lasts 10 days, stabilizes upon maturity. Endearing, lively, and intelligent. The raccoon boasts a high IQ and strong learning capabilities. Able to acquire life skills through its owner's guidance, which may prove beneficial for its development. Learning skills require skill books, 01. The raccoon's combat abilities are relatively weak, with a small stature ill-equipped for resilience. Note, the raccoon may evolve upon reaching mid to late stages. Feng felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the final prompt. Evolution? What could it possibly evolve into? From a raccoon to a larger raccoon? No one knew. He shrugged his shoulders, as was his custom, and retrieved the action guide, perusing the weather for the day. The third day's daytime prompt from the Night World action guide read, Daytime. Today is a sunlit day, yet this warmth is fleeting. The daylight will last for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Temperature, 8 degrees, with a significant drop in recent days. Key reminder, as time progresses, we are on the cusp of a far colder winter. Food has become scarce across this continent, and wild beasts are frantically searching for their prey. Flora has withered, and resources will dwindle. Consequently, this heralds a more arduous trial for human survival. Safeguard your life during the night. Only then will you have the opportunity to contemplate the resources you require during the day. Humankind, in order to endure this winter, strive diligently. Otherwise, before it arrives, you may succumb to hunger and cold. Feng glanced at the day's reminders, lost in thought. Chapter 13. Constructing Functional Architecture for Humanity. The cold indeed poses a formidable challenge. The human body thrives at a relatively high comfort temperature, and the current night's chill is sufficient to induce shivering. With the advent of winter, the situation becomes even more pressing. However, Feng possesses his own solutions to this predicament. His exquisitely crafted animal traps can autonomously capture small creatures. The pelt of the foolish roe deer he captured yesterday is ample material for crafting a warm outer garment. The fur of wild animals serves as a natural insulator against the cold. Feng lifted the straw blanket, preparing to rise. Having added several pieces of wood to the stove last night, a small flame still flickered within. He retrieved some wood and placed it into the stove to stoke the fire, allowing the flames to grow slightly larger. He then set a stone pot atop the stove to heat some water. Taking out the bread gifted to him upon his arrival, Feng enjoyed it with the warm water. He felt a piercing gaze beside him, as if it were a creature intently watching him. Suddenly recalling something, Feng glanced sideways to find a little raccoon lying nearby, its large, watery eyes fixated on the bread in his hand. Unable to withstand such a pleading gaze, Feng quickly retrieved the remaining half of his previous bread and tossed it to the raccoon. The moment the raccoon spotted the food, it scampered overexcitedly and began to nibble on the bread. Feng could not help but smile. Ding! Fed the raccoon, intimacy level 1. Observing the raccoon's sheer delight, Feng gently patted its head. It seemed this little creature was not so ill-natured after all. It recognized who treated it kindly. "Awoo!" protested the disgruntled horse in the stable nearby. How can a master show such favoritism to this unknown creature? What about me? I haven't eaten anything. Patience. There's food for you too, Feng reassured. He took out 2 pieces of roe deer meat, placing one in the stone pot to cook for himself to replenish his energy. The other piece he tossed to the horse in the stable. Currently, the meat reserves in his small cabin were sufficient, and he did not intend to be overly frugal. After tending to his two little companions, Yifeng pulled out his action guide and browsed the world chat channel. Though he rarely participated in discussions, he made it a point to check in daily to gauge the survival progress of the other humans who had arrived in this realm. As dawn broke, the chat channel buzzed with activity. Today marked the second day since the humans had traversed into this dark world. Everyone had accumulated some experience in gathering resources and began fervently sharing their plans for the day. Countless individuals interacted with excitement and enthusiasm. With the adaptation of the past 2 days, the majority of people began to acclimate to this new world. Each person understood that to survive, they must gather a sufficient amount of useful resources. Naturally, their only refuge, their small wooden cabin, also required upgrades to withstand the threats posed by the wild beasts outside. Good morning, everyone. Gentlemen, today is a day brimming with vitality. I am preparing to chop some wood. Alas, last night was utterly terrifying. A creature assaulted my humble cabin, leaving a gaping hole in the door. I must swiftly gather timber to repair it. Sigh, while there are no monsters here, there's also a distinct lack of provisions. I seem to be rather hungry. My friend, allow me to share with you a method for procuring meat. Do not waste your time chasing after rabbits or chickens. Seek out a river instead, where you can catch fish. It is far simpler. Where is there a river, though? Indeed. How is it that I have no river nearby? Observing that everyone else appears quite spirited, Feng closed the action guide. Having eaten, he was ready to commence his endeavors. With axe in hand, he stepped outside. After all, he was not the sole inhabitant of the cabin anymore. He now bore the responsibility of providing for 3. Who could withstand such pressure? He could only muster his strength and press on. Exiting, he secured the cabin door. Yifeng first made his way to the vicinity where he had set the perfect animal trap the previous night, eager to see what the day might yield. To his delight, he was greeted with a splendid sight. In the trap, 4 bewildered little creatures sat in perfect alignment. A bountiful harvest indeed. They huddled together, unable to escape. 1 field mouse, 1 chicken, and 2 squirrels. What a treasure trove, enough meat for several days. He swiftly rendered them unconscious. With the creatures in tow, Yifeng felt a surge of joy as he returned them to the animal pen within the cabin, securing them for future sustenance. Once everything was settled, Yifeng ventured out once more into the wilderness to begin chopping wood. Last night, he had exhausted his entire supply of timber to upgrade the cabin. Yet the newly added features were not yet fully developed. Thus, he needed to gather more wood today to gradually unveil these enhancements by nightfall. The perfect axe began its labor. Yifeng intended to craft functionalities for processing, planting, and smelting today. After all, the resources surrounding his cabin were limited. Nothing could compare to the stability of growing his own vegetables and fruits within. Should there come a day when food was scarce, at least he would have the means to cultivate his own. Furthermore, his perfect stone axe had seen its durability dwindle after 2 days of labor. He did not wish for this tool to become disposable. He required a workshop and smelting room to repair and forge new tools. Yifeng understood that he was among the more advanced individuals in this shadowy world, and he aspired to maintain that edge, ever moving forward. After approximately 2 hours, Yifeng had collected 50 pieces of wood, sufficient for constructing new functional buildings within his cabin. Ding! The construction of the tool room has been completed, encompassing an area of 5 square meters. It can be utilized for crafting various implements of relatively low complexity. With sufficient materials at hand, one may forge items such as bows, arrows, axes, and knives. Ding! The smelting room has been established, also occupying 5 square meters. This modest furnace is capable of refining low-grade ores, provided that the necessary materials are available. Ding! The indoor greenhouse has been constructed, spanning an area of 5 square meters. It allows for the cultivation of up to 20 units of plants, enabling you to grow the food you require within your cozy wooden cabin. However, one must also procure soil and seeds, as well as a reliable water source. Upon realizing this, Yifeng commenced his search for soil and minerals in the vicinity, adhering to the guidelines provided. It is noted that different grades of soil yield varying planting times and results. The higher the soil grade, the shorter the required planting duration. Ordinary soil, standard planting time and speed. Good quality soil provides a growth rate 5 times that of the norm. Perfect soil offers a growth rate 10 times that of the norm. Chapter 14. The Perfect Seed. Feng, drawing upon his previous observations from television, understood that black soil often harbors greater fertility. Thus, he was able to procure ordinary soil with relative ease. However, the quest for superior soil proved to be considerably more challenging. To aid in his endeavor, Feng summoned Yuming, riding it around the vicinity of the cabin in search of suitable earth. After considerable effort, he finally unearthed a few patches of good quality soil. Yet, in the span of just 1 hour, he returned to the cabin, depositing the soil into his indoor greenhouse. However, while he had acquired the soil, he found himself lacking seeds. The action guide indicated that, akin to soil, the higher the grade of the seeds, the greater their nutritional value and growth rate. Wherever fruit may flourish, seeds are sure to follow. Contemplating this, Feng realized that searching for seeds in the jungle would be time-consuming and uncertain. Thus, he rode Yuming and conducted a brief search within a mile radius of the cabin. Yet he uncovered nothing of interest, save for the wild berries he had seen on the first day. Recalling the taste of those berries, Feng grimaced. They were sour and astringent, far from delectable. Reluctantly, he decided that finding seeds would require a stroke of luck. Abandoning his search, Feng retrieved the action guide and navigated to the world trading platform. Given the absence of high-grade seeds in his vicinity, he speculated that others in distant lands might possess what he sought. If he could find the desired seeds, he was prepared to trade his raw meat in exchange. As humanity across the globe busied itself with resource collection, the variety of items available for trade on the platform had expanded. Upon searching for seeds, an array of around 100 listings appeared before Feng's eyes. Ordinary tomato seeds, 10 pieces, rich in vitamins, sweet and tangy exchange for 50 g of raw meat. Ordinary cucumber seeds, 10 pieces. Feng, lacking interest in ordinary seeds, swiftly scrolled down. Good quality watermelon seeds, 10 pieces, abundant, sweet juice, rich in vitamins exchange for 200 g of raw meat. Good quality potato seeds, 10 pieces, high yield, rich in carbohydrates exchange for 200 g of raw meat. Good quality rice seeds, 10 pieces. The selection of seeds was indeed diverse, showcasing a plethora of good quality options that boasted rapid growth at reasonable prices. Naturally, many individuals were also advertising in the platform's communication section. I have high-quality seeds, seeking only raw meat in exchange. Interested parties, please contact me. Good quality pumpkin seeds, high yield, will trade for meat. Bird eggs are acceptable too. Excellent seeds available. Private message if interested. Higher grade seeds also promised greater yields. Most importantly, they were easy to cultivate and exhibited swift growth. Nevertheless, the finest grade of seeds available on the trading platform was still only of good quality, and the prices were quite reasonable. Those who possess superior resources can effortlessly exchange them for a plethora of high-quality seeds. The seed market appears to reflect this trend. With a surplus of sellers and a scarcity of inquiries, Feng found himself perplexed. Why would individuals sell valuable seeds at such low prices? Would it not be more prudent to retain them for cultivation? In the next moment, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Perhaps it was due to their inability to construct indoor greenhouses. Few, like him, have upgraded their modest cabins to the first level. Acquiring 100 units of timber is no trivial feat. Some may labor for over half a month, nearly a full month, to gather such quantities. The resources one can collect in a day are inherently limited. Moreover, during their daily survival, wood is also necessary for warmth and cooking. Thus, the number of individuals who can afford to spare timber is exceedingly small. Were it not for his possession of that exquisite stone axe, Feng doubted he would have been able to expand his cabin at all. Only by utilizing 100 units of wood could the cabin be upgraded to the first level, allowing for the construction of an indoor greenhouse for planting. If one were to spend an entire day doing nothing but chopping wood, they might gather only around 20 units at most. Furthermore, one cannot simply engage in woodcutting all day without attending to other necessities. Therefore, for those wishing to erect such functional structures, it could take them half a month to a month, especially without a personal greenhouse. To them, seeds hold little value. Today marks merely the second day of daylight. Naturally, the number of individuals with greenhouses is miserably low. Thus, these people would rather trade their superior seeds for urgently needed resources. It is far more practical to prioritize sustenance and resource gathering. Only those like Feng, who are ahead of the curve, perceive the utility in seeds. At this moment, Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Gazing at the enticingly low prices before him, he understood that his progress afforded him such advantages. This meant he could procure items that others currently deem unnecessary at a fraction of cost. It is essential to realize that once the majority have constructed their indoor greenhouses, the price of seeds will undoubtedly rise. At that point, such low prices would be a distant memory. He steadied his thoughts and began to take action. From his storage, he retrieved several pieces of venison, slicing them into approximately 200-gram portions. He hung them on a global trading platform, preparing to exchange for seeds. Although 200 grams of meat is not an extravagant amount, it presents a luxury for someone who has subsisted solely on fruits and vegetables for a day. Before long, Feng published his trading information: 200 g of raw meat in exchange for 10 high-quality seeds, variety unspecified. 1 piece of raw meat in exchange for 10 perfect quality seeds. Those with perfect seeds may contact him privately. Prices are negotiable. In truth, Feng was uncertain if anyone possessed perfect seeds. His decision to include this offer was merely a stroke of hope. Wow, big shot, I have some. Although 200 grams of meat may not seem substantial, it is certainly preferable to insect larvae. I would gladly exchange with you. I too possess some. Esteemed one, I have submitted a transaction request. Before long, numerous individuals approached, brandishing their superior quality seeds, eager to trade for Feng's fresh meat. Ding! You have received a friend request from a stranger. Would you like to view it? Suddenly, the trading friend notification in the lower right corner of Feng's screen began to pulse. He accepted it and opened the message. Friend chat 11. Li Man, female, 20 years old. Personal motto: being born is luck, living is courage. Ding dong. Immediately after accepting the friend request, the other party sent a message. Hello, Feng. I have 3 perfect level seeds here, not quite 10, but may I exchange them for a piece of fresh meat? Feng opened the voice message and was greeted by a sweet, melodic voice. 3. Could it be that someone truly possesses perfect level seeds? Chapter 15. On-site capture. Upon hearing the news of 3 perfect grade seeds, Feng's heart raced with excitement. Miss, could you please tell me the variety of these seeds? He replied with a feigned calmness in his voice. Moments later, the other party sent another voice message. I believe they are a perfect grade potato seed, a perfect grade racer mushroom seed, and a perfect grade cantaloupe seed. Li Man's voice was sweet, yet tinged with nervousness. Perhaps she feared that possessing only 3 seeds would hinder her ability to trade for fresh meat. However, upon receiving the voice message, Feng's excitement surged. Oh my goodness! Perfect grade potatoes, perfect grade racer mushrooms, perfect grade cantaloupes. He pondered the implications. These 3 seeds included a starchy staple with high caloric content, a previously esteemed medicinal herb, and a fruit abundant in vitamins and nutrients, all of perfect grade. Feng's hands trembled with exhilaration. He believed that exchanging a piece of raw meat for these 3 perfect grade seeds was an extraordinary bargain. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he responded in a nonchalant tone. While the quantity is rather limited, since we have become friends, it seems fateful to make this exchange. He added a hint of regret to his voice. Wow, that's wonderful. You are truly kind. Thank you. Upon hearing Feng's agreement to the trade, Li Man exclaimed joyfully. Her excitement was palpable. Previously, she had inquired with others about selling meat, only to be met with disdain for her 3 seeds. She never expected to encounter someone willing to trade an entire piece of meat for them today. Li Man was overjoyed. An entire piece of meat was such a luxury. Since arriving in this world, she had not indulged in any meat. As for the seeds, they were relatively easy to obtain due to the environment surrounding her small cabin. The two swiftly finalized their agreement and successfully exchanged the items. After the transaction, Feng carefully stored away the 3 perfect grade seeds he had acquired. Miss, may I ask you a question? Yi Feng could not suppress his curiosity any longer. At that moment, Li Man was lost in the joy of receiving meat. Yes, please go ahead. I am curious. Where did you acquire such high-grade seeds? After all, if you had just one perfect grade seed, it could be understood as a stroke of luck, but possessing three seems beyond mere coincidence. Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's because my small cabin is surrounded by various vegetables and fruits, allowing me to consume an abundance of fresh produce daily. I obtained these 3 seeds while foraging for fruit yesterday. Although I have endless vegetables to eat, I still crave meat. Unfortunately, the wild animals are far too swift for me to catch. I am grateful that you are so kind, willing to trade with me. Li Man explained with a hint of grievance. It became clear that one's fortune depended on luck. Being born in a land abundant with fruits and vegetables was indeed fortunate. However, everyone harbors their own troubles. Though Li Man had an endless supply of vegetables and fruits, she still envied others for the meat that she desired but could not obtain. There were many who couldn't even gather food at all, making her plight seem comparatively trivial. Hello, you are truly remarkable. I have been lurking on the trading platform for many days, and I have found that there are scarcely a few selling meat. Yet here you are, so generous. It must mean you have captured many small animals. If I happen to discover other perfect grade seeds later, could I still trade them for meat with you? Li Man's voice brimmed with envy. Of course. Feel free to contact me anytime you have them. Yi Feng readily agreed. The seed market was currently not thriving, while others had yet to construct their indoor greenhouses. It was wise for him to stockpile some high-grade seeds without hesitation. After concluding his conversation with Li Man, Yi Feng traded 10 portions of raw meat on the platform for 100 good-grade seeds, taking advantage of the affordable prices. He thought it prudent to acquire more, should food become scarce in the future, as they could serve as spare rations. Perhaps, if the seed market surged, he could even resell them for a profit. As he observed the sky, realizing it was getting late, he mounted his steed, yumming, intending to return to his small wooden cabin. The days in the dark world always slipped by in the blink of an eye, with the nights eternally cold and filled with dread. The man and his beast swiftly returned to the door of the cabin. He instructed Yumming to enter first while he turned back to check the perfect grade animal trap position beside the cabin. Upon reaching the trap, Yi Feng found it utterly empty, which left him somewhat disheartened. Why has there been no harvest from the trap today? After pondering for a moment, he thought, could it be that all the wild animals in the vicinity have been caught? Tilting his head, he gazed at the trap. It was indeed possible that he had captured all the nearby wildlife. The environment surrounding the small cabin was rather ordinary, providing only the necessary resources, yet lacking in many others. Over the past 2 days, aside from timber, it seemed that the collectible materials were nearly exhausted. Yi Feng pursed his lips and returned to his cabin, needing to devise a new survival plan. After all, he could not remain in one place indefinitely. Eventually, the trees would be completely felled. Just as Yi Feng stepped into the cabin, he was nearly taken aback. Had it not been for the familiar items still present in the room, he might have thought a thief had broken in. The entire small cabin was in disarray. The door of the animal pen creaked ominously, having been opened at some unknown time. This morning, the field mouse that Yi Feng had placed inside was causing the squirrel to scurry about in a frenzy. It dashed back and forth in the quaint little cabin as if racing. The wild chicken seemed poised to flap its wings, preparing to take flight. In the stable, a soft cooing sound emanated from a creature peering at the plump figure beside the wooden bed. What on earth was happening? Yi Feng quickly surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, he too noticed that figure. It was that round little ball again. At that moment, the raccoon was fixated with its round, glistening eyes on the wild chicken, appearing as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. Are you wreaking havoc in the house? Yi Feng hurriedly approached and lifted the raccoon in one swift motion. The raccoon, which had been primed for battle, was abruptly lifted and instantly lost its bravado, letting out a sound of grievance. Its round eyes gazed up at Yi Feng. Oh, it was merely bored at home, with its owner absent, leaving it without companionship. It only wished to play with them. Who would have known they would run amok? Having nothing to do with it at all? Why did the owner have to be so stern upon returning? Oh, am I scolding you, and you feel wronged? Chapter 16. The raccoon becomes the butcher. Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the expression of the little raccoon. This mischievous creature was brimming with schemes throughout the day, and a moment's inattention could lead to chaos. Don't you fancy butchering chickens? Come, here's your chance to perform. With that, Feng seized a wild chicken that had nowhere to escape and presented it alongside his perfectly crafted stone axe before the little raccoon. As my pet, you cannot merely indulge in leisure. Today, you shall complete the task of slaughtering and skinning this chicken. Otherwise, dinner will be off the table. At that moment, the little raccoon clutched the axe in one paw while grasping the wild chicken in the other. Feng was uncertain about the capabilities of pets in this world. If it couldn't team manage these simple tasks, then raising this little raccoon would be akin to caring for a mere kitten. Perhaps he might as well stew it for soup. The raccoon looked at Feng with a pitiful expression on the verge of tears. Woe is me. My master is so heartless, insisting that I kill a chicken. Wasn't I a good little warm hand last night? Now I must tackle such laborious tasks. But I simply do not know how. The tiny paws waved the stone axe about, utterly clueless as to where to begin. However, the raccoon was quite intelligent. As Feng guided it, it began to experiment and, before long, mastered plucking feathers and cutting meat. Thus, the scene unfolded. One person sat on a bench, looking down from a height, while the beast toiled diligently below. It was a rather peculiar sight. After approximately an hour, the little raccoon successfully slaughtered and butchered several animals it had caught that morning. The discarded pelts were cast aside to dry by the hearth, while several pieces of fresh meat lay before Feng. The raccoon dared not touch the meat, simply gazing innocently at its master with wide eyes. Oh dear, having done all this, my master won't still be angry with me, will he? Feng remained silent. Picking up the pieces of raw meat the raccoon had prepared, he placed 2 pieces in a stone pot to roast and tossed a chicken leg to the horse in the stable. The remainder he set aside for himself. It appeared that the little raccoon was quite capable and could indeed contribute, thus easing Feng's burdens. After all, he had already labored all day and yearned for some respite upon returning to the little wooden cabin. After a while, the meat in the stone pot was ready. Feng tossed a small piece to the obedient little raccoon seated beside him. You did well just now. This is your reward. He then savored the remaining piece himself while affectionately ruffling the raccoon's head. Wow, my master praised me. How wonderful. He is not angry anymore. The little raccoon's expression transformed instantly into one of joy as it eagerly devoured the cooked meat Feng had offered. How delightful. Perhaps being a pet to this person wasn't he so bad after all. At the very least, it wouldn't he go hungry each day. As Feng and the 2 beasts in the little wooden cabin finished their dinner, night enveloped the surroundings. Feng reminisced about the 3 flawless seeds he had exchanged with Li Man during the day. He entered the indoor greenhouse, carefully placing the 3 perfect seeds in a high-quality soil, known for enhancing growth rates by 5-fold. The perfect seeds themselves could amplify growth by 10-fold. Thus, the overall growth cycle of the plants would be accelerated by an impressive 15 times. The perfect potatoes had a growth period of 6 days, serving as an ideal staple that provided ample energy and could be paired with various ingredients. The perfect Ganoderma had an 11-day growth cycle and was recognized for its high-quality medicinal properties, boasting a wide range of applications and potent healing abilities. The perfect melon matured in just 5 days, offering a sweet and refreshing fruit that replenished vitamins and sweetened life. After positioning the 3 seeds, Feng filled the remaining 17 slots with high-quality seeds, calculating that their growth period would roughly double. However, he pondered whether such cultivation would ultimately lead to an abundance of food in this shadowy world, raising the possibility of saturation. A frown creased his brow. The likelihood seemed slim. After all, this realm was fraught with unknown risks, and food was perpetually the primary resource contested between humans and beasts. In an environment where scarcity prevailed, how could food ever become superabundant? If humanity could only cultivate within their modest wooden cabins, their yield would always be limited. Perhaps it was barely sufficient for survival, yet saturation would remain an elusive dream. Consequently, it was evident that humans, in addition to cultivation, would need to venture into the outside world for sustenance. The cultivation cycle inherently restricted their ability to procure ingredients effortlessly on a daily basis. Moreover, acquiring meat resources could solely be achieved through external hunting. Cultivation alone could not fulfill all nutritional needs. Feng surveyed the greenhouse, noting that everything appeared normal. He approached the wooden table and seated himself, opening the guide to the night world to the section for the third night. The weather advisory read, "Night has fully descended. Will humanity remain obediently inside their wooden cabins?" This night promises to be long, extending for over 10 hours, with temperatures plummeting to -13 degrees. Should you add a couple of logs to your fireplace? The critical reminder indicated that temperatures were dropping day by day. The creatures outside, unable to find food, had become nearly frantic with hunger. It appeared that they would pounce upon any sight of prey, ready to tear and plunder. As a frail human, it was time for you to contemplate how to confront them. Do not become a delectable dinner. Feng felt a heavy weight as he absorbed the evening's warning. The guide seemed to suggest that significant events might unfold in the coming days. Yet tonight appeared relatively tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. Dismissing the reminder, he turned to the world trading platform, intending to list a portion of the raw meat he had procured from a raccoon that night for sale. In addition to the established indoor greenhouse, there were also a smelting room and a tool shed available for use. He sought to exchange some ores to forge more efficient tools, as the durability of his perfect-grade stone axe was nearing its end. Should he succeed in crafting copper implements, they would serve as a suitable substitute. Surrounding Feng's quaint wooden cottage lay no exploitable mineral resources. Thus, he was compelled to search the trading platform. Indeed, a plethora of mineral resources unfolded before his eyes. Feng began to scroll slowly, in search of reasonable prices. 10 units of ordinary-grade iron ore could be exchanged for unlimited living resources, preferably food, especially meat. For those interested could reach out privately. 10 units of good-grade iron ore could be traded for meat resources. Seeking only meat, those in need could contact him privately. 10 units of good-grade copper ore could be swapped for unlimited living resources. Bring forth what you deem equivalent for a private discussion. 10 units of perfect-grade copper ore could be exchanged for raw meat. Just meat, and please include your price when reaching out privately. After scrolling for quite some time, he discovered a considerable number of sellers. However, despite the abundance of information, inquiries were few and far between. It was reminiscent of a seed market. Without the establishment of indoor greenhouses, other functional constructions remained unbuilt. Thus, if one's wooden cottage had not been upgraded, these resources were essentially of little use. Chapter 17. Exchanging copper or upgrading the small wooden house now requires a staggering 100 units of timber, not to mention the new structures that will be developed later, which will necessitate an array of other resources. Thus, those who possess mineral resources find themselves in a predicament. They cannot gather ores and simultaneously have the luxury of time to fell trees. Merely having these resources at hand is of little use. Today marks the third day of difficult survival. Who would bother constructing a seemingly useless smelting room? Consequently, the ore market is equally depressed, perhaps even less valuable than stone. Feng's lips curled into a smile. It appears his decision to upgrade the small wooden house was indeed wise. For him, the time has come to procure some resources that others deem unnecessary, and the prices are remarkably low. He began to deliberate thoughtfully over his choices. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure, his eyes sparkled with realization. 10 units of perfect-grade copper ore could be exchanged for raw meat. He quickly clicked on the seller's information and requested a private chat. "Are you there? May I add you as a friend? I wish to inquire about the price of your copper ore." Without hesitation, he got straight to the point. "Big shot. Are you looking to exchange ore?" Almost instantly, the friend request was accepted. Ding. Friendship successfully established. Feng glanced at the other party's profile. Zhang Tao, male, 24 years old. Signature, minor boy. Friends list, 22. Shortly thereafter, Feng received a private message for Zhang Tao. "Big shot. Would you be willing to exchange 10 units of perfect-grade copper ore for one piece of raw meat?" Feng did not respond immediately, his mind racing with calculations. "Rest assured, perfect-grade copper ore is scarce. You will undoubtedly profit." Zhang Tao, noticing Yi Feng's silence, eagerly added, his excitement palpable. He had listed the 10 units of perfect-grade copper on the trading platform earlier that day, waiting for inquiries. Finally, someone had come to ask. Naturally, he was elated. "Where did you mine this?" Yi Feng inquired, avoiding Zhang Tao's initial question. My small wooden house is perched on the edge of cliff, surrounded by many foam mountains and mines, which is why there are abundant mineral resources here," Zhang Tao explained. Although he resided at the cliff's edge, numerous abandoned mines allowed for ample extraction of rich mineral resources. Zhang Tao believed that ores would prove invaluable in the future, so despite the scarcity of other resources nearby, he had no intention of relocating his small wooden house. Each day, upon awakening, he ventured out to the mines to extract ore. However, ore alone does not sustain one. Moreover, mineral resources are not in high demand on the global trading platform, rendering few inquiries. Zhang Tao felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, beneath the cliff lay a lush jungle and a tranquil lake, so he occasionally ventured there to gather wild fruits. Of course, he dared not wade into the river to fish. After all, in this darkened world, who could say what terrifying creatures lurked beneath the waters? Since Zhang Tao traversed into this world, he has relied daily on wild fruits for sustenance. Not only has he never seen meat, but he has also not encountered any living creatures. Thus, he began to ponder the possibility that if Yi Feng deemed the price too high, he would be amenable to exchanging half a piece of raw meat for some resources. "So, does your copper ore possess any special properties?" Yi Feng inquired once more. Esteemed one, I am uncertain about that," Zhang Tao replied. "When I unearthed it, there was no indication of any special traits. I suppose it might require smelting before we can discern if it has any unique characteristics. Have you already constructed a smelting chamber?" Zhang Tao's voice quivered with excitement. He had thoroughly studied the construction categories outlined in the action guide and yearned to possess a smelting room of his own. However, for someone who mines daily, collecting over 100 pieces of wood seemed an insurmountable task. The esteemed individual conversing with him had not only built a smelting chamber, but also had raw meat to trade for copper resources. How astonishing! The speed of this development felt almost surreal. It was likely that few who entered this dark world could match his progress. "Indeed, I wish to exchange some ores to craft a few items," Yi Feng admitted. He did not believe anyone would inexplicably trade raw meat for ores they had no use for. These matters were not shrouded in secrecy. "Wow, esteemed one, I admire you greatly. You are truly impressive. I wish to follow in your footsteps," Zhang Tao exclaimed, filled with admiration. "However, our humble cabins must be quite distant. No matter, I must express my admiration for you. If you ever require ores, I shall offer you a discount." Hearing the tremor in Zhang Tao's voice, Yi Feng could not help but chuckle. The child's excitement was palpable. It was evident that Yi Feng had already established his own smelting chamber and would continuously produce the tools he needed. Thus, he would undoubtedly seek to purchase mineral resources regularly. Zhang Tao could potentially become his long-term buyer, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. "All right, since you said that, remember to offer me a discount in future exchanges," Yi Feng replied calmly. So does that mean you agree to this transaction?" Zhang Tao exclaimed excitedly. "Yes. You simply need to confirm," Yi Feng stated, refraining from haggling. After all, for 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper or 1 piece of raw meat was worth it. Moreover, the future was unpredictable. If more individuals acquired smelting chambers, such favorable prices might become scarce. Regardless, this exchange was undoubtedly a gain for him. Upon hearing Yi Feng's agreement, Zhang Tao joyfully clicked the confirmation button. Ding! Congratulations! The transaction was successful. In the next moment, 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore appeared on Yi Feng's wooden table. The surface of the perfect-grade copper ore gleamed brightly, making it the optimal choice for crafting exquisite tools. Yi Feng promptly picked up a piece of copper ore. After a prolonged examination, no distinct characteristics emerged. It seems that only after the smelting process will the results be revealed. Grasping the 10 flawless copper ores, Yi Feng proceeded towards the smelting chamber. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he halted, turning to cast a glance toward the wooden bed. There, he beheld the little raccoon, who had just indulged in a hearty meal, blissfully reclining on its bed. It stretched languidly, patting its round belly, radiating contentment. A faint smile graced Yi Feng's lips as he addressed the raccoon. "Have you had your fill?" The little raccoon, having just savored a delectable morsel of meat, was in high spirits. Upon hearing its master's call, it promptly sat up, obediently leaping down from the wooden bed to stand by Yi Feng's feet. "Oh, how delightful! I get to enjoy delicious food again tonight. My master is simply the best." It felt an overwhelming affection for him, nearly bursting with joy. In this quaint little cabin, free from the perils of the elements, and with a warm bed to rest upon, it could not have asked for more satisfaction. Chapter 18. Perfect grade bronze having satisfied their hunger, it was time to resume work. Li Feng observed the jubilant raccoon and, rather unexpectedly, remarked, "Digest it." With that, he pushed the 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore into the raccoon's embrace. "Come with me to the smelting chamber to refine the copper ore. From now on, the duties of the smelting room shall be yours." The day was still young, and having just eaten, there was ample energy to spare. Today, he was particularly eager to discover what tasks this little beast companion could undertake. "What? Surely I must have misheard." The raccoon, clutching the 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore, stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Li Feng with astonishment. What was happening? In an instant, the joy it had just felt vanished. Hadn't it just hunted a few small creatures? How could it now be tasked with the role of a furnace mistress? How could a delicate little raccoon possibly manage the responsibilities of the smelting chamber? Woe is me! How could its master be so heartless? Whoa! The raccoon pouted, beginning to act coy. "I do not want to. I do not wish to smelt copper ore. I simply wish to keep the bed warm for my master at night." Such tasks were beyond its desires. "Little raccoon, do you realize the pressure your master is currently under? Once, I was able to feed myself and ensure my family did not starve. Now, I am responsible for nurturing both myself and 2 beasts. During the day, Yuming assists me in gathering resources outside. But you, it seems, are content to play at home. After finishing my work, I too wish for a moment of rest. If you could take the initiative to learn some skills to alleviate my burden, I might grow fonder of you, little raccoon. Don't you agree?" As Li Feng concluded, a charming smile curved upon his lips, and he gently placed his hand upon the raccoon's head, momentarily captivating it in a daze. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, the raccoon's expression was one of confusion as he pushed another piece of copper ore, nearly slipping from the raccoon's grasp, back into its embrace. With a few subdued sobs, the raccoon clutched the perfect grade copper ore tightly. "Woe is me! For the sake of easing my master's burden and ensuring there are still delightful treats each day, I must strive to work hard." Thus, the pair entered the smelting chamber. Before long, under Li Feng's careful tutelage, the raccoon retrieved some firewood and tossed it into the smelting furnace. As the temperature within the furnace reached an appropriate height, it added the 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore, intensifying the flames. They awaited the moment when the copper ore would melt, purging impurities and refining it. Once the copper had fully liquefied, it was poured into molds and subsequently placed into a large bucket for cooling. A hissing sound emerged as steam billowed from the bucket, signaling the solidification of the copper blocks. After several hours had passed, the little raccoon gradually mastered the art of smelting ores. Observing the scene, Yi Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully refining 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore, resulting in 1 piece of perfect grade bronze." The little raccoon wiped the sweat from its brow and turned its head, joyfully blinking its round, sparkling eyes. It was bursting with excitement. It had finally smelted bronze. How impressive it was! Surely, its master would praise it for such a remarkable achievement. The little raccoon hurriedly cradled the newly refined perfect grade bronze and presented it to Yi Feng, eagerly awaiting admiration. "Good job. You did well. See, smelting copper or isn't difficult, is it? From now on, these tasks will be entrusted to you. Work diligently, and I shall reward you with delicious treats." Yi Feng accepted the perfect grade bronze and affectionately ruffled the little raccoon's head. It seemed that this small pet was not entirely useless. It could be of assistance and was quite obedient, saving him considerable effort. It appeared that raising this naive creature was not in vain. Upon receiving praise from Yi Feng, The little raccoon was overjoyed, dancing with delight. Yi Feng chuckled softly, his attention shifting back to the piece of bronze in his hand. This perfect-grade bronze was crafted from 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore, its exterior remarkably hard and an excellent material for crafting sharp tools. Yi Feng had not anticipated being able to smelt a piece of perfect-grade bronze. He was now exhilarated, aware that bronze ore was distinct from copper ore. The latter was relatively soft and easily deformed, while the former was exceptionally hard and sharp. This realization sparked some questions in Yi Feng's mind. To test his hypothesis, he reopened the action guide in exchange for dozens of good-grade copper ores and a substantial amount of ordinary-grade copper ores from the World Trading Platform. He wished to ascertain whether only perfect-grade or higher copper ores could yield bronze. Once he had the materials, Yi Feng instructed the little raccoon to operate the smelting process step by step. After several more hours, the little raccoon successfully refined both the good-grade and ordinary-grade copper ores. Upon seeing the results, Yi Feng found clarity. The lower-grade copper ores yielded ordinary-grade and good-grade copper blocks, not bronze. Such copper was unsuitable for crafting sharp tools, only allowing for the creation of commonplace household items, such as copper pots. It was evident that only perfect-grade or higher copper blocks could be smelted into the extraordinarily hard bronze. Yi Feng was enlightened, yet a hypothesis lingered in his mind. If he were to acquire copper ores of perfect grade or higher, such as rare or epic grade, would he be able to forge even more formidable materials? However, such a grade of ore is unprecedented, not only for him, but even on the entire global trading platform. For now, it remains a mystery. Yi Feng held the flawless bronze ore, preparing to forge a perfect bronze axe. He proceeded to the tool room and began his work. The stone hammer was set in motion, and after a brief period, it came to a halt. Ding! He successfully crafted a perfect bronze axe, sharpness 9, durability 60/60. Congratulations, human. This is currently the first and only perfect bronze axe in the world of the night. It emanates a cerulean glow, extraordinarily sharp. The perfect bronze axe can be repaired, and you can now utilize it for various purposes. Yi Feng gazed at the description of the axe, secretly exhilarated. Initially, he merely intended to forge an axe to replace his nearly worn-out perfect stone axe. Little did he anticipate that this bronze axe would prove to be so formidable, offering numerous avenues for use. If wielded as a weapon, it would undoubtedly excel. Chapter 19. It has arrived. Yi Feng held the exquisite bronze axe in his hands, examining it with an affectionate gaze. It is important to note that such a high rating far surpasses that of his previous perfect stone axe. The weight fell just right in his grip. Most significantly, this axe could be repaired. Unlike his disposable stone axe, the ability to mend this tool signified that he could utilize it until he discovered an even superior weapon. Yi Feng swung the flawless bronze axe, relishing the delightful sensation. He felt confident that he could effortlessly chop 200 pieces of wood in a day. Eager to test the axe's might, he realized that venturing outside in the darkness would be impractical. As he surveyed the cozy cabin, his gaze landed on several animal pelts by the hearth. Checking the time, he noted that it was not too late and decided to craft the leather garments he had previously mentioned. Without delay, Yi Feng approached the wooden table with the bronze axe, laying the dried animal hides before him. He gauged the materials, and with a decisive chop, the sound of the blade slicing through the hide echoed in the room. The dried skin was effortlessly cleaved, allowing him to separate it into several sections before commencing his creation. Approximately half an hour later, a notification chimed. He had successfully fashioned a roe deer leather jacket, capable of withstanding temperatures below -15 degrees Celsius while keeping the body warm. Another chime. He had crafted a pair of field mouse earmuffs to keep the ears cozy. Yet another chime. He had produced a pair of squirrel skin boots, resilient against temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius. In the realm of night, the temperature plunged. For an ordinary person outside, aside from the threat of wild beasts and the scarcity of food, enduring a night in such conditions would be exceedingly perilous. The frigid temperatures could easily spell disaster. Now, equipped with fur clothing and additional gear, Yi Feng would no longer have to endure the biting cold. The garments crafted from animal hides provided ample warmth. Among all the humans who had traversed into this world, he was likely the first to don such attire. He looked forward to enhancing his equipment with the spoils of future hunts. The oil lamp on the wooden table cast a dim light as Feng diligently worked on his outfit. In the corner of the table, a foolish little raccoon quietly observed him, intrigued by his every move. Was the master crafting something for him? The raccoon gazed at the young man with an enamored expression. Meanwhile, the gentle murmurs of the nearby creature, Ming, echoed softly in the stable, having settled beside Feng after dinner, emanating a soothing purr. Everything unfolded in a serene manner. This tranquil and harmonious night seemed to dispel the fears typically associated with the dark, at least within the confines of the cabin. All was well. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a chilling and piercing sound erupted from outside the small wooden cabin, sending shivers down Feng's spine. He furrowed his brows and swiftly turned his head, sensing the presence of some monstrous entity lurking at the cabin's entrance. The creature was viciously clawing at the exterior walls, producing a sound reminiscent of mischievous classmates scraping their sharp nails across a blackboard during school days. The little raccoon, which had been quietly admiring Feng's focused demeanor from the corner of the table, was startled by the noise. It immediately sprang to its feet, alertly peering outside the cabin. Its once round and innocent eyes now gleamed with sharpness, its ears twitching as it attempted to discern the source of the disturbance. Ever since it had become Feng's companion, this cabin had been its sanctuary, and anything that threatened or intruded upon it was deemed an enemy. In the stable, the previously relaxed creature, known as Ming, was also roused by the commotion. It bared its teeth, exuding hostility towards the source of the disturbance. What could be wreaking havoc outside? Feng felt a surge of anxiety. He set aside his sewing and grasped his flawless bronze axe, moving cautiously towards the wooden window. With great care, he opened it a crack, striving to glimpse the source of the turmoil that had invaded his peaceful abode. A biting cold wind swept through the cabin, causing Feng to shiver. Along with the frigid gust, an unfamiliar dread infiltrated the space. Peering through the narrow opening, he found it impossible to discern anything beyond the veil of night. The darkness was impenetrable, yet the intermittent glimmers of red light in the distance captured Feng's attention. It appeared to be the eyes of a beast. Instinctively, he shut the window tightly, uncertain if he had made eye contact with the creature. Fearful of reopening the window for confirmation, he also hesitated to boldly open the door and investigate. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed outside, followed by the sounds of clawing at the door. Indeed, the beast with its blazing red eyes had locked gazes with him. The creature seemed to have gone mad, launching relentless assaults against the cabin's walls. It showed no signs of ceasing its attacks, intent on demolishing Feng's refuge that very night. Each resounding thud sent waves of terror coursing through him. Taking a deep breath, Feng endeavored to maintain his composure and contemplate a solution. Glancing at the bronze axe in his grasp, a dangerous thought flickered in his mind. Since this exquisite weapon could serve as a formidable tool, why not venture outside and confront the beast? After all, hiding within the cabin was not a viable option. Sooner or later, the monstrous entity outside will ravage the cabin's exterior. When that time comes, escape from death will prove elusive. However, Feng is not a reckless individual. He ponders every conceivable factor. The sounds emanating from within the cabin indicate that the beast outside possesses tremendous strength, coupled with razor-sharp claws. A creature capable of demolishing even a modest cabin must be extraordinarily ferocious. Were he to confront it head-on, even if he emerged victorious, he would likely sustain severe injuries. In such a harsh and frigid environment, could he survive? If incapacitated by wounds and unable to gather essential supplies during the day, what then would become of him in the following days? After all, his stockpile is insufficient to sustain him in a state of illness. It appears that hasty actions are ill-advised. Taking a deep breath once more, Feng grips his flawless bronze axe tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The imperative now is to remain composed and employ cunning. Alone, he cannot afford the luxury of recklessness. The risk of mutual destruction is trivial, yet the loss of his life would be catastrophic. Chapter 20. composure ready to fight. At this moment, Yi Feng's heart raced with a rapid tempo. His mind whirred tirelessly, contemplating the most optimal solution to the pressing dilemma outside. Suddenly, a crucial reminder from the action guide flashed in his thoughts. The temperature was dropping day by day. The creatures outside, unable to find sustenance, were driven to the brink of madness. It seemed that upon spotting prey, they would charge forth to tear and plunder. As a fragile human, one must strategize to confront them. Do not be devoured as a delectable dinner. Indeed, the feral beasts outside were likely succumbing to their hunger, hence their frenzied assault on the cabin. Realizing the cause of the attack, Yi Feng calculated his next move while straining to listen to the commotion outside. The monsters continued to batter and claw at the cabin's exterior, showing no signs of relinquishing their assault. In such dire circumstances, it was impossible to allow the beasts to persist in their attacks without intervention. Moreover, the cacophony was far too loud to ignore, let alone attempt to sleep through it. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Yi Feng retrieved the action guide, intending to see what others were doing at this moment. Opening the global chat channel, it was as if a tempest had erupted. Countless individuals from different realms flooded the screen with frantic messages. It appeared that everyone was enduring the torment of the terrifying creatures of this nocturnal world. Help! I don't know if you all are facing the same. Something keeps clawing at my door. It feels like the cabin won't hold out much longer. Damn it, brother, I'm in the same boat. What should we do? The door is about to be breached. Wah! I'm so scared. That thing outside keeps screeching, clawing, and biting. What do I do? Stop wailing like banshees. The more you express fear, the more excited the monsters become. Which twisted breed are you upstairs? Everyone, remain calm. Check if you have any weapons at hand. If the monster breaks in, we must fight back. It seemed that Yi Feng was not alone in facing the monstrous onslaught. Humanity across the globe was currently enduring a calamity. In such a situation, few could maintain their composure. The global chat channel was inundated with expressions of fear. Suddenly, he noticed 2 messages in his friend list flashing. He pressed his lips together and clicked to view them. It was a voice message from Zhang Tao. Boss, is everything all right on your end? It's terrifying here. I nearly lost it. It feels like several monsters are battering my door. Do you have any strategies to deal with them? Ding! Just as he finished listening to Zhang Tao's message, another notification chimed in. Yi Feng opened it to find a message from Li Man. Upon opening, he was greeted by her voice, tinged with tears. Wah, brother Yi Feng. What should I do? There's something outside clawing at my wall. This noise is driving me insane. Brother, could you come and help me? The plaintive cry of Li Man did not evoke any sympathy in Yi Feng. He chose to remain silent, disconnecting from both the global chat channel and his friends' conversations. He found himself in a precarious situation, akin to a clay figurine crossing a river, unable to lend aid to others. Everyone's mental state was on the brink of collapse, leaving them to fend for themselves. Yi Feng's expression was grave. Up until now, he had occasionally heard whispers in the chat channel about monsters that would harass them. However, never had he experienced such a large-scale assault as the one that transpired tonight. Moreover, he had not heard of anyone successfully vanquishing the terrifying creatures of the Dark Realm. Back on Earth, they had led orderly lives. How could they possibly encounter such dire circumstances? Just 3 days prior, they were ordinary individuals playing diverse roles across various fields. Yi Feng was merely a recent college graduate, newly stepping into society. While he had played numerous online games involving monster slaying, he had never faced a real-life confrontation. Now, they were expected to wield weapons against unknown monstrosities lurking outside. The challenge was nearly insurmountable. Furthermore, the guidelines for the Dark World constantly reminded them of the terrifying nature of its creatures. Who could dare to charge forward against such foes? Certainly, within their ranks, there were individuals with military backgrounds. Yet, these warriors had previously been armed with advanced weaponry. To now hand them a dilapidated wooden stick and expect them to combat a formidable boss was tantamount to inviting death. After all, this dark game was not akin to the video games they had previously played. Here, death was final and life was singular. There was no room for recklessness. Additionally, as darkness enveloped the land, the beasts outside held the upper hand, rendering any hasty actions perilous. Not even Yi Feng, who possessed the first perfect-grade bronze axe in this world, dared to engage in battle with the creatures. His sole desire was to protect his humble cabin. Yet, strangely, for the past 2 days, the monsters outside had retreated after a few attempts, leaving him in peace. Tonight, however, it seemed they were intent on a deadly confrontation, relentlessly seeking to demolish his sanctuary. At this moment, Feng could not afford to let down his guard, closely monitoring the movements of the creature outside. As he strained to listen for any sounds, suddenly, crack! A large hole was gouged into the wall of the cabin. A dark claw reached in, its thick, menacing talons glinting like curved blades before Feng's eyes. Terrified, he stumbled back 2 paces. What was this creature? It nearly caught him. His heart raced, and he gulped nervously. As the monstrous claw reached inside, it flailed wildly, seemingly intent on seizing the inhabitants of the quaint cabin. Fortunately, Feng reacted with remarkable swiftness. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the creature's grasp. After a futile struggle, the beast redirected its claw toward the wall, which had already been breached, and commenced further destruction, striving to enlarge the gaping hole. The little raccoon, startled by the sight of the enormous claw intruding into the cozy abode, quickly sought refuge behind Feng, its eyes wide with terror. Oh heavens! This is a beast of the jungle. Help! What if it burst through the wall? Master, what shall we do? Meanwhile, the ominous howl from behind echoed through the scene. It seemed to emit a warning, urging the creature outside to cease its actions. It recognized that this was the very monster that had pursued it the previous night. Feng tightened his grip on the exquisite bronze axe in his hand. The light glinting off the claw offered no clues as to the true nature of this beast. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, I shall confront you with all my might. Chapter 21. Triumph. Feng tightened his grip on the axe. With a surge of determination, he charged forward. You think I'm a docile cat just because I don't show my claws? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Sweat trickled down Feng's forehead. Yet it did nothing to diminish his fierce resolve. Taking a deep breath, he raised the flawless bronze axe above his head. In the next moment, he swung it directly at the dark, ominous claw. I'll vanquish you, monster! Feng exerted tremendous force. The impeccably sharp bronze axe met the claw with an unexpected ease, producing a sound akin to flesh being cleaved. With a swift motion, the axe penetrated deeply, and blood splattered across the walls of the small cabin. A massive black claw fell to the ground. How? Outside the cabin, the creature, feeling the loss of its claw, recoiled in agony, thrashing about in a frenzy, its cries echoing in the air. It seemed to be in considerable pain, yet Feng found it perplexing that the creature did not flee despite its grievous injury. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Gripping the bronze axe tightly, Feng cautiously approached the small window, pulling it open just enough to peer outside. 2 glowing red eyes were visible, frantically howling in the darkness, seemingly ensnared by something. Not far off, another spine-chilling sound arose, as if drawn by the commotion. Racing toward the cabin, Feng felt a stir of panic, but was resolute in his desire to uncover the truth of the situation outside. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled that he could craft a torch to illuminate the area. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly retrieved the materials he had previously gathered. Torch creation, wood 1-1, rope 1-1, animal fat 1-1. The torch required only simple materials, all of which Feng possessed. Thus, within 5 minutes, he had successfully fashioned it. Lighting it, he hurled the torch out of the window. With a whoosh, as the torch landed outside the cabin, its fierce flames illuminated a 10-meter radius. Gaining clarity of vision, Feng focused intently on the scene beyond. There, outside the cabin, stood a fully black-coated tiger, its fur gleaming and its visage menacing, a black tiger. At that moment, the ferocious creature was ensnared in Feng's expertly crafted trap. One of its claws severed and blood seeping from a wound. It writhed in agony, trapped and in pain. The tiger was far larger and more formidable than any he had seen at the zoo. Now, it bared its teeth, attempting to destroy the trap with its remaining paw. Feng squinted, his mind racing as the answers began to crystallize. It appears that the formidable black tiger was caught entirely off guard and had one of its claws severed. in a state of panic. It attempted to flee the small wooden cabin, but lost its sense of direction in the chaos. Inadvertently, it crashed into the trap set by Feng outside, becoming ensnared within it. My goodness, a black tiger? The tigers Feng had previously encountered were adorned with yellow stripes. He had heard tales of a mutated black tiger, yet he never anticipated encountering one in reality. Not only was this a revelation, but it was also quite terrifying. Despite having one claw amputated, the black tiger's ferocity remained undiminished as it writhed violently within the confines of the trap. The once pristine and perfect trap, having seen several uses, had already begun to lose its durability. It was hardly equipped to contain such a colossal beast. Traps were typically designed to ensnare small, defenseless creatures, and against such a savage predator, they were utterly inadequate. Moreover, this black tiger could gnaw a significant hole in the external walls of the cabin. A trap that had already lost its strength was utterly incapable of restraining it. After enduring several ferocious attempts to escape, the trap began to warp under the tiger's relentless assault. Perhaps in the next moment, this fierce creature would completely destroy the cage and flee. Feng, witnessing this scene unfold before him, quickly pondered a solution. He had no intention of allowing this troublesome beast to evade him. After such a prolonged struggle that night, merely severing a claw felt far too lenient. Now that the black tiger was temporarily trapped, it presented a fortuitous opportunity, a prime chance to eliminate this wild menace. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Feng surveyed the perfect-grade bronze axe in his hand, realizing he had but one chance. He fully opened the small wooden window and assessed the tiger's position not far away. With precise aim, he hurled the perfect-grade bronze axe with all his might toward the trap. If it struck true, the beast would find it impossible to escape its fate. Thud! The perfect-grade bronze axe landed squarely within the confines of the trap. Had the tiger not been ensnared, it would have been impossible to hit such an agile creature. However, now that the black tiger was confined, it became a living target, unable to evade even the most nimble of strikes. Just as the trap threatened to give way, the perfect-grade bronze axe struck the tiger at the nape of its neck. In the next instant, the blade sliced through the beast's fur, reaching flesh and bone. Splatter! Blood gushed forth. This strike was sufficient to be fatal to the black tiger. The injured tiger let out a pained roar as the axe severed its tendons and bones. If only Feng could draw closer to wield the axe once more. Alas, it seems that even the head of this tiger could be severed. After a few whimpers from the black tiger in its cage, it collapsed with a thud upon the ground. The previously undulating body ceased its movements, falling silent. Blood soaked into the grass beneath. Upon witnessing the black tiger's lifeless form, Feng finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he wielded a bronze axe. Had it been the previously possessed flawless stone axe, it likely would not have inflicted any harm upon the beast at all. Just as Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, he noticed two spectral lights rushing toward the wooden cabin from a distance. Howl! The torch illuminated the approaching figures, revealing a smaller black tiger, slightly diminished in stature. The little black tiger dashed towards the side of its fallen counterpart, surrounded by a pool of blood. It emitted a mournful wail, seemingly attempting to rouse the larger black tiger lying on the ground. Unfortunately, the larger tiger bore a bronze axe lodged in its neck, long devoid of any signs of life. Howl! The little black tiger appeared to be in deep sorrow. Enraged, it turned its gaze toward the illuminated wooden cabin and charged forth with all its might. Chapter 22. The Beast Warrior of the Dark Night World. Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and swiftly closed the wooden window that had been ajar. He then collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, the battle with the great black tiger had left him nearly drenched. Outside, the little black tiger clawed and gnawed at the wooden walls, roaring in fury. However, its strength paled in comparison to that of the great black tiger. It was merely a pitiful display of impotent rage. After all, the great black tiger had already fallen to Feng's blade, rendering the lesser beast irrelevant. The little black tiger struggled futilely for 20 minutes, but ultimately, it could do nothing to penetrate the small cabin. With a begrudging retreat, it departed, its pride bruised. and vanished back into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. As night enveloped the surroundings, tranquility returned. Outside, only the torch continued to blaze fiercely, illuminating a small patch of the night. Ding! Congratulations, human! You have successfully slain an adult male black tiger. Humanity did not expect you to achieve this. This marks the first beast of the Dark Night world to be vanquished by a human. As a reward for your valiant act, you will receive achievements and buffs from the Dark Night World Action Guide. Ding! You have earned the title of the first beast warrior of the Dark Night world. Your achievement will be recorded in the honor roll of the Dark Night World Action Guide and announced in the global chat channel. Title: Beast Warrior of the Dark Night world, the first to slay a wild black tiger. Buffs: damage enhancement against wild black tigers and the tiger people. A hero of humanity has been born. May you achieve even greater glory. Feng was taken aback by the chilling voice that echoed in his ears. A beast warrior of the Dark Night world? With a special buff? He was momentarily dazed, astonished that slaying a black tiger would yield such accolades. Of course, he did not overlook the revelation embedded within that announcement. Aside from wild black tigers, there existed the tiger people in this realm. This world was not solely inhabited by humans and beasts. There were also enigmatic races to consider. With a sense of curiosity, Feng turned to observe the excited raccoon behind him. Woo! The little raccoon, witnessing Feng's triumphant victory, was beside itself with joy. It clapped its tiny paws and bounced about as if it were the one who had just slain the ferocious beast. How splendid! Truly, it had chosen an extraordinary companion. To think that Feng could dispatch such a fierce creature with such apparent ease. If this Dark Night world contains the tiger people, then, he pondered, though he refrained from delving deeper into these thoughts, recognizing that it was not the time for such considerations. Feng rose to his feet. The torch he had thrown earlier still burned, albeit with a diminished flame. Steadying himself, he used the flickering light to reassess the immediate vicinity outside the cabin, confirming a temporary safety within a 10-meter radius. No other beasts were discovered. He approached the door, holding his breath as he cautiously opened the wooden door. He cast a grappling hook towards the direction of the trap cage. The hook latched onto the cage. With a determined effort, he dragged the trapped black tiger, still ensnared within the cage, to the doorstep of the small cabin. In a flash, he swiftly lifted the deformed cage and the lifeless black tiger into the cabin. Bang! Feng forcefully shut the door once more. The sight of the black tiger before him was truly harrowing. The creature's blood had nearly drained away, and its body had shrunk significantly. The perfect bronze axe remained embedded in its neck. With a swift motion, Feng extracted the axe and pulled the black tiger from the cage. Xiao Huanshou, come here and butcher it, cut the meat. Feng ordered as he dragged the carcass before the raccoon. Meanwhile, he examined the now deformed trap cage. Perfect trap cage, durability 0, damaged irreparable. Feng cast a sorrowful glance at the ruined cage. How infuriating! That foolish tiger had destroyed his prized possession. This mishap would render him incapable of capturing small animals for several days. Alas, what a grievous loss! His heart ached. Yet, there was no alternative. If it was broken, it had to be discarded. Feng helplessly tossed the cage aside, glancing once more at the palm-sized hole created by the black tiger. Although this hole would not allow the ferocious beasts outside to enter the cabin, Feng hurriedly retrieved some wooden planks to begin repairs, ensuring no strange creatures could intrude. The raccoon, responding to Feng's command, swiftly dragged the black tiger's carcass to the table. Armed with the perfect bronze axe, it skillfully began to skin the black tiger, employing the techniques Feng had previously taught. At this moment, it had accepted the reality that hard work was essential for sustenance and to remain in the cozy cabin. Thus, it diligently focused on its task. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 25 pieces of perfect wild black tiger meat. Perfect black tiger meat is a delight to the palate, rich in nutrients, and imbues the consumer with energy. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a perfect black tiger hide. This perfect black tiger hide boasts exceptional warmth and resilience, providing considerable defensive capabilities. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a perfect black tiger tendon. This perfect black tiger tendon a material found only in large beasts, is incredibly durable and ideal for crafting bows and arrows. Ding! Congratulations, you have secured 4 perfect tiger fangs. These perfect tiger fangs, with their keen sharpness, can be fashioned into formidable weapons. Having just repaired the small cabin, Feng approached the wooden table and was greeted by a plethora of items laid out before him. His eyes sparkled with delight. So much. Just as the disheartening loss of the perfect trapping cage dissipated, a wave of exhilaration washed over him upon witnessing the abundance before him. The sight of so many exquisite materials swiftly lifted his spirits. The bounty of perfect-grade resources made the loss of that flawless cage seem less regrettable. Feng meticulously examined the supplies laid out on the table, astonished to discover that this black tiger had yielded such an extraordinary quantity of fresh meat, far exceeding that of the previous small creatures. However, what truly piqued his curiosity was the fact that this formidable black tiger could drop items beyond mere hides and flesh. Black tiger tendons and fangs? Such materials had not been found on the weaker creatures he had encountered before. The feeble animals bore no usable resources. This black tiger was indeed a perfect-grade beast. No wonder it was so ferocious. With these 2 components, he could forge perfect-grade bows and arrows. Initially troubled by the damage to the trapping cage, fearing he could no longer catch small animals, he now realized that possessing a bow and arrow would change everything. A perfect-grade bow and arrow, potent and easy to handle, would still afford him the opportunity to hunt. In this light, the broken trapping cage became more bearable. Chapter 23. The Perfect Black Tiger Bow Without Hesitation. Feng swiftly gathered the necessary materials, intent on crafting the exquisite bow. Despite the taxing encounters with wild beasts, he was invigorated by a thrilling excitement. With the black tiger fangs and black tiger tendons at hand, he recognized that formidable weapons would greatly enhance his current progression. He opened the Dark World Action Guide, recalling that it contained the steps for bow crafting. To create the perfect black tiger bow, 1 required. Perfect grade wood. 0-1. Perfect grade black tiger tendon. 1-1. The inclusion of the perfect grade black tiger tendon would bestow the bow with remarkable resilience, ease of use, and immense power. For the perfect black tiger arrows, the requirements were perfect grade wood. 0-0. 5. Perfect grade black tiger fangs. 4-1. Feathers. 5-1. The sharp fangs of the tiger would enhance the arrows, while the lightweight feathers would ensure superior penetration. He possessed the rare materials, save for the perfect grade wood. However, he was confident that the world trading platform would fulfill his needs. In a timely manner, Feng exchanged a piece of deer meat for 15 units of perfect grade wood on the trading platform. With everything prepared, he commenced the crafting process. Utilizing a perfect grade bronze axe, he meticulously shaped the bow's frame, then secured its form at the forge, anchoring the black tiger tendons at both ends. Feng was exceedingly diligent, unwilling to squander such precious materials due to carelessness. After about an hour, the perfect black tiger bow and 4 perfect black tiger arrows were complete. The bow itself emanated an aura of extraordinary quality. As a refined individual, Feng crafted a quiver from an additional piece of wood to hold the black tiger arrows. Delighted, he admired the bow in his hands, reluctant to part with it. Overcome with eagerness, he decided to test the bow's prowess indoors. Finding a piece of wood, he marked it as a makeshift target and stepped back about 10 meters. Drawing the bowstring and aiming, he released an arrow, which struck the edge of the target, embedding itself within. Feng was a novice in archery. This was his first attempt with a bow. His strength and precision were lacking, as mastery in archery demands relentless practice. Not everyone is a prodigy capable of hitting the bullseye on their first try. Only through diligent training can one hone their skills. After several attempts, Feng shook his head, acknowledging that his technique required further refinement. The confined space hindered his performance, unlike the vastness of the outdoors where he could practice without distractions. Thus, he resolved to postpone further practice until daylight, planning to venture into the wilderness for a more fruitful experience. With persistence, he was certain his skills would improve, especially now that he possessed not only a perfect gray bronze axe, but also the perfect black tiger bow, allowing him to excel in both close and range combat. As archery skills improve, one can also engage in the hunting of animals, achieving multiple goals at once. Feng carefully stored away the perfect-grade black tiger bow and approached the hearth. The black tiger hide, which had been set aside earlier, was now thoroughly dried. He picked it up and felt its texture. Indeed, it was considerably thicker than the roe deer hide he wore. This tiger skin resembled a piece of armor. If fashioned into a garment, it would not only provide warmth, but also offer some degree of protection against harm. Spreading the hide across the wooden table, Feng took his perfect-grade bronze axe and made a cut. To his surprise, aside from a small incision, it was not completely severed. Evidently, the black tiger hide was both thick and resilient. After considerable effort, Feng managed to cut through the hide and began the sewing process. Approximately half an hour later, a perfect-grade black tiger leather coat was completed. This exquisite leather coat could withstand temperatures as low as -15 degrees and provided a defense rating of 6. Feng removed his roe deer outer garment and donned the new leather coat. Instantly, he felt enveloped in warmth and comfort. While the roe deer coat was decent, it paled in comparison to this new attire, which offered both insulation and protection. Wearing it, Feng felt invigorated. Now equipped with shoes, ear warmers, and a coat, he gazed at the discarded roe deer garment and resolved to transform it into a hat and gloves. This way, nothing would go to waste, and he could complete his entire ensemble. Marvelous! Even with the onset of the frigid winter, he felt utterly unperturbed. Tonight was not as dreadful as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, amid Feng's exhilaration, other travelers remained tormented by the relentless beasts, cowering in their modest wooden cabins, too fearful and ill-equipped to confront the ferocious creatures outside. They could only beseech the long night to pass swiftly, yearning for the dawn to arrive. Outside, the beasts continued their unyielding assault on the cabins, driven mad by hunger. Should they demolish the structures, they would find sustenance. Humanity writhed in anguish, crying out for salvation, yet no one could rescue them. At that moment, a striking red announcement appeared in the global chat channel, shocking all of humanity. Dark Night World announcement. The first human hero to successfully slay a beast has emerged. Congratulations to Feng for successfully slaying a perfect-grade black tiger. You have achieved a world-class accolade, the title of Beast Slayer in the Dark Night World. Instantly, the chat channel erupted. In this moment, fear was momentarily forgotten as attention shifted to the human who had triumphed over the ferocious beast. What? Is it truly possible for someone to slay a beast? Feng, how did you manage that? Everyone, I just checked the last few pages of the honor list, and Feng has made it. He has not only received a title, but also a buff. Yet, I just threw a stone at the beast outside, and it didn't even flinch. Now, its roar has grown even more ferocious. How did he manage to achieve this? Everyone was taken aback by the announcement. They were filled with a mix of excitement and bewilderment, eager to uncover the methods employed by Feng to conquer the feral beasts lurking outside. The messages in the global chat channel continued to pulse incessantly. Feng, are you there? Please speak up. Indeed, I too wish to pay homage to this esteemed individual and learn about the events that transpired. I possess nothing but a gifted wooden fork and a stone axe, and I can hardly slay a mere wild chicken. How did he manage to kill a black tiger? Yes, I share the same curiosity. Did he employ some special technique? We beseech you, Great One, to share your wisdom with us. Initially, everyone was teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, the emergence of this person named Feng, who successfully repelled the onslaught of beasts from the dark world, undeniably ignited a flicker of hope within them. If humanity could indeed triumph over the beasts outside, perhaps they too could achieve the same. Those huddled in their wooden cabins around the globe were filled with exhilaration, although still shrouded in darkness and fear. The existence of a successful example evidently bolstered their confidence immensely. Chapter 24. Speech Pinnacle. Although they were unaware of how Feng had vanquished the ferocious beast, it undoubtedly rekindled the fighting spirit within everyone. The wild creatures outside were not invincible. They could indeed be slain. Humanity across the globe rose with unwavering resolve to defend their humble abodes, their sanctuaries against the impending threat of the beasts. After successfully slaying the black tiger, Yi Feng remained acutely attuned to the movements of humanity worldwide. In response to the myriad inquiries flooding the global chat channel, he maintained a serene composure. How had he managed to slay the Black Tiger? The answer lay in a pivotal factor. He had upgraded his wooden cabin, acquiring the functionality of a smelting chamber. This enabled him to exchange for some exquisite copper ore, with which he forged a perfect-grade bronze axe, an indispensable weapon for hunting beasts. The perfection of this bronze axe rendered it incomparable to the wooden spears or stone axes wielded by others. In the face of such ferocious beasts, wooden forks and stone axes wielded little lethal power. High-grade weaponry proved to be utterly devastating to the beasts. Furthermore, thanks to the rewards from the system's sign-in bonuses, he possessed a perfect-grade beast trap. Just as he severed the claws of the Black Tiger, it fortuitously stumbled into the trap, granting Yi Feng the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. All of this was serendipitous. It was merely a matter of timing, circumstance, and his decisive actions in a moment of urgency. However, it must be noted that these two items were possessions that 90% of the populace currently lacked. Thus, even if he were to divulge the process and methodology of his beast slaying to humanity, it would likely prove futile. Consequently, he chose to remain silent. Regarding the title he had acquired, which was published a few pages following the Dark Knight World operational guide, he had pondered its implications, but had yet to ascertain its practical benefits. Therefore, he refrained from making any definitive statements. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he realized there were certain insights he could share as he now stood at the forefront of this critical juncture. Perhaps offering them some guidance and information could aid humanity in their struggle against the beasts of the Dark Knight World. He encouraged everyone to take a deep breath and maintain a calm mindset. Every challenge could be surmounted. The monsters lurking outside were, in essence, merely beasts slightly more formidable than the wild creatures we had previously encountered. As long as they could not breach the wooden cabins, the threat they posed remained minimal. The stone axes and sharp wooden forks in your hands could inflict harm upon them. Yet, these beasts were not our true adversaries. For his title hinted at the existence of other races within this Dark Knight world. This implied that even more enigmatic entities awaited them. Everyone simply needs to remain calm and collectively overcome the challenges of this night. Following that, we must hasten our resource-gathering efforts, for we must always be prepared to confront even greater troubles. The Tiger Clan may very well have set their sights on us. After pondering for a moment, Yi Feng decided to convey this message in the World Channel. At the very least, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Upon finishing, he noticed the private chat notifications in the lower right corner flickering. Upon opening them, he found messages from Li Manman and Zhang Tao. Li Manman, Yi Feng, you are absolutely incredible. How do you do it? You are like a war god. Zhang Tao, big shot. You are truly impressive. Is it because you used perfect-grade copper or to forge high-quality weapons? Just as he sent this message, it was pinned at the top of the World Chat channel by the Night World Action Guide. He had now attained the highest honor, as public speaking came with privileges. Instantly, all of humanity took note of this statement, and they also caught sight of Yi Feng's avatar. What was once an unremarkable avatar was now encased in a softly glowing golden frame, a mark of the Beast Warrior title from the Night World. Thus, everyone recognized that this was the individual who had slain the ferocious beast deity. At this moment, those browsing the World Chat channel also saw the pinned message. Wow, brothers, look at the pinned message. Is this really the great Yi Feng? You cannot be serious. If it were someone else with the same name, it wouldn't have been pinned. Wow, the great Yi Feng, the Tiger Clan? Could you elaborate further, Yi Feng? My goodness, are these beasts outside merely minor nuisances? Are there other races awaiting us? What kind of world is this? Family, let's not dwell on the minutiae. Did you not see what the great Yi Feng said? Our task is to hold fast to our little cabin. Once dawn breaks, we shall expedite the development of our small abode. As long as we can forge more formidable weapons, we need not fear these creatures. Yes, there are so many of us humans. How can we possibly be defeated by these mindless beasts of this world? Victory is surely destined for humanity. One day, we shall be the supreme commanders of this night world. Indeed, with the great Yi Feng leading the charge, We need only proceed with caution. There is no difficulty we cannot surmount. Charge, brothers. Let us vanquish this horde of beasts. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's message, confidence surged among the people. Countless individuals flooded the world chat channel, rallying each other and boosting morale. The atmosphere grew electric with determination as they grasped any weapons at hand, steeling their resolve to observe the movements of the ferocious beasts outside, should they detect the beasts attempting to crash through the outer walls of their cabin. They pierced a hole in the cabin with the weapons in their hands, thrusting fiercely at the ferocious beast with wooden forks. Although the destructive power of the stone axes and wooden hunting forks was undeniably limited, their relentless assaults still managed to inflict harm upon the limbs of the wild creatures, deterring them from launching further attacks on the cabin. They had to persevere. As long as they could endure until dawn, victory would be theirs. In stark contrast to the clamor and terror outside among other humans, Yi Feng's cabin exuded a sense of tranquility and warmth. He glanced once more at the movements within the world chat channel, noting a rekindled desire for battle among the people. Perhaps this was a positive development. Taking a deep breath, he closed the guide to the dark world and shut his eyes, nodding slightly as a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Today, he could claim to be the one who had gained the most. Chapter 25. 2 skill books. Yi Feng contemplated the day's endeavors. He had successfully constructed several functional buildings within the quaint wooden cabin, refining perfect-grade bronze ore and forging a flawless bronze axe. Additionally, utilizing the quality copper blocks he had previously experimented with, he crafted various household utensils. With the establishment of his indoor greenhouse, he planted 3 perfect-grade seeds, anticipating a bountiful harvest in just a few days. That evening, he engaged in a battle of wits and strength against the beasts lurking outside his cabin, ultimately triumphing over a wild black tiger and acquiring valuable resources from its remains. With the tiger's hide, he fashioned a warmer coat, completing his set of gear. He also fashioned a perfect-grade black tiger bow from its fangs and tendons. In this process, he earned the title of the first warrior in the realm of the night world, realizing that besides beasts, other races existed in this world. Such accomplishments were indicative of remarkable progress. It was likely that many would require over a month to reach his current level. Remarkably, this was only the 3rd night since humanity's arrival in this world, and Yi Feng had already amassed such achievements. Brimming with confidence regarding his progress, he suddenly opened his eyes. So much had transpired that night that he almost forgot to check in. He quickly accessed the action guide and clicked on the sign-in option. Ding! Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have the choice of one of the following rewards. Option 1. A substantial package of basic materials. Option 2. A reward tailored to your existing resources. Please make your selection. Hearing the sign-in prompt, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly choose his reward? How extraordinarily powerful. Pondering his options, he weighed the merits of each. The first option promised a wealth of essential materials, which he indeed required. However, the second option suggested a reward directly aligned with his current needs. This meant the system would provide a reward based on what he had and what he lacked. Considering he had already acquired a perfect-grade bronze axe, he felt confident that gathering basic resources would be swifter than before. Thus, after careful deliberation, Yi Feng opted for the second choice. Ding! You have successfully selected the second reward option. Matching a suitable reward for you. Match successful. Reward has been issued. Please check. Upon hearing that the reward had been dispatched, Yi Feng eagerly examined the items he had received. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Archery Guide, a perfect-grade book. Upon study, it will swiftly enhance your archery skills and grant you the ability to master mounted archery techniques, ensuring precision within a certain range. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a beginner's smelting guide. This guide imparts foundational smelting techniques. Upon study, it will elevate your smelting prowess and increase your success rate. The 2 books, emanating a gentle glow, were placed upon the wooden table. Yi Feng gazed at the tomes in his hands, his face alight with exhilaration. This was truly splendid. One book contained the knowledge of weapon skills, enabling him to master the art of using the exquisite black tiger bow. He had been troubled, pondering how to elevate his meager archery skills, and now, this tome appeared before him. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had transitioned from a novice to a proficient archer. Moreover, it also taught him archery techniques while mounted. This meant that in the future, whilst riding his steed, he could shoot arrows. Instantly, his combat prowess doubled. This would prove invaluable for both hunting and slaying beasts in the times to come. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng clicked to learn. In the next instant, the book, once aglow with radiance, gradually dimmed. Subsequently, a series of images depicting archery techniques and mounted shooting filled his mind, as if these movements had once flowed from his very being. Suppressing his excitement, Feng beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Regrettably, it was night, and he could not venture out to test his newfound skills, for the confines of the small cabin were too restrictive. Otherwise, he would have been eager to gauge the extent of his archery advancement. Calming his emotions, Feng turned his attention to another book. This one was a manual on life skills, capable of directly enhancing the quality of smelted ores. Even if the raw materials were of inferior grade, he could still transform them into something remarkable. After a brief contemplation, his gaze shifted to the small raccoon playing with its ear muffs nearby. Perhaps an idea sparked within him. He picked up the beginner's guide to smelting and approached the little raccoon. "Hand it to me," he exclaimed, gently removing its ear muffs and taking hold of one of its paws, placing it upon the book. He wished to test whether the creature could learn skills. The raccoon, caught off guard, could only allow Feng to place its paw on the tome. In the next moment, the faint halo surrounding the book vanished. "Ding! Congratulations! Your pet raccoon exhibits strong learning capabilities and has successfully acquired the beginner's guide to smelting. Note: the raccoon can learn 1/6 skills and may learn 5 more. What has happened?" The raccoon stood frozen in place, its mind now brimming with knowledge of smelting. It seemed to understand that in the future, it could enhance the quality of ores it smelted. "Good, this is for your benefit, my dear pet," Feng said, affectionately patting the raccoon's head. Indeed, he had daily responsibilities to attend to. He could not simply remain in the cabin all day to ensure the quality of his smelted ores. Such a choice would waste precious daylight hours. Thus, if the raccoon could learn the art of smelting, it could assist him in the cabin while he was out. This implies that he now possesses ample leisure time to engage in various activities, a true win-win situation. If the little raccoon were to grow into a skilled smelter, it would be splendid indeed. "Ding! Congratulations, your little raccoon has successfully acquired a life skill, achieving a pet intimacy level of 5. Ah, it can even enhance intimacy." Feng felt a surge of joy within. He had realized that pets could also learn skills. At last, he understood the purpose of having a pet. In this manner, he would have an ally by his side. After all, in this enigmatic world, it would be rather burdensome to care for a pet that could do nothing but look adorable. Pets, too, require sustenance. In this realm, resources are scarce. It seems that no one among the current transmigrators has the luxury to nurture a pet that merely serves to be charming. A capable companion is indeed the way to go. Chapter 26. Formulating a plan at present. Feng has conceived a strategy for his little raccoon, and a flawless plan is unfolding in his mind. The entire human populace of a shadowy world is in dire need of metal products. They require copper ores to forge more resilient and sharper weapons and tools, as well as various everyday implements, refusing to remain tethered to the Stone Age. Thus, Feng mused, if he were to utilize a portion of his stockpile of raw meat to exchange for reasonably priced ordinary copper ores on the global trading platform, and subsequently have his little raccoon smelt these ores, he would undoubtedly procure higher-grade metals. At that point, he could sell these superior copper ores on the platform and reap substantial profits. It is essential to recognize that the metal market holds a promising future. This venture can be deemed a lucrative enterprise. Should fortune smile upon him, and he manages to refine perfect-grade bronze, he could retain it for crafting tools and weapons himself. This would be a veritable windfall. Once he accumulates a sufficient quantity of perfect-grade bronze, he plans to upgrade everything within his quaint wooden cabin. The defensive capabilities and productivity of his abode would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Contemplating this, Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he glanced at the time on his action guide. With less than 7 hours remaining until dawn, he decided to call a night. A good night's sleep was in order before embarking on his plan the following day. Feng tidied up his modest cabin and reclined on his small wooden bed, reluctant to remove his tiger skin coat. Although the fireplace within the cabin blazed steadily, it merely served to stave off a fraction of the chill from the outside air, which hovered below 10 degrees. Thus, he resolved to sleep in this warm and cozy attire. Once he acquires additional resources, he intends to enhance his sleeping arrangements. At the very least, procuring a pillow and mattress for his current state of repose was quite inadequate. For now, this will suffice. Warmth itself was a luxury. He curled up and adjusted into a relatively comfortable position. Beside him, the little raccoon stealthily approached, rubbing its drowsy, round eyes with its tiny paws. At last, it could sleep. Today had been exhausting, filled with butchering meat and smelting copper. Clumsily climbing onto the bed, it nestled against Feng's side, sighing softly. It felt so aggrieved and weary. Not only had it labored throughout the day, but its master also refused to grant it respite at night. After enduring such toil, the master showed no compassion for its plight. Sigh, the life of a raccoon is truly arduous. Feng sensed a warm presence drawing closer and instinctively reached out to embrace it. A warm hand warmer. How delightful! As awareness gradually faded, he slipped into slumber. The little raccoon found a comfortable spot, nestled against Feng's chest, its eyes tightly shut in a state of dejection. Soon, it succumbed to sleep as well, leaving only the solitary and discontented spirit to languish in the stable, emitting soft whimpers of dissatisfaction and envy. Yet, it too had no recourse but to close its eyes and drift into dreams. The slumbering raccoon remained oblivious to the trials that awaited it come morning. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the once opaque sky began to shimmer with dawn's light. The sun stealthily ascended from a corner of the world, illuminating the earth and rekindling warmth, infusing the realm with newfound hope. It was around 6 in the morning. The survivors of last night's calamity gradually awoke, having no time to indulge in further slumber. The threats of wild beasts, the devastation of their humble abode, and the scarcity of food and resources loomed ominously, signaling humanity of the imperative tasks at hand. Survival was essential to savor comfort. On the small wooden bed, a person and a creature lay in quiet repose. Suddenly, Feng felt the gentle caress of sunlight streaming through the window. He squinted contentedly and stretched his limbs, reflecting on the exhaustion of the previous day. Yet, the rewards of last night's endeavors and the satisfaction of his pre-sleep rituals uplifted his spirits. Clad in a reinforced leather jacket he had crafted, he had enjoyed a restful night. This garment provided exceptional warmth, leaving him enveloped in comfort as he awoke. Upon fully rousing, he noticed the little raccoon sleeping beside him. Feng could not help but chuckle at the sight. This little creature truly cherished the bed. However, he no longer minded its presence, as it served as a delightful source of warmth. Clearing his throat, Feng gently lifted the slumbering raccoon. "It's time to rise," he announced. The raccoon, its round eyes barely opening, protested with a weary gaze. It was reluctant to leave the embrace of sleep, yearning for just a few more moments of rest. Observing its struggle to awaken, Feng shook his head in resignation. "Very well, you may sleep a little longer, for there are tasks awaiting your attention today." He placed the raccoon back on the bed and rose swiftly. Approaching the hearth, he added a few logs to the fire and positioned the copper pot, crafted from fine ore, atop the flames. Once the pot heated, he placed 2 pieces of wild tiger meat within. Indeed, the copper pot conducted heat far more efficiently than its stone counterpart. Meanwhile, he filled a copper kettle with fresh water, preparing to boil it. With these preparations underway, Feng splashed cold water on his face, wiped it clean, and settled at the wooden table. He retrieved the guide to the night world and opened it, discovering the reminders for the 3rd day. Today's weather awaited his attention. Daytime. Today's sunlight appears more resplendent than in recent days, perhaps a reflection of the beauty following the rain. I wonder how you, who endured the trials of last night, are faring now. The day shall unfold for 6.5 hours. Temperature, 11 degrees. Dress warmly, for the chill lingers. A crucial reminder. those who have successfully navigated through adversity. Does a recollection of last night instill a sense of dread? Yet, do not forget, although you have survived, your paramount task remains to sustain your existence. It is not only about evading the clutches of beasts, but also contemplating your means of livelihood. Have you noticed that the resources surrounding your humble cabin are gradually dwindling? The materials available for collection are becoming increasingly scarce. It is time to consider relocating to a more hospitable environment. Do you see the wheels of your cabin? Pull it towards a more prosperous setting. Feng, upon reflecting on today's vital reminder, acknowledged the diminishing resources in proximity. Indeed, it was not long ago that, even with traps set, one might return empty-handed after a day's efforts to capture wild creatures. Chapter 27. A perfect hit. It seems that there are indeed no valuable resources left in this vicinity. He contemplated whether it might be prudent to relocate the small cabin to another area. Gradually, a tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Feng remembered that he had placed meat in his pot and hurried to check on it. The little raccoon, who had been peacefully napping on the wooden bed, stirred and emitted soft whimpers, as if it had caught a whiff of the delectable scent. How delightful! Isn't the most wonderful aspect of life for a bear to wake up naturally and find a sumptuous feast awaiting? Rubbing its eyes, the little raccoon joyfully leaped from the bed and scampered over to Feng. Hooray! Today's meal consists of meat. It relished the thought of tender, juicy, roasted morsels. Raccoons are omnivorous creatures. Typically, wild raccoons, due to their limited combat abilities, forage for small terrestrial animals like frogs and fish. On occasions when they are unable to catch anything, they might resort to nuts, wild fruits, and seeds. The little raccoon bounced eagerly, seeking a share of the meat from Feng. Here you go. This piece is for you. Take it slowly. Be careful. It's hot. Feng chuckled as he cut the meat into small pieces and offered them to the impatient raccoon. Clearly famished, the raccoon clutched the meat given by its master and devoured it heartily. Oh, how fragrant it is! At that moment, it felt utterly content. Ding! Congratulations! Your intimacy level with the raccoon is now 2. Feng watched the raccoon's unabashedly messy eating habits with amusement, while he himself indulged in another piece of roasted tiger meat with graceful composure, savoring each bite slowly. As he relished his breakfast, he opened the action guide and accessed the World Chat channel. With the dawn breaking, many humans had risen early. The chat channel was already abuzz with activity. Family, how is everyone? Are you all still alive? Let us not even mention it. I don't want to relive last night's ordeal. There was a wild wolf outside my door. Its howl sent chills down my spine. I had a grizzly bear outside. It was so strong, pounding on my door. I had to move my wooden bed in front of the door to keep it out. This morning, when I opened the door, it had bent the door frame. Oh, don't remind me. I thought I was going to die. It clawed a hole in my wall. Why didn't you just chop its paw off? Of course. I did. I swung my axe, and it recoiled, yowling outside the cabin. It felt so good. Ha ha ha. You're something else, brother. Impressive. I encountered a swarm of venomous snakes. Many of them were lurking outside my cabin. I lit 5 torches and burned them all. Pretty badass, right? Damn, the brother upstairs is living lavishly. One can still gather an abundance of torches for the fire. Enough of reminiscing about last night's heroic deeds. It is time to rise and attend to our tasks. Repair the house when needed. Indeed, should we fail to complete the repairs today and beasts return this evening, it would spell disaster. Let us rally together, for we are the finest. As Feng concluded his perusal of their conversations in the chat channel, he finished his breakfast and tidied the table. He retrieved a piece of raw meat from the warehouse and made his way to the stable to feed it to Yuming. The creature contentedly extended its head and nuzzled Feng's hand, a display of affectionate camaraderie. Ding! Congratulations on achieving a closeness level of 2 with Yuming. Feng gently patted its head, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he returned to the wooden table. He was now enveloped in a surge of energy, undoubtedly invigorated by the exquisite raw meat. It felt as though vitality coursed through him. With breakfast concluded, it was time to set the action plan in motion. Little raccoon, have you had your fill? He glanced at the small raccoon beside him, patting its belly with an expression of utter contentment. Upon hearing its master speak, the little raccoon turned with a joyful nod, exclaiming how delicious the meal was. Now it felt entirely at ease. Now, your task for today is to smelt all of this copper or into ingots. Feng opened the warehouse. After formulating the plan last night, he had swiftly exchanged 3 pieces of raw meat for 3,000 units of ordinary copper or on the world trading platform. He had calculated that this was the lowest price available. On the trading platform, 100 units of good quality copper or could be exchanged for 1 piece of raw meat, while 10 units of perfect quality copper or required 1 piece of raw meat. It took 10 perfect quality copper ores to forge a perfect quality bronze ingot, making the ordinary grade the most economical choice. Wow, so much? Is the master trying to work me to death? Help! Someone has hired a bear cub. They want to hunt bears. Rest assured, you can smelt as much as you can manage. I never said you had to complete it all at once. Feng seemed to discern the little raccoon's inner turmoil. He patted its head reassuringly. Phew, had you said so earlier, I could accept that. It was just smelting copper. After all, it was up to the task. The little raccoon nodded and confidently ventured into the smelting chamber. Its mind was already well acquainted with the basics of smelting, and thus, the task at hand posed no challenge. With a gleeful sway of its head, the little raccoon ignited the furnace and began diligently smelting the copper ingots. Observing the little raccoon immersed in its work, Feng prepared to set forth, taking Yuming along. He intended to practice the archery techniques he had learned the previous day. With a leap, he mounted Yuming's back. Oh! Yuming sensed Feng's weight, excitedly breaking into a gallop as they approached the nearby forest. Feng recalled the archery guide from the night before, each movement flashing vividly in his mind. A lone figure and a beast swiftly navigated through the jungle. The ethereal steed moved with remarkable speed. Leaf Maple felt the exhilaration of the gallop. At such velocity, even if a wild beast were pursuing them, it would struggle to catch up. As Leaf Maple rode upon the ethereal steed, he drew forth his exquisite black tiger bow from his back, accompanied by a perfect arrow from his quiver. Today, he sought to hone his mounted archery skills, swiftly scanning his surroundings in search of a target. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he spotted a wild rabbit merrily darting through the underbrush. He took aim. Whoosh! The black tiger arrow shot forth at an astonishing speed toward the hare. Thud! The rabbit, approximately 30 meters away, was struck directly in its back by the arrow. The creature froze, ceasing its frolic and collapsing to the ground. Indeed, a perfect shot. How extraordinary! Chapter 28. The quest for the Black Tiger Cave, had it not been for the fact that the arrow was indeed loosed by his own hand, he would scarcely have believed in his own prowess. Truly, the exquisite black tiger bow was a marvel. Indeed, it was the archery compendium that facilitated his swift dispatch of the nimble hare. Feng grasped the reins of his steed, Yuming, and dashed toward the direction of the rabbit. He bent down to retrieve the lifeless form of the wild hare, extracting the perfect black tiger arrow and returning it to his quiver. Ding! Congratulations on hunting a wild hare. You have acquired 3 pieces of raw meat and 1 pelt. His spirits soared with this success. The recent practice revealed that archery was not as formidable as he had once imagined. With such precision, hunting had become exceedingly effortless. This implied that he could continue to procure raw meat resources without worry, even in the absence of the perfect trapping cage. He need not fret over the scarcity of fresh meat. At the very least, he and Yuming had secured their daily meat consumption. However, as Feng and Yuming sped deeper into the jungle, they encountered a remarkable dearth of wild creatures. Apart from the hare he had slain, the surrounding wildlife seemed to have vanished inexplicably. Clutching his quarry, Feng rode back toward the vicinity of the small cabin. After meandering about the area, he suddenly spotted a pool of blood left by the black tiger he had dispatched the previous night. Yet, there was something peculiar nearby. Footprints? Whose could they be? After a moment of contemplation, Feng recalled the juvenile black tiger that had rushed in from the thicket after he had slain its parent. He surmised that these tracks might belong to the young creature that had wandered off, continuing into the depths of the jungle. The thought crossed his mind that this young black tiger might return to the cabin at night, potentially seeking retribution. During daylight hours, he was not overly concerned, for they would return to their lairs. However, if the young black tiger were to assault the cabin by night, it could pose a significant challenge. Yi Feng assessed his current situation. He bore upon his back the perfect black tiger bow and 4 flawless black tiger arrows. With a perfect bronze axe strapped at his waist, he rode the swift and agile Yu Ming, clad in a protective suit of black tiger hide. Furthermore, he had grown somewhat adept at mounted archery. Thus, a bold notion began to take shape in Yi Feng's mind. Since the beasts were likely to come to the cabin at night, why not take advantage of the daylight when visibility was favorable? To proactively hunt down the remaining young black tiger, Yi Feng felt a surge of confidence. After all, with his remarkable equipment, he was arguably the most formidable of all those who had traversed into this world. Without exception, certainly, the advantage of his gear was significant, but more crucially, it was his mastery of the archery compendium that had made this possible. Having crafted the perfect bow and arrows, he felt prepared for whatever lay ahead. If only he could wield a sword certainly, he would not dare to take such a risk. Engaging in close combat with a wild beast inevitably incurs the possibility of injury. Such occurrences are simply intolerable in front of Yi Feng. After all, while it is undeniably crucial to eliminate the beast, preserving one's own life is of paramount importance. However, he now possesses impeccable archery skills and wields a high-quality bow. This ensures that he maintains a significant advantage at a distance. Although he is uncertain whether his arrow will be able to slay the small black tiger, even in the event of failure, he can swiftly retreat to the wooden cabin atop his steed, Yu Ming. After all, the disparity in speed is undeniable. If he cannot overpower it, he can always make a strategic retreat. Having thoroughly prepared himself mentally, Yi Feng took a deep breath. Let us go, Yu Ming. Let us aim for something grand. With that, he mounted Yu Ming and galloped into the depths of the jungle, following the paw prints left by the small black tiger. The trees in the jungle were exceptionally dense, as they were wild and abundant with branches. Consequently, the sunlight that filtered through was scarce, casting only dappled shadows on the forest floor. Navigating through the thicket, Yi Feng remained vigilant. The atmosphere here felt distinctly different from the outside world. He could palpably sense it. With the perfect black tiger bow in hand and atop Yu Ming, he cautiously traced the bloodied paw prints in search of the small black tiger. The temperature in the depths of the forest had noticeably dropped compared to the outside. Both man and beast remained on high alert, wary of any sudden assaults from lurking predators. The blood trail abruptly vanished before a tangle of underbrush. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Logically, the disappearance of the blood signified that the small black tiger was surely nearby. Yet, upon surveying the area, he found no suitable hiding spots. Where could it possibly be? Yu Ming, beneath him, continued to sniff the air. Suddenly, it seemed to have caught a scent, leading Yi Feng to a spot obscured by tangled branches. Upon closer inspection, indeed, a somewhat deep cave, shrouded in darkness, revealed itself before him. This must be the place, Yi Feng mused, for the blood had just ceased at the underbrush. However, peering into the cave did not afford him a clear view of its interior. Approximately 7 or 8 meters from the entrance, he discerned 2 faint glimmers gazing towards him. Yi Feng perked up his ears, catching the warning growls emanating from within the cave. His earlier deduction was now confirmed. It was indeed the small black tiger. Yet, as he stood there, the creature inside displayed no signs of movement, remaining concealed within its lair. He pondered the reason why. Could it be that, during the day, ferocious beasts shy away from the sunlight? Or perhaps, Yi Feng involuntarily recalled the title he had acquired yesterday, along with the accompanying buff. Could it be the deterrent effect of the buff? In such circumstances, one must not act impulsively. It is impossible for him to directly venture into the cave to confront the black tiger. After all, the interior is rather cramped and not conducive to archery. How could he lure it out? Set a fire? As soon as this thought crossed Yi Feng's mind, he promptly dismissed it. He recalled the saying, setting fire to the mountains only leads to a lifetime in prison. It was imperative to avoid damaging this lush jungle. What other avenues could he explore? Yi Feng furrowed his brow, incessantly pondering whether there existed a more effective method to coax the black tiger out on its own. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the carcass of the wild rabbit that hung beside Yu Ming, freshly hunted. Of course, the black tiger would emerge from its lair out of sheer hunger. Surely, after witnessing the demise of the great black tiger last night, the young black tiger inside had failed to catch its meal. So why not use this wild rabbit as bait? One must risk it to capture the tiger. With this thought, Feng mounted Ming and cautiously approached the cave entrance, placing the wild rabbit a short distance away. Then, both man and beast stealthily retreated 10 meters from the cave's mouth, awaiting the arrival in silence. Chapter 29. The solo kill of the black tiger. Perhaps it caught the scent of blood wafting from the cave entrance. A fierce roar echoed through the air. In the next moment, a black-furred tiger emerged from the cave, baring its teeth. Its crimson eyes fixated on the lifeless body of a wild rabbit not far from the entrance. Clear drool dripped from its jaws. Feng held his breath as he observed a shadow dart out of the cave. His initial guess was confirmed. It was indeed the young black tiger from the previous night, although its size was dwarfed by that of a larger black tiger encountered before. It did not diminish its ferocious nature in the slightest. With a loud growl, the young black tiger lunged forward, intent on seizing the rabbit's carcass and dragging it back to its lair. Suddenly, it sensed two intense gazes directed at it. The young black tiger halted, slowly lifting its head to discern the source of the stares. Beneath a grand tree, Feng sat astride his steed, Ming observing it intently. The young black tiger gazed at this somewhat familiar human. In the next instant, its pupils dilated, revealing a fierce expression. Initially, it did not recognize the pair before it, but the leather garment draped over Feng's form was unmistakable. It was the very hide of its deceased father. This loathsome human had slain its father the previous night, and now, audaciously, he had followed it to its den. The young black tiger did not conceal the primal pressure emanating from its being, glaring viciously at Ming and Feng. Yet, it suddenly sensed something different about this human before it. For an inexplicable reason, it felt an unshakable sense of dread in their gaze. The young black tiger took a step back. Feng narrowed his eyes, having noted the tiger's retreat. Could it be that the tidal buff bestowed upon him was having an effect? Was the young black tiger intimidated by him? A surge of astonishment coursed through Feng. But in the next moment, he quickly reconsidered his strategy, urging Ming to dash deeper into the jungle. He was not fleeing out of fear of the young black tiger. Rather, he sought to lure it away from its lair. Otherwise, a confrontation here would allow the tiger to retreat back to safety. Seeing Feng flee, the young black tiger assumed he was retreating in fear. Did this mean that its adversary was timid and cowardly? This realization bolstered its confidence, and it gathered its courage to pursue him. Meanwhile, Feng, feigning flight on Ming, glanced back to see the young black tiger closing in. A smile graced his lips, and he immediately urged Ming to accelerate. The tiger, fast and agile, could easily catch up to small creatures like rabbits and pheasants. However, its opponent was Ming, whose speed was unmatched. Thus, despite the young black tiger's fervent efforts, it could not bridge the gap to Feng. Of course, Feng had no intention of leading the young black tiger anywhere specific. He simply aimed to draw it farther away from the cave entrance. After a moment of introspection, it became evident that the time had come. Approximately 100 meters lay ahead, and the black tiger would be unable to return in such a brief span. Now was the moment. Feng shouted for Ming to halt. The man and the beast turned abruptly, facing the approaching black tiger. He drew forth the exquisite black tiger bow, knocked an arrow, aimed, and released. Whoosh! As Feng let go of the bowstring, the flawless black tiger arrow flew swiftly toward the small black tiger, situated 30 meters away. The black tiger, charging toward Feng at full speed, could not react in time. In an instant, a silver glimmering arrow hurtled toward its head. Attempting to break and evade, the tiger raised its forepaw, preparing to sidestep. Yet, in the next moment, the arrow struck true, embedding itself deep into the tiger's right thigh. With a thud, the arrow pierced through its leg, causing the black tiger to collapse in agony, blood gushing forth. The once ferocious creature now bore an expression of sheer terror. Damn, I've been tricked. Given the black tiger's reflexes, it should have narrowly avoided that arrow. Even if it had not, the entirety of the arrow should not have been buried within its flesh. This was solely due to Feng's mastery of archery, which allowed for perfect accuracy within a certain range, combined with his understanding of the tiger and the damage it could inflict. Now, the black tiger lay on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers. It had assumed that this human fled in fear, unaware that it had walked into a meticulously laid trap, designed to lure it out for slaughter. What a ruthless human! With the last remnants of its strength, the black tiger resolved to retreat to its den. "I never said you could leave," Feng declared with a triumphant smile, riding Ming slowly toward the wounded creature. He drew another flawless black tiger arrow from his quiver. In the next moment, the arrow was loosed once more. Whoosh! Thud! This time, Feng aimed for the black tiger's head. One arrow would be enough to deliver a fatal blow. He was determined that this strike would vanquish the beast. After being struck again, the small black tiger convulsed before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Feng halted at a distance of over 10 meters from the fallen creature, refraining from approaching recklessly. Moments later, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully hunted a juvenile black tiger. You may collect 15 pieces of fresh meat, 1 hide, 1 good tiger tendon, and 4 fine tiger teeth." Upon hearing this announcement, Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. "How wonderful! I have succeeded. It was all thanks to the archery guide I studied along with this perfect black tiger bow." In that moment, Feng felt as though he were a god of war. He had never imagined he could so effortlessly triumph in this battle. 2 days prior, such a formidable beast had instilled a profound fear in Feng, rendering him unable to even meet its gaze. Had it been anyone else, even a group of 7 or 8 adults wielding stone axes might have struggled to subdue this black tiger, even if they had managed to vanquish the creature. Injuries would have been inevitable. Now, as Feng gazed at the fallen black tiger before him, he realized that if he were to disclose to others that this fearsome beast had succumbed to his arrows, scarcely anyone would believe him. After all, it seemed implausible that a single individual, armed with merely a bow and arrows, could accomplish such a feat dismounting from the back of Ming. Feng approached the tiger's lifeless form and extracted the 2 arrows still embedded in its body. He wiped them clean and returned them to his quiver, then hoisted the tiger's carcass onto Ming's back, preparing to transport it back to the cabin for skinning. Suddenly, he recalled the wild rabbit he had discarded at the entrance of the tiger's lair. That too was the fruit of his labor. It would be unwise to forsake a sesame seed after having acquired a watermelon. Contemplating this, Feng resolved to ride back to the cave entrance with Ming. Chapter 30. A better living environment. As Feng and Ming traversed the dense forest, they proceeded at a leisurely pace, each step allowing Feng to absorb the surroundings while simultaneously seeking any useful resources that might be gathered. Suddenly, just as he approached the entrance of the Black Tiger Cave, he heard the faint sound of water nearby. Curiosity piqued. He pondered how water could be found in such a jungle. After a brief assessment, he discerned that the delicate sound emanated from his right. Narrowing his eyes, Feng decided to investigate alongside Ming. After walking approximately 200 to 300 meters to the right of the Black Tiger Cave, he pushed aside the tangled branches, revealing a breathtaking sight, a towering cliff. At that moment, Feng and Ming stood at the precipice, with the source of the gentle water noise being a magnificent waterfall nearly 100 meters high, cascading down the cliffside. Witnessing such grandeur up close was truly awe-inspiring. The waterfall surged like a lion in full flight, its thunderous roar echoing around them, resonating like the growl of an enraged beast. Flowing downstream, the waterfall fed into a vast, deep lake, its waters a dark emerald hue, seemingly bottomless. A small stream branched off, disappearing into the unknown. These elements coalesced to form a grand canyon. The relentless rush of the waterfall filled the canyon with a thick mist, obscuring Feng's view of the landscape below. He had come to understand over the past few days that in this shadowy world, visibility at night was virtually non-existent. However, during the day, although clarity returned, mist still obscured the view, requiring careful observation to unveil the presence of such a large lake. Occasionally, small fish leaped from the depths of the lake, suggesting a rich aquatic ecosystem. As Feng gazed toward the lake's edge, he noted rows of lush, verdant trees, adorned with fruits of an unknown variety. Sunlight filtered through the layers of mist, casting a warm glow upon the lakeshore. Were it not for the fact that he found himself in this shadowy realm, he would have believed he was gazing upon a picturesque tourist destination. Looking down from the cliff, the scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. Feng mused that this place was indeed remarkable, with an abundance of water resources and fruit-bearing trees, the fruits of which appeared edible. Moreover, the lake teemed with fish and shrimp, indicating a bountiful supply of aquatic resources, making it an ideal location for habitation. He understood that the consumption levels in the small wooden cabin were considerable, not only for himself but also for his two animal companions, necessitating a significant amount of water. While water was not a rare commodity in this world, it still required him to exchange his meat resources at the World's trading platform. Additionally, they were in need of drinking water. The self-smelting chamber and the indoor greenhouse equally necessitate substantial water resources. If one could establish themselves here, wouldn't that result in significant savings? Indeed, it is a commendable geographical location. Should I manage to relocate the quaint cabin here, the bounty of fruit trees would be readily available. In the absence of small creatures to capture, I could always seek methods to catch fish and shrimp by the lake. Such a comfortable environment. Feng felt a stir of excitement. The resources near his current cabin were nearly depleted, while this newfound treasure trove perfectly aligned with his vision of an ideal dwelling. However, the cabin could only be moved on wheels. It was impossible to leap directly from the cliff's edge down below. To reach the lakeside from his current location, he would need to take a circuitous route, traversing 10 to 20 miles from the opposite side of the mountain. It would require some effort. Feng pondered it, contemplating the appropriate moment to commence the relocation of his cabin. Suddenly, he spotted a small house at the upper left corner of the lake, accompanied by what appeared to be several moving figures nearby. The distance rendered his view unclear. Could it be that humans had already settled here? Feng felt a wave of astonishment. It seemed that a group of people had established camp in this area. If he ventured there now, it might pose a bit of a dilemma. After all, at a distance, those individuals likely knew one another well. The sudden appearance of an intruder could potentially incite conflict. In this shadowy world, survival was no easy feat to vie for resources. It was plausible that humans could resort to extreme measures. Thus, it appeared prudent to delay this plan. Feng inhaled a breath of fresh air and rode yumming back to the cave of the black tiger. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed the carcass of the wild rabbit he had placed there to lure out the small black tiger. The beast approached, and as he bent down to retrieve the rabbit's body, a sudden whimper caught his attention. How? What was that sound? It seemed to emanate from the depths of the seemingly bottomless cave. Were it not for the intermittent noise, Feng might have thought he was hallucinating. Frowning slightly, he gazed into the dark cavern. Listening closely to the sound, which carried a hint of childishness, he wondered if there were other cubs of the black tiger within. He dismounted from yumming and cautiously approached the cave entrance, picking up a small stone to toss inside. The next moment, a soft thud echoed, but after a while, there was no further commotion, only the occasional whimper from within. It appeared there were no larger black tigers present. Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he slowly entered the cave. Using the dim light filtering in from outside, he spotted a fluffy black ball nestled in the corner. It seemed it is a young black tiger cub, emitting plaintive sounds while attempting to crawl towards the cave entrance. Given its size, it appears to have been born not long ago. Feng reflects that perhaps the formidable black tiger was seeking food for its two offspring, which led it to disturb his humble abode. Today, that small black tiger mustered the courage to emerge and confront him, all in the name of protecting its siblings. Contemplating this, Feng feels a twinge of remorse. Ding! Congratulations on discovering a black tiger cub. Age: 2 days. Would you like to capture it for domestication? Black tiger cub. Can be tamed, capable of evolution. Requires substantial meat for sustenance as an adult. Possesses high combat capabilities. Can learn combat skills 06. Upon viewing this panel, Feng finds himself in a quandary. Alas, no matter how one looks at it, the father and brother of this little cub met their demise at his hands. If he were to spare no mercy for this youngling, it would indeed be inhumane. Furthermore, if he were to abandon the cub in the cave, allowing it to fend for itself, it is likely to survive only a few days at most. There is even the looming threat of it being devoured by other wild beasts by midnight. Chapter 31. The New Beast Companion. The black tiger cub, let it be. Consider it a means to alleviate some of my own sins, to bring a measure of solace to my heart. For the time being, I shall take this cub back and nurture it. After all, I discovered a delightful surprise in the raccoon. Raising beast companions is not devoid of merit. The raccoon, now a creature of the domestic realm, assists me with various daily tasks. This cub, however, bears the mark of a combat-type beast. Thus, once it matures, it shall aid me in battle. Moreover, I have only ever seen tigers in the zoo before. Now I have the opportunity to raise one myself. It feels rather impressive. The joys of a boy are indeed simple. In any case, procuring a piece of raw meat is no challenge for you, Feng. Little one, had it not been for your father's initial aggression, I would never have harmed them. Yet, it cannot be entirely blamed on them, for I did retaliate. Here I am, seeking atonement. Yifeng gently cradled the still unopened-eyed black tiger cub in his arms and swiftly exited the cave. It was exceedingly dark within. Had it not been for the cub's cries, he might not have discovered it at all. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, his vision brightened once more. Yifeng suinted, relishing the clarity of his surroundings. He withdrew the black tiger cub from his embrace, examining it closely. He noted the familiar stripes of a tiger on its back, though its fur was entirely black, unlike the golden-hued tigers he had seen before. Flipping it over, he observed beneath, no male organs. This meant it was a female black tiger cub. Yifeng sighed, uncertain if the raccoon would take a liking to this newcomer. Ding! Successfully captured a black tiger cub. Female, capable of domestication as a beast companion. A perfect grade black tiger cub, possessing remarkable evolutionary potential. Nursing period of 2 days. Juvenile phase lasting 10 days. Stabilizing upon reaching adulthood. An ideal combat-type beast companion, endowed with formidable tiger clan combat abilities, capable of hunting and fighting. It also possesses excellent danger detection skills. Black tigers are immensely loyal. Once they recognize an individual as their master, they will protect them for life. The black tiger companion boasts exceptional evolutionary capabilities, able to transform into human form upon reaching maturity. Yifeng noted the relatively short duration from cub to adulthood, which would at least conserve some meat resources. This was fortunate indeed. Moreover, the ability to fight and detect danger pleased him greatly. In the event of trouble during his daytime excursions, the black tiger would serve as a vigilant reminder of impending dangers, ensuring his safety. As Yifeng returned to the cabin with the mournful song, the black tiger's carcass, the wild rabbit's remains, and the black tiger cub, it was already midday. He led the mournful song back to the cabin, placing the black tiger's carcass upon the wooden table. At this moment, the diligent little raccoon was industriously engrossed in the smelting chamber, refining copper ore. Yifeng cast a glance into the room and observed its round face directly facing the blazing furnace. Beads of sweat glistened on its small visage. Steam wafted from a nearby bucket, creating an atmosphere of toil. Perhaps sensing a gaze upon it, the little raccoon lifted its head to peer outside, and upon recognizing its master's return, it momentarily set aside its task. With its tiny paw, it wiped the sweat from its brow and scampered excitedly towards Yifeng. Woo-woo, master, I miss you dearly. As it reached Yifeng, it beheld a small, black tiger cub cradled in his arms, its eyes still shut in slumber. Curiosity sparked in its round, twinkling eyes. Yifeng felt a sense of warmth seeing the little raccoon so diligently at work. He gently stroked its head and examined the fruits of its labor. The raccoon had worked swiftly in the span of 3 or 4 hours. It had transformed 60 pieces of ordinary copper ore into 6 pieces of good quality copper ingots. Remarkably, one of these was a perfect grade bronze. What extraordinary fortune! Yifeng had previously perused the global trading platform, where a single good quality copper ingot could be exchanged for half a piece of raw meat. As for the perfect grade bronze, none had yet been offered for sale. Even he possessed only one perfect grade bronze, which he had utilized to craft a flawless bronze axe. Based on the current market value, exchanging a piece of perfect grade bronze for 10 pieces of raw meat would hardly be excessive. Feng pondered whether anyone else in this world had succeeded in smelting perfect-grade bronze. Even if there were, such individuals would likely retain their treasure for crafting sharp tools and weapons. Only a fool would trade such high-quality items for mere sustenance. Seeing the little raccoon's industrious achievements filled Feng with satisfaction. Not only was it capable of supporting the household, but it was also generating income. Truly commendable. However, a pressing concern surfaced in Feng's mind. The smelting chamber's capacity was limited. Within a lengthy span of time, it had only managed to process a modest quantity of ore. The level 0 small smelting furnace was inefficient, consuming time and waste wood. The little raccoon was also growing weary. At the current pace, how long would it take to refine the thousands of ordinary copper ingots? This wouldn't do. Feng was far from content with such a sluggish rate. If he wished to enhance the smelting speed, upgrading the furnace was imperative. Transitioning to a medium or large smelting furnace could potentially double or quintuple the output. Thus, upgrading became the foremost objective. Time equates to efficiency, and efficiency translates to wealth. Once the smelting chamber was upgraded, the little raccoon could achieve in a day what previously took 5. Just imagine the resources that would yield. If the opportunity to seize the advantage was not taken now, and someone else caught up, all would be lost. That would be a significant setback. With this in mind, Feng retrieved the Night World Action Guide, eager to ascertain the materials required for constructing a large furnace. Flipping to the manufacturing page, he read, Large Smelting Furnace. Area, 10 square meters. One smelting operation can incorporate 500 units, necessitating materials of perfect quality for construction. The high temperature of large-scale smelting accelerates the output. Required materials: perfect grade stone 030, perfect grade wood 030, perfect grade clay 010, perfect grade bronze 11. You must be joking. Feng gazed upon this list of materials, restraining himself from uttering expletives. What a structure only the affluent could aspire to construct. All components demanded perfection. These seemingly straightforward materials would take the average person at least 2 to 3 months to secure. Even he had never managed to collect a single piece of perfect-grade wood. Previously, he had relied on trading raw meat on the marketplace. This illustrates the rarity of perfect-grade materials. However, scarcity does not imply that no one possesses such items. A simple search on the global trading platform would reveal their availability. Chapter 32. Upgrading the large smelting furnace. Perfect-grade primary materials can indeed be exchanged on the trading platform. At present, Feng possesses resources from 2 black tigers. His warehouse has accumulated approximately 40 pieces of raw meat. This is nothing short of a fortune. In the current world of darkness, raw meat remains a highly coveted commodity among humans. The price of raw meat on the global trading platform remains exceptionally high, perpetually outstripping supply. Therefore, Feng intends to utilize a significant portion of his raw meat to attempt to exchange for the perfect-grade materials he currently requires. After all, raw meat, once cut, does not preserve well. Although temperatures are relatively low in winter, if fresh meat is left exposed for more than 3 days, it will inevitably spoil. Consequently, possessing an abundance of raw meat is not necessarily advantageous. Effective preservation is key. If one cannot preserve it properly, allowing it to rot is a clear sign of inadequate intellect. Thus, trading is the prudent course of action. As a material in high demand globally, Feng decides to retain a few pieces of perfect-grade raw meat while listing the remainder on the world trading platform. After a brief editing session, Feng clicks to publish the exchange information. Upon refreshing, his exchange notice appears on the homepage: perfect-grade black tiger raw meat. Indeed, this is perfect-grade raw meat of exceptional quality, known for its ability to enhance physical strength. Consuming it can invigorate one's body with immense power. 1 piece of perfect-grade black tiger raw meat can be exchanged for 10 pieces of perfect-grade stone, 10 pieces of perfect-grade wood, or 10 pieces of perfect-grade clay, one option among 3. Many individuals browsing the world trading platform are taken aback upon seeing this substantial exchange offer. They eagerly engage in comments beneath the trading information. In an instant, numerous individuals scramble to seize the opportunity to exchange for the perfect-grade black tiger raw meat. Goodness, is my vision deceiving me? Perfect grade raw meat? Unbelievable. I've barely even seen ordinary grade raw meat, and today I stumble upon perfect grade meat. Black tiger meat. This must be Feng. It has to be. Only he could have slain a black tiger beast last night, and now offers its meat for sale. Is this perfect grade raw meat truly so remarkable? Consuming it can enhance one's physique. I'm tempted to hunt down a beast myself. The profits are staggering. Wake up, brother upstairs. What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Indeed, we were trapped in that little cabin last night while the beasts outside were rampant, and we couldn't do a thing about it. I reckon, with our current combat strength, we would need at least 10 people to contend with a beast, and even then, we might not prevail without sustaining injuries. So, let's just admire from a distance. Do not let envy lead to recklessness and risk our lives. If injured without medicine, we would be immobilized, left to await our demise. Do you still foolishly hope for someone to come to your aid? First, assess your own strength before indulging in such fanciful thoughts. However, I believe that Feng, as the only human who has successfully slain a beast, must possess some extraordinary weaponry. My friend, with the price of wood on the rise, shouldn't your prices increase as well? Nonsense. This is premium-grade raw meat, not ordinary fare. Indeed, could we not observe the market trends before engaging in such banter? Pay him no mind. I have just exchanged 2 pieces of premium wood for 1/5 of raw meat. It is truly exhilarating. Upon reading these comments, Feng found himself both amused and exasperated. He had changed locations, yet the same individuals remained. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged 1/10 of raw meat for a piece of premium wood. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully exchanged 1/5 of raw meat for 2 pieces of premium stone. Ding! Congratulations! At this moment, the transaction notifications from Feng's Night World Action Guide were incessantly flashing. The sounds of successful trades echoed continuously. He had anticipated that gathering 10 pieces of premium materials from a single individual would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, he had prudently pre-sliced the raw meat into smaller portions, facilitating transactions for others. Although the world boasts billions of humans, the number of individuals possessing premium materials remains exceedingly scarce, especially the specific items he required. However, each person exchanged only a small amount. Before long, the 7 pieces of black tiger raw meat he had listed on the trading platform were entirely exchanged for various premium materials he needed. He had not expected such rapidity. Indeed, meat proves to be the most effective medium of exchange. Feng meticulously confirmed the transaction details. Subsequently, 30 pieces of premium stone, 30 pieces of premium wood, and 10 pieces of premium clay appeared neatly arranged on the small wooden table. He had 1 piece of premium bronze already, thus there was no need for further exchanges. Yet, even if he wished to trade, it was likely that no one could meet such a demand. The world trading platform is indeed convenient. Without leaving home, one can swiftly gather the desired materials, provided they possess items others covet. Having completed these transactions, it was just in time for lunch. Feng organized the materials neatly. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he discovered a small raccoon gazing up at him with watery eyes, a look of dismay upon its face. Whimpering, it seemed to say, "I'm hungry." Upon noticing Feng's attention, the little raccoon promptly patted its tiny belly with its paw. It had diligently worked throughout the morning, and yet its master showed no concern, still preoccupied with those materials while it was on the verge of fainting from hunger. It was time to eat. Feng, understanding the raccoon's intentions, chuckled and set aside the materials he had been holding. "All right, let us have a meal first, you little glutton." With that, he retrieved 3 pieces of raw meat and a small loaf of bread from his storage. He placed 2 pieces of raw meat on the copper pot, allowing them to sizzle slowly to perfection. The remaining piece of raw meat was offered to Yuming. While Feng awaited the meat to be cooked, he broke off a small piece of bread and handed it to the little raccoon. Upon receiving the bread, the raccoon was overjoyed. Hooray, a delicious treat! It began to nibble eagerly. In no time, the little morsel of bread was devoured with great enthusiasm. After satisfying its hunger somewhat, the raccoon approached the wooden bed. There it observed the black tiger cub peacefully sleeping. This little creature is truly unique in appearance. Slowly, it climbed onto the bed and extended its tiny paw to gently touch the soft, dark fur of the black tiger cub. Where on earth did the master find such an odd-looking creature? It's rather unappealing. Chapter 33. Yuan Yuan and Hei Mei. However, it seems that the master has taken it in as a pet. This little creature must have only just been born, as it can barely open its eyes. Haha, let me entertain it for a moment. The little raccoon gently patted the back of the black tiger cub, turning it over to expose its little belly. Using its paws, it began to lightly scratch. Unfortunately, the black tiger cub was far too small to resist, its limbs flailing helplessly in the air, attempting to signal the raccoon to cease its playful torment, while emitting whimpering sounds. The little raccoon found the clumsy cub rather amusing. Raccoon, stop teasing it. This is my new pet, and she is a little sister. You, as her elder sister, must take good care of her. Yi Feng, who was cooking nearby, could not help but interject upon witnessing the raccoon's mischief. Upon hearing his words, the little raccoon blinked its eyes and glanced down, discovering that the tiny creature lacked certain features. Indeed, it was a girl. The black tiger cub, hearing Yi Feng's voice, immediately responded with pitiful whimpers. The little raccoon, with its bright eyes twinkling, nodded. It wasn't he bullying its sister. It was merely playing with her. This little being was simply too soft, making it hard to resist the urge to squeeze it. If she was indeed a sister, she appeared rather adorable, round and soft. Haha, all right, little raccoon. Bring your sister over. It's time to eat. Hearing Yi Feng's call, the little raccoon excitedly stood up, carefully cradling the black tiger cub in its arms. It leaped off the bed and joyfully scampered to the wooden table. Happy it was time for a feast. Yi Feng allocated a generous portion of the roasted meat to the little raccoon, reserving a small amount to be minced into a meat paste to feed the black tiger cub. This cub was exceedingly small, having been born just 2 days prior, and logically still required milk. However, Yi Feng was currently unable to find a source of milk for it. Thus, he had to finely chop the meat, adding a bit of water to create a meat soup, which he gradually fed to the black tiger cub. The black tiger cub, catching the scent of the meat, emitted eager sounds, clearly hungry. It opened its mouth wide, consuming the meat soup that Yi Feng offered. Soon, the little cub finished the meat paste soup, even licking clean the few drops that had inadvertently dripped onto Yi Feng's hand. After finishing its meal, the tiny cub comfortably rolled over in Yi Feng's embrace, its belly round and content. Yi Feng was somewhat astonished to see the little black tiger cub eat so well. Observing its diminutive form, he had not anticipated such a hearty appetite. That sizable chunk of raw meat, of which it had consumed a substantial portion, had vanished entirely. If not for its potential for combat, who would dare to keep such a creature? Yi Feng found himself pondering the wisdom of his decision today. If he did not strive diligently in the future, he might truly find it challenging to care for these 3 little ancestors. He now eagerly anticipates the swift maturation of the young cub. Once it reaches adulthood, it can begin aiding him in hunting. Otherwise, their household may soon be overwhelmed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fed the raccoon. Intimacy level 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fed the black tiger cub. Intimacy level 2. After feeding the black tiger cub, Yi Feng cradled it and presented it to the raccoon, allowing them to frolic together while he commenced his lunch. As he ate, his mind wandered. Ah, the raccoon. I intend to bestow names upon both of you. Even the shadow has a name. I can't keep calling you just raccoon and black tiger. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the raccoon joyfully bounced about. How delightful. The master is going to name it. Finally, it would have to hear itself called just raccoon every day. Let me think. I shall name you Roundy, and this little one shall be called Blackie. Yi Feng scratched his forehead helplessly. To be honest, he was utterly inept at naming. The names he could think of for small pets were merely things like Dot and Fortune. This was already an extraordinary effort on his part. The raccoon nodded happily, thrilled to have a name. How wonderful, it finally has a name. Roundy, a name befitting such a cute creature. The reason Yi Feng chose the name Roundy was due to the raccoon's large, expressive eyes, which left a profound impression on him. He felt he could always understand the raccoon's intentions through those round eyes. Thus, Roundy was indeed a suitable name. Watching the two little ones, Yi Feng smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, the shadow had finished its raw meat and lay contentedly in its nest for a nap. Well, lunch was resolved. Now it was time to attend to more pressing matters. He had just arranged the materials exchanged for the perfect-grade raw meat and was ready to construct a large furnace. Once successfully built, the smelting yield of the small cabin would soar. With this thought, Yi Feng wielded the perfect-grade bronze axe with renewed vigor. Large smelting furnace is being constructed automatically, accompanied by the sounds of hammers and axes striking. After approximately an hour, ding. Congratulations. The large smelting furnace has been completed. However, it seems to have nearly filled your little space. Upon hearing the notification, Yi Feng sprang to his feet and entered the smelting room. Wonderful, it's finally done. Now he could smelt copper ingots in large quantity. Yi Feng, concerned that the flames below were insufficiently vigorous, stepped forward and heaved nearly 10 pieces of wood into the fire, intensifying the blaze. In an instant, fierce flames erupted, and the furnace reached its maximum temperature. Following an upgrade, the once ordinary smelting furnace was now constructed entirely from premium materials, capable of withstanding exceedingly high temperatures. Thus, even with a substantial quantity of copper blocks within, the smelting speed remained unaffected. Time flew by, and after 2.5 hours, a small opening at the base of the furnace began to emit streams of molten copper. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng swiftly retrieved the prepared mold to catch the liquid, subsequently tossing it into a nearby large wooden barrel filled with cold water for cooling the copper blocks. With a sizzling sound, the high-quality copper blocks rapidly cooled in the water, transforming it into vapor. Instantly, the entire room was enveloped in mist. The smelting process is notably water-intensive. Such a large barrel of water, if utilized for drinking, could sustain consumption for nearly half a month. However, for the purpose of cooling during smelting, it would undoubtedly be depleted by the end of the day. The little raccoon, Round, had already mastered the art of smelting, ensuring that the output was consistently of commendable quality, with very few subpar blocks produced. Chapter 34. The High-Yield Tycoon Ding. Congratulations on successfully refining 45 high-quality copper blocks. High-quality copper blocks possess a slightly softer texture, making them suitable for the production of everyday utensils. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refining 5 perfect-grade bronze pieces. Perfect-grade quality, with an exceptionally hard texture, ideal for crafting tools and weapons. Yi Feng set aside the more than 40 high-quality copper blocks, his attention captivated by the 5 gleaming bronze pieces. Marvelous. This is perfect-grade bronze. The quantity of perfect-grade bronze he has is sufficient for crafting several pieces of equipment and tools. The luster is simply exquisite compared to the high-quality copper blocks. This is precisely what Yi Feng requires. It was worth his investment in upgrading the large smelting furnace with perfect-grade materials, enabling him to harvest such a substantial amount of copper. What a bounty! Yi Feng was exceedingly pleased. The most delightful surprise was the 5 perfect-grade bronze pieces. However, the high-quality copper blocks held little utility for him, as their hardness was insufficient for crafting the weapons he needed. Thus, he promptly listed these high-quality copper blocks on a global trading platform, preparing for trade. He aimed to exchange them for equally high-quality stones, timber, ores, water resources, and other essentials, including various plant seeds that were scarce in his small cabin. At present, the most abundant resource he possessed was likely meat, as he had been preoccupied with hunting in recent days, neglecting the collection of basic materials. Therefore, he intended to use the refined copper blocks to barter for the essential supplies he required. Currently, among humanity, very few had upgraded their small cabins. Even fewer had managed to construct a smelting room. Yi Feng was the sole individual who had transformed a standard small smelting room into a large one. The tools available to humanity remained predominantly wooden hunting forks and stone axes, with high-quality copper blocks being a rarity. Yi Feng retrieved the Night World Action Guide and navigated to the global trading platform, posting his trading information. At that moment, in their trading market, numerous buyers and sellers were astonished upon seeing this transaction notice. The mining market, populated by many miners, saw a scarcity of buyers. rendering this area considerably quieter compared to other essential commodities. Most were merely waiting for proficient smelters to select their ores. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? Come quickly, brothers. My goodness, Feng is astonishingly impressive. He has directly offered 30 high-quality copper blocks for trade. Could it be that he has constructed a smelting room already? Goodness gracious! These are all high-quality copper blocks, not even ordinary ones. Their hard texture makes them perfect for crafting copper tools. If only we could replace the stone pots we currently use with copper ones. One can significantly conserve half of the timber. I cannot accept this. How long has it been since the upgrade of the humble wooden cabin to the next level? And yet a smelting chamber has been constructed. What kind of monstrosity is this? Truly, one is driven to despair by comparisons. I implore you, esteemed one, reserve a portion for me. I shall promptly gather materials for exchange. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged a quality copper ingot for a quality timber. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged a quality copper ingot for a quality cabbage seed. Ding! Congratulations. Yet another wave of successful trade notifications flashed across the screen. Feng clicked to confirm each transaction, filtering for the resources he required. To the inhabitants of this world, quality copper ingots serve a multitude of purposes. Utilizing the surplus quality materials at his disposal, he set forth to exchange them. Feng swiftly gathered nearly all the items he needed. Calculating in his mind, Feng pondered the capabilities of a large smelting furnace, which could process 500 units of ordinary copper ore at once. If he worked for 3 hours, a single furnace could yield 45 quality copper ingots and 5 perfect bronze ingots. Thus, with one furnace in the morning and another in the afternoon, he could produce 2 furnaces in a day, even when night fell, preventing him from venturing outside the wooden cabin. He could still extend his efforts to smelt an additional furnace, bringing the total to 3. In this scenario, he could nearly produce 140 quality copper ingots and 10 to 15 perfect bronze ingots in a single day. What an astonishing prospect! It is akin to being appointed CEO and ascending to the pinnacle of success. Quality copper ore could be exchanged on the world trading platform for various necessities, while the remaining perfect bronze could be reserved for crafting the weapons and tools he currently required. Feng contemplated the multitude of perfect bronze ingots he now possessed. Although his wooden cabin had recently been upgraded to the first level, its defensive capabilities remained woefully inadequate. The beasts lurking in the dark world were innumerable, and even a single black tiger could breach the cabin's defenses. What if a pack were to attack? This concern had already crossed Feng's mind while he was repairing the cabin the previous night. The first-level wooden cabin could hardly withstand the onslaught of fierce creatures. Perhaps, once he had amassed sufficient perfect bronze, he could replace all the materials within the cabin with bronze. This would undoubtedly enhance its defensive strength. Furthermore, he envisioned preparing a complete set of perfect equipment for himself. Armor, helmet, gauntlets, greaves, and boots. None could be omitted. This would undoubtedly be the first complete set of bronze armor in the entire Dark World, provided he had enough perfect bronze. He could also craft a set of bronze armor for his steed, Yuming, transforming it into a formidable bronze-clad mount. How magnificent! Feng could not help but admire his own cleverness. With these resources in hand, he is on the verge of becoming the foremost bronze warrior in the entire realm of eternal night. When that time comes, slaying captured beasts should be a trivial matter. As 500 ordinary copper ores were smelted, the sky gradually darkened once more. The outside world resembled a slumbering entity, enveloped in profound silence. The chirping of insects and the calls of birds, once present during the day, had now vanished. In such a dark night, even the small creatures cowered in fear. Not far away, a massive beast, resembling neither bird nor beast, glided through the sky, occasionally emitting eerie cries, as if it were searching for a delectable dinner on the ground below. Feng, now with leisure, noticed that night had fallen. Feeling a chill permeate the room, he shuddered and rose to add a few pieces of wood to the fire. Chapter 35. The Immaculate Bronze Armor. The flames, which had been gently flickering, grew more intense after adding fuel, radiating a comforting warmth. Feng returned to the small wooden table and took a seat. He retrieved the Night World Action Guide and opened a reminder for the fourth night. Tonight's weather. The night had deepened, and a fierce cold wind howled outside, ravaging like a ferocious beast. The night would endure for 16 hours, with a temperature of -13 degrees. In such frigid conditions, it felt as if water, once boiled, would freeze upon contact with the ground. Key reminder: the frail humans face another terrifying night. Do you recall the horrors of last night? Perhaps this is not the moment to rejoice in your survival. The beasts outside the cabin, driven to madness by hunger, are closing in. Do you truly believe they will relent? Reflect carefully. Have you worked diligently during the daylight? Is there still an ample supply of water within the cabin? Are you troubled by whether to add another log to the fire? Will your hungry stomach tonight remain empty? Given the scarcity of resources outside, it might be wise to consider migrating to a more hospitable environment. Here is some ominous news. Tonight may be a sleepless one. Perhaps those friends with whom you've enjoyed cheerful conversations in the guide, or those with whom you trade, may choose to end their lives this very night. Many may face untimely fates. If there are those you care about, perhaps you should reach out to them. In critical moments, extend a helping hand. Whether it is competition or alliance, that is for you to ponder. Use your intellect wisely, for otherwise, enduring this harsh and protracted winter may prove exceedingly difficult. Yifeng furrowed his brow after reading tonight's reminder. What does it mean? Will there be deaths? His mind raced. Over the past few days, he had come to understand that the hints in the daily action guide were not mere fabrications. These words served as warnings for those who had traversed into this realm. However, for the time being, he felt little need to heed the guide's warnings. After all, he lacked for survival resources. In terms of meat alone, he had over a dozen pieces stored away. The recent acquisition of high-quality copper had also afforded him considerable resources, including timber, stone, food, and seeds. He had no concerns regarding heating supplies within the cabin. As for his equipment, Yifeng did not boast of being the best in the world. Yet possessing 2 immaculate weapons was sufficient to overpower 95% of humanity. Having slain 2 ferocious beasts barehanded over the past 2 days, he felt confident that any beast daring to disturb him now would not stand a chance. Yet, he remained uncertain about the specifics of what the action guide indicated. Nonetheless, as long as it did not affect him, there was little cause for concern. After inspecting the doors and windows of the cabin, Yifeng settled back at the wooden table. Gazing at the time, it seemed a tad too early to retire for the night. Although the realm of the dark night bestowed upon its inhabitants but a fleeting 5 or 6 hours of daylight, Yifeng maintained his biological clock, which thrived on 6 to 7 hours of slumber. His eyes wandered to the idle little raccoon, Roundy, beside him. Perhaps Roundy appeared to have sensed his gaze. Scratching its tiny nose with its paw, it understood. It comprehended everything. Despite having toiled throughout the day, it was more than willing to fulfill its master's request. After all, it was merely a matter of smelting copper blocks, an uncomplicated task. Roundy nodded with a fa of nonchalance and turned ahead toward the smelting room. With a flicker of flame ignited in the furnace, it added 500 pieces of copper ore. Just another round of smelting, nothing perilous. Go, industrious worker. Observing Roundy diligently engage in the smelting process brought a sense of comfort to Yifeng. What should he occupy himself with tonight? His gaze fell upon the clutter of items in the storage room. Why not craft a piece of bronze equipment first? However, with only 5 perfect-grade bronze pieces at his disposal, he could forge but a single item. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng resolved to create a bronze armor. He made his way to the tool room, lifting his perfect-grade bronze axe. Flipping through the action guide of the Dark Knight realm, he located the page dedicated to equipment crafting. Perfect-grade bronze armor required. 5/5 perfect-grade bronze, 5/5 hemp rope. This armor, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, would withstand even the fiercest beast's assault with a defense value of 25. All materials accounted for. Let the crafting begin. The bronze axe and stone hammer commenced their automatic work. More than an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully forging a piece of perfect-grade armor. Defense 25, durability 50/50. Reparable. At last it was completed. Yifeng beheld the armor radiating a soft glow, nodding in satisfaction. After placing the armor aside, he settled at the wooden table, sipping some warm water, feeling quite pleased within. Alas, if only it were wine, it would have been even more delightful. After a long day's labor, he could enjoy a couple of sips in his quaint little abode. Such a life would be truly comfortable. Yet, it was not entirely impossible. After all, wine could be brewed. Lost in thought, the industrious raccoon in the smelting room completed its task. This batch of copper ore had been transformed into 46 good quality copper blocks and 4 perfect grade bronze pieces. Dragging its weary body, it approached Feng's feet, emitting a pitiful whimper. It was utterly exhausted, having labored all day. Feng, in a cheerful mood, noticed Roundy coming over and instinctively lifted it into his lap, gently stroking its furry head. The soft fur felt delightful against his hand. Roundy, sensing its master's tender touch, felt its fatigue dissipate by half in an instant. Contentedly, it nudged its small head against its master's large hand, seemingly finding solace in this simple act. Suddenly, Feng withdrew his hand, leaving the round little creature somewhat dissatisfied. It had yet to fully relish the moment. Why had it ended so abruptly? With a hint of confusion, it raised its head to gaze at Feng. Unbeknownst to the little raccoon, Feng was oblivious to its actions, as he had just recalled his own pressing task, signing in. He wondered what delightful surprise the system would bestow upon him that evening. With a click, he pressed the sign-in button on the action guide. Ding! Congratulations on a successful sign-in. You may choose one of the following rewards. Option 1. A package of materials of good quality. Option 2. A reward tailored to your current resources. Please make your selection. Upon seeing the 2 options, Feng chose without hesitation the second option. He had already exchanged some good quality copper blocks for materials earlier that day, so he was not in need of more good quality supplies for the time being. Instead, he eagerly anticipated what reward the system would match to his current situation. The experience felt akin to opening a mystery box. Last time, he received 2 skill books. He was curious to discover what surprise awaited him this time. His excitement was palpable. Chapter 36. Synthesis. Currently, a match is being made based on the condition of your cabin. Please hold on. A large smelting chamber has been detected. Matching in progress. Ding. Congratulations on receiving your sign-in reward. Elementary Material Advancement Synthesis Tome. Upon studying this tome, you can amalgamate any 10 low-grade materials into 1 higher-grade material. Please note, the synthesis process incurs a loss of 20. In the next moment, a book radiating a luminous aura appeared on the wooden table. Elementary Material Advancement Synthesis Tome. What a treasure! Feng gazed upon the tome adorned with gilded lettering, his heart racing with excitement akin to having discovered a hidden gem. Such a treasure, obtained without cost? It is worth noting that Feng's cabin is equipped with a substantial smelting chamber. The smelting furnace operates diligently, yielding approximately 3 batches daily. Each day, 500 ordinary-grade copper ores can be smelted into around 100 to 150 good quality copper ingots. However, as these are merely good quality, their utility for Feng is limited, compelling him to exchange the majority of these ingots on the trading platform for other resources. Currently, his demand for good quality materials is minimal. What he truly requires is perfect grade bronze. Yet, to pursue the slim chance of acquiring perfect grade materials, the daily output from the furnace must be substantial. In this scenario, even if you were to list the good quality copper ingots on a global trading platform, they could easily accumulate in his warehouse. However, this tome has provided a solution to his predicament. Although he possesses a considerable quantity of good grade materials, if he could synthesize them into a higher tier perfect grade bronze, the situation would be entirely transformed. He is fervently gathering perfect grade resources. If successful, crafting bronze armor and tools, as well as fortifying his cabin, would be within reach. Feng contained his exhilaration, holding the Elementary Material Advancement Synthesis Tome in his hands. This was undoubtedly something he needed to learn. Extending his hand, he placed it upon the tome, affirming his intent to study. In an instant, a gentle glow emanated from the book, merging into his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning the Elementary Material Advancement Synthesis Tome. Now, you may test its wonders. Upon hearing the prompt, Vivid images began to flash through Yi Feng's mind, and he swiftly grasped the technique. His heart raced with anticipation as the exhilarating moment approached. He quickly retrieved 50 good-quality copper ingots from his warehouse, placing them upon the wooden table. With a hand resting upon the ingots, he closed his eyes, mentally recalling the operational method. Synthesis. In the next moment, the copper ingots on the table emitted a radiant glow, gradually merging in groups of 10, disappearing before his very eyes. Half an hour had elapsed, and the excellent-grade copper blocks on the table had completely vanished. In their stead lay 5 flawless pieces of bronze. Success. Gazing at the 5 bronze blocks radiating a gentle golden hue, Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. This was truly remarkable. It felt as though it was all within his grasp. With this newfound skill, the good-grade copper blocks that the little raccoon produced daily would no longer be deemed useless. By simply synthesizing them, he could transform them into perfect-grade bronze. Calculating this, he realized he could synthesize nearly 30 pieces of perfect-grade bronze each day. Such a quantity was astonishing. Not only could he swiftly craft bronze equipment, but he would also have a surplus. Contemplating this, Yi Feng hastily retrieved the Night World Action Guide, flipping to the manufacturing page. A few days prior, while upgrading his level 1 cabin, he had noticed an option for reinforcing the cabin. This could instantly bolster its defensive capabilities. Thus, when he obtained the perfect grade bronze, the notion had already taken root in his mind. A perfect grade bronze cabin. Didn't it seem that despite the thickness of the wooden planks, it was still vulnerable to the attacks of wild beasts? Perhaps it was time to consider reinforcing his cabin by merely covering it with a layer of perfect grade bronze plates. He could directly enhance its defense by 30 points. The added bronze plates would neither diminish nor expand the overall area of the cabin. They would solely augment its defensive strength. One should not underestimate this attribute. A cabin fortified with perfect-grade bronze would render attackers utterly powerless. To inflict damage upon the cabin, they would need to question their own capabilities. However, the materials required for the bronze cabin were indeed extravagant. Only those with the means should contemplate it. Upgrade requirements: 0.50 perfect-grade bronze plates, 0.500 perfect-grade bronze screws. The materials required for a level 0 cabin are half of those needed for a level 1 cabin. Upgrading and expanding the cabin will increase material consumption. Upon seeing these figures, Yi Feng felt utterly unfazed. It is worth noting that when he first encountered the option to reinforce the cabin, he had been quite eager. However, the outrageous numbers had deterred him from indulging in such aspirations. If he harbored such thoughts, it was likely that no one else among humanity would be concerned with reinforcing their cabins either. Currently, virtually no human across the globe could amass 100 pieces of wood to upgrade their cabins. Gathering 100 pieces of ordinary grade wood could take them half a month, even a month. The value of a single piece of perfect grade bronze was worth at least 1,000 pieces of ordinary grade wood. What a staggering ratio! Who could dare to dream such dreams? Even possessing a smelting chamber was a distant concern. These were matters beyond contemplation. Yet, Yi Feng was no longer the same. For him, this goal was no longer a mere dream. He now possessed a large-scale smelting furnace. He also fortuitously acquired a book titled Advanced Synthesis of Basic Materials. Each day, he could amass approximately 530 pieces of flawless bronze. Calculating this, within a mere 3 days, he could elevate the defensive capabilities of his humble abode by an entire tier. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his face. By the time he upgraded his cottage to bronze, not even a fierce black tiger, nor its entire den, could inflict any harm upon his fortified dwelling. They would surely meet with disastrous consequences. With this in mind, Yi Feng retrieved all the quality copper ingots remaining in his storage. Methodically, he began the process of advanced synthesis, and before long, he had successfully crafted 7 or 8 pieces of flawless bronze. The sight of such a bounty filled Yi Feng with immense joy. Who else could rival this? Chapter 37. The perfect set. Observing the quantity of perfect-grade bronze in his possession, Yi Feng contemplated for a moment. The materials required for upgrading the small cabin were substantial. Thus, he decided to first forge the perfect-grade bronze set. Once he upgraded the materials in the coming days, he would then proceed with the cabin's enhancement. With this thought, he retrieved his perfect-grade bronze axe and hammer and began his work. Perfect-grade bronze bracers. Requires perfect-grade bronze 2-2, linen rope 1-1. Perfect-grade bronze knee guards. Requires perfect-grade bronze 2-2, linen rope 1-1. Perfect-grade bronze helmet. Requires perfect-grade bronze 1-1, linen rope 1-1. Perfect-grade bronze sword. Requires perfect-grade bronze 3-3. Perfect-grade bronze battle boots. Requires perfect-grade bronze 2-2, linen rope 1-1. All materials were at hand. Without hesitation, he set to work. The resonant clang of the hammer striking metal echoed throughout the small cabin. Feng watched the bronze axe and hammer operate automatically, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. How wonderful! He was on the verge of acquiring a complete set of bronze equipment. During the day, he had replaced the stone hammer with the bronze hammer, and indeed, the efficiency had markedly improved. After approximately 2 hours, a full set of perfect-grade bronze equipment was completed. Perfect-grade bronze bracers, defense 20. Perfect-grade bronze knee guards, defense 20. Perfect-grade bronze helmet, defense 20. Perfect-grade bronze sword, damage 20. Perfect-grade bronze battle boots, defense 20. This entire set nearly depleted his existing perfect-grade bronze. However, it was not a grave concern. After all, the little raccoon was diligently refining materials in the smelting room daily. Moreover, he was now capable of upgrading and synthesizing good-grade bronze blocks. Within a few days, he would amass a considerable amount of perfect-grade bronze once again, allowing him to upgrade the small cabin in one go. Excitedly, Feng donned the entire bronze set. At this moment, every part of his body was enveloped in bronze, transforming him into a formidable warrior, akin to a god of war. Even his face was shielded by the helmet's protective visor. Together with his perfect-grade bronze axe and perfect-grade black tiger bow, he now wielded a perfect-grade bronze sword, instantly elevating him to the status of a perfect-grade bronze warrior. However, it must be said, the weight of this ensemble was quite considerable. After all, being made of bronze, the complete set weighed no less than 50 pounds, akin to bearing 2 hefty sacks of rice. Feng took a breath, preparing to test his mobility. He lifted his foot and began to walk. Aside from a slight strain, he could indeed move. Running, however, proved to be a challenge. Yet, Feng was not overly concerned, for he possessed a rare-grade mount, Yuming. Once clad in this battle armor, he would be able to ride Yuming, who was more than capable of bearing his weight. Having tested his equipment, Feng removed his armor and set it aside. He approached the wooden table and resumed his seat, taking a sip of water to rest for a moment. He retrieved his action guide and began to peruse its contents. It had become a habit for him to glance at the global chat channel before retiring for the night, not out of idle gossip, but rather to stay informed about the current affairs of humanity and observe their developmental progress. Upon entering the global chat channel, Feng swiftly scanned the previous messages. There seemed to be no significant events, just the usual complaints from many individuals lamenting their encounters with the beasts. Countless others remained steadfast in their small wooden cabins while seeking solace in the global chat channel. Feng pursed his lips, unperturbed by the familiar scene. After all, it would indeed be peculiar if the beasts ceased their disturbances of humankind altogether. Just as he was about to close the action guide, he noticed an unusual flurry of messages in the regional chat channel below. The frequency of messages was rather high, which was quite abnormal. Historically, the regional chat channel was seldom utilized, serving only those within a 100-mile radius, typically encompassing a population of around 10,000. Many, including Feng, preferred not to engage in this channel since the proximity of humans often led to uncomfortable encounters. In such close quarters, one might easily spot another cabin within a mile's distance. During the day, it was common to cross paths with others nearby. Should an encounter occur, several scenarios could unfold. First, one might meet a sociable individual, equally eager to forge an alliance for mutual survival. Second, 2 individuals may wish to quietly develop their own cabins, preferring to maintain a safe distance. Third, there was the possibility that both perceived the scarcity of resources in their shared territory, leading to potential conflict over limited supplies. In this constrained environment, Every piece of wood, every berry, and every small creature was coveted. Those who managed to acquire these resources gained a significant advantage. The humans who found themselves in this dark world might have once been esteemed officials or affluent magnates on Earth, though they all started on equal footing here. No one was willing to submit to another. In such situations, refraining from hostility was a fortunate outcome. It was not that they desired to engage in resource disputes. Rather, they maintained a certain distance from one another. Consequently, the likelihood of forming alliances diminished in favor of competition, unless one was exceptionally skilled and possessed ample resources. Commanding respect and obedience from others was unlikely. Who would willingly assume the role of a subordinate from the outset? Thus, in stark contrast to the lively exchanges and laughter found in the global chat channel, the regional chat channel exuded an air of desolation. No one wishes for the intelligence they possess to be carelessly exposed to those nearby, nor do they desire their true abilities to be laid bare before strangers. Yet curiously, the regional chat channel tonight is unusually vibrant. What could be the cause of this? Has something transpired in the vicinity? Feng, intrigued, clicked on the incessantly flashing notifications. In the next moment, a lengthy string of chat records appeared before his eyes. Hey, did you all see that? Earlier today, I spotted several beings that looked somewhat human, yet distinctly different in the woods. Indeed, they must be around 1 meter 90 tall. Quite terrifying. I was chopping wood when I heard a noise and went to investigate. I thought it was a fellow nearby, but instead, I encountered a group of wild men dressed like cannibals. Could they possibly be searching for someone to devour in this area? That's not impossible. I saw them constructing a shelter, and they had a large pot. That pot could fit me entirely. Chapter 38. An assault on the cannibals? I meant to say, there are peculiar noises outside my cabin tonight. I heard it too. Feng furrowed his brow, observing the exchanges among the humans in the regional chat channel. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he scrolled through the messages, and after a minute, he began to grasp why the channel was so lively this evening. It all began when an individual intended to voice a complaint in the world chat channel, lamenting that with nightfall, he sensed shadows moving outside. However, he accidentally sent his message to the regional chat instead. Immediately, others began to jest, questioning how anyone could be out and about at such a late hour. Subsequently, someone recounted that while gathering supplies during the day, he had spotted a few beings resembling humans in the jungle, albeit not entirely human in appearance. Moreover, they lacked a cabin. This prompted several others to share their own sightings. Cannibals? Such a race still exists in the world of darkness. Feng remained silent, refraining from contributing to the chat, merely observing the flurry of messages. What were the cannibals doing here? Could it truly be to capture and consume humans? Suddenly, an individual named Chun Jiala interjected in the channel, asking, "Brother, where did you see those cannibals?" I encountered them while I was in the woods. But nearby was a cliff with a magnificent waterfall. Below the waterfall lay an expansive lake. The cannibals were in a cave by the cliff, quite conspicuous. If you look left when you see the waterfall, you will spot them. I only saw 4 wild men, but I'm uncertain of the exact number. I remember that waterfall and the lake. I had even contemplated relocating my cabin nearby, for that lake stretches over 10 miles, surely brimming with aquatic resources. If I cannot hunt wild animals, I could still catch fish. The lakeshore is dotted with fruit trees laden with fresh fruits. That place is an idyllic sanctuary for survival, offering everything one could desire. However, upon hearing that there are wild men camped there, I feel slightly apprehensive. Upon hearing this, many in the chat were intrigued. They had not anticipated such a treasure trove to exist in their vicinity. How delightful! Why don't we gather a few brothers and charge at those wild men tomorrow? Chun Jiala, the one who had posed the question, spoke again. He was not merely boasting. Within this 100-mile radius, he had rapidly risen to prominence, becoming a notable figure. Just a few days prior, while foraging for resources, he fortuitously captured a wild reindeer, instantly elevating him to the status of a formidable reindeer knight. Should he manage to rally others now to seize this territory, he would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest of resources. Thus, his development of the cabin would proceed with greater ease. At that time, He would be poised to make a mark on the achievement leaderboard of the entire Dark Night world. Others who saw Chun Jiala's message felt a surge of excitement. Should they successfully seize control of the lake, they would no longer need to worry about their material needs for a considerable time. Not only would they gain access to vast orchards, but also an abundance of fish, high-protein delicacy coveted by humanity worldwide. With dominion over this lake, any surplus could be sold on the global trading platform, ensuring a swift ascent to prominence. This location was undeniably impeccable for the brothers residing nearby. So, what do you say? Shall we take a chance and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? Let us band together to vanquish the man-eating tribe. As long as we possess a numerical advantage, I refuse to believe that our dozens cannot overpower 4 savages. Is anyone interested? Please declare your intent in the chat channel. We shall convene at the waterfall at dawn tomorrow. Chun Jiala, seizing the moment, continued to rally support in the regional channel. Many were thrilled by his words. I estimate that the man-eating tribe must possess considerable combat prowess. After all, one individual should at least equal the strength of a black tiger. For savages would equate to the battle power of 4 or 5 black tigers. If we could gather 20 to 30 individuals, our chances of victory would be substantial. Count me in. I'm nearby. I'll be there tomorrow. I seem to be a bit far from the waterfall. I haven't seen any water in the vicinity, so I fear I won't make in time to participate. Oh no, with so many of us, how could we fear 4 savages? I'm in 2. 1, count me in. Chun Jiala watched as names continued to pop up in the regional chat channel, his heart racing with excitement. After a quick count, he realized there were about 30 individuals. This was sufficient. With over 30 of us, we could certainly match them in battle. It was no small feat to gather so many people in such a short time. Many were too far away to join. After all, relocating one's cabin was quite a cumbersome task. It not only consumed a great deal of stamina and time, but also posed the risk of becoming lost or encountering danger along the way. So were apprehensive as well, uncertain if they could withstand a confrontation with the man-eating tribe. Although we had only 30 individuals, this number presented a significant advantage against 4 savages. These individuals were drawn by the allure of the lake's resources, which were undeniably tempting. Feng had been closely monitoring the messages in the chat channel, yet he remained silent throughout. He squinted, contemplating various thoughts. During the day, he had ventured to the edge of the cliff and observed the environment below. This land was rich in resources, difficult to resist. He refrained from hastily announcing his participation in the chat channel, as he was still unsure of the true strength of the man-eating tribe. However, he had conceived an idea. When daylight broke, he would first relocate his cabin down the mountain. This group of individuals, when embarking on their mission, begins by observing from a distance. With such a multitude, they are certain to disrupt the movements of the wild men. Once the opportunity arises, they shall await the appearance of their foes, seizing the moment to annihilate the entire cannibalistic tribe in one fell swoop. In doing so, perhaps they can emerge unscathed, reaping a bounty of valuable spoils. Feng harbors no desire to be a mere thief, yet the resources within this particular area are undeniably abundant, capable of propelling a select few to rapid prominence. Should they venture forth while he remains behind, others will swiftly upgrade their humble abodes with the wealth they acquire. Consequently, his current advantages may well be eclipsed by their advancements. With such a substantial prize at stake, Feng is undeniably eager to claim his share. Nay, not merely a share, but a far greater portion. Only through this endeavor can he maintain his lead within this territory. Chapter 39, Prodigal. The bronze cabin tomorrow. I shall venture down the mountain to survey the surroundings. Having devised a plan, Feng nodded with satisfaction. Glancing at the timeline in the action guide, he deemed it nearly time to rest. He needed to replenish his energy for the endeavors that awaited him the following day. Closing the guide, Feng rose and added a few logs to the fire. Clad in his clothes, he lay down on his modest wooden bed. The little raccoon, Yuan, upon seeing his master reclined, joyfully embraced his sister, the black cub, and they both hopped onto the bed. Ah, at last sleep beckons. Today has truly exhausted me. Off to slumber I go. Good night, master, good night, little black ball. Chirp, chirp. As dawn broke, life stirred anew. Sunlight gradually seeped through the clouds. and the forest was occasionally filled with the melodies of birds. Everything appeared so splendid and radiant. Yi Feng, consumed by thoughts of upgrading the cabin, awoke early, preparing to craft some bronze plates needed for his abode. Meanwhile, little raccoon Yuan Yuan blinked sleepily on the bed, while the black cub sprawled out, sleeping soundly with its round belly exposed. Noticing Yuan Yuan was awake, Yi Feng smiled. Sitting at the small wooden table, he retrieved the Night World Action Guide to peruse the reminders for the day. Night World Action Guide, Day 4 Daytime Reminders. Today's weather, abundant sunlight, however. The mist seems to obscure it somewhat. Daylight will last for 7 hours. Temperature, 12 degrees. Today's climate is quite pleasant, ideal for industrious souls to embark on their tasks. Key reminder, the fog appears rather dense today, resulting in a reduced visibility range. Should you venture into the jungle or woodlands, please exercise caution regarding your surroundings. After reading this, Yi Feng pursed his lips. It seemed no extraordinary events were on the horizon. Flipping through the pages, he arrived at the World Chat channel. Good morning, dear family. Today is yet another vibrant day. Hey, brother, you seem in good spirits today. What is the good news? Well, I recently planted some dragon fruit at the entrance, and it appears that today is the day for harvest. Naturally, I am thrilled and ready to check my bounty. This night world isn't half bad. At least the vegetables and fruits mature quickly now. What used to take months can mature in just a few days. Quite satisfactory. Haha. I'll share the taste of my homegrown dragon fruit with everyone shortly. What the hell? What are you doing? Let go of my dragon fruit. You scoundrel. I swear I'll have my revenge. Can someone enlighten me on what transpired? What's going on? The audience is ready for the drama. Oh no. Brothers, I can't talk right now. I just opened the door to harvest my dragon fruit, only to find a wild chicken devouring all of it. Furious. Today I will catch it. Tonight, we feast on roast chicken. What a remarkable talent. Why can't I help but laugh out loud? Yi Feng observed the conversations within the World Chat channel, finding them somewhat amusing. It seems that everyone has begun to acclimate to life in the night world, still able to share laughter each day. Shaking his head, Yi Feng rose to prepare breakfast, lest the little raccoon awaken and start whining in his ear. Approaching the hearth, he stoked the flames higher and placed the copper pot upon it. He retrieved 3 pieces of raw meat and a few crisp peaches, the fruits exchanged for fine copper at the trading platform yesterday. To prevent spoilage, it was wise to consume them promptly. As the meat roasted, Yi Feng sat at the wooden table, continuing to peruse the action guide. The regional chat channel buzzed with activity. How is everyone? Have you all woken up? Equip yourselves. Today we shall embark on a grand endeavor. It was Chun Jala speaking, eager to vanquish the man-eating tribe and seize a resource-rich lake. He had been so excited the previous night that he scarcely slept. Let us gather by the waterfall shortly. Received. Understood. It appeared many shared Chun Jala's impatience. Yi Feng paid little heed. He had numerous tasks ahead and could not indulge in the gossip of the chat channel. Closing the action guide, he rose to check on the meat he had just roasted. Unlike others, he did not need to rush to the waterfall. After all, he possessed a rare mount, the phantom whistle, which was remarkably swift. Even if he departed last, he would likely reach the destination first. Once the meat was ready, he set it aside to cool. After feeding the raw meat to the phantom whistle, he began to eat alone, deciding not to wait for the little raccoon. He would let it dine with Blackie later. The fragrant aroma of the meat roused the little raccoon, Roundy, who lazily stretched. It smells so good. Master must be preparing something delicious. How wonderful. Rubbing its round, sleepy eyes, Roundy noticed Yi Feng portioning the roasted meat and joyfully leaped from the wooden bed. Blackie, the little black tiger cub, also stirred awake, stretching its little paws in a lazy manner. Today, it could finally open its eyes. With bright, curious black eyes, it gazed at Roundy, then glanced at Yi Feng nearby. Perhaps everything was new and exciting, as Roundy rolled playfully on the small wooden bed. The little raccoon picked it up and brought it to the table, noticing that Yi Feng was nearly finished eating. Take your time, you two. Make sure your sister eats well. I shall start first, as we have important matters to attend to later. Roundy blinked happily and nodded, soon joining Blackie in devouring the meal. Feng chuckled softly, then rose and headed towards the tool room. Today, he aimed to craft some perfect-grade bronze plates. Although it is not feasible to produce all the materials required for the little cabin in one go, it is advantageous to create a few pieces initially. In fact, crafting a bronze plate is a straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to utilize high-quality clay to fashion molds of specified dimensions and shapes. Subsequently, the refined bronze liquid can be poured into these molds. After being submerged in a water bucket to cool, the task is complete. This process is considerably simpler than manufacturing a piece of bronze equipment or weaponry. The same principle applies to creating bronze nails. One only needs to create the mold for the nails and then fill it with the bronze liquid. Once cooled, the nails can be extracted, and remarkably, one can produce 100 nails in a single batch. With this in mind, Feng set to work. Approximately an hour later, he had successfully crafted 20 flawless bronze plates, intending to use them to reinforce the walls and wooden door of the cabin. Once the next batch of bronze plates is produced, he will then strengthen the floor and roof. Chapter 40. The move laboriously dragging the bronze plates outside the small wooden house. Round, the raccoon, who had just finished breakfast and was frolicking with Black Sister, was taken aback by the sight. Its jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What on earth? Stopping its playful chase, Round rubbed its eyes with its paw. It was not mistaken. There were indeed countless bronze plates. What was the master planning to do? Could it be? Eager to confirm its suspicions, Round followed Feng out of the small wooden house. There, it beheld him affixing the bronze plates to the exterior walls of the house, using bronze nails to secure them in place. A series of crisp sounds echoed as he worked. Ding! The perfect bronze wooden house was now 30 complete, though still under construction. Defense level, 25. Durability, 100. The perfect grade bronze wooden house was enveloped in flawless bronze, leaving no angles exposed. Its remarkable defense transformed the humble abode into a sturdy fortress. The wild beasts, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of intrusion. Wonderful! Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction. Although the completion rate stood at only 30, a substantial portion of the outer wall had been successfully covered, revealing a promising form. Round, who had been silently observing Feng's handiwork, was utterly bewildered. A perfect-grade bronze wooden house? Crafting such precious perfect-grade bronze into plates and nailing them to the walls of the house. Goodness, it was hard to comprehend. This was the kind of extravagance only a nouveau riche could afford. How could the master conceive such a defense mechanism? It was simply terrifying. What a spendthrift. Truly a spendthrift. The raccoon held its forehead, momentarily forgetting its actions as it tried to digest the scene before it. Hey, Round, doesn't our bronze wooden house look splendid? Feng said, arms crossed, admiring the softly gleaming bronze plates with great contentment. Once he covered all the bronze plates and reached 100 completion, he would no longer have to fear wild beasts attacking the wooden house. For a long time to come, the house's defense would withstand their onslaught. If they wished to test their strength, they were welcome to try. Indeed, it looks absolutely marvelous. Isn't it akin to plastering money on the walls? Round nodded in a daze. Incredible. Its master was truly extraordinary, able to create a bronze wooden house. Had it not just finished breakfast and regained some clarity, it would have thought it was still dreaming. By the way, Round, we need to continue refining the copper blocks today. If we work hard and produce 3 furnaces in one day, our bronze wooden house will be officially completed in just 2 days. Feng looked at the raccoon, issuing the task. Just when it had managed to recover slightly, Feng's words left it even more stunned. It nodded vacantly. In other words, their bronze cottage can be completed in just 3 days. How remarkable is the master! What a divine being! Soon, it shall reside within this impeccably sturdy bronze haven. A dreamlike reality. The little raccoon suddenly came to this realization, bouncing back into the cottage with glee. It strode directly into the smelting room. Since the master declared it was possible to create, it unconditionally believed in its master. Without further ado, it began its work, igniting the furnace. It added a substantial amount of ordinary-grade copper ore and commenced its diligent labor. It was determined to contribute its utmost effort to assist the master in constructing the bronze cottage. After admiring his masterpiece, Feng returned to the cottage in high spirits. After indulging in a piece of exquisite tiger meat that he had provided, Ming contentedly napped nearby. Approaching the stable, Feng released Ming and gently patted its head. Ming, today I shall need you to work a bit harder. As if understanding Feng's words, Ming affectionately nuzzled his hand. Tidying up the cottage, Feng and Ming ventured outside. They surveyed their surroundings, having spent several days in this locale. Most nearby resources had been thoroughly gathered, leaving only ordinary supplies that held little value for him at this stage. Nevertheless, it marked the entrance of the enemy into the village. The fruit trees and medicinal herbs had been stripped bare, and even the wild animals had vanished without a trace. Only the immovable trees and soil remained. The area yielded no mineral resources, but it mattered little. He had already resolved to relocate to a more prosperous region. The cliff he had previously spotted, with its waterfall and lake, seemed exceptionally appealing. Abundant water sources were essential. He was in dire need of it for various purposes, including the indoor greenhouse and the large smelting furnace within his cottage. Feng aligned the four wheels of the cottage, stretching with a great yawn. Let's depart. Ming. He secured the rope around Ming, and together they set forth. Upon hearing the command, Ming summoned all its strength and began to tow the cottage. Although they were moving, the cottage continued to operate normally. The little raccoon remained hard at work in the smelting room. An hour later, Ming had dragged the cottage over 10 miles. Feng marveled at the rare mount's speed, truly remarkable. Instead of heading directly to the waterfall, he guided them to a wooded area approximately 2 to 3 miles from the lake. Feng instructed Ming to halt, leading it back into the cottage for water and rest. The choice of this particular location was strategic. The dense branches obscured visibility, and although it was daytime, a thick mist lingered. From a distance, only faint shadows could be discerned. The cannibal tribe is not easily detectable. Furthermore, he seeks to ensure the safety of his humble abode. After all, this is his home, a sanctuary that sustains his existence. He cannot afford to risk relocating his cabin to a conspicuous location, lest he attract unwanted troubles. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, Feng once again took hold of Ming. At this point, he had donned the complete set of exquisite bronze armor he had crafted the previous day. He also carried the flawless black tiger bow and a perfect bronze axe upon his back. He intended to venture forth with Ming to scout the situation ahead. In times like these, one must remain exceptionally vigilant. Once he assured the safety of his cabin, he would proceed to investigate the group of cannibals mentioned in the regional chat channel from the day prior. It was imperative to ascertain the enemy's numbers and their weaponry. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. He yearned to discover what weapons the cannibals in this world wield and how formidable they truly are. Chapter 41. Observing the cannibals, Feng and his beast companion, Ming, cautiously approached a small earthen slope by the lake, concealing themselves within a tangle of underbrush. They sat in silence, attentively surveying their surroundings. Before long, Feng's gaze fell upon a dilapidated hut constructed from thatch and branches, prominently situated to his 10 o'clock. In this expansive vista, it stood out remarkably. The thatch was in such disrepair that it appeared it could be easily uprooted by the slightest gust of wind or rainfall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several carcasses of unknown animals hanging by the entrance, alongside a scattering of wild fruits that resembled nothing more than refuse. The scene was grimy and chaotic, reminiscent of a beggar's dwelling. However, in this shadowy realm inhabited by humanity, each individual typically possessed their own modest wooden cabin, and this ramshackle structure was evidently not one of them. Thus, it must belong to the cannibals. Feng remained motionless, continuing to observe the surroundings of the thatched hut with growing curiosity about the appearance of these cannibals and how they differed from humans. Approximately 5 minutes passed before he saw 3 figures approaching from across the lake, one of whom was carrying 2 fish. Upon hearing a shout from outside, an older man emerged from the hut. Feng furrowed his brow as he realized that, from his vantage point, these cannibals bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans. with only minor distinctions. Their skin was notably dark, gleaming, and their bodies were robustly muscled and stocky. They were draped in simple animal hides. Yet their faces and bodies were adorned with incomprehensible symbols painted in an unknown black substance. Two of the men wielded iron fish spears and clubs fashioned from bone. The elder among them ignited a bonfire before the hut, and they gathered around it, emitting a series of unintelligible shouts that suggested some form of ritual. Amidst the cacophony, one of the wild men swiftly beheaded the fish he had brought back. The elder, with hands clasped, appeared to recite an incantation before directing his gaze toward the lake and pointing into the distance with a bone staff. The other 3 cannibals then knelt in that direction, murmuring softly as they bowed 3 times. The 4 wild men wore solemn expressions, completing what seemed to be a prayer. Is this truly the cannibals spoken of in regional discussions? Ye Feng Musit. Previously, he had gleaned information about cannibals from various books and documentaries. Yet never had he imagined he would have the fortune to witness them in reality. However, these wild men appeared exceedingly robust, seemingly no easier to confront than the black tiger he had encountered before. He recalled that the guidebook mentioned the cannibals' propensity for cannibalism, suggesting they were akin to beasts, perhaps even more formidable than the creatures of the wild. As Feng had just observed, the elderly man appeared to possess intelligence, which rendered the situation particularly perilous and intimidating. Currently, he was confronted by merely 4 wild men. However, he pondered whether there might be additional groups nearby. Perhaps an entire tribe of wild men? Remaining motionless within the grass, Feng meticulously analyzed his circumstances. The 4 wild men wielded weapons consisting of bone clubs, bone knives, and harpoons. Yet, their lifestyle exhibited a profound lack of hygiene, suggesting that their intelligence, if any, was rather limited. Nevertheless, there was an inexplicable sense that the elderly wild man was not to be underestimated. This group of wild men appeared rather primitive, at least in their current state. One could estimate their collective combat prowess to be roughly equivalent to that of 5 black tigers, clad in a complete set of exquisite bronze armor. Feng felt he might have a chance to confront them. However, the sheer number of opponents posed a considerable threat. If they were to converge upon him, escape would likely prove challenging. Although the wild men lacked significant intellect, their physical strength was likely formidable, given their robust physiques. Feng was acutely aware that taking the risk of confronting them alone could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the weight of his bronze armor rendered solitary movement rather cumbersome, compelling him to exercise caution and refrain from recklessness. Contemplating this, Feng chose to remain inactive, intending to allow those who had previously registered in the regional chat channel to arrive first. He would wait for them to engage the wild men, providing him with an opportunity to strike and eliminate the group entirely. It was a classic case of while the clam and the snipe contended, the fisherman benefited. In this world, one must not only rely on brute force, but also employ strategy. After observing the wild men for over half an hour, he gained a preliminary understanding of their dynamics. Among the 4, the elder seemed to hold a position of considerable authority, resembling more of a shaman than a mere elder, as he consistently issued commands to the others. The other 3 complied with his directives, preparing fish over the campfire, after which they began to engage in a wild dance. Seemingly in high spirits, Feng watched them from a distance, furrowing his brow in confusion. He could not decipher the wild men's speech, which was an incomprehensible cacophony. With a sigh, Feng decided to leave the scene, mounting his steed, the Whispering Shadow. He resolved to explore the vicinity to see if any other individuals had arrived at this location. Returning to the jungle, Feng retrieved his action guide and navigated to the regional chat channel. Brothers, have you set out yet? I've covered half the distance already. Having a mount truly saves time and effort. Chun Jella boasted. I've departed, but dragging the small cabin is quite laborious, another chimed in. I'm on my way too. Feng mused, observing the exchanges among his companions. It appears they have yet to arrive. Their pace is rather sluggish. He and Yuming managed to transport the small cabin in just over an hour. However, not everyone is fortunate enough to possess a rare mount. Aside from Chunjiala, who can enlist the help of his wild deer. The others are left to drag the cabin forward at a painstakingly slow rate. This task is far from easy. Moving the cabin demands considerable physical exertion, leading to a swift onset of hunger and thirst. It seems that their gathering will not be complete until the afternoon. Therefore, it would be unwise to remain idle. Instead, it would be prudent to engage in other activities. With this thought in mind, Yefeng retraced his steps with Yuming, heading back toward his own cabin. There, he could attend to various tasks. In this span of time, much could be accomplished. When the time is right, he would venture out once more to check on the situation. Chapter 42. The Night of the Wild Deer. Upon returning to the quaint wooden cabin, Yefeng entered the smelting room, where the diligent raccoon, Yuan, was industriously engaged in its tasks. At this moment, Yuan felt an invigorating sense of purpose, for it was convinced that it was partaking in an exceptionally thrilling endeavor. The master was on the verge of completing the first bronze cabin in the realm of the night. Yuan was determined to exert every ounce of effort to assist the master in realizing this grand ambition. The pride that would accompany the completion of such a monumental project was certain to be immense. This substantial smelting furnace could process up to 500 units of ordinary copper ore in one go. Upon completion, it would yield approximately 45 units of good quality copper ingots and around 5 units of perfect gray bronze. Once this was accomplished, Yefeng would employ the knowledge gleaned from the Elementary Material Advancement Synthesis book to transform those numerous good quality copper ingots into perfect grade bronze. The previous night, he had successfully forged 20 perfect grade bronze plates, and the inventory was now dwindling. However, upon Yefeng's return to the cabin, the 500 units of copper ore that had been placed in the furnace that morning were now ready for extraction. Observing this, he proceeded to the smelting room to assist Yuan in pouring the nearly finished copper liquid into molds, which were then placed into a large barrel behind him for cooling. In a short while, this batch of copper ingots was completed. Yefeng allowed the raccoon to continue its work in the smelting room while he began synthesizing the good quality copper ingots. After approximately an hour had passed, all the refined, good quality copper ingots had been transformed into perfect grade bronze. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly and glanced at the time. It was now time for lunch. He retrieved 3 perfect grade black tiger meats from storage, offering the largest piece to his rare grade mount, Yuming. Anticipating a challenging battle in the afternoon or evening, it was imperative to ensure that his mount was well fed. He then approached the fireplace to roast the remaining 2 pieces of meat. Before long, the meat was ready, and Yefeng called Yuan from the smelting room to join him for lunch. Once everyone had indulged in a hearty meal, Yefeng took a moment to rest at the small wooden table and opened the Night World Action Guide. He flipped to the regional chat channel, which was currently abuzz with excitement. "Brothers, where are you? I've reached the vicinity of the waterfall." It was Chunjala's voice calling out. 20 individuals had already gathered at this location. Where were the others? "I can see the waterfall from here, just a few hundred meters away." "Wait, let me take a look." "Oh, I can see the direction of the waterfall as well. I'll be there shortly." The group animatedly exchanged messages in the regional chat, updating one another on their progress. Yefeng noted that over 20 individuals had congregated at their designated meeting point. Considering the time, he prepared his belongings, mounted Yuming, and made his way towards the waterfall, several miles away. In a short span, he arrived behind an inconspicuous large rock. From this vantage point, he estimated that the waterfall was approximately 400 meters ahead. He meticulously observed and, at last, discovered a group of shadowy figures amidst a dense thicket on the edge of a vast lake. It appeared that these were the humans gathering to launch an attack on the wild inhabitants. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be nearly 30 individuals, a mix of both men and women, all clad in coarse linen garments and wielding an assortment of weapons: wooden hunting forks, stone axes for felling trees, and elongated spears fashioned from carved wood, among others. However, one individual stood out remarkably in the crowd. This person was mounted upon a brown reindeer, a creature of ordinary caliber with a speed of 9 meters per second. Unlike those around him, whose attire was of linen, he donned a coat seemingly crafted from animal hides and held a well-made bronze spear, boasting a damage rating of 5 and a durability of 25 out of 25. To his astonishment, Yi Feng realized that amidst this assembly, there was a knight of the wild reindeer. It was truly unexpected to witness a skilled individual managing to tame such a steed. Clearly, this person's prowess was not to be underestimated. The throng encircled the reindeer knight, akin to stars orbiting the moon, while he displayed an unabashedly proud expression. For among them, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Wow, my friend, how did you acquire this magnificent reindeer? It's simply splendid. How did you manage to capture it? Please, share your wisdom. I would also like to tame one. You even crafted a fine bronze spear. How shall I address you? I have never encountered bronze equipment before. It looks incredible. My dear fellow, you must be the mightiest bronze, spear-wielding reindeer knight in our region. As the crowd buzzed with astonishment and envy, several women gazed at the reindeer knight with admiration and flirtation. Esteemed ones, I am Chinjala. You may refer to me as Brother Chun. I was once the CEO of a company, earning over $1 million a year, a self-made millionaire. But alas, now that I have entered this realm of darkness, there is no need to dwell on the past. This wild reindeer was attacked by ferocious beasts. I happened upon it and took the opportunity to rescue it. Now, it seems to follow me out of gratitude. However, taming it required some time, as not all wild creatures are inclined to heed your commands. This indeed counts as a rare wild steed, significantly enhancing my speed in battle. Moreover, I now possess this well-crafted bronze spear, a weapon forged from a high-quality bronze ingot that I acquired from the esteemed Yi Feng at a considerable price. You cannot fathom how sought after that item is. The moment it appeared on the trading platform, it was snatched up in a frenzy. I managed to obtain this piece only because I am a friend of Yi Feng. With my current combat prowess, I could easily dispatch ordinary wild creatures with a single thrust. I believe today's encounter with these wild men will pose no substantial challenge. To be honest, even if I faced one of them in a one-on-one duel, I am quite confident. As Chun Jiala spoke, a proud smile crept across his lips. At present, it appears that among this multitude, his qualifications stand unparalleled. Furthermore, the collective response indicates a willingness to heed his commands. Should he triumph over this band of savages, the resources he could acquire would undoubtedly surpass all others. Indeed, the copper blocks are exceedingly difficult to obtain. I was present at the time and pleaded for quite a while, yet I was unable to secure any. Truly, Brother Chun is extraordinary. Yes, indeed. Those individuals vanished as swiftly as they appeared. I even inquired with the esteemed Yi Feng, yet he paid me no heed. Thus, it is indeed remarkable that Brother Chun has managed to add Yi Feng as a friend. Alas, this commodity is surely in high demand, especially since there are hardly any individuals constructing a smelting chamber within the quaint little cabin. Ladies and gentlemen, I can attest that the illustrious Yi Feng established his own smelting chamber 2 days prior. At that time, he even purchased copper blocks from me. Chapter 43. The encirclement plan. At this moment, the speaker was none other than Zhang Tao, who had recently befriended Yi Feng. With his words, the admiration of the crowd for Yi Feng only deepened. It seems that next time, even if it costs me everything, I must procure a fine piece of copper. I shall forge my own copper weapon. A chorus of voices erupted as dozens of individuals eagerly discussed this notion, their eyes fixated on the copper spear held by Chun Jiala. After all, apart from him, the others present were still equipped with the wooden hunting forks and stone axes gifted by the starter system. The disparity was indeed disheartening. However, among them, a few were shrewd enough to craft wooden shields, defense 2, durability 3-3, albeit with minimal defensive capabilities, merely capable of withstanding a few blows. In this moment, the principle of who possessed superior equipment and spoke with authority came into play. Chun Jiala, with both a deer mount and a commendable copper spear, naturally became the object of admiration among the crowd. Brother Chun, you are well-equipped and resourceful. When we launch our assault on the wild men, we shall heed your command. Several voices chimed in. Indeed, since you all have faith in me, I shall gladly assume this heavy responsibility. When the time comes, everyone will follow my lead. We must not only rely on brute force, but also employ strategy. Let us strike with vigor and eliminate the wild men from their lair. Yes, let's leave no trace of them. I surveyed the gathering and noted that our numbers had swelled. Now, everyone heed my orders. We shall stealthily approach from this direction. When we encounter the wild men, disrupt their formation, ensuring that at least 5 of us remain together as a unit. Above all, do not stray alone. Today, I shall make these wild men aware of the might of humanity. We possess a significant numerical advantage. None shall escape. With a commanding presence, Chun Jiala proclaimed. Indeed, let us send them fleeing in terror. They shall learn who truly reigns here. Friends, under Brother Chen's leadership, we shall undoubtedly secure victory in this battle. Henceforth, our names will grace the honor roll of the dark world. Charge! United in purpose, we shall vanquish the wild men. The 30 individuals present were stirred by this resounding declaration. Their spirits ignited. They raised their weapons high, rallying themselves and their comrades. Meanwhile, Feng was clad in exquisite bronze armor and mounted on the rare steed, Ming. The bronze armor, being of a green hue, allowed him to blend seamlessly into the jungle. Every word spoken by the crowd had reached his ears, leaving him somewhat speechless. According to Chun Jiala's earlier assertions, individual humans possessed relatively weak combat abilities. Now, in his attempt to divide the group into 5, he sought to encircle the wild men tribe from all directions. This approach effectively dismantled what could have been a cohesive and powerful unit, significantly diminishing their strength. If a small group becomes disconnected, it would lead to their utter annihilation. However, Feng was not particularly concerned about such matters, as they bore little relevance to him. What he required was for these individuals to advance and serve as a shield. In due course, he would seize the right moment to reap the rewards. As long as these 30 individuals could hold off a few wild men, he would have the opportunity to eradicate the entire den of savages. There was no need for haste. He simply needed to bide his time in quiet anticipation. Feng was not afraid of directly confronting the wild men. After all, he was fully equipped and armed, with his trusty steed, Ming, by his side. Should he choose to challenge the wild men, his chances of victory would be exceedingly high. Yet, he did not wish to launch an impulsive attack, especially since he would be outnumbered 4-1. In the chaos of battle, achieving complete defense from every angle was impossible. A moment's carelessness could easily result in injury, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. In this shadowy world, he had yet to find any medicinal remedies for healing. Even the perfect grade spirit mushrooms he had previously cultivated had not yet reached maturity. He would have to wait a few more days for harvest. Therefore, he could not afford to sustain any injuries during combat, and he would only engage in endeavors where he possessed absolute confidence. However, now he had these 30 individuals to scout ahead on his behalf, and he was more than willing to oblige. Much like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurks behind, he would wait for his moment to strike and capture the entire group of wild men in one fell swoop. Follow my lead, and we shall encircle them from all sides. I glanced around and noted there were only 4 wild men. With 30 of us, we had a clear advantage. When they see us charging toward them, they will undoubtedly flee in terror. We must split up to pursue them and ensure none escape. If even one manages to return to the wild men tribe and summon reinforcements, we will be in dire straits. Yes, we cannot allow them to escape. Upon hearing Chun Jiala's orders, everyone nodded confidently. The 30 individuals divided into 4 small teams, with a group containing female members being accompanied by several men for protection. Armed with pitchforks, stone axes, wooden shields, and copper spears, they stealthily approached the thatched hut by the lake, surrounding it from all directions. Although they tiptoed carefully, the forest floor was littered with stones and branches, making it impossible to avoid making noise. Just as the group was nearing the wild men's hut, one of the guards stationed at the entrance noticed something amiss. With a startled cry, he turned around and saw a large group of humans charging toward him, causing him to leap up and shout alarmingly. In the next moment, the other wild men inside the hut, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out. Among them were 2 men brandishing bone clubs, their expressions fierce, and an elderly figure wielding a bone staff. Alala! The group stood before the hut, their eyes first landing on the 7 humans led by Chun Jiala. One of them shouted towards their direction, then raised his foot and charged forward. The fierce momentum seemed as if he intended to devour them whole. It was utterly savage and ferocious. Chunjiala, initially brimming with bravado, brandished a bronze spear while riding his wild deer mount, leading the charge. However, upon witnessing the wild men ahead displaying no signs of fear, and even advancing towards him with a menacing demeanor, he was instantly taken aback. What was happening? Why was it so different from what he had imagined? Logically, this large group of 30 individuals should have surrounded the few wild men from all directions, causing them to tremble in terror and hide within their dilapidated shelter. Why did they neither retreat nor flee? Instead, they audaciously charged toward him. Faced with the intimidating presence of the leading wild man, Chunjiala's small squad of 7, at the forefront, became utterly disoriented. Chapter 44, Elemental Assault. The most alarmed among them was Chunjiala. After all, he possessed a mount at this moment. Compared to the others, his speed was somewhat swifter. He charged ahead, with the remaining few trailing behind him at a hurried pace. It appeared that he would be the first to confront the enemy. Just moments ago, the loudest among them, a robust and formidable wild man, surged towards Chunjiala with astonishing speed, leaping suddenly to bring down a bone club upon him. Initially brimming with confidence, Chunjiala had never encountered such a formidable spectacle. Reactively, he brandished the copper spear in his grasp, aiming it at the wild man before him. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this wild man possessed not only brute strength, but also remarkable agility, effortlessly evading his thrust. With a resounding thud, the wild man's bone club struck Chunjiala squarely in the face. Ouch! Damn, that hurts! Chunjiala cried out in agony, plummeting from his mount, blood spilling from his mouth, his features contorted in pain. The 6 companions who had been following closely behind him were taken aback by this scene, abruptly halting in their tracks, frozen in disbelief. Goodness, is this what a cannibal tribe looks like? They are utterly ferocious. These wild men appear to fear nothing, charging forth with reckless abandon. Yet, their disregard for danger did not imply that these humans were similarly fearless. They had no desire to meet their demise here. Had it not been for Chunjiala's reckless encouragement, they would never have conceived the idea of ambushing these wild men. Wouldn't it have been better to remain in their cozy wooden huts? How could they have anticipated stepping out to face death, let alone confronting wild men? Even the thought of slaughtering a mere rabbit with their bare hands would likely have left them in turmoil. Having only arrived in this world a few days prior, they had yet to secure their own basic needs, and now they were expected to contend with these savage wild men. Heavens, what an absurd jest! We must flee at once. One man suddenly snapped to his senses, turning on his heel to escape into the nearby thicket. The remaining 5, witnessing his action, also took flight. However, their speed was no match for the wild men's relentless pursuit. The wild man who had just rendered Chunjiala unconscious surged forward to chase them, joined by 2 others who rushed in to assist. At the entrance of the thatched hut stood the eldest wild man, slightly trembling, who did not pursue but merely held his bone staff, remaining stationary. Observing Chunjiala's group being hunted down, several other small teams felt a surge of delight, with several young, vigorous wild men preoccupied in the chase. It signified an opportunity for them to flank the wild men from behind and launch their own attack. Brothers, do not panic. Let us first eliminate the eldest wild man. He stands alone and can barely maintain his footing. He is an easy target for us. If we can dispatch this old wild man, only 3 will remain. At that moment, they gathered together, intent on confronting the 3 young ones. Understood. Brothers, charge. A group of 6 or 7, shouting and clamoring, rushed forward, eager to vanquish the old savage. Meanwhile, the elder savage stood motionless at the entrance of the thatched hut, his brow furrowed as he gazed disdainfully at the approaching assailants. In the next instant, he abruptly raised his bone staff. "Akira," he intoned, muttering an incomprehensible incantation. Instantly, a halo of blue light materialized atop the staff, coalescing into a frost sigil. This chilling aura emerged from thin air, exuding a bone-chilling temperature that felt as if it could freeze upon contact. However, the series of actions appeared to take a toll on the old savage. After reciting the spell and conjuring the frigid air, he swayed unsteadily. Suddenly, the shaman waved his hand, unleashing a multitude of ice arrows formed from the gathered cold towards the nearest squad. Lakawa, whoosh, the frost sigil dispersed, and countless ice arrows soared toward the group. In the blink of an eye, they struck their targets. Ah, damn, it's so cold. Help! Ice arrows. Is this a frost sigil? The entire group that was struck by the ice arrows fell to the ground, seemingly due to the old savages' insufficient power, as some arrows failed to penetrate their bodies. Nevertheless, even these arrows, with their frigid temperatures, caused their body heat to plummet to the freezing point. The group writhed in pain on the ground, as the cold invaded every part of their being. It felt akin to being thrown into an ice cellar. A few were only slightly injured, terrified, fled in disarray. How could such a thing exist? They had thought the old savage was easy to bully, but he turned out to be the most formidable of all, a magician wielding ice arrows, far more terrifying than the previous savage warriors. Fortunately, the ice arrows were not lethal. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Who could withstand such an assault? Initially, these individuals were lured by the region's resources, believing they could amass wealth. Little did they know, they were marching towards their own demise. The savages were far more fearsome than anticipated. The seemingly simple-minded adult savages possessed immense strength, while the frail-looking elder turned out to be a magician. How could they continue? Reflecting on their earlier strategic discussions in the jungle, filled with self-assuredness, it became clear that the true jesters were themselves. Just then, Chunjiala, who had been knocked unconscious by the savages' club, stirred back to consciousness, witnessing the old savage conjuring magic. It's over, all is lost. How foolish I've been, thinking I was clever all my life, yet acting so foolishly now. Why did I harbor such a naive notion of attacking the cannibal tribe? Had I simply focused on developing a secure position in this area, I might have carved out a place for myself. Now, I must pay the price for my foolishness. This is unacceptable. The wild deer knight, Chunjiala, lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, despair filling his heart as he beheld the chaos before him. If only he could relive this moment, he would undoubtedly refrain from making such a foolish decision. Yet, it was too late for regret. This group of savages was formidable. It was likely that at least half of the 30 who had come today would meet their demise here. He had grossly underestimated the combat prowess of these wild men, never considering that among them was a mage wielding magic. The ability to unleash elemental attacks was a terrifying power that humanity across the globe had scarcely dared to imagine. Now, what else could he do but await his fate? Not far away, a man and a beast were intently observing the unfolding events. Feng was calmly analyzing the situation. When he witnessed the old wild man's mage conjuring frost elements, his mouth fell agape in shock. Frost elements? Such a phenomenon he had only encountered in games. To think that they actually existed in this dark world. It seemed he needed to re-evaluate his understanding of this realm. Chapter 45. The Arrival of the God of War. At this moment, he felt a profound relief for not recklessly charging in a battle against 4 foes alone. Fortunately, he had dispatched some individuals earlier to ascertain the true strength of the enemy. Otherwise, he would now be the one lying on the ground. He observed intently. The power of the ice arrows was not particularly formidable. Thus far, no one had succumbed to their onslaught. The humans, having never encountered such magic, were understandably intimidated. The range of the frost spell also seemed somewhat limited, extending only about 20 to 30 meters, failing to reach beyond that distance. Feng silently awaited the opportune moment to strike. It was nearly time to act. The group of savages had been thoroughly dispersed by the 30 individuals in front, engaged in fierce combat with one another. At present, they were unable to regroup swiftly to confront him. This was the perfect moment to hunt them down. Ming, let's advance. Just as Chunjiala and the other 30 found themselves engulfed in despair, a howl echoed from not far away. It sounded like a wolf's cry. The combatants, caught in their struggle, looked up in astonishment. There, on a nearby hillside, stood a fully armored knight clad in bronze, donning a bronze mask. He wielded a flawless black tiger bow, accompanied by sharp arrows, exuding a formidable aura as he rode down the slope atop a silver-furred warwolf. The speed was astonishing. The duo surged forward, howling through the wind, stirring up clouds of dust behind them. Their velocity was incredible, appearing as a flash of lightning, their forms indistinguishable. They swiftly arrived at the battlefield by the lake. Chunjiala, the fallen stag knight, was stunned by the sound of hurried footsteps and the wolf's howl. Struggling to lift his head from the ground, he beheld a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. It was a gust of wind. No, it was a celestial being, a deity charging forth with his steed to rescue the suffering souls. In the midst of the fray, Yinming transformed into a silver flash, darting past him in a blur. The once hopeless Chunjiala now glimpsed the glimmer of dawn. It was hope, the hope of salvation. Yi Feng, however, remained oblivious to Chunjiala's expression. He halted a short distance from a savage, grasping the flawless black tiger bow, drawing an arrow with a gleaming sheen from the quiver. He aimed with precision. Whoosh! The flawless black tiger arrow, inflicting 12 damage, seemed to possess a guiding force, flying directly towards the savage. In the next moment, with a soft thud, it embedded itself in the savage's chest. Yi Feng's archery skills guaranteed 100% accuracy within a certain range. The savage, initially ferociously pursuing 5 or 6 individuals, resembled a robust black bear chasing a flock of defenseless chicks, oblivious to the bronze warrior suddenly charging from the nearby hillside. A solitary arrow, launched from a great distance, struck true, piercing the chest of the wild man, mere centimeters from his heart. Pain surged through him, eliciting a sharp cry, as crimson blood flowed incessantly from his wound. In a state of bewilderment, he discarded the bone club in his grasp and emitted a shrill scream, darting about like a headless fly. His mind could only recall a figure clad in bronze armor who had loosed the arrow. What was happening? Why had a bronze warrior appeared here? From whence did this individual emerge? Was he sent by the Empire to assault their savage tribe? They stood no chance against such a formidable foe. By the gods, was this a deity of war? The strength was overwhelming. Chunjiala, prostrate on the ground, was momentarily stunned. Yet, within him stirred a newfound hope. He had been destined to perish at the hands of the wild men, but now his heart raced with exhilaration. He had believed today marked his final day in this shadowy realm, only to witness a divine savior, a bronze warrior, come to their aid. Without pause, Yi Feng swiftly knocked another arrow upon seeing the wild man attempt to flee. He aimed and released. This time, fortune did not favor the escaping adult wild man. The arrow struck his back, piercing his body and striking his heart. The wild man, initially believing himself safe from the first arrow's fatality, found himself struck again in the next heartbeat. With a dull thud, he collapsed, lifeless and still. Having dispatched this wild man, Yi Feng urged his steed, Yuming, onward in a furious gallop toward another group of wild men attacking fellow humans. The wind howled around them as he calculated the distance, drawing black tiger arrows from his quiver. With fluid grace, he lifted his bow, aimed, and released, a seamless series of motions devoid of hesitation. Arrows flew forth, targeting the wild men who were assaulting others. In the next moment, the previously fearless wild men seemed to sense the imminent threat to their lives, erupting into frantic cries and retreating in haste. They were not devoid of fear. Rather, they had previously regarded these feeble humans as mere playthings. Yet, before them now stood a bronze warrior, an adversary they could not withstand. As they witnessed their brethren fall to arrows, one wild man, furthest from the fray, was consumed by rage. He abandoned the pursuit of fleeing humans and charged toward Yi Feng, spear raised high, determined to confront him. With a swift release, an arrow struck true, though it did not deliver a fatal blow. The wild man, now driven mad with fury, pressed closer. However, Yi Feng remained unperturbed, drawing another arrow and taking aim at the wild man's head, ready to release once more. In the next moment, the black tiger arrow struck the wild man's forehead with precision. Thud! The wild man fell lifeless on the spot. The remaining severely wounded wild man, desperate to flee, prepared to dart into the jungle. However, how could he possibly outrun the speed of a rare mount, the Phantom Echo? It was utterly implausible for him to escape its grasp. Not even 50 meters had he covered when, thud, This arrow swiftly eliminated the wild man who harbored the futile hope of returning to his tribe for reinforcements. In less than 10 minutes, 3 wild men had met their demise beneath Yi Feng's arrows, as if a divine warrior had descended from the heavens solely to ensure their downfall on this day. At this moment, only the old wild man, Mage, remained present. His sunken eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon this invincible bronze warrior before him. Having lived for decades, he had never witnessed such a formidable bronze fighter. In but a brief span, all 3 of his descendants had been slaughtered. As he observed Yi Feng gradually approaching, the old mage was engulfed in terror. Trembling, he hastily raised his bone staff and began to mutter incomprehensible incantations. Chapter 46. Acquiring the Dual Buff, Uralawa. In the next moment, a thin layer of azure mist enveloped the tip of the staff once more. The frost elemental slowly coalesced, its formation evidently hampered, perhaps due to the recent exertion of magic that had drained much of its power. After approximately 10 seconds, the frost rune above the staff finally crystallized. The old wild man's countenance brightened with a glimmer of hope, the terror on his face dissipating considerably, his expression shifting from bewilderment to a cunning demeanor. He gradually raised the staff in his hand, preparing to unleash the frost rune towards Yi Feng. Transformed into an ice arrow, it would surely spell death or grievous injury for Yi Feng. Yet, how could Yi Feng, rushing towards the old wild man, afford such an opportunity? Instantly, he drew back the bowstring, fully arming the arrow, and released. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. The black tiger arrow struck the old wild man's throat directly, interrupting his incantation. Gurgling sounds escaped the wounded wild mage as he trembled, flailing with the staff, unable to utter a single word. He had nearly gathered the last vestiges of his magical energy into the skeletal staff, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Yi Feng with that final frost rune. However, the interruption of his spell caused the incantation to falter, and the rune dissipated into nothingness. In the next instant, the old wild mage collapsed to the ground. Di Yulech, Yi Feng below it. He surged forward, slinging the black tiger bow across his back, and drew forth a perfect-grade bronze longsword that shimmered with a faint azure hue. He lunged at the motionless old wild man, aiming directly for the heart, anxious that he might not be dead yet. The sword, cutting through the wind with tremendous force, pierced the old wild mage, propelling him more than 10 meters away to crash onto the ground. At this point, the old wild man was beyond redemption. Thus, a total of 4 wild men fell within half an hour. Meanwhile, the humans who had been frantically fleeing moments ago halted their actions, turning to gaze in disbelief at the scene before them. Their eyes widened in astonishment, as if questioning whether they had truly witnessed what just transpired. This half hour, reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, unfolded right before their eyes. They stood in stunned silence, peering at the bronze warrior who had appeared as if summoned from the shadows. What is happening? Clutching their stone axes and wooden spears, they stood there, bewildered. Just moments ago, these wild men had sent 30 of them fleeing in terror, leaving them utterly defenseless. Yet now, a warrior clad in complete bronze armor emerged from nowhere, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, slaying the wild men with astonishing swiftness. When did killing wild men become as effortless as dispatching ordinary wild animals? In the presence of this war god, were the wild men truly so feeble? And thus, the question arose, who is this enigmatic bronze warrior, adorned with a bronze mask that obscures his visage? Is he friend or foe? Could he possibly be a traveler from another realm, or perhaps a native of this shadowy world? Curiosity gnaws at some, who murmur their speculations. At this moment, Yi Feng's expression is stoic. Armed with a bronze longsword and mounted on a spectral wolf, he strikes like a tempest, swiftly traversing the battlefield. In full view of the onlookers, he dispatches 4 wild men. Now he stands at the edge of Serene Lake, the cold light of his mask obscuring clarity. The tip of his bronze sword drips with crimson. Turning to survey the chaotic scene before him, he reflects with a pang of nostalgia. Just days prior, he could scarcely have imagined executing such a series of maneuvers, let alone daring to confront this band of wild men head-on. Fortuitously, through his daily check-ins, he had acquired a skill book on archery, enabling him to swiftly master mounted archery. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain his seat upon the spectral wolf in the presence of the wild men. He is also grateful for his 30 tenacious companions who, despite their ignorance of the enemy, charged forth bravely. Without their diversion, drawing the wild men's ire, he would have found no opportunity to engage and would not have triumphed so effortlessly. After the fray, he emerges unscathed, even possessing surplus energy. Suddenly, a notification resonates in the air. Ding! Congratulations to Yi Feng, the human, for successfully slaying 3 adult wild men and 1 wild mage, and for confiscating a wild man's lair. Following this, an announcement floods the world chat channel, heralding Yi Feng as the first human warrior in the entire shadowed realm to vanquish wild men. He is hereby awarded the title of Wild Man Slayer, which bestows a buff enhancement. Furthermore, Yi Feng's valiant deeds will be inscribed upon the honor roll of the Shadowed Realms Action Guide. Ding! Yi Feng, through his own prowess, has slain a total of 4 wild men, earning the title of Human Hero for facing 4 foes alone. This title, too, confers a buff enhancement and will be chronicled on the honor roll. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng is taken aback. Earlier, he had fortuitously slain an adult wild black tiger, earning a title of valor. He never anticipated that this time, by defeating a group of wild men, he would acquire 2 titles. Moreover, both titles come with buff enhancements. The recent announcements hang prominently at the pinnacle of the World Chat channel, showcasing his achievements to all. Before long, those laboring under the daylight receive the news. The previously quiet chat channel erupts with excitement. What the heck? Family, what has transpired? What did I miss? Yi Feng has made the headlines again. Did he single-handedly take down 4 wild men and dismantle their lair? I am astounded. I recall that wild men are monstrous creatures that devour humans in this dark world, akin to cannibals, yet possessing intellect. How could a single wild man possibly defeat 4 or 5 of me? How is it that the great Yi Feng managed to vanquish 4 all on his own? I am utterly bewildered, my friends. What manner of divine being is this? Oh, great one, where art thou? I wish to kneel and sing your praises. This is beyond my comprehension. While I am here playing in the fields, Yi Feng has ventured forth to confront the boss. Oh, mighty one, perhaps I should forsake felling trees and instead come serve you as a subordinate. I do not even require meat. A sip of your broth would suffice. Yes, indeed. Let us all follow the great Yi Feng. Brother Feng, I believe there is a den of wild men near my humble abode. Could you share how you managed to slay them? Please impart some practical experience, as I would like to see if I can stand my ground against them. Chapter 47. The invincible title reward. Dear brothers upstairs, I suggest you reconsider. The illustrious Yi Feng undoubtedly possesses formidable weapons and equipment. With your mere stone axe and spear, are you merely intending to tickle the savages? I have but one question to pose. Feng, where do you reside? Tomorrow, or rather in just a moment, I shall prepare my belongings and come directly to seek refuge with you. I assure you, I will not compete for resources. I merely wish to be your neighbor. I have never contemplated that a man could offer another man a sense of security. Brother, is this an online romance? Feng, I do not engage in online romances. I will come to meet you in person. I am quite capable. I can clean, do household chores, and provide warmth. Oh, Feng, do take a look at me. Little sister, I fear that the esteemed Yi Feng may not fancy your type. An older sister would be more appealing. Nonsense. Time proves that love between men is the truest. Yi Feng, might you consider me? Can we refrain from repulsing one another? Esteemed one, please share your location. We are all eagerly awaiting to bring our families to seek refuge with you. I promise not to covet your resources. I merely wish to be a humble follower. The global chat channel erupted in excitement. Humanity across the world halted their tasks to engage in lively interaction. Yi Feng happened to peruse his Night World Action Guide and was dazzled by the multitude of comments. A smirk played on his lips. Thankfully, these individuals could articulate such thoughts. They truly are remarkable. This generation of netizens speaks so charmingly, constantly bantering. If he were to share a location, few would dare to approach. Yi Feng remained silent. disregarding the bustling chat channel, and turned to the page dedicated to honors in the guide. He was keenly curious about the buffs that the two titles he had acquired would bestow upon him. The title of Savage Warrior. Wow. A powerful human. Who would have thought you could achieve such a feat? You effortlessly vanquished an entire brood of savages. Your remarkable achievement has dealt a significant blow to the savage tribe. Buff bonus. Against all savages, savage mages, and savage tribes. A pressure of 10 and a critical strike rate of 100 triggers critical damage. This bonus is extraordinary. In future encounters with savage tribes, fear shall no longer grip me. Ye Feng éclamet in astonishment. He then turned his attention to the second title. The title of Dominator. By your own strength, you managed to slay 4 savages simultaneously. Humanity seems to have underestimated your true prowess. Buff bonus. When facing 5 or fewer enemies, a pressure of 10 and a critical strike rate of 100. Any adversary that hears of your exploits trembles. Upon reading this, Yi Feng was left in awe. While he had anticipated earning the Savage Warrior title for slaying 4 savages, he had never imagined receiving a 2-for-1 deal, an additional title of Dominator. This title is indeed formidable, feeling far more beneficial than any previous accolades. After perusing this information, Yi Feng tucked the Night World Action Guide away. As he gazed at the crowd, now recovering from the earlier chaos, he noticed the lake nearby. The stag knight, Chun Jiala, extended one hand to wipe the blood from his face, while with the other he clutched a fine copper spear, struggling to rise to his feet. The wild deer, which had previously fled, now returned to his side, sensing the battle had come to an end and the danger had subsided. With some difficulty, it mounted its tamed reindeer and approached the solitary figure and beast in the distance. Upon hearing the announcement, the others clearly recognized the identity of the newcomer and hastened towards the lake's edge. At this moment, Chun Jiala's emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement and complexity. He had thought he was on the brink of death, convinced his time was up. Yet, astonishingly, he was alive, albeit barely. What he could not have anticipated was that his savior would be none other than the esteemed Yi Feng. It is worth noting that Chun Jiala had always prided himself on his prowess, having never bowed to anyone since arriving in this dark world. The only individual he regarded as truly formidable was Yi Feng. From the moment he heard of Yi Feng's singular feat of slaying a wild black tiger, admiration for this man had blossomed within him. In fact, even prior to purchasing a fine copper ingot from Yi Feng, he had yearned to make the acquaintance of this great figure. Little did he expect their meeting would unfold in such a dramatic fashion. In a moment of dire peril, that man had appeared and saved him. Heavenly. This was akin to a romantic novel's plot, utterly intoxicating and blissful. Weakly, Chun Jiala rode his reindeer to Yi Feng's side, tears welling in his eyes, his hands trembling with excitement, unsure where to place them. His voice quavered. Is it the great Yi Feng? Feng Yi. Do you remember me? I am Chun Jiala. Just yesterday, I purchased a fine copper ingot from you. You even replied with, no negotiation. Fenga, do you recall? The stag knight, Chun Jiala, gazed up at Yi Feng with fervor. Yi Feng, having heard the voice approaching, turned to face the robust young man before him, somewhat bewildered. This was indeed the only individual he had seen earlier, who had equipped himself reasonably well. However, he found himself at a loss, unable to recall any specifics about the man. It was true that he had listed a portion of fine copper ingots on the world trading platform yesterday, which had been snatched up in a frenzy. The number of people who had purchased copper from him was countless. How could he possibly remember each one? Moreover, the phrase no negotiation had merely been an automated response set on the trading platform, not a personal message. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the remaining 20 or so individuals, who had initially been eager to flee, rushed towards the two men upon hearing the announcement. They realized that the newcomer was not a native of this dark world, but rather someone like themselves, having traversed into this realm. Now, they gazed upon the bronze warrior, mounted on a massive wild wolf, with eyes full of admiration. Though the azure helmet obscured the features of the individual, they nonetheless recognized that the figure standing before them was none other than the illustrious warrior Yi Feng, renowned in the realm of shadows. The name Yi Feng is virtually synonymous with fame. After all, It was he who first graced the news when, amidst a chaotic world where humanity floundered like headless flies, he single-handedly vanquished a ferocious beast. To their astonishment, they were now in the presence of this very legend. Wow, you, are you truly the esteemed Yi Feng? By the heavens, your bronze armor is simply magnificent. I can hardly believe that such a great figure stands so close to me, right here in our vicinity. Indeed, oh, mighty one, are you considering relocating to this area? It would be splendid to have you as a neighbor. We would surely follow in your footsteps, and there would be no doubt of our success. Great one, may I touch your bronze armor? Chapter 48. No taking on underlings, Yi Feng. Is that truly you? My goodness, is indeed the real deal. While a throng of admirers clamored to express their adoration, suddenly a somewhat shorter man with dark skin emerged from the crowd. His voice boomed, capturing Yi Feng's attention. Who are you? Yi Feng recognized the man before him, though he could not quite recall where they had crossed paths. It's me, Yi Feng. I'm Zhang Tao. We've traded numerous copper mines before. You're still on my friend list. Oh, indeed. I remember you. So you are in this vicinity as well. Yi Feng smiled politely at the visibly excited Zhang Tao. At that moment, everyone else overheard their exchange and cast envious glances at Zhang Tao. It turned out that the man they had previously looked down upon was already acquainted with the illustrious Yi Feng. The crowd erupted into animated chatter, their spirits lifted by the revelation that the renowned Yi Feng was within their same region. Naturally, in this territory, Yi Feng held the reins of authority. They unanimously regarded him as their leader. The individuals who had initially come to hunt the wild men now dismissed any thoughts of rivalry. After all, armed only with wooden hunting forks or stone axes, they stood no chance against Yi Feng. Even Chen Jiala, who had boasted the best gear among them, possessed merely a decent copper spear, the materials for which had been provided by Yi Feng himself. The crowd's envious gazes fell upon Yi Feng's complete set of bronze armor. The disparity was stark. In this shadowy world, strength was paramount, and it was clear that aligning with Yi Feng, becoming a loyal subordinate, was their best option. However, being an underling was not without its merits. With such a formidable figure protecting them in this region, their safety was at least assured. Who would have imagined such fortune to encounter the great Yi Feng here? Your mount, it's of rare quality. I can hardly believe my eyes. Someone exclaimed. Surely, this is the first rare mount in the entire shadowy realm. Your power is astonishing. How did you achieve such prowess? As they beheld the godlike figure before them, the crowd could not help but gasp in awe. Chen Jiala, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect and bowing deeply, his face a mask of admiration and gratitude. Yi Feng, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention that saved my life. Had you not arrived just now, many of us would have perished here today. My name is Chen Jiala, and I wish to follow you from now on, serving you as a humble underling. As the others heard Chen Jiala's words, they all raised their fists in agreement, nodding respectfully. Indeed, we are also willing to follow the great Yi Feng and serve you in the future. Observing the large group bowing in unison, Yi Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable. He cleared his throat and said, I apologize, but I do not take followers. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the distant, vast lake, feeling overwhelmed by such a scene. However, the others, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, only deepened their admiration. How could one not respect a figure who, despite exuding the aura of a killing god, could utter such words with such ease? Glancing around, Yi Feng noted that aside from this group of wild men, there seemed to be no other immediate threats. Choose a spot for your little cabins. I will set mine among the pear trees ahead. Just don't settle too close, he instructed, gesturing towards the grove of blooming pear trees not far away. He had spotted that location from the cliff top, where the picturesque scene of white pear blossoms had captivated him. What a delight it would be to step out of his cabin each day to such beauty. Since the victory in this conflict was largely due to him, he felt entitled to select his preferred spot first. Yet, Yi Feng's reluctance to accept followers stemmed from careful consideration. Regardless of their past identities, this group lacked intellect and combat prowess in the dark world they inhabited. Their development was sluggish and offered little assistance to him. They had merely served as a meat shield during the recent battle against the wild men. If he were to accept them as followers, he would be compelled to allocate time and energy to care for them. Why complicate his life unnecessarily? As for this bountiful land, he had no objections to them relocating their cabins here. The expansive fruit orchard and the vast lake offered abundant resources, far more than one person could exhaust. Thus, as long as he claimed the majority, it mattered little if they shared a small portion of the bounty. With his current equipment and combat capability, he doubted anyone would dare challenge him easily. Seeing the others express their agreement, Feng leaped down from the back of Ming and made his way towards the dilapidated thatched hut left by the wild men. Eager to see if there was anything of use inside, the group followed closely behind him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shabby hut, a musty odor wafted out. The doorway and interior were strewn with disheveled animal pelts and some basic living supplies. To Feng, these items held little value. Frowning in distaste, he stepped inside. The onlookers understood the moment. They recognized that this was Feng, the esteemed leader, rummaging through the belongings of the wild men. Having contributed little, he felt he lacked the right to partake in the spoils. Thus, the others merely lingered at the entrance, refraining from following Feng inside. Observing that his companions remained outside, Feng felt a sense of comfort and paid them no mind as he began to search the room. Before long, he stumbled upon a half-sheet of parchment adorned with straw, crafted from animal hide. He grasped it in his hands and scrutinized it closely. It was a fragment of a treasure map. Feng raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a treasure map. This meant that with this parchment, he could uncover hidden riches. Suppressing his excitement, he examined the map in the light from outside. It depicted, in vibrant red ink, a route through a cave. Therefore, the treasure must reside within a nearby cavern. However, this map was only a partial one, leaving the precise location of both the cave and the ultimate treasure undisclosed. Feng rummaged through the other wooden planks, but found no sign of the missing half of the treasure map. It seemed the wild men possessed only this fragment. Carefully rolling it up, he stowed it in his bag and resumed his search of the surroundings. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Cave Before Long. He stumbled upon a stone slab emanating a faint blue glow in the corner of the wall. Approaching it, he was astonished to discover it was a fist-sized frost rune tablet. This was the frost rune stone belonging to that old wild mage. He felt a surge of surprise. To find such an artifact was indeed unexpected. Crouching down, he reached out to grasp the rune in his hand. Hiss! How cold it is! The temperature of this slab was chilling, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Upon closer inspection of this small stone, he noticed that despite its diminutive size, it was intricately carved with exquisite and peculiar patterns. Holding it in his palm, he could sense the mysterious power it contained. However, the frigid temperature made the hairs on his body stand on end. The cold was extraordinary. What perplexed Feng even more was whether such a finely crafted item could have been sculpted by the wild man's intellect, or if it was merely a serendipitous find. He turned it over in his hands, uncertain how to activate it. He recalled that the old wild mage had recited an incantation in a language he did not understand when using it. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a common-level frost rune. The powerful frost elements are concealed within. This slab can be utilized to forge rune equipment. Frost element damage, 12. Rune equipment? What on earth is that? This was the first time Feng had encountered such a term, and he was unaware of how to forge or obtain this so-called rune equipment. It surely did not resemble ordinary gear. Deciding to store the slab in his inventory for now, he planned to thoroughly investigate it upon returning to his wooden cabin that evening. Perhaps he could glean some insights into this rune equipment. Satisfied, he placed the slab securely. With two treasures in his possession, Feng scrutinized the surroundings once more, but could find nothing else of interest. The remaining items were merely basic survival supplies. To Feng, the wood, harpoons, wild fruits, and dried meat were of little use. He would let the others come in and claim those. Feng clapped his hands and, content with his spoils, exited the thatched hut. In such a dilapidated place, discovering these two treasures was quite fortunate. As Feng emerged, Chunjiala and the other dozens of individuals waited obediently at a distance. They all thought to themselves that once Feng, the esteemed one, had taken what he desired, the remaining items would still be available for them to scavenge. Even if they could not feast on meat, A sip of broth would suffice. Moreover, this area was rich in resources. There was an abundance of everything, and they truly had much to gain. Consequently, no one voiced any grievances. When Feng stepped out of the cabin, the crowd surged forward like a horde, as if invaders had entered a village. They swiftly divided the wild fruits, dried meats, animal pelts, and even a few slightly damaged stone axes from the hut, leaving nothing behind. Although these items may not be of great value, they were obtained without cost. Before long, everyone gathered by the lakeside, joyfully clutching their respective spoils. It was approximately 2 in the afternoon, and the day was still young. The group found themselves at a loss for what to do next, patiently awaiting Feng's command. Observing the large assembly before him, Feng seemed disinclined to disband them. With a slight twitch of his lips, an idea struck him. He had recently discovered a fragment of a treasure map in the wild man's hut, which indicated that a cave might be located near the waterfall. With so many individuals accompanying him, he decided it would be prudent to explore the path together. I intend to investigate the cave over there. If anyone wishes to decline, you may return and set up the cabin. Those who choose to accompany me should ensure they possess the means to protect themselves. Although it is still daylight and wild beasts are unlikely to appear, we cannot entirely dismiss the potential for danger. Thus, whether to proceed or not is entirely up to you. Upon hearing Feng's words, the 30 individuals present began to deliberate. It was evident that a few timid souls were contemplating retreat, while others struggled to make a decision. Sensing their hesitation, Feng spoke with a hint of exasperation. This is not a test of your courage. I merely wish to see for myself. Those who do not wish to come should hasten to relocate the cabin and commence preparations. You need not concern yourselves with other matters. The crowd, reassured by his remarks, felt a wave of relief wash over them. It appeared that Feng was not only valiant in battle, but also possessed a kind heart. A few of the girls expressed their intention to move their cabins first, fearing they might run out of time before nightfall. As their physical capabilities were not on par with those of the men, Feng nodded in agreement, but suddenly remembered something important. He cautioned everyone present. It is advisable that you relocate your cabins to the lakeshore today. Having all our cabins in one place will enhance our safety. Moreover, we are a total of 31 participants in this expedition against the wild man. Should anyone who did not partake today wish to migrate here in the future, they shall be strictly prohibited from doing so. This territory was secured at the cost of our lives. We cannot allow others to take advantage of our efforts. Indeed, what Feng says is true. We must not allow them to benefit without consequence. The crowd nodded in agreement, rallying behind his sentiments. Now, let those willing to accompany me to the cave set forth. With that, Feng mounted the back of his steed, Yuming, and a group of more than 10 followed him towards the nearby cliffs, arriving at several natural caves. They observed these formations with awe, marveling at nature's wonders. Suddenly, a chilling sound resembling a woman's sobbing reached their ears. The previously animated group fell into an eerie silence, all ears attuned to the spine-tingling sound. However, once the silence fell, the sound inexplicably vanished. Did you just hear any peculiar noise? You mean something akin to a woman weeping? Don't be ridiculous. You must have misheard. Look, now there's nothing. Before one of the men could finish his sentence, the eerie voice echoed once more, wailing, "Help me!" Indeed, it is the sound of a woman crying. The previously jovial crowd was suddenly taken aback. All eyes turned towards the foreboding cave before them. The sound emanated from within. Feng, it seems the voice originated from inside. Chunjiala extended his trembling hand, pointing cautiously at the cave. Could it be some unclean entity? This dark, nocturnal world is shrouded in mystery, teeming with bizarre creatures. Feng too had heard the woman's desperate plea. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, intently gazing into the pitch-black cave. Let us venture inside and investigate. Chapter 50. The Trapped Woman, Feng. This cave doesn't look inviting. Chunjiala, trembling with anxiety behind Feng, remarked. There are numerous similar caverns, but the entrance of this particular one bore traces of footprints, indicating it had been visited. Peering into the darkness within, it revealed an abyss so profound that visibility was utterly absent. The others were filled with trepidation. What if a ferocious beast lurked inside? Boss, from my assessment, this cave appears to have been excavated artificially. It seems to be an abandoned mine. Zhang Tao, who had been silent until now, stepped forward to whisper in Feng's ear. His expertise in mining and mineral studies granted him a considerable understanding of both natural and man-made caverns. Nodding in acknowledgement, Feng dismounted from the back of Ming and retrieved several torches from his backpack, distributing them to the dozen or so individuals behind him. He lit one for himself and boldly ventured into the cave. Feng harbored little concern about potential beasts. After all, clad in his bronze armor, his defensive capabilities were formidable. Even if a creature were to attack him, it likely would not inflict any significant harm. As Feng led the way into the cave, the others swiftly ignited their torches, following closely behind him. Inside the cavern, they encountered fragments of common-grade copper or scattered along the path. Insignificant due to their incomplete nature. Unwavering, they pressed onward, penetrating approximately 200 meters into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, echoing from ahead. "Is anyone there? Can you help me? I beg you." The voice sounded like that of a young woman. The group's expressions shifted to one of heightened anxiety as they moved toward the source of the sound. As they advanced, the previously narrow passage unexpectedly broadened, revealing an altar resembling the size of a plaza. It was termed an altar because at its center, a mound of stones had been assembled. Surrounding the area lay countless animal bones, remnants of unknown creatures. However, what truly astonished them was the sight at the heart of the altar, a massive wooden structure upon which a young woman, clad in tattered coarse clothing, was bound with rope. Despite her soiled visage, it was evident that she possessed striking beauty, and the ragged attire hinted at her curvaceous form. "Is she human or a ghost?" Chun Jiala exclaimed, hastily probing the woman's face with his torch. In the dim light, her weary countenance bore traces of tears, and her slender, well-proportioned legs dangled from the apparatus. Her skin was pale, marked by the traces of being bound. It seemed she had heard a response. The girl, initially with her eyes closed and spirit languishing, suddenly opened her eyes. She discovered a multitude of people holding torches, illuminating the endless darkness of the cave. "Oh, how wonderful! Finally, someone has come to rescue me. Please, I beg you, save me. I've been tied here for nearly 24 hours. I thought I would perish." Seeing this glimmer of hope, the woman could no longer contain herself and broke into tears. At long last, someone had come to her aid. Who could have imagined that just a week prior, she was an ordinary white-collar worker diligently employed in a state-owned enterprise, leading a regular life from 9 to 6. Her weekends were filled with delightful gatherings with good friends, and life was exceedingly rich. Yet now, she found herself grappling with survival alongside billions in this dark world. On her first day here, she felt utterly lost, lacking experience and friends, though she had been assigned to a location with some vegetables and fruits. Fierce beasts would attack her little wooden hut at night. Just yesterday evening, as she returned to her hut to prepare dinner, a group of 3 or 4 savages suddenly appeared, smashing the door and forcibly dragging her into this terrifying, dark cave, binding her in place. She feared she would be devoured by these wild men. She had never encountered such horrors before. The fatigue of her body and the anguish of her mind struck her doubly. At this moment, she cried until breathless, allowing 2 of the men to lower her from the wooden frame. As her feet touched the ground, she found herself devoid of strength to stand, her legs trembling in fear. She truly did not know if she would have perished here had this group not arrived in the cave. The crowd gazed at the sobbing woman, curious as to how she had come to be here. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she lifted her head and, at first glance, spotted a warrior clad in immaculate bronze armor standing at the center of the group. By the faint light of the torches, he appeared somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. "Feng, let's leave quickly. This cave grows increasingly strange," urged Shunjiala. Standing beside Feng, the others nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the woman seated on the ground felt her emotions surge once more. "Feng, brother Feng, is it you? Man, do you remember me? I once traded 3 perfect seeds with you for a piece of raw meat. With excitement and effort, she struggled to stand and slowly approached Feng. Feng gazed at the frail woman before him, furrowing his brow. He indeed recalled a friend, namely Man. Is that you? It is I, Brother Feng. To my surprise, I find you here, oh dear. It turns out that Brother Feng's quaint cabin is nestled nearby. Just as Man wished to engage in further conversation with Feng, she noticed the expressions of those around her and promptly fell silent. She understood that this enigmatic cave was not the appropriate setting for reminiscing. They needed to exit and converse elsewhere. Man refrained from speaking further and followed closely behind the group. Let us depart. A throng hastily trailed Feng out of the abandoned mine. Beneath the waterfall lay numerous similar caverns. However, Feng chose not to explore them one by one with the group, as Man's unexpected arrival had disrupted his plans. Glancing at the sky, he noted that darkness would soon descend in an hour. The night within the shadowy realm heralds the onset of terror. Once everyone had exited the cave, they arrived at the edge of a vast lake, where light once again graced them. It was at this moment that they could fully behold Man. Chapter 51. Safe returned disheveled strands of hair clung to her cheeks. Her exquisite features obscured by layers of mud and grime. The already tattered linen dress she wore now bore several gaping holes, yet her beauty remained unmistakable. Are you Man? How did you end up in this cave? Inquired Chunjala, echoing the concerns of the group. My little cabin was besieged by 3 or 4 wild men, she lamented. They battered my wooden door with bone clubs, burst in, and seized all my supplies and food. Then they bound me and brought me to this cave. I realized it was some sort of altar and feared they intended to sacrifice me to their gods. It terrified me. As Man recounted the events of the previous day, remnants of fear and anxiety lingered on her delicate visage. Caught off guard, she had been abducted without understanding the intentions of her captors. They tied me to that wooden frame and imprisoned me in this cave. After binding me, they left, and I have no idea what they went to do. One of the oldest wild men even stuffed a pear into my mouth, watching me eat it before departing. I was bewildered by their actions. At first, I thought they meant to poison me with the fruit, but after consuming it, I felt perfectly fine. These wild men are truly peculiar. Do they perhaps have a habit of domesticating humans? Like raising livestock, to prevent them from dying too soon and spoiling their meat? Maybe they intend to slaughter me when the time comes? Chunjala proposed. Indeed, that is a possibility. After all, this tribe of wild men possesses a degree of intelligence. A species that combines cunning with a taste for human flesh. This dark world is truly terrifying. Yes, another chimed in. Didn't T-Boss Feng mention when he defeated the wild black tigers that there are other mysterious and unknown tribes lurking in this dark world? Cannibal tribes are merely par for the course. Fortunately, they had Feng, the formidable warrior, who had successfully vanquished this band of wild men today. At least in this vicinity, there were no other wild men left, effectively clearing the area of danger. As one individual spoke, others nodded in agreement, grateful for the presence of a protector like Feng in their region. Without him, their little cabins would surely have suffered dire consequences. Really? Brother Feng, you have eliminated all the wild men, Man exclaimed, astonished by the discussions around her. Having been imprisoned by the wild men, she was unaware of the situation outside and had not seen any announcements regarding Feng's triumph over the wild men's den. Now enlightened, her admiration for Feng swelled. Yes, there are no more wild men here. Hasten back to the cabin, everyone. The remainder can wait until daylight tomorrow. Observing the sky, it is evident that darkness will descend in merely an hour. Given the circumstances of today, there is little inclination to seek out the remaining half of the treasure map. Should nightfall arrive before returning to the cabin, it would pose considerable danger. Furthermore, having been away for so long, both the little raccoon and the black tiger cub must be waiting at home, likely hungry for his return. Upon hearing Feng's words, the group nodded in agreement. The wilderness is perilous, especially under the veil of night. They swiftly made their way back to their respective cabins, having previously placed them in a secure area a couple of miles away to evade the wild men. The journey back would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. See you tomorrow, esteemed leader. Indeed. Take care, Feng. Until tomorrow. Farewell, esteemed one. After bidding farewell to Yi Feng, the group departed from the lakeside, hastening towards their cabins. Meanwhile, Yi Feng mounted his steed, Yu Ming, and also set off in the direction of his cabin, which lay 3 miles away amidst a dense thicket. The journey from a lakeshore took merely 5 minutes. Disembarking from Yu Ming, he led the horse back into the cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar sound of whimpering. The little raccoon, gazing longingly out of the wooden window, perked up with joy upon seeing Yi Feng return with Yu Ming, and immediately rushed to greet him. The little creature had been anxious since its master had not returned since noon, fearing some danger had befallen him. Throughout the afternoon, the little raccoon had diligently smelted a batch of copper ore, crafting numerous bronze plates. As it glanced towards a window, it realized dinner time was approaching and began searching for its master's silhouette. Meanwhile, a fluffy little black ball had also slowly crawled to Yi Feng's feet, lowering its head to make eye contact with the round, glistening black eyes of the black tiger cub. Yi Feng chuckled and returned Yu Ming to the stable before scooping up both the black tiger cub and the little raccoon. "What is this? Did you miss me?" He sat down at the wooden table, gently patting the heads of the 2 little companions. The little raccoon nodded with a smile, but then pouted, using its tiny paws to pat its belly, its large, watery eyes filled with expectation as they gazed up at their master, seemingly conveying their hunger. Amused, Yi Feng realized that rather than missing him, the little fellow was simply hungry and in need of a meal. "All right, wait here for a moment." With a resigned chuckle, Yi Feng set them down and approached the hearth to prepare dinner. He kindled a fire, placed a copper pot atop it to warm, and retrieved 3 pieces of raw meat along with 2 plump potatoes from the storeroom. He tossed 1 piece of meat to Yu Ming. Today it was utterly exhausted. The moment it caught a whiff of the delectable meat aroma, it eagerly indulged. 2 additional pieces of meat and potatoes were placed into the pot, gradually sizzling to perfection. The 2 little creatures were almost beside themselves with desire, obediently sitting by Yi Feng's side, drawn in by the tantalizing scent. The raw meat sizzled in the pan, releasing a fragrant oil, while the potatoes, enveloped in the rich grease, absorbed a plethora of savory juices. Instantly, a profound, meaty fragrance permeated every corner of the quaint cabin. Observing that the meat was cooked, Yi Feng sliced 1 piece, offering a small portion to the black tiger cub and presenting the other half to the raccoon, accompanied by a golden brown roasted potato. He then took a piece for himself, savoring a bite. Ah, truly delightful. However, after several consecutive days of feasting on meat, it had become rather monotonous. Since relocating here, with such a vast lake nearby, it was likely teeming with aquatic life. Perhaps tomorrow, he would catch a fish to enjoy. Fish is rich in protein and, compared to red meat, offers a refreshing, non-greasy alternative. Chapter 52. The perfect fishing rod and the enthusiastic fan, Yi Feng swiftly resolved to embark on a fishing expedition by the lakeside the following day, with the intention of catching some substantial fish to concoct a delectable fish soup. The mere thought was quite delightful. He envisioned a splendid dinner, shared with his 3 companions. After their meal, Yi Feng reclined at a small wooden table, resting for a moment with his legs crossed, relishing the tranquility within. Since he was to fish at the lake tomorrow, he would undoubtedly require the appropriate tools. One cannot simply plunge into the water to catch fish. Contemplating this, he opened his Night World Action Guide and flipped to the page detailing the crafting of tools. He resolved to fashion a fishing rod. Upon reviewing the necessary materials, he noted that they were not overly abundant. However, it was evident that the higher the quality of the materials, the superior the rod would be. For a standard fishing rod, the requirements included 2 units of wood and 1 unit of bee sinew. This basic rod, while functional, would necessitate bait. The success of the catch would depend on one's skill. In contrast, the perfect bronze fishing rod required 2 units of wood, 1 unit of perfect bronze, and 1 unit of beast sinew. The description of this flawless rod was quite amusing. It claimed no bait was needed, as the craftsmanship was so exquisite that fish would willingly bite. Perhaps the legendary Jiang Taigong employed such a rod. Yi Feng chuckled at the idea. A rod so perfect that it required no bait? Surely, if one possessed hands, one could easily catch fish. Without hesitation, he gathered the required materials, confident that he had enough to create the perfect bronze fishing rod. As he began the crafting process, the bronze hammer sprang to life, producing a melodious clanging. Approximately half an hour later, a beautifully crafted fishing rod was complete. The perfect bronze fishing rod boasted a range of 20 meters, a durability of 50-50, a 20 chance of catching perfect fish, and a 2 chance of snagging rare fish. With a gleeful heart, Feng admired his new fishing rod, realizing that he was now destined to become a master angler. This rod bore a striking resemblance to his previously crafted perfect beast trap, both possessing the enchanting ability to lure creatures effortlessly. He pondered whether the lake harbored any rare aquatic resources. Tomorrow, he would take his rod and discover the answer. Setting the rod aside, Feng took a sip of water. Outside the quaint wooden cabin, night had fully descended, and the surface of the lake shimmered with glistening waves. Suddenly, a colossal object soared across the sky near the waterfall. A peculiar animal cry pierced the night air, sending chills down his spine. What fearsome beast could that be? Feng furrowed his brow and retrieved his action guide, flipping it open. The Night World Action Guide provided a reminder for the 5th night, tonight's weather. Night. As darkness envelopes the land, the night is set to last for a staggering 15 hours. The temperature stands at a brisk -11 degrees, with the chill persisting. A noteworthy reminder, tonight appears to be a peaceful eve, devoid of any frightening occurrences. Are you, nestled within your cozy cabin, striving for personal growth? Or perhaps you have already relished a sumptuous dinner and are now preparing to drift into slumber. This tranquil night is indeed a rarity. However, one must ponder, how long will this serene calm endure? Perhaps tomorrow night, terror may once again descend upon us? It remains uncertain what further purpose this guide serves beyond instilling fear in humanity. Feng pursed his lips, flipping to the global chat channel. To his surprise, it was abuzz with activity. The events of the 2 announcements made earlier in the day still lingered vividly in the minds of the participants, particularly the 30 individuals who engaged in the hunt against the wild man. They bore witness to the legendary Feng's extraordinary prowess, single-handedly vanquishing 4 foes and obliterating the wild men. At this moment, they remained in their cabins, eagerly sharing their exhilarating experiences with others. You cannot fathom the terror those wild men instilled, rivaling even the fiercest beasts with staggering combat capabilities. Among them was an old wild man, mage, wielding magic. A mage as well? How utterly terrifying. We dwell in a world of darkness. Such strange powers are hardly remarkable. Yet, one must wonder when we humans shall learn such elemental magic. That old wild man's frost magic nearly overwhelmed us tenfold. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Feng, we might have found ourselves on the wild men's dinner table. This is all thanks to Feng's unparalleled strength. You cannot fathom. Today he donned a complete set of exquisite bronze armor, wielding a bronze sword that shimmered with a green hue, swiftly dispatching the old wild man mage with a single strike. Indeed, and let's not forget his steed, a rare, spectral battle wolf. Goodness, it was simply magnificent, racing like a flash of lightning. Its speed was so remarkable that even the wild men could not keep pace with it. At this moment, Chun Jiala, a devoted fan of Feng, was fervently extolling his idol within the global chat channel. He had long admired Feng, and today not only had he witnessed him in action, but he had also been saved by him. His gratitude knew no bounds. All that remained was for him to establish a fan club in Feng's honor. Brother Chun, since you witnessed this unprecedented battle firsthand, you ought to pen an account detailing how Feng slew the wild men, they urged. Yes, indeed. Merely discussing it in this chat channel hardly suffices. We remain unaware of how Feng accomplished such feats. Why not write it down, complete with strategies, so we may observe and learn? The others who had not participated in the hunt were equally curious. Very well, I shall document all that I witnessed tonight, revealing how Feng engaged the wild men. It could easily be adapted into a film. In the beginning, we were merely 30 individuals convening not far from the thatched hut of the wild man, deliberating our strategic plan for the impending operation. Once everyone comprehended the battle strategy, I took the initiative to lead the charge, advancing to the forefront to draw the fiercest fire upon myself. The others then maneuvered from behind, poised to capture the old sorcerer among the wild men. This tactic rendered the wild men incapable of uniting their forces to launch an assault against us. At that moment, our esteemed Feng made his grand entrance, mounted on his rare steed, the Whisper of Shadows, descending with the grace of a war deity. Brandishing a flawless black tiger bow, he loosed arrows with deadly precision, each striking true. The wild men were soon sent scattering in all directions. The old sorcerer, caught off guard, did not even have the opportunity to mount a defense before being struck in the throat by a single arrow. Ultimately, Feng delivered the coup de GRC to the old wild man with his bronze longsword. In a mere 10 minutes, the wild men were utterly vanquished. Chapter 53. Late-night conversations among friends as Chunjala spoke with increasing enthusiasm. One might have thought he was on the verge of recording a video to share with everyone. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning how his group had initially been pursued and attacked by wild men, nor did he allude to the moment he was nearly rendered unconscious by a blow from one of them. Such details were trivial. The star of the evening was none other than the magnificent Feng, and the attention of the others was firmly fixed upon him. Wow, incredible. We had no idea you were this formidable. Upon hearing Chunjala's vivid recounting, the others erupted in excitement, showering him with praise. At that moment, Feng caught sight of Chunjala energetically singing his praises, and a smirk crept onto his face. What did this truly signify? It was merely thanks to those 30 individuals acting as human shields, enduring the wild men's assaults, that he was able to emerge and conquer the remaining 4. Yet, Feng dismissed such thoughts. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with those in the global chat channel. The night was long, and sleep was still some time away. It would be far more productive to occupy himself with tasks at hand. Yuan, take a short break and prepare to smelt some copper ore. This way, we can lay down the bronze flooring by tomorrow. The little raccoon nodded obediently upon receiving the task from Feng. It had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, relishing the daily provision of delicious food and the joy of contributing to its master's endeavors. The sooner they could finish smelting the bronze plates, the sooner the perfect bronze cabin would be completed. Feng, too, was not idle. Suddenly recalling that he needed a wooden barrel for fishing the next day, he resolved to craft a large one. Although a perfect-grade fishing rod did not require bait, the fish caught could not simply be placed into the warehouse. Thus, he retrieved 5 pieces of ordinary wood and, wielding his axe, shaped them into the desired form. He then secured them with hemp rope and applied a layer of resin inside the barrel to prevent any leaks. With everything in order, he was now ready to store fish come morning. Sitting contentedly at the wooden table, Feng gazed at the fishing rod and barrel before him, already envisioning the thrill of catching a large fish the following day. His heart swelled with delight. Turning his head, he glanced towards the smelting room, where the little raccoon was diligently refining the copper ore. Grateful for this rare moment of tranquility, Feng sat for a while. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened his backpack and took out the fist-sized frost-ruined stone he had scavenged from the wild men's hut earlier that day. Observing the stone closely, he surmised it must belong to the old wild mage. The memory of the frost elemental spell unleashed by the old mage lingered vividly in his mind. He had not anticipated encountering such mysterious power in this shadowy world, apart from the tiger tribe. Since this realm possessed elemental runes, it stood to reason that even more enigmatic and terrifying phenomena existed. Yet, he was curious. Could humans harness the power of these elements? How can one discern the proper usage of this slate? After pondering for a moment, Feng opened the Night World Action Guide, flipping through its pages repeatedly. Yet, he found no information regarding the creation of talismanic equipment within its contents. This situation could stem from 2 possibilities. Firstly, the power in question might be so enigmatic that the action guide has not documented it. However, Feng believed that since the guide could foresee events yet to transpire, it should certainly contain knowledge about the elements of talismans. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that his humble abode was currently of too low a level to grant him access to such information. It seemed that only upon upgrading his small cabin to a higher level would he be privy to the knowledge regarding talismanic equipment. Previously, Yifeng had swiftly elevated his cabin from level 0 to level 1 due to the simplicity of the required materials, merely 100 pieces of wood with no further conditions. However, he had noted that advancing from level 1 to level 2 necessitated not only a greater quantity of materials, but also several additional prerequisites, including the development of more functional buildings for the cabin. This posed a certain challenge for Yifeng at present. Consequently, he resolved to wait until his bronze cabin was complete before upgrading other functional structures. After more than an hour had passed, Yifeng sat at a wooden table, methodically sorting the supplies within his storage. At that moment, a little raccoon excitedly bounced out from the smelting room. It joyfully approached Yifeng's feet, clearly indicating that the latest batch of copper ore had been successfully refined. The little raccoon poured the smelted copper liquid into clay molds, producing a considerable number of bronze plates. From the 500 pieces of copper ore processed, it yielded 5 pieces of perfect-grade bronze and 45 pieces of good-grade copper. Yifeng employed the skills he had learned from the Basic Material Advancement Synthesis book to combine the 45 good-grade copper pieces into 4 pieces of perfect-grade bronze. Thus, over the course of several hours, he managed to refine a total of 9 bronze plates. During his earlier excursion to combat the wildlings, the little raccoon had also smelted another batch, culminating in a total of 18 pieces of perfect-grade bronze. By crafting all of these perfect-grade bronzes into bronze plates and nails, he amassed nearly 20 pieces. This would enable him to affix bronze plates to all the wooden walls surrounding his cabin, thereby enhancing its defensive properties. You are truly remarkable. Yuan Yuan, Yifeng exclaimed joyfully, affectionately ruffling the little raccoon's head, a charming smile gracing his lips. The little raccoon relished its master's gentle caress, feeling elated to be of assistance. Just then, the action guide emitted a notification sound. Ding! You have received a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it? Yifeng posted momentarily. A message from a friend? Up until now, he had only 2 friends in total. One is Zhang Tao, who had purchased or in the past, and the other is Li Man, who unexpectedly saved her life today. Who could it be? Let the little raccoon play aside with the black tiger cub. Yifeng took out the action guide. Upon opening it, he clicked on the friend chat. There, in the lower right corner, Li Man's avatar was incessantly flashing. So late at night, she suddenly messaged him privately. Could there be something amiss? Curiosity piqued. He clicked on her avatar. A voice message promptly emerged. Upon clicking, the gentle and melodious voice of Li Man resonated within the little cabin. Brother Yifeng, thank you for saving me today. I wish to share a secret with you that I have never revealed to anyone. I have long hesitated about whether to confide in you. However, had it not been for your timely arrival at the cave today, I might have. Surviving in this unfamiliar world has already proven to be an arduous task. Yet, you still extended a helping hand. To me, you are my savior. Unfortunately, I am unable to offer any tangible resources at this moment. In gratitude for your life-saving actions, I intend to share this secret with you. Chapter 54. Redeeming half a treasure map. Yifeng listened to the voice message sent by Li Man, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He could discern the inner turmoil in her voice, suggesting she had made a significant decision. Nonetheless, this realization brought him a measure of comfort, as it confirmed that Li Man was a person who valued gratitude. Although it was indeed a fortuitous circumstance that led him to rescue her from the cave, the fact remained that he had saved her. Her willingness to express such sentiments proved her to be someone worthy of friendship. Had she regarded her rescue as a mere obligation, he might have reconsidered his opinion of her. I'm listening. Please continue, Yifeng replied calmly, glancing at the 2 little ones frolicking nearby, reminiscent of his own younger sisters at play, which instilled a sense of warmth in him. He resumed listening to the voice message from Li Man. Before I was captured in that cave with the altar, I happened to visit the cave beneath the cliff one day. I had ventured there to gather fresh fruit and search for usable supplies, but inadvertently wandered too far and lost my way. In my confusion, I arrived at the base of a waterfall, where I encountered numerous mysterious caves, dark and deep, each exuding an aura of danger. Fear gripped me, and I could only think of retracing my steps to find my way back to the cabin. While searching for the path, I stumbled upon a half-completed treasure map made of animal hide tucked away in the corner of one of the cave entrances. I examined the drawn route and realized it only depicted the latter half of the journey, leaving the initial part a mystery. Yet, I was certain that treasure lay hidden within. Despite it being daytime, the darkness of these caves was overwhelming, and I feared encountering ferocious beasts lurking within. Thus, I dared not venture alone in search of treasure and decided to safeguard the half-map. At this juncture, Li Man-Man's excitement was palpable. This half-map had become the most precious possession she had discovered since entering this shadowy world, transforming into a secret she had kept close to her heart. She had resolved not to share it with anyone until she possessed the means to seek the treasure independently. However, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. Just yesterday afternoon, a group of wild men appeared at her cabin door, shattering her wooden door with bone clubs. Once inside, they began to ransack her supplies and food, subsequently imprisoning her in the cave for an entire day. This harrowing experience served as a stark reminder of her vulnerability against such attacks. She had no capacity for resistance. From the outset, her progress had been stunted, and now, circumstances had worsened. The only tool she had, a stone axe, had been seized by the wild men. She found herself in a dire situation, uncertain if she would survive the night. Presently, aside from the 2 pears she had picked from a tree on her way back, her cabin was devoid of any possessions. All the supplies have been seized by the wild men, and a large hole remains on the wooden door, a remnant of the initial assault. At this moment, she gazes through that opening, peering into the pitch-black night where even a hand cannot be seen. She lacks the timber to mend this breach. Fear and trepidation envelop Li Man-Man as she contemplates the possibility of a ferocious beast emerging from the void to invade her humble abode. Even if luck favors her tonight and no beast approaches, survival remains a daunting challenge. The frigid temperature, plummeting to -10 degrees, sends chills through her very bones. The cold wind incessantly infiltrates the small cabin through the gaping hole. Alone, Li Man-Man sits upon the rickety wooden bed, wrapped only in a tattered straw quilt and her filthy, ragged burlap garments for warmth. Perhaps she may not endure the night, destined to perish in this shadowy world. Thus, enveloped in fear, she pondered for quite some time before retrieving the half of a treasure map she had hidden behind the furnace wall, intending to offer it to Feng. This was not merely an act of gratitude for his life-saving intervention. There was a hint of selfishness in her motives. Aware of her own limitations, she recognized that even with the complete treasure map in hand, her combat prowess was insufficient to secure the treasure. Moreover, possessing only half of it diminished her chances even further. If Feng could utilize the map she bestowed upon him to locate the genuine treasure, perhaps she could reap some benefits. This was her final glimmer of hope for survival in the dark world. Brother Feng, I am prepared to give you this half of the treasure map I found. However, I have a modest request. I hope you can take me along when you search for the treasure. If this map truly leads to something valuable, all the credit belongs to you. I only desire a small share, perhaps 30%. No, even 20% would suffice. Is that agreeable? Li Man-Man's voice was meek, laden with apprehension that Feng might reject her plea. Yet, upon hearing her words, Feng was jolted by a surge of excitement. Half a treasure map. He suddenly recalled that earlier, while searching the wild men's hut, he had also discovered half of a treasure map. He retrieved it from his backpack, realizing it was the front half of the complete treasure map. By itself, this fragment bore insufficient information to reveal the treasure's hiding place. Only by uniting both halves could the location of the treasure be unveiled. He wondered if the half Li Man-Man possessed was indeed the piece he required. Feng felt a rush of exhilaration, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Very well. Please trade your half of the treasure map with me first. I will examine it shortly. Tomorrow, let us meet beneath the cliff, and I shall lead you in the search for the treasure. If we indeed uncover it, I will honor your request and grant you 20%. This evening, I will provide you with some supplies as a down payment. Should the treasure prove valuable, I will grant you an additional 20%. However, if the treasure turns out to be worthless, I can only offer you what I provide now. Yi Feng sent the voice message, anticipation stirring within him. At that moment, on the other side, Li Man sent her thoughts to Yi Feng, sitting there with a sense of trepidation. She was uncertain whether the esteemed Yi Feng would acquiesce to her request. Ding! You have a trade request. Would you like to view it? Upon hearing the notification, Li Man instantly straightened up and clicked to see. To her astonishment, it was Yi Feng who had proactively initiated a trade. 10 pieces of wood, 1 linen garment, 1 ordinary stone axe, 20 liters of cold water, 1 wooden barrel, 1 piece of raw meat, in exchange for half of a treasure map. Staring at these items, Li Man was momentarily taken aback. The trade proposed by Yi Feng contained a plethora of essential survival supplies. She glanced through it. Nearly everything was precisely what she desperately needed. This was akin to a second chance at life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Man could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, as feelings of both indignation and gratitude surged within her. Chapter 55. The Heart of a Young Girl and the Steel Man. Initially, she believed that as a means of repaying her benefactor, she ought to relinquish the treasure map without hesitation, feeling that it would be inappropriate to claim any portion of the treasure for herself. Even if Yi Feng were to decline her request, it would be entirely understandable. To her astonishment, not only did Yi Feng acquiesce to her plea, but he also preemptively provided some supplies as a deposit for the treasure map. Li Man refrained from soliciting any resources from Yi Feng, fearing his rejection. Yet, it seemed as though Yi Feng had seen through her predicament. Aware of her tattered attire and the large gaping hole in the door of her humble abode, he understood that her already meager supplies had been entirely pillaged by wild men, and that the night's chill was severe enough to freeze a person solid. He comprehended all of this, as if he had been observing the relentless hardships of life. Among the countless souls in the world, it was Yi Feng who discerned her despair, even recognizing that she had scarcely eaten during her entire day of confinement. He had even traded a piece of raw meat to her. With the essential supplies Yi Feng provided, she would be able to survive the night. Brother Yi Feng. Thank you. Truly thank you. Li Man fought back her emotions as she responded to his message and initiated the trade. In the next moment, tears streamed down her face as she realized she had secured her own safety. She had once thought she would be utterly alone, succumbing to her fate. Yet, on this night, her heart swelled with gratitude. In her moment of desperation, a hand had reached out to her, pulling her back from the brink of death. This individual was not only compassionate, but also a man of considerable strength, which brought her immense comfort. As she wept softly, the half of the treasure map in her hand vanished, replaced by an array of supplies on the wooden table. Li Man quickly seized 2 pieces of wood and a stone axe, rushing to the entrance to mend the large hole. Should a fearsome beast appear at this moment, her life would surely be in jeopardy. After much effort, she finally repaired the little wooden door, rising slowly to embrace her nearly frozen arms. She approached the hearth, igniting a fire with the 2 pieces of wood. The temperature within the cabin was frigid, and her ragged hemp garments provided little protection against the cold. Instantly, the warmth began to permeate the space, making her breathing more comfortable. Seated by the fire, she retrieved the raw meat Yi Feng had given her and placed it in a stone pot to cook, while also heating some cold water to warm her insides. After indulging in a hearty meal, Li Man gradually regained her spirits. Yet, she found no joy in her recovery. Her slender form curled up on the stool. Tears once again flowed uncontrollably. A torrent of sorrow, grievance, and melancholy surged within her, leaving her heart in disarray. Gazing at the remaining supplies sent by Yi Feng, which included over 10 liters of cold water, several pieces of wood, and a hemp garment, Li Man sniffled. Why had Brother Feng provided her with such an abundance of cold water? She felt puzzled. Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something. Grasping her clothing and hair, she took a whiff. What a strong scent of sweat. It is worth noting that since her arrival in this dark world 5 days ago, survival had proven to be an exceedingly arduous task. Who had the luxury to bathe? Yesterday, when she was abducted by the wild men, she had been so frightened that she was drenched in cold sweat. Now, she was enveloped in an unpleasant odor. Oh no! Could it be that Brother Yeffing finds my sent-off pudding? Perhaps that is why he doused me with such copious amounts of cold water. As this thought crossed Li Man's mind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It seemed imperative that she cleanse herself quickly, lest she encounter brother Yefeng tomorrow while still reeking. Li Man wiped her soiled face and rose to boil a large bucket of hot water by the fire. After a while, she finally sank contentedly into the steaming tub. Ah, what bliss! In the past 5 days, this was the only experience that offered her any relaxation. She reveled in the warmth of the water as it washed away the grime and sweat from her body. Clad in the linen garment gifted to her by Yefeng, she felt like a radiant young woman once more. The fabric hugged her figure, accentuating her lovely curves, and she lay back on the wooden bed with satisfaction. The hard planks beneath her did cause her skin some discomfort, yet her mind was awash with countless thoughts. Before her unexpected arrival in this dark world, she had considered herself an independent woman of substance. Her youthful beauty had made her quite popular in her workplace, even drawing the subtle affections of her superiors. However, Li Man was a woman of principles, resolutely rejecting the advances of men who did not pique her interest. Consequently, despite the abundance of admirers, she had remained single, leading a tranquil and stable life. But now, she found herself thrust into a realm fraught with uncertainties, living each day in fear. Even if she managed to scrape by, her spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. The solitude of her existence was overwhelming, filled with loneliness and dread. Recalling the wild man from yesterday sent shivers down her spine. She felt she could barely endure any longer. If only she had a man as her steadfast support, a safe harbor amidst the storm. At that moment, the image of Yefeng flickered through her mind. Brother Feng. She was uncertain of his feelings toward her. Her nature prevented her from inquiring directly. However, the events of the evening continually brought her thoughts back to this gentle man. What if he held no such intentions, and their relationship was merely transactional? If she were to proactively show affection, it would be exceedingly awkward. Sighing, Li Man found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Nonetheless, she resolved silently within her heart. Tomorrow, she must present her best self before Yefeng. At this very moment, Yefeng sat at the wooden table, diligently studying the other half of the treasure map he had just acquired from Li Man. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that Li Man, a young maiden in the bloom of her youth, was experiencing a tumultuous fluttering of emotions due to his inadvertent actions. She even harbored thoughts of self-sacrifice. As a man of unwavering resolve, Yifeng could not fathom such complexities. The reason he had preemptively offered some supplies during the exchange of the treasure map was simply to ensure that Li Man did not feel as though he was taking advantage of her. Among the multitude of provisions he provided, the most valuable item was merely a piece of raw meat. Even though this transaction did not yield the profit they had anticipated, it was not a significant loss for Yifeng. At the very least, it would not adversely affect the development of his modest cabin, as it was a trivial expense. Given that Li Man felt a sense of gratitude, he certainly would not abandon her in her time of need. He wished for her to survive the night, for he was hardly a miser, unwilling to part with such a small amount. Moreover, Li Man had entrusted him with half of a treasure map. This was a gamble of fate. Should fortune smile upon them, and they uncover something of great value, it would transform their circumstances entirely. Chapter 56. Finally a comfortable sleep, however, Li Man realized that retaining this treasure map was of little consequence. The incomplete map, being merely half, was insufficient to pinpoint the location of the treasure. Only when combined with the half in his possession could it be deemed whole. Yifeng pressed his lips together, a hint of anxiety crossing his face as he gently placed the two halves of the map on the wooden table, meticulously aligning them. Indeed, the two halves seamlessly merged into a complete treasure map. This should lead to the discovery of rare treasures in the shadowy world, he exclaimed with excitement. Upon scrutinizing the complete map once more, he discerned that it depicted the very cave beneath the cliff they had visited that day. Yet, only one of the caves served as the true entrance. To access it, one would need to traverse a labyrinthine passage, ultimately reaching the innermost part of the cave. The map indicated that a treasure chest awaited there, inscribed with the words, "Mysterious treasure chest." Mysterious treasure chest? Feng furrowed his brow, pondering what valuable items might lie within. At present, nothing was discernible. Alas, he would have to await the dawn to venture into the cave and uncover its secrets. He carefully safeguarded the two halves of the map and glanced at the time. It was already the deep hours of the night. It was time to check in. Feng retrieved his action guide and clicked to sign in. Signing in for the night. Based on your recently selected sign-in mode, the system is automatically matching the necessary supplies, detecting the functionality of your cabin. Your smelting skills and weaponry are remarkably advanced. However, your quality of life is on par with that of other humans, matching daily living supplies. Ding! Congratulations on signing in for 5 consecutive days. You have received a volume on living skills, comprehensive guide to breeding. Effect, regardless of the low-level small animals captured, as long as they are in their juvenile stage. Through breeding, they can achieve a quality level of good or above, with a 12 chance of attaining a perfect grade. Upon hearing this description, Feng felt a surge of delight. This skill book seemed to significantly enhance the quality of bred animals. He gazed at the ancient tome, now resting on the wooden table, emanating a faint glow. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to have his raccoon, Yuan, study it. After all, it spent its days within the cabin while he ventured out to gather supplies, affording it ample time to engage in the breeding enterprise. Having made his decision, Feng placed the raccoon's paw upon the ancient book. Ding! Congratulations to the raccoon Yuan for successfully learning the Living Skills Book Comprehensive Guide to Breeding, Skill Level 2-6. Just as Feng contemplated capturing some small animals for breeding, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a perfect grade set of cashmere bedding comprising 4 pieces. Wow, feel this soft texture. Lying down upon it felt akin to resting on a cloud. Possessing remarkable resistance to cold, it can maintain warmth even in temperatures plunging below -10 degrees. The exquisite cashmere bedding is both lightweight and exceptionally insulating, significantly enhancing one's quality of life. The cashmere pillow cradles your neck, ensuring a restful slumber until dawn. With this 4-piece set, you can enjoy ample vitality even during brief moments of sleep. What? He couldn't have misheard. Originally, Feng anticipated that today's sign-in reward would consist solely of a book on life skills. To his astonishment, there was also a luxurious cashmere blanket. Almost immediately, a thick, supremely soft cashmere quilt appeared atop the wooden table. A radiant smile blossomed on Feng's face. Could it be that the system deemed his quality of life far too low? Perhaps it could not bear to see him suffer and decided to gift him a set of bedding. How delightful! This system possesses a touch of humanity, after all. He was well aware of the intricate craftsmanship involved in cotton production, let alone something as exquisite as this cashmere. If he were to gather enough materials to create such a masterpiece, he might not even be able to sleep under it until next year. Reflecting on the wild ducks he had caught previously, he recalled saving a heap of duck feathers. What a superfluous endeavor that turned out to be. Overjoyed, Feng rose and approached his modest wooden bed, casting aside the stiff and coarse straw blanket that he had endured sleeping on. Each night spent atop, it felt akin to a trial, leaving him with aches and pains, not to mention the lack of warmth. Were it not for adding a couple of logs to the fire each night, he would likely awaken before dawn, chilled to the bone by the frigid air. Feng tidied his wooden bed and carefully laid the perfect cashmere blanket atop it, positioning the pillow with precision. Then, he closed his eyes and reclined, enveloped by the blanket's softness and warmth. It was pure bliss, akin to lying on a cloud, devoid of the musty odor that clung to the straw bedding. Almost instantly, he felt his body warm up. Incredible! After 5 nights of restless sleep on that tattered straw blanket, the sudden comfort of the perfect cashmere quilt elevated his quality of life to an entirely new echelon. For a fleeting moment, he felt transported back to his former life, as if this were not a world of darkness, but Earth itself. He lay in the comfort of his own bed, indulging in a warm and soft experience. Nearby, a little raccoon spotted the pristine white cashmere blanket and eagerly leapt onto the small bed. Wow, so soft, so warm. It joyfully rolled around on the bedding, exclaiming how delightful it felt. How fortunate to have a master. It adored the blanket immensely. However, There was one small issue that left it somewhat dissatisfied. The little wooden bed was far too small. It could barely accommodate one person. Sometimes, when it squeezed in alongside, Feng, they are suffocated by their own master. The little black tiger, still by the bedside, gazed enviously at the human and the creature luxuriating on the soft bed. Oh, how it longed to sleep upon the cashmere blanket. Struggling, it attempted to climb up, only to be met unexpectedly by a paw that sent it tumbling off the bed. Ugh, down you go. Such a small bed. And you wish to claim a space. How selfish can you be? The little raccoon extended its mischievous paw, unceremoniously shoving the black tiger to the floor. Bewildered, the black tiger blinked its eyes, tears welling up as it observed its master and the raccoon enjoying the plush cashmere. Roundy, how could you kick your little sister? Feng, feeling a twinge of irritation, shot a disapproving glare at the raccoon before gently lifting the black tiger and placing it beside his pillow. Alas, the bed was indeed too small. They could only occupy their respective spots and make do. Tomorrow, he resolved to dismantle this wooden bed and replace it with a more spacious one. After all, hadn't the system mocked him today for his inadequate living conditions? Tomorrow, he would make improvements. Chapter 57. At last, a bedroom. Determined, Feng gently patted the little black tiger's head and then ruffled the small raccoon's fur. Sleep now. Tomorrow I shall resolve this matter. The little raccoon, with its round face, pouted slightly. Since the master had spoken, it could not protest further. Thus, it decided to make do for the night. And so, the trio, one person and two beasts, sank into a contented slumber beneath the cashmere blankets. Chirp! The dawn broke, illuminating the sky. Outside the quaint cabin, the melodious songs of birds filled the air. Soft sunlight streamed into the cozy space, causing the bronze plate outside to glimmer with radiant beauty. Feng had a restful night, sleeping soundly until daybreak. Upon opening his eyes, he stretched luxuriously, feeling rejuvenated. This exquisite cashmere bedding was truly exceptional, leaving him refreshed. Even the dreams of the previous night were delightful. At that moment, he sensed something resting against his legs, soft and small. Upon lifting his leg, he discovered it was the round little raccoon. The bed was far too small, effectively squeezing the little creature to the edge. Had he really slept atop it all night? Observing the raccoon's aggrieved expression, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The little raccoon rubbed its sleepy eyes and noticed its master stifling a laugh. Sniffling, it thought, "Naughty master, how could you not feel sorry for me after I spent the night beneath your legs, nearly crushed? Ouch, my back hurts. Cursed little bed," it lamented. "So cramped that I nearly lost my life over sleep." Feng seemed to understand the raccoon's facial expressions. Gently lifting it up, he said, "I comprehend your thoughts. I shall renovate this little bed shortly. Now, rise and prepare for work." He pinched the raccoon's cheek, smiling. Reluctantly, the little raccoon nodded and hopped off the wooden bed. Limping slightly, Feng couldn't contain his laughter any longer. Indeed, he had slept quite well last night. However, such a narrow little wooden bed was utterly unworthy of his splendid cashmere bedding. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Feng mused, why not construct an independent bedroom? Replace this shabby little bed with a magnificent Wali wood bed. Resolutely nodding, he set to work. Feng retrieved his action guide and searched for the desired timber in the material section. 5 pieces of exquisite Wali wood could be exchanged for 2 pieces of raw meat. The high-quality Wali wood, known for its durability and stunning grain, was a luxury few could afford. Seeing this, Feng felt a rush of excitement. He promptly took 2 pieces of raw meat from his storage and clicked to exchange. Ding! Congratulations on successfully trading for 5 pieces of exquisite Wali wood. It was important to note that such fine timber was akin to a luxury item, scarcely obtainable by most. In the present era, humanity struggles amidst the shadows of existence, grappling with survival and the burdens it entails. How could one possibly afford such exquisite items? Moreover, this particular wood is a superior quality from the realm of perfection. Yet, with a determined resolve, Feng clenched his teeth and made the purchase. The sumptuous cashmere bedding was acquired without cost. Indulging in a few fine pieces of timber seemed a modest extravagance, indeed. On the table lay 5 pieces of lustrous wood. He flipped the action guide to the crafting section to ascertain the materials required for upgrading his bedroom and began to create according to the blueprint. After half an hour, a chime resonated. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to a private bedroom. A partition was constructed using ordinary grade wood within the quaint cabin, adorned with a grand bed fashioned from perfect grade hungrily. This bed boasts exceptional restorative capabilities for the spirit, allowing for rapid rejuvenation. Gazing upon this luxurious creation, entirely crafted from high-grade hungrily, it became apparent that it could accommodate 5 adults comfortably. A complete set of perfect-grade cashmere bedding, comprising 4 pieces, was available for the same number of occupants. How splendid! Feng admired his magnificent bed with satisfaction, clapping his hands in delight. Now, with such a spacious bed, the nights of cramped sleeping were a thing of the past. He spread the pristine cashmere bedding across the bed and quickly lay down to experience its comfort. A smile graced his lips as he began to envision the bliss of resting upon it that very night. Ah, it was truly the epitome of indulgence, lifting his spirits immensely. It appeared that in this shadowy world, enhancing one's quality of life was as significant as upgrading one's gear. Such improvements greatly elevated his mood and, more importantly, allowed for a conservation of precious sleeping hours. This meant he could devote more time to developing his quaint cabin. However, it seemed that the expanse of the bed felt somewhat desolate. Stretching his arms wide, he found himself unable to reach the edges. It struck him that perhaps something or someone was missing to share this newfound comfort. Stop right there. With the elevation of living standards, he found himself lost in fanciful thoughts. Once a goal is achieved, another invariably arises, which can be quite daunting. No, you mustn't dwell on that any longer. Quickly rising from the bed, Feng made his way to the small wooden table, seated himself, and sipped some warm water. He opened the guide to check the weather. The Night World Action Guide indicated it was the 5th day, with a daytime reminder. Today's forecast was bright and sunny, with the melodies of birds filling the air, lasting for 8 hours. The temperature was a pleasant 11 degrees. Indeed, a fine day. A crucial reminder: the sun would rise as expected, its warmth providing a brief respite from the chill and fear that darkness brings. With such splendid weather, what was he waiting for nestled within his cabin? He needed to venture out and gather necessary supplies. Yet, the daylight also harbored unknown dangers. Caution was paramount when stepping into the outside world. After scanning for any significant alerts, Feng turned to the World Chat channel in the Action Guide. Here, it is perpetually the most popular place. As the morning dawns, one embraces the sun, allowing one's body to be infused with its radiant light. A downward curve of the lips may lead to a sense of disorientation, whereas an upward curve heralds progress and an abundance of positive energy. Today is yet another day of advancing toward the esteemed Feng. Alas, I wonder when I shall finally grasp the ankles of such a figure. Brothers, let us diligently gather resources. Yesterday, I fervently chopped trees and calculated that I have amassed over 60 logs and some stones in the past few days. I feel that with just a couple more days of effort, I shall be able to upgrade to a level 1 wooden cottage. At that point, I will also be able to craft various functional buildings within a cottage. Wow, how are you progressing so swiftly? Indeed, your speed seems quite extraordinary. I have only collected a little over 30 logs. You are all impressive. Today, I intend to set a trap in the thicket adjacent to the cottage. Whether I can capture small creatures rests upon today's endeavors. Let us strive, brothers, for the light belongs to us. Feng observed the ongoing conversation above, bowing his head to quietly calculate. Chapter 58. The dazzling perfect bronze cabin. It was already the 5th day since arriving in the realm of darkness. Given the collection pace of an ordinary individual, one could expect to gather around 10 to 20 pieces of wood daily, after accounting for essential living needs. It is believed that within a day or two, many would accumulate 100 pieces of wood, leading a considerable number of individuals to upgrade their level 1 cabins. Once these cabins undergo their enhancements, a plethora of functional buildings will emerge. However, there is no cause for excessive concern. After all, Feng's cabin holds a significant lead and is unlikely to be swiftly caught up to or surpassed. Closing the action guide, he commenced preparing breakfast. After the three beasts and one human finished their meal, Feng instructed the raccoon to return to the smelting chamber to continue its labor. He then transported the nearly 20 perfect bronze plates and bronze nails he had crafted yesterday to the exterior of the cabin, proceeding to affix them to the previously uncovered wall. Under the radiant sunlight, each bronze plate reflected a stunning azure hue as they were secured to the wall. The perfect bronze hammer worked tirelessly, firmly anchoring the plates to the cabin's structure. Approximately an hour later, a notification chimed. Your perfect bronze cabin's completion degree is now 60. The exterior walls were entirely enveloped in the perfect bronze plates, making any attempt to breach from the outside quite challenging. However, the roof and floor remained ordinary wooden boards, leaving their defensive capabilities lacking. Observing the gleaming exterior, Feng stretched luxuriously. With the walls now fully covered, only the roof and floor awaited enhancement. He planned to smelt today's yield by nightfall, enabling him to address the roof as well. Having completed this task, Feng prepared to officially relocate the cabin to the lakeside. At this moment, the cabin was situated approximately 3 to 4 miles from the site chosen yesterday. Rising early, he refrained from immediately migrating the cabin due to his possession of a rare mount, the Whispering Shadow, which allowed him to traverse swiftly to the lake. After about 20 minutes, he arrived. Among the 30 individuals, Feng was the first to transport his cabin. Upon reaching the lakeshore, he selected a sloped area that offered an exquisite view and picturesque scenery, ideal for habitation. In a grove teeming with blossoming pear trees, a bronze cabin stood majestically, resembling a villa enveloped in azure light. Stepping out from the pear grove revealed the shimmering lake, its surface glistening under the gentle breeze. Now that he had settled here, he decided to explore the lakeside in hopes of gathering some food. After all, he had crafted a perfect fishing rod the previous night, providing an excellent opportunity to test its efficacy. Retrieving the perfect fishing rod from his backpack, Feng carried a stool and a wooden bucket from the cabin to the lakeside. With an elegant posture, he deftly cast the fishing line into the lake, crossing his legs as he awaited the fish to bite. Feng smacked his lips, daydreaming about how to prepare the catch of the day. Eating meat every day had grown somewhat tiresome. Should he opt for a dry roast, or perhaps a savory soup? Ah, what a delightful moment it was. He reveled in this tranquil leisure, enjoying the solitude. As the morning unfolded, the 30 individuals from the previous day began to arrive at the lakeside one by one. Among them, Chunjala was the second to reach the destination, thanks to his trusty steed. The reindeer aided him in transporting the small cabin. Upon arriving at the lake's edge, Chunjala wiped the sweat from his brow. At last, they had moved here. They had scouted the area yesterday, confirming it to be a land of abundance. Not only was there a vast expanse of water, but also an ample supply of aquatic resources. Additionally, the nearby pear grove promised plentiful food supplies. However, Chunjala pondered the necessity of seizing an opportunity to trade with Feng for a quality copper ingot, which would enable him to craft a superior axe. Such a tool would expedite his timber collection, and once he amassed 100 pieces of wood, he could successfully upgrade his small cabin to level 1. At that point, he would be able to construct functional buildings, including his very own smelting room. The thought of being able to smelt copper filled him with exhilaration. He envisioned himself as one of the most prominent figures in this dark world, with his small cabin flourishing. Lost in thought, he surveyed his surroundings with a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye, drawing his attention. Chunjala shielded his eyes with his hand, frowning slightly as he gazed towards the source of the light. Not far ahead, within the pear grove, he spotted a radiant bronze. Under the sunlight, it shone even more brilliantly. Staring at this dazzling spectacle left him bewildered. What was this shimmering object? Could it be that there was a treasure hidden within the grove? Driven by curiosity, he ventured closer. When the scene came into full view, he was taken aback to discover a perfectly crafted bronze cabin, level 1, completion 60. What on earth was this? A flawless bronze cabin? Chunjala rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he might be hallucinating under the brilliant sun. However, after clearing his vision, the astonishing sight remained unchanged. Goodness, what kind of divine cabin was this? Which grand figure had conceived the idea of constructing a perfect bronze cabin? His certainty stemmed from the fact that ordinary copper ingots, like those he used to forge weapons, were yellow, while the cabin before him emanated a striking teal hue, an unmistakable difference. It is important to note that, as of now, a flawless grade of bronze has yet to emerge on the global trading platforms. In fact, such an item has not been made available for sale by anyone. Previously, the commendable grade copper ingots that the esteemed Feng had listed on the trading platform remain the finest mineral resource to date. The likelihood of anyone being able to forge a perfect grade of bronze is exceedingly slim. Moreover, the idea of selling it is even more improbable. Anyone with a modicum of understanding recognizes the substantial value of perfect grade bronze, which far surpasses that of the commendable copper ingots by countless magnitudes. Yet, here stands a quaint little cabin that astonishingly appears to be equipped with perfect grade bronze. 1 unit of perfect grade bronze equates to 10 units of commendable grade copper. 1 unit of commendable grade copper corresponds to 10 units of ordinary grade copper. 1 unit of ordinary grade copper amounts to 10 units of ordinary grade timber. According to this calculation, this little cabin, good heavens, this is not merely adorned with bronze plates. It is akin to having gold bricks affixed to the walls of the cabin. A cursory glance reveals nearly 40 bronze plates. This implies a value equivalent to 40,000 units of ordinary timber. I cannot fathom this. Chapter 59. Shocking the world, Chun Jala swallowed hard, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily. He was still a novice, yet to upgrade even a level 1 wooden hut, struggling to gather the requisite 100 pieces of wood. It would take him several more days to accumulate enough. Yet, before him stood a wooden hut equivalent to 40,000 pieces of timber. What level was this? With a thud, Chun Jala collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. It was utterly terrifying. Who could possibly conceive such a marvel? This was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Even in his previous life, with a fortune in the millions, he had never witnessed such extravagance. Here he was, with not a single piece of bronze equipment in his possession, while others were casually using it as wall bricks. Such reckless spending. In the midst of Chun Jala's astonishment, he suddenly heard voices nearby. "Hey, Brother Chun, what are you doing sitting here? Enjoying the flowers?" "Yeah, not working and just admiring the scenery." Brother Chun seems quite in high spirits. The two individuals, panting for breath, had just dragged their own wooden hut laboriously to the lakeside, as they lacked any mounts and had to rely on sheer human effort. Exhaustion was an understatement. They were about to rest by the lake when they spotted the familiar figure of Chun Jala, lost in thought on the ground. Curiosity piqued, they approached to greet him. In this region, the acknowledged leader was undoubtedly Feng, and with his superior equipment, Chun Jala naturally held the esteemed position of the second-in-command. As they approached and exchanged pleasantries with him, they noticed something gleaming ahead, almost blinding. Raising their heads, they beheld a vast expanse of azure radiance. Instantly, the three of them were rendered speechless. This was a perfect grade bronze wooden hut. No way. Is this for real? Aye, brothers. My heart can hardly bear this. Seriously, I'm still chopping wood and forging for food. And here, as a celestial figure who has already constructed a bronze hut? What sheer extravagance! The other two were equally flabbergasted, joining Chun Jala on the ground. They needed a moment to process this astonishing revelation. Amidst feelings of envy and admiration, they were left utterly astounded, practically worshipping the ground before them. Just moments ago, Chun Jala had been yearning for a single good-quality bronze piece to craft tools, and now, before him stood a perfect-grade bronze hut. The question arose, whose wooden hut could this possibly be? Could it belong to the illustrious Feng? All three simultaneously thought of the same person. Feng, the Great One. Yes, it had to be his. This was entirely in line with Feng's style. Moreover, in the current realm of darkness, apart from individuals of his caliber, no one else can afford such quaint little cabins. Oh, how my heart aches! Upon glimpsing the magnificent abode of Master Feng, I instantaneously felt like a mere primitive being. The trio sat upon the ground, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, their hearts filled with a medley of sentiments. How could such a disparity exist? They exchanged glances, nearly embracing one another in a flood of tears. This is truly unfathomable. All are ordinary humans, having arrived in this dark world at the same time, 5 days ago. Each commenced with a modest cabin, a stone axe, and a wooden hunting spear. Yet, here they were, unable to even gather the 100 pieces of timber required to upgrade their rudimentary cabins to level 1. While the esteemed master had already progressed to constructing with flawless bronze. The comparison is utterly disheartening. What, pray tell, went awry in the process? After approximately 10 minutes, a group of over a dozen individuals gradually dragged their small cabins to the lakeside. There now stood nearly 30 quaint structures by the water's edge, a sight to behold. "Hey, Brother Chun, you've all arrived? What are you doing here? Enjoying the blossoms?" Upon their arrival, they happened to notice a row of people sitting at the entrance of the pear orchard, seemingly lost in contemplation. A few were even embracing one another in tears. Had someone perished? Curiosity piqued. They approached to discern the cause of the commotion. In the next moment, their eyes fell upon the shimmering azure glow of the flawless bronze cabin. Wow, what in the world is this? The next instant, they stood rooted to the spot, bewilderment etched upon their faces. A flawless bronze cabin? What sorcery is this? Who could be so lavish? It was akin to adorning one's walls with gold. They all understood the immense value of flawless bronze. Just a single piece could be exchanged on the global trading platform for an unimaginable bounty of resources, and of the highest caliber. Some had never even laid eyes upon flawless bronze before. To witness a flawless bronze cabin here was truly an eye-opening experience. Observing this dwelling, presumably crafted from dozens of flawless bronze plates, the crowd silently shed tears of envy. This is the cabin of Master Yi Feng. There is no doubt, besides him, it is unlikely anyone else could construct such an extraordinary edifice. This was a dual blow, both physically and mentally. They had always been aware of the significant gap between their abilities and those of Master Yi Feng, yet they had not anticipated the chasm would be this vast. The rapid advancement of Master Yi Feng's cabin was astonishing. It appears that to keep pace with him, they would require an exceedingly long time. The group, in a display of understanding, discreetly moved their small cabins to another location, fearing that they might encroach upon Yi Feng's modest bronze cottage and disrupt the esteemed one's tranquility. They wisely chose to maintain a respectful distance. Should the eminent figure ever find himself in a displeased mood, a mere wave of his hand could easily dismantle their humble abode. Thus, they opted to remain hidden in the shadows, content to receive the benevolence of the Great One from afar. Meanwhile, not far from the bronze cottage, a throng of onlookers engaged in animated discussions. A few among them, driven by envy, captured images of the quaint dwelling and shared them in the global chat channel. In this vibrant digital space, one could exchange not only text and voice messages, but also images and videos, akin to a grand social platform. Once the pictures were uploaded, the excitement erupted. "Come, everyone, take a look and guess to whom this cottage belongs." Yes, indeed, you all recognize this prominent figure. I feel incredibly fortunate to be his neighbor. Oh, how comforting it is to settle near such a charming cottage. If only I could reside within the perfect bronze cottage itself. The sense of security would be unparalleled. Living here, one need not fear the ferocious beasts. The defensive capabilities are utterly extraordinary. Chapter 60. The Lemon Essence Across the Globe. Numerous individuals were astounded upon encountering this news. A deluge of messages flooded the screen, and the unread notifications instantaneously surged to 999. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Whose divine abode is this? Oh, I was moved to tears. What an enchanting little cottage this is. I am truly envious. My friends, I cannot comprehend. I have yet to upgrade my humble dwelling to even a level 1 cabin. Yet this esteemed individual has begun adorning the exterior with gold? Is this the new standard of luxury among the elite? I was so taken aback that I collapsed to the ground. The 10 ordinary wooden planks in my possession suddenly lost their appeal. That bronze cottage is utterly magnificent, dazzling my titanium alloyed eyes. How terrifying! Is this the chasm that separates us? I suddenly feel like a mere peasant. Just this morning, I awoke, thrilled to have upgraded my cabin to level 1, feeling rather proud of myself, contemplating how to elegantly showcase my achievement. Yet now, upon witnessing this, I feel utterly insignificant. What am I even worth? It seems that this esteemed individual has been constructing their bronze cottage for several days now, yet we had heard nothing until today, when someone surreptitiously captured and shared a photograph. Otherwise, we might have remained oblivious for an eternity. Wait, why does this place look so familiar? It appears to be the very lake where the illustrious Feng annihilated the savage lair just yesterday. Goodness, is this bronze cottage Feng's? This is astonishing. Feng is truly formidable. What kind of household possesses the means to create such a marvel? Yes, I recall, yesterday, when Feng was on the hunt for savages, he donned a complete set of perfect grade bronze armor. Who would have imagined that his cottage is also crafted from perfect grade bronze? This is utterly overwhelming. My dear companions, how long have we been here? This is the 5th day, is it not? My goodness, only 5 days. And he has already transcended the ordinary. I find this hard to fathom. Why is it that we all started from the same starting line, yet the disparity has grown so vast? Could it be that Feng has been evolving while we slumber? Oh, spare me the envy. If you truly feel envious, why not venture to mine some or yourself? Perhaps you might even refine some bronze. In that case, you would have all that you desire. I shall set a goal. Within this month, I will undoubtedly catch up to the footsteps of the great Feng. I too shall construct a bronze cottage. The information in the World Chat channel continued to refresh ceaselessly, as if everyone was collectively astonished by this perfect grade bronze cottage. It was only when the outpouring of emotions had subsided that a semblance of tranquility returned. What shall we do? No matter how envious we may feel, life must go on. Only one as true situation is fully understood by oneself. It would be wise to refrain from unnecessary chatter and make the most of the precious daylight hours to get to work. Have you gathered enough timber today? Have you found sufficient sustenance? Has the cabin received an upgrade? Now is not the time for self-pity. Rather, let us seize these fleeting hours of daylight to contemplate the development of our humble abode. Wasting time on idle gossip is utterly foolish. People are hastening to search for vital survival resources in the vicinity. Only by amassing enough supplies can one hope to thrive in this shadowy world. From the lively exchanges in the global chat channel to the ensuing lull, Feng remained steadfast by the lakeside, fishing. He paid no heed to the messages on the action guide, fully relishing this simple and leisurely method of hunting. It proved far easier than venturing into the jungle to capture wild game. All he needed to do was sit quietly by the lake, armed with ample patience. This approach conserved his energy, preventing immediate hunger. With his exceptional fishing rod, he merely needed to cast the hook into the water repeatedly and await the catch. The warm sunlight cascaded down upon him, enveloping him in comfort. How delightful it would be if he could enjoy a cup of tea by his side at that moment. In the 5 days since arriving in the shadowy realm, he had never experienced such relaxation. The exceptional fishing rod possessed the capability to fish automatically, requiring no bait. He only needed to cast it out and wait for the fish to hook themselves. Feng raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Not far away stood a magnificent waterfall, the sound of rushing water resonating melodiously. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the pear trees behind him, and the air was laden with the fragrance of blossoms, creating a blissful atmosphere. Indeed, this place mirrored the serene environment he had first glimpsed from the cliffs. Aside from the dangers and mysteries that nightfall brought, it was akin to a paradise. In high spirits, Feng smiled, suddenly remembering the treasure map he had exchanged with Li Man the previous night. He contemplated waiting for her arrival to embark on a treasure hunt together. As for the contents of the treasure chest, it remained a mystery. Nevertheless, he did not regard it with undue importance. After all, his primary source of supplies stemmed from the nightly sign-ins. In comparison, the treasure chest would merely serve as an embellishment rather than a crucial boon. Meanwhile, Li Man had set off early, maneuvering her small cabin toward the lakeside. After considerable effort, she finally reached her destination. She extended her delicate, fair hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. At long last, she had arrived in this idyllic sanctuary, abundant with resources, and most importantly, Feng was nearby. She had set up the small wooden cabin and was about to rise to seek out Feng. As she approached the entrance of a pear orchard, her gaze fell upon a bronze wooden cabin not far ahead. After swallowing hard and calming the tumult within her, Li Man felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had not anticipated that Feng's prowess had advanced to such remarkable heights. It seemed evident that accompanying him into the cave in search of treasure was destined to yield success. She wondered what her brother Feng was engaged in at that moment. With her sparkling eyes, Li Man glanced around, and suddenly she spotted a figure sitting by the lake. The man's posture was upright, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. It must be her brother Feng. Was he fishing? Excellent. She would return to craft a fishing rod and join him at the water's edge. Throughout the morning, all 30 or so individuals from the previous day had successfully positioned their small cabins near the lake. Everyone had discovered the optimal locations for their abodes. Chapter 61. Is fishing really that simple? Now, more than a dozen individuals have arrived at the lakeshore, each equipped with their fishing rods, eager to cast their lines. In the shadowy realm of the night, even if one refrains from felling trees or mining for an entire day, one cannot neglect the pursuit of food. Food remains paramount. The primary motivation for everyone relocating here is to tap into the abundant aquatic resources of this vast lake. They understand that fishing is far simpler than attempting to catch wild creatures by hand. Good morning, Feng. Have you started fishing yet? Mind if I sit beside you and share in your good fortune? Upon spotting Feng fishing alone by the lake, Jiala hurried back to his wooden cabin to craft a simple fishing rod. He also dug up some ordinary earthworms from the nearby pear orchard to serve as bait. Once fully equipped, he hastened back to the lakeside. Good afternoon. Feel free to sit, Feng replied, glancing at Jiala's beaming face. He nodded slightly, not giving it much thought. With the esteemed individual's permission, Jiala joyfully settled beside Feng, convinced that sitting next to him would surely bring him good luck. In truth, Feng had not pondered it much. After all, this lake spans at least 10 miles, teeming with fish. Anyone could catch one here. However, the ability to catch fish and the quantity one could reel and ultimately depended on one's skill. At that moment, Feng's perfect-grade bronze fishing rod suddenly twitched. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly lifted the rod, sensing a bit of weight. With a splash, a nearly 2-pound blue herring broke the surface, thrashing about. Feng, with seamless efficiency, yanked the fish onto the shore. A fine herring indeed. Its flesh is tender and minimally bony, capable of being cut into a perfect fillet. Rich in protein, it provides the energy one's body requires. Is this the first catch of such excellent quality? Splendid. Feng smiled contentedly, unhooking the fish and placing it into a large wooden barrel beside him. To his surprise, the start of his fishing endeavor was so fortuitous. With his perfect-grade bronze fishing rod, it appeared that fishing was not a daunting task after all. Upon returning home, he would prepare this plump herring into a delectable feast, surely a delight for his 3 ancestors. After preparing everything, Feng cast his rod back into the lake. Wow, Feng, I didn't realize you were such an adept fisherman. Jiala exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration and envy as he beheld the hefty fish Feng had caught. This fish looked exceptionally succulent. If transformed into a hot pot dish, it would undoubtedly be a treat. It had been ages since he last savored a hot pot. Indeed, with Feng's skill, one could easily discern the outcome. Watching him reel in a fish with such ease confirmed that this location must be a veritable angler's paradise. Jiala shook off his reverie. Sitting attentively, he fixated his gaze upon his fishing rod. With Feng's exemplary demonstration, he too was certain to reap a bountiful harvest. The two sat in serene silence, gazing at the lake's surface as if engaged in a silent competition. Within mere minutes, Feng's exquisite fishing rod twitched once more, igniting his curiosity. How could it be that only a short while had passed since he cast his line, yet another fish was caught? Reluctantly, he hoisted the rod again. With a splash, a golden fish leapt into the air, writhing about. He reeled it to the shore, revealing a splendid yellow croaker weighing approximately a pound. This fine specimen held the potential for its swim bladder to be transformed into fish glue, renowned for its hemostatic properties, capable of preventing hemorrhagic purpura. To his surprise, he had also caught a small yellow croaker. Feng, filled with delight, extracted the fish and placed it into the large wooden barrel, contemplating his objectives for the day. With himself and 3 other creatures at home, the demand for food was considerable. Merely these 2 fish were far from sufficient for a day's sustenance. Moreover, with the young raccoon and black tiger growing, their appetites were substantial. It seemed that without catching at least 10 fish today, they would fall short. With this in mind, Feng pressed his lips together and cast his line again. Beside him, Chunjala observed his own motionless fishing rod, astonished as he glanced at Feng. "Brother Feng, that's incredible. Another fine fish," he exclaimed. "Are there really that many fish in this lake?" Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized every detail. Yet regardless of how intently he watched the lake, his rod remained utterly still. How perplexing! What could be the reason? He examined his rod, then cast a glance at Feng's. Finally, he discerned the difference. His rod was a standard wooden one, with a mere 20 chance of catching an ordinary fish and a durability of 15-15. In stark contrast, Feng wielded a perfect-grade bronze fishing rod, boasting a 20 chance of catching a perfect fish and a 2 chance of landing a rare one, with a durability of 50-50. In that moment, Chunjala felt a sudden urge to find a crevice to hide in. Here he was, attempting to compete with Feng, unaware that fishing relied not solely on skill or luck, but rather on an overwhelming advantage in equipment. A 20 chance of catching a fish versus a 20 chance of landing a perfect one. Could they truly be compared? Chunjala felt tears welling up again. The 2 had been seated for an hour, and still, Chunjala's rod showed no sign of life. Meanwhile, Feng had already caught 5 or 6 splendid fish. After another half hour, Chunjala's rod finally exhibited some movement. Excitedly, he lifted it, only to discover a mere half-pound ordinary grass carp. With its many bones and little meat, the small fish was only palm-sized. Chunjala forced a smile, feeling utterly embarrassed. This fish, even if used for soup, would yield but a single sip. How tragic! He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Why did he so eagerly request to sit beside the esteemed Feng? Was he not ensnaring himself? Each time Feng reeled in a substantial catch, it felt akin to an arrow piercing through him. At this point, he could very well be likened to a hedgehog. No, he must swiftly distance himself from this eccentric individual. Chunjala slightly shifted his posterior and maneuvered away. In no time, he had relocated from beside Feng to the company of others. Alas, he would rather fish amongst this group than aspire to reach the heights of a celestial being, which was far beyond the grasp of mere mortals like them. It was better to remain in the company of novices to avoid appearing overly inept. After a while, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Quick, quick! Your fishing rod is moving. Reel it in. Ha ha ha! This fish must weigh at least 3 taels. What a sizable catch! You are in for a treat this noon." Chapter 62. It turned out to be a beauty. A few individuals had finally managed to catch a couple of small fish, their excitement erupting in delightful shrieks. After all, this was their first taste of success in the dark world, achieved through their own skill. Chunjala observed the small fish that everyone had caught, and he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that this place was where he truly belonged. Fishing alongside the formidable Feng had felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. He had even begun to doubt his own capabilities. At that moment, by the lakeside, everyone held a fishing rod, their gazes fixed intently on the water's surface, afraid of missing even the slightest disturbance lest the fish escape. Initially, they had thought that fishing was a simple task, surely easier than chasing wild animals in the jungle. They believed they could sit quietly by the lake, waiting for the fish to bite without any effort. However, after an entire morning of practice, they quickly realized that fishing was indeed a challenging endeavor. Even though they could occasionally see fish leaping out of the water and observe signs of fish swimming around their rods, the fish simply danced around, refusing to bite. It was a true test of patience. "Brothers, what is going on? I feel like fishing is not quite what I envisioned." One of them exclaimed. You mean to say, why does it seem so easy to watch others catch fish, yet so difficult when we try? Exactly. They just swim around and don't even nibble. Another chimed in. Could it be that our bait is different? A slightly plump girl spoke up. What kind of bait are you all using? I dug up some earthworms under that tree, but I think the better the quality of bait, the higher the chances of catching fish. I'm curious what kind of bait the esteemed Feng is using. I saw him with a perfect grade bronze fishing rod earlier. Which doesn't he even require bait? The fish just come to him. Chun Jala sighed heavily, his face a mask of despair as he glanced at their ordinary fishing rods, recalling the perfect grade bronze rod in Yi Feng's hands. A pang of envy struck his heart. All right, let us pretend I never asked anything, he muttered. The previously cheerful atmosphere turned somewhat mute as everyone regarded their simple wooden rods, then cast glances towards Yi Feng's location. On one side, there was no reaction. On the other, a large fish was caught in no time, followed shortly by another. The contrast was stark, leaving everyone filled with envy. In such a brief span, Yi Feng had already reeled in 7 or 8 fish. Each fish, plump and vibrant, swirled about in the wooden barrel. In contrast, on our side, we had merely a couple of palm-sized fish, which could barely be deemed a commendable catch. Alas, it was evident that having superior equipment felt akin to wielding a cheat. There was no denying it. This was all thanks to the remarkable Yi Feng. Even fishing seemed to be a domain where his prowess shone brightly, leaving one to wonder if there was anything he could not accomplish. The most awkward part was that he alone caught more fish than the 10 or so of us combined, and each of his catches were of commendable quality. Just look at the weight of his fish, each several pounds, while the ones we painstakingly reeled in barely weighed a few ounces, the heaviest merely half a pound. Such is the disparity between individuals. The crowd sighed in admiration, filled with envy. Meanwhile, in the woods, Li Man had spent quite some time searching for a suitable branch and a small bundle of hemp rope, laboriously crafting a rudimentary fishing rod of average quality. The materials required: 1 unit of hemp rope and 1 branch. She simply secured the rope to the branch, thus creating a basic fishing rod. Next, she chose a flourishing pear tree, digging up a few earthworms from beneath it to bait her hook. With a flicker of excitement, she approached Yi Feng, carefully settling on the ground beside him. She cast her line gently into the lake and set the rod aside, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Nervously intertwining her fingers, she lowered her gaze, a mix of emotions swirling within her. After a moment of internal contemplation, she summoned her courage and looked up, her eyes reflecting a complex array of feelings. Brother Feng, thank you for your provisions last night. Without them, I might have. Last night had been a tumultuous one for her. Initially, she intended to present the fragment of the treasure map to Yi Feng, hoping merely to accompany him on his quest. However, to her astonishment, Yi Feng generously lent her an abundance of the supplies she desperately needed, rescuing her from her dire predicament. In truth, it was a life-saving act. On a night when temperatures plummeted below freezing, Li Man felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, her gratitude lingering long into the night until she finally succumbed to sleep. Moreover, she had made a silent vow, yet remained oblivious to Yi Feng's true feelings towards her. What was his attitude? Did he harbor any interest in her? Might he like her, accept her? Could they ever be together? These thoughts swirled relentlessly in Li Man's mind, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. Countless words danced on the tip of her tongue, yearning to be spoken to the man before her. Yet she hesitated, fearing that Yi Feng might not reciprocate her feelings and would outright reject her. As Li Man grappled with her inner turmoil, Yi Feng remained intently focused on his fishing bobber. Upon hearing her voice, he turned his gaze towards her, his expression neutral, arching an eyebrow slightly in curiosity. I recall the moment yesterday when I encountered her in that dimly lit cavern. She was bound tightly by a wild man with ropes, secured to a wooden frame. Amidst the flickering glow of the meager flames, I could discern a woman whose visage was marred by dirt, her tattered clothing hanging loosely, and her hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. It was truly a sight difficult to behold. Thus, after rescuing her yesterday, I refrained from casting another glance her way. However, upon her return to the small cabin later, Li Man refreshed herself with a bath, meticulously attending to her appearance. Her hair was no longer in disarray, her face cleansed of grime, and the unpleasant odor of sweat had vanished. Today, she emerged as a figure of remarkable beauty, with a perfect physique and an attractive countenance, embodying a charm that could be deemed above average. She appeared to be a young woman newly introduced to the world, a well-behaved girl untouched by the trials of life. In terms of age, she likely surpassed Feng by a year or two, yet she appeared even younger than him. Chapter 63. The rare pufferfish with a cherubic visage and exquisitely defined features. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, slender where it ought to be, and ample where it should be. Although clad in coarse linen garments, this did not detract from her beauty. Rather, under the sun's gentle rays, a subtle allure emerged. Do not hesitate. The half of the treasure map you bestowed upon me is worth these items, she stated. I am not one to indulge in unearned gains. After assessing Li Man, Feng shifted his gaze back to his fishing rod, maintaining a calm demeanor that concealed his true sentiments. True to his nature, he was always forthright, valuing fairness and despising petty advantages. Moreover, Li Man had always believed that it was she who owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. However, from the outset, Feng's intentions had solely been to establish a small cabin here, and the extermination of the wild men was a necessary endeavor. Rescuing her was merely coincidental. The resources in this place were too enticing for him to ignore. Following his encounters with the wild men, he had also achieved his own accomplishments and rewards, ultimately finding contentment by the lake's edge. Feng had never sought any recompense from Li Man for saving her. Yet, her ability to recognize and appreciate kindness demonstrated her commendable character, making her a person worth knowing. Brother Feng, when shall we embark on our treasure hunt today? Li Man inquired, inching closer to him and speaking softly. Without diverting his attention from the fishing rod, Feng replied in a cool tone, there is no rush. I examined the treasure map last night. The chest is likely concealed within one of the caverns beneath the cliff. I still need to catch a few more fish. Once we have our lunch, we shall set off. He glanced at the wooden barrel beside him, counting a total of 7 fish. He intended to catch 2 more to complete their meal for the day. All right, go for it, Brother Feng. Die Maman Beamit, Herr Simile Rendiant. Her words hinted at the prospect of sharing lunch, and she hoped this might strengthen her bond with Feng. Just as her voice faded, Feng's finely crafted bronze fish hook suddenly twitched, signaling another catch. He grasped the rod firmly and tugged, only to find that the fish remained submerged. A slight frown crossed his face as he sensed something unusual about this catch. It felt significantly heavier than the previous fish, perhaps weighing over 10 pounds. This fish, clever and vigorous, was attempting to escape to the depths of the lake. A thrill of excitement coursed through Feng. This indeed seemed to be a substantial catch. With unwavering focus, he resolved to reel in this formidable fish, engaging in a battle of wits and strength as he gripped his rod tightly. The fish seemed reluctant to be caught, thrashing desperately in the lake, its struggles bending the exquisite bronze fishing rod. Fortunately, this rod was of superior quality. Had it been an ordinary one, it might have snapped by now. Observing the lack of progress, Feng paused his vigorous tugging, maintaining his grip on the rod while allowing the fish to swim freely. He chose not to rush the process, waiting for the formidable creature to tire itself out before reeling it in with a decisive pull. After approximately 5 minutes, he sensed a decrease in the fish's speed and a reduction in its struggle. Seizing the moment, he yanked the rod sharply. With a splash, a small fish adorned with patterns, black on top and white beneath, leaped from the water. Its diamond-shaped body, with sunken eyes revealing a hint of its pupils, displayed 2 human-like teeth on both the upper and lower jaws. Its belly was a pale yellow-white, while its back was dotted with small white spines. The skin smooth and scaleless, exhibiting a dark yellow hue. Could this possibly be a pufferfish? However, unlike the ordinary variety, this one possessed 4 tiny legs. Its patterned skin shimmered with a peculiar luster. Feng, somewhat exasperated, brought the fish to the shore, only to discover it measured a mere 4 inches in length. It was hard to fathom that such a diminutive creature could exhibit such strength. Had Feng not been robust himself, he might have been dragged into the lake. Yet, the question lingered, was this creature even edible? Small, dark, and unattractive, with scant flesh to offer, it was identified as a rare juvenile pattern pufferfish. Congratulations! You have managed to catch a rare fish. Although it is indeed a pufferfish, remarkable. This was no ordinary pufferfish. It appeared to belong to a lineage of significance and power. Its bloodline was potent, its meat delectable, though it harbored a substantial amount of toxins, necessitating cautious preparation for consumption. The juvenile pufferfish could even be trained as a water-type beast companion. Upon reading the description of this fish, Feng was taken aback. This seemingly inconspicuous and somewhat unattractive creature was, in fact, a rare specimen? Unbelievable. He rinsed the pufferfish in a nearby bucket and examined it closely. Suddenly, the fish swelled, tripling in size as if to intimidate him, warning him against any rash actions. Ah, this little creature certainly had a temper. However, upon closer inspection, it did resemble the pufferfish images he had encountered before. The back of the pufferfish glimmered with a faint golden hue, and its yellow-white belly sported 4 tiny legs. What kind of bizarre creature was this? As if sensing Feng's mockery, the pufferfish puffed up again. Oh, so you're a feisty little thing, are you? Ding! Congratulations on capturing a rare striped pufferfish. Will you choose to keep it as a pet or harvest it for sustenance? My dear, with such a round and irritable demeanor, do you truly aspire to be a companion? Perhaps it would be better to prepare you this evening as a delicacy of pufferfish sashimi. I have heard that pufferfish sashimi is quite rich in nutrients, and I am curious to discover just how exquisite it truly is. As Feng chuckled, he playfully teased the plump fish in his grasp. However, upon uttering those words, the pufferfish's eyes widened in alarm, revealing a hint of fear and indignation. It hastily tapped its belly with its fins. Feng did not overlook the fish's expression and was taken aback. Can you understand me? He queried. Gurgle. The pufferfish puffed up its belly once more, and in the next instant, it abruptly pursed its lips. Whoosh! A sphere of aquamarine water elemental energy coalesced into the form of an arrow, launching towards Feng with startling speed. Caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver, Feng stood astonished. Was this a water elemental spell? The water arrow that had just erupted from the pufferfish's mouth struck directly against Feng's flawless bronze armor. Chapter 64. Can water elemental magic really exist? Suddenly, Feng felt as though he had been struck by a punch from a 200-pound man, the impact forcefully pushing him back several steps. His eyes widened in disbelief at the recent occurrence. Hastily, he lowered his gaze to inspect his chest plate, which, to his astonishment, bore no damage, save for a damp patch of water. Nevertheless, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He glanced once more at the pufferfish in his hand, incredulous that such a diminutive creature could wield water elemental spells. Had it not been for the exceptional defensive capabilities of his perfect-grade bronze armor, he might have been left gasping for breath. This patterned pufferfish could already unleash water elemental spells in its juvenile stage. What sorcery was this? Was this the manifestation of a formidable genetic lineage? However, after expelling a water arrow, the pufferfish, which had swollen to several times its size, seemed utterly drained, deflating back into the scrawny form it had when first caught. The fierce and angry gaze it had displayed moments ago was now replaced by fatigue, clearly indicating it could not summon another water elemental attack. Meanwhile, Li Man had witnessed the entire spectacle, her face drained of color as she collapsed onto the ground, her mouth agape in astonishment. Feng! Brother Feng, what manner of creature is that in your hand? Suddenly recalling something, Li Man quickly rose to her feet and retreated 5 meters behind Feng, terrified that the pufferfish might unleash another water arrow and inadvertently harm her. She had already learned of the existence of magic in this world during Feng's confrontation with the band of wild men, when that old wild mage had conjured frost elemental spells. Yet, the sight of this small and grotesque fish wielding water elemental magic filled her with trepidation. Impressive. Little fat fish. I never imagined you possessed such skills. It seems I shall spare your life for now. But you must promise not to inflate yourself and blow bubbles recklessly again. Feng, still shaken, swallowed hard and tossed the patterned pufferfish into a large wooden barrel. The creature's capabilities had astonished him, prompting him to ponder its future. A water-type pet? He wondered what it might evolve into and whether its water elemental spells would grow in potency as it matured. Peering into the barrel, he observed the pufferfish. Having exhausted itself after expelling a water arrow, now languidly floating within the water. It appeared too fatigued to attempt an escape. The other fish in the barrel seemed apprehensive of this rare pufferfish, huddling together in a corner, casting fearful glances at their newfound companion. With a sigh, Feng mused to himself, "Well, I already have a mount and 2 beast companions. Adding this little pufferfish is of little consequence." After nearly another hour had passed, he decided it was time to leave, feeling satisfied with his fishing endeavors. He glanced into the large wooden barrel beside him and counted a total of 11 fish. Excluding the rare, palm-sized pufferfish, the remaining 10 were sizable, plump fish, each weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Although the haul appeared bountiful, it would only suffice for today's meals, especially since the small cabin housed more than just Feng. The young ones inside were growing rapidly and consuming a substantial amount of food. 1 fish per meal was perfectly feasible, including himself. These 10 large fish would barely meet the needs of the day. Thankfully, he possessed a flawless bronze fishing rod. Otherwise, they might have had to share just a single fish among them. At that moment, Man, who had been idly paddling in the water, gazed at her stationary fishing rod with mounting boredom. Since her arrival at the lakeside, her ordinary fishing rod had yet to yield any results, and her morning catch stood at 0. However, upon hearing Feng mention their impending return, she instantly sprang to her feet, brushing off her sore backside from sitting on the ground for too long, and cheerfully began to pack her rod. Feng, having finished organizing his gear, carried the wooden barrel with a sense of satisfaction as he made his way toward the bronze cabin. Man, without uttering a word, silently trailed behind him. Upon returning to the cabin, he summoned the raccoon and the little black tiger cub, instructing them to take care of the remaining fish. After all, the raccoon had learned the essentials of aquaculture and could now put its knowledge to good use. Although these fish appear to be fully grown, they likely wouldn't perish easily in their care. Curiously, the little tiger cub and raccoon leaned over the edge of the barrel. The black tiger cub extended its tiny paw, intrigued by the fish swimming within. What were these lively creatures? How could they survive underwater? Oh, what a small and ugly one. The pufferfish, puffing up its cheeks indignantly, glared at the black tiger cub. Suddenly, it expelled a small jet of water from its mouth, splashing the cub's face. Earlier, at the lakeside, it had attempted to attack Feng, depleting its internal reservoir of water elemental power. Now, it could only muster a tiny spray. The black tiger cub, startled by this unexpected display, quickly backed away from the barrel. Meanwhile, the little raccoon peeked curiously into the large wooden barrel. Seeing the lively fish thrashing about inside, it couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, so many plump fish. They looked absolutely delectable. It had been quite a while since it had eaten fish and was certain it would be delicious. At that moment, Feng was busy inside the cabin, kindling a fire in the stove. He casually grabbed a large yellow fish, wielding his bronze knife to scale it, and proceeded to gut the fish, discarding the innards. He had no intention of offering the innards to the raccoons. Thus, he discarded them and chose to feast solely on the fish flesh. Feng was entirely engrossed in preparing grilled fish, simultaneously crafting a delectable fish soup to create a sumptuous lunch. It was evident that he was a seasoned cook. He had long desired to savor a bowl of fish soup, and today at noon, he was determined to make it happen. Meanwhile, Man, who quietly lingered outside the small wooden cabin, gazed at Feng's silhouette, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It seemed that Brother Feng's culinary skills were quite exceptional. The meals prepared by him must surely be delightful. Man licked her lips and watched intently, her heart swelling with joy at the thought. Ever since Feng returned to the cabin, she had been pacing hesitantly at the entrance, contemplating whether she should step inside. Earlier in the morning, her thoughts had been entirely consumed by Feng, leaving her scarcely able to focus on fishing. Consequently, she found herself without lunch today. Chapter 65. You must be here for a vacation, however. She had harbored a flicker of hope moments ago. Perhaps she could indulge in a leisurely lunch at Brother Feng's cozy cabin? Yet, ever since Yi Feng's return, he had been engrossed in his own affairs, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The awkwardness of the situation weighed heavily upon her. If Yi Feng had not extended an invitation for her to enter the cabin, she had no right to intrude. After all, she was merely an outsider now, and she still adhered to basic etiquette. Thus, at that moment, Li Man found herself leaning against the doorframe, stealing a glance inside. Oh, what a delightful little raccoon. And a small black puppy. Has Brother Feng taken in 2 pets? Wow, it seems that the upgrade to a level 1 cabin has indeed expanded its size. What lies beyond that door? A bedroom, perhaps. To her astonishment, there was a private bedroom, a sight that evoked envy within her. From her vantage point, she could see the open door revealing the interior of the bedroom. Why is Brother Feng's bed so enormous? A magnificent Wang Wallywood bed? It seems spacious enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. The pristine white bedding. Could it be exquisite cashmere? Upon witnessing these marvels, Li Man could no longer contain her astonishment. Her mouth agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. Truth be told, had they not been in this shadowy realm, she might have genuinely believed she had arrived at the entrance of a luxurious resort hotel. Reflecting on her own cramped little wooden bed, accompanied by that meager straw quilt, hard and cold at night, she couldn't help but contrast it with Yi Feng's grand bed and sumptuous bedding. It appeared so soft and inviting. The sheer indulgence of it all left her standing at the cabin's entrance, lost in a haze of envy. Inside, Yi Feng presented the freshly roasted fish to the little raccoon, while he prepared a smaller fish into a minced meat paste, cooking it to feed the little black tiger cub. Both the cub and the raccoon relished their meal, the fish being exceptionally fresh. After finishing, the 2 little creatures licked their lips, still yearning for more. Yi Feng himself savored a bowl of fish soup that had turned a milky white from simmering. The taste was unparalleled, a flavor that beast meat could never replicate. After growing weary of hefty chunks of meat, sipping on this delicate, flavorful broth was quite delightful. Content. Yi Feng finished his lunch and took a moment to rest at the small wooden table before preparing the various gear and weapons needed for his upcoming treasure hunt in the caves. He donned a perfect-grade bronze armor over his tiger skin coat, thereby doubling his defensive capabilities. At his waist, he secured a perfect-grade bronze sword and slung a perfect-grade black tiger bow across his back, fearing that his perfect-grade black tiger arrows might fall short. He had previously crafted 20 perfect-grade bronze arrows, bringing his total to 28. With this complete ensemble, he was well-equipped for both ranged and close combat. Yi Feng glanced at his equipment, pondering whether he had forgotten anything essential. Suddenly, he clapped his hands in realization. Ah yes, he needed to bring climbing hooks and ropes, 2 of them, one for Li Man. In case they needed to scale the cliffs outside the cave, it would come in handy. He then added several torches and some flint to his backpack. In the pitch-black cave, illumination was crucial, so it was prudent to carry extra. Pressing his lips together, Yi Feng took 2 pieces of roasted meat from the storage and a few pears. He filled his water bottle with hot water. Uncertain about how long he would be outside, it was imperative to prepare sufficient food and water. If he grew fatigued after a prolonged time, it would spell disaster. He had to ensure he maintained ample stamina. Fully prepared, Yi Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of the small wooden cabin. As he reached the door, he noticed Li Man standing there, seemingly lost in thought, still clad in the same attire from their earlier fishing expedition. Her hands were empty, and she gazed expectantly at him as he emerged. Have you finished lunch so quickly? Let us set off, Yi Feng remarked, furrowing his brow slightly. He had thought he was moving quite swiftly, yet it seemed Li Man had been waiting for him all along. Okay. Li Man blinked her large eyes, doubting her hearing. However, upon seeing Yi Feng step out and close the cabin door, she finally understood and pouted, lowering her head to touch her empty stomach, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Her belly was grumbling. Initially, she had hoped to share a meal with Yi Feng in his cabin, but he had not extended an invitation. Feeling hesitant to wander off, she stood foolishly at the door, gazing in. Yi Feng had not suggested she enter, and she felt too shy to ask. As a result, they found themselves in this predicament. However, returning to her own cabin would be futile, as she had already consumed all the food Feng had traded her the previous night. Inside her cabin, there was nothing left but some cold water. Man could hear her stomach growling audibly. Since finishing that piece of roasted meat last night, she had not eaten anything. Now, she felt immense regret for not focusing while fishing earlier that morning. In 2 hours, she had caught nothing, leaving her without lunch. Earlier, her hunger had driven her to pick a pear from the orchard while making her fishing rod, but fruit could not suffice as a meal. It would be digested in no time. Sighing, she blamed her own foolishness. With a sorrowful expression, Man quietly followed behind Feng. He glanced back at her a couple of times, puzzled. What was the matter with this woman? Originally, when I saw her in the morning, her face radiated joy, beaming with a smile. Yet now, as she walked behind me, her expression was one of deep distress, her hand constantly caressing her abdomen. Could it be that her monthly visitor has arrived? I have heard that when young ladies experience this, their temper tends to be rather volatile. It seems prudent to treat the situation as if nothing has occurred, to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Upon reflecting on this, Feng found the situation to be quite understandable. Thus he chose not to glance back at Man any further. However, one must admit that young women are often overly pampered. Although she may be feeling unwell, it is hard not to recall that just this morning she sat beside me, and despite 2 hours passing, not a single fish was caught. Her survival skills are remarkably lacking. Alas, this is not of great concern to me, and I shall not meddle any further. I have already done what I could. Now, my primary focus is to locate the treasure's whereabouts. Who knows what marvelous finds may await me. Chapter 66. The eerie discovery of bones. The two walked in silence, one ahead of the other. Feng led Man away from the pear grove and towards the vicinity of the cliff waterfall. From this vantage point, numerous naturally formed caves sprawled before them, with dozens of dark openings visible. Each cavern appeared ominous and impenetrable from the outside, concealing whatever lay within. Man gazed at the myriad of pitch-black caves. A sense of trepidation washing over her. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if unseen dangers lurked within, perhaps wild beasts ready to pounce. Under normal circumstances, these caves were places no one dared to enter recklessly. Losing one's way inside could spell dire consequences. Fortunately, they were well prepared for this venture. Feng possessed a complete treasure map which would guide their path. He pressed his lips together, retrieving 2 fragments of the treasure map from his backpack and piecing them together. By the way, how did you inadvertently end up here? Feng inquired with curiosity. Given Man's timid nature, it was hard to fathom that she would venture into such perilous territory alone. Typically, she would be foraging for fruits near her quaint cabin. What had drawn her this way? Well, I happened to see your high-quality copper ingots listed on the World Trading Platform, she confessed, seeing everyone eager to buy them. I thought. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a sudden clarity. Her earlier claim of wandering here by accident now seemed suspect. Generally, he would not stray far from his cabin during the day, and as a girl, Man would undoubtedly be more cautious to avoid getting lost. It became evident that her envy of his successful listings had spurred her desire to extract ores from the caves. Yet, merely peering into the cave entrances required considerable courage to venture inside. Oh, I see, Feng replied, choosing not to press her further. With the complete treasure map in hand, he meticulously compared it to the caves before them. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to one particular cave. This should be the right one. However, according to the route depicted on the map, we will need to traverse several thousand meters once we enter. The treasure lies deep within this cavern, likely guarded by complexities to ensure its safety. With that, Feng positioned his backpack in front of him, retrieving 2 torches. He struck flint to ignite one, handing the other to Man. These torches were crafted during his idle evenings, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. The surface was coated with a thick layer of grease. Burning for several hours should pose no issue. Glancing at the somewhat anxious Man, Feng took a deep breath. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping forward. As he walked, he gripped the exquisite bronze sword secured at his waist. The cavern was eerily silent. Even the sound of his footsteps on the gravel echoed ominously. However, The dense spider webs indicated that this cave had long been abandoned, untouched by human presence for an extended period. Suddenly, a flicker of light illuminated the cavern ceiling, revealing a multitude of crimson eyes fixated upon the two intruders. Startled, Li Man nearly gasped, hastily retreating behind Yi Feng and clutching his backpack. Raising the torch high, Yi Feng peered into the darkness, discovering a large colony of ordinary bats clinging to the cavern walls. Their forelimbs crossed menacingly. They regarded the intruders with fierce glares. This sight was undeniably chilling. Ordinary bats, emblematic of the nocturnal realm, possessed limited combat prowess. However, they should not be approached carelessly, for they always congregate in numbers. While they may not inflict significant harm individually, a swarm of hundreds could certainly pose a threat. The flesh of bats is notoriously tough and unpalatable. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, observing them carefully. The bats seemed to exhibit a degree of trepidation towards the torchlight, refraining from launching an attack. Yet, considering Yi Feng's impeccable bronze gear, even if they did decide to strike, they would need to assess the sharpness of their own teeth first. Without lingering further, the two continued deeper into the cave. Li Man, clutching the torch, trailed closely behind Yi Feng. At that moment, fear enveloped her. She was acutely aware of every sound in the surroundings, even forgetting her hunger. The feeble glow of the torch was insufficient to illuminate the vast cavern. Despite it being daylight outside, within the cave, darkness reigned supreme. After walking for a short while, she began to regret entering this eerie place. The sight of so many bats hanging overhead made her wish to retreat immediately. Had she known it would be so frightening, she would never have asked Yi Feng to accompany her in search of treasure. However, reflecting on her current predicament, the lack of resources in her small wooden cabin compelled her to press onward. Following the incident with the wild man, she and T ventured out to forage for supplies. If they failed to discover treasure this time, the future of her cabin would undoubtedly be more challenging. Determined to survive the night, Li Man clenched her fists, striving to quell her fear. Fortunately, she was reassured by Yi Feng's formidable strength. Even if their luck faltered and they encountered a beast within, they would face it together. With his formidable fighting prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish any foe. With him as her protector, she felt an undeniable sense of security. As long as they could successfully locate the treasure, she would acquire the resources needed to improve her life. The two of them advanced deeper into the cavern, each holding their torches aloft, one following the other. Throughout their journey, nothing unusual transpired. However, after traversing approximately 700 or 800 meters into the cave, an unexpected sight captivated their attention. Yi Feng, leading the way, noticed a set of white bones lying on the ground against the left stone wall. They appeared to be human remains. Yi Feng was taken aback. Could this skeleton truly belong to a human? That seemed implausible. It had only been 5 days since humans had traversed into this dark realm. Even if one had perished, decay would not occur so swiftly. The pristine condition of the skeleton before them suggested it had been deceased for several years. At that moment, the white bones lay askew, rendering any identification of the individual impossible. Chapter 67. The Relics of the Skeleton. A skeleton. Li Man, walking behind Yi Feng, caught a glimpse of the skeletal remains illuminated by a flicker of firelight and let out a startled cry. Her once lovely face turned ashen, and she instinctively buried her face in Yi Feng's back. Most young women possess an inherent fear of such sights, and she had already been walking on edge. To suddenly encounter a human skeleton on the ground was nearly enough to send her into a panic. Yi Feng, however, remained silent, casting a calm glance at Li Man before preparing to move forward. Just as they were about to pass the skeleton, he noticed a tattered cloth bag lying beside the bones, which appeared to contain something. It seemed to be a notebook. Yi Feng's mind raced. This skeleton could not belong to someone who had just traversed into this realm, nor could it be that of a savage, for the wild men, with their limited intellect, were unlikely to possess the ability to write. The cacophony he had heard them uttering was merely a series of incoherent sounds, indicative of a lack of civilization. Aside from their human-like stature, the wild men bore no resemblance to humanity. They consumed human flesh, akin to beasts. The presence of a notebook beside the skeleton suggested the possibility of indigenous humans existing in this dark world. But did these indigenous people also partake in cannibalism like the wild men? Feng was engulfed in a myriad of questions. He approached the skeleton, crouching beside it, and opened his bag. A few scattered items tumbled out, a flint that had seen considerable use, and a perfect-grade bronze dagger, durability 1250. Judging by the wear on its surface, it had evidently been in service for some time. This flawless bronze dagger had been crafted by the skilled artisans of the Empire of the Setting Sun. Its surface gleamed with a bluish hue, sharp and deadly. Unfortunately, having claimed many lives, it showed signs of wear. There were also two items resembling blueprints. Feng unfolded one of them, revealing the design for a perfect-grade heavy bronze crossbow, a weapon collaboratively developed by countless artisans of the Empire of the Setting Sun. It was intended for city defense, capable of repelling external threats. Originally, it had been a gift meant for the free city-states. The other sheet seemed to depict a map detailing the route from the Empire of the Setting Sun to a place known as Lorien, accessible via a coastal path. What could this mean? Feng then noticed a redwood box on the ground and picked it up. Inside was a perfect-grade hand cream, crafted from all-natural plant materials, enhanced with exquisite fragrances. This luxurious product was renowned among the noble ladies of the Empire of the Setting Sun for its ability to render the hands soft, smooth, and radiant, while effectively preventing chapping during the harsh winter months. Dedicated to the esteemed Lady Aishi. Following is an unopened treaty. Let us set these matters aside for now. Feng's curiosity, however, was piqued by the contents of the notebook. Illuminated by a flicker of flame, he perused its pages and discerned that it appeared to be a farewell letter. Life in the dark world is perpetually without end. I never anticipated that darkness would ultimately triumph over light. Recently, the savage tribes have spread like an unquenchable wildfire across the globe. The sun never sets on the Empire, enduring relentless torment amidst countless beasts and other tribal factions. These ferocious creatures are tireless, always contemplating methods of siege. Yet, even more unsettling is that it is not only this pack of fierce beasts that poses a threat. They have also joined the onslaught against the Empire. These entities are far more terrifying than the savages and beasts outside. The entire Empire is now encircled by them. Chaos reigns within the city. The populace is gripped by fear and uncertainty. As the sun descends, darkness envelopes the land, shrouding it in a thick, ominous fog. The Empire trembles under their intimidation. On this occasion, I have been honored with the duty, under the command of the Empress of the Empire, to serve as an envoy to the city-state of Lorien. Seeking to forge an alliance, I aspire to harness the strength of the city-state to achieve a shared victory for humanity, to cultivate trade and collaboration against these beasts and them. Regrettably, on the third night of my mission, I encountered them under unfortunate circumstances. I cannot forget that dreadful night when they attacked me mercilessly. I summoned all my strength and managed to slay them. Yet I sustained grave injuries. With the last vestiges of my energy, I sought refuge in a cave on the banks of the river of forgetfulness. Alas, my wounds are too severe for me to fulfill this mission for the Empire. Thus, I can only document these events through my own words. Should any adventurer come across this letter, I implore you to deliver this sacred treaty to the esteemed chief, Matriarch Aishi of the Free City of Lorien. Upon concluding the farewell letter, Feng's expression grew peculiar. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, repeatedly recalling the individuals mentioned within. The Empire and their Empress, the chief Matriarch Aishi of the Free City of Lorien, and the correspondence regarding their potential alliance. Connecting the dots, Feng began to formulate a line of thought. This matter appears to be an affair among the indigenous humans of this dark world. What relevance does it hold for him, a traveler from another realm? Indeed, all are human. However, let us not forget that this is not the realm of reality, but a terrifying world where even mere survival demands relentless effort. Feng harbored no illusions that the indigenous humans here would coexist amicably with those who have traversed from another world. No one would willingly welcome a horde of invaders into such a harsh environment. Resources are scarce. The greater the number of people, the less resources each will receive. it is unlikely that the indigenous inhabitants of this shadowy realm harbor any goodwill. No longer wishing to ponder over this notebook, Feng picked up the relics of the skeleton that lay upon the ground, preparing to divide these items among themselves. The blueprint for a perfect heavy bronze crossbow was originally a gift from the Empire of the Sun never sets to the city-state of Lorien, undoubtedly not mere refuse. Naturally, he tucked it into his bag. Subsequently, Feng inspected the tattered bronze dagger, brandishing it a few times in his grasp before handing it to the trembling man behind him. "This is for you, a token of our first spoils from this treasure hunt. By the way, carry this person's bag as well. You have brought nothing and have no means to hold onto the items." Chapter 68. The Existence of Indigenous Humans for Feng. The bronze dagger was not a rare item. His humble wooden cabin produced a substantial amount of bronze daily. To him, this worn dagger held little value. If he desired one, he could easily forge a new one back at his cabin. "Can I have this?" "Thank you, Brother Feng." Man, who had initially felt apprehensive, brightened at the sight of the dagger Feng offered her. She eagerly took it and began to play with it in her hands. The blade appeared aged, yet with a bit of polishing, it could still serve its purpose. Whether for future battles or daily life, it would prove incredibly useful. However, her joy stemmed more from the fact that this was her very first bronze weapon. Now, everyone understood the intrinsic value of bronze artifacts. Even though this treasure hunt had yielded no substantial riches, acquiring this bronze dagger was still a significant gain for her. Cradling the dagger, she cherished it deeply. Feng then picked up the red wooden box. It seemed clearly intended for a woman. However, upon examining its effects, he noted it could prevent cracking on hands during winter, which was not without merit. At that moment, Man, who was placing the dagger into her cloth bag, turned to Feng. Could you possibly give me that as well?" Feeling slightly bashful, she pointed at the red wooden box in Feng's hands. "This? Sure, take it." Seeing the eager anticipation in her eyes, Feng did not refuse. After all, this item was not a necessity for men. Yet, it sparked a realization in him. Calculating the time, he realized he had been in this dark world for 5 days, engrossed in survival and gathering essential resources, leaving little room to attend to his personal care. Although he no longer needed the hand cream, he acknowledged that it had indeed been 5 days since his last bath. The cold temperatures here had kept him from sweating excessively, so he did not smell too unpleasant. Today, he suddenly thought that since his bronze cabin had been upgraded, it was time to indulge in a better quality of life. He envisioned adding a shower to his cabin, allowing him to maintain personal hygiene and enjoy the comfort of lying on his Wangwali wooden bed, covered in his cashmere blankets. That would be delightful. Previously, he had neglected his personal care, collapsing into bed after a long day's work. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. If he aimed to elevate his living standards, he needed to take decisive action. He planned to arrange for a bathtub, allowing him to soak away the fatigue of the day. Meanwhile, Man happily accepted the box of glycerin, resisting the urge to open it immediately and apply it to her hands, as the current setting was not quite suitable. Immediately thereafter, Feng grasped the route map lying on the ground. It was adorned with a crooked depiction of a river, annotated with various locations along its course. Suddenly, he sensed that the action guide of the night world nestled in his bosom was pulsating with urgency. Hastily, he extracted the guide. Simultaneously, the route map emitted a faint luminescence. Furrowing his brow, Feng placed them together. In an instant, the route map astonishingly merged into the action guide. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng opened his guide in astonishment, only to find that the previous map was absent. Yet on the antepenultimate page, he unexpectedly discovered an additional page, a world map for the action guide of the night world. According to the collected route map, a new map page had been added, capable of showcasing a localized view of the night world. The remaining areas of the map remained shrouded in obscurity. Feng was taken aback to see numerous markers on the world map. Forgotten River Cliff, Qingchuan Lake, a river extended downstream from Qingchuan Lake, meandering through a forest towards a city named the Empire of the Setting Sun. Following this river further downstream, at the western boundary nearing the ocean, a city-state named Lorien was marked. However, apart from these few locations, the rest of the map remained a vast expanse of darkness. Li Man Man. Open your action guide and see if a world map has been added. Yi Feng turned and inquired of Li Man Man behind him. Upon hearing his words, Li Man Man hurriedly retrieved her action guide from her bosom. She flipped through it twice, shaking her head in disappointment. No, could it be that only the maps I collect will appear in my guide? Listening to Li Man Man's words, Yi Feng slowly nodded. It seemed that way. This implied that among billions of traversing humans, he was the sole individual to have acquired a route map, thus resulting in the addition of a map page in his action guide. Yi Feng cast aside further contemplation on this matter. Observing the names on the map page, he pondered deeply. These two cities must be the abodes of the indigenous humans of the night world. However, reflecting on previous conversations, whether in the World Chat channel or among the group that migrated to the lakeside today, he had not heard any mention of these two cities. It was likely that traversing humans like himself were still some distance away from the indigenous settlements. Although he had only recently learned of the existence of the indigenous humans of the night world, this knowledge was insufficient to ascertain the nature of the relationship between traversing humans and indigenous humans. Were they foes or allies? If they were to recklessly engage with these indigenous people, it could very well pose a danger. This conundrum was rather complex. At this moment, it was not an opportune time for contemplation. Yi Feng pressed his lips together, closed his action guide, and tucked it back into his bosom. The unopened alliance letter was also placed into his backpack. There was no time to examine it now. However, since he had acquired it, he would carry it along. He meticulously searched every nook and cranny, gathering all the usable items left behind by the deceased. The two lingered for approximately 20 minutes before rising to continue their journey deeper into the cave. The cavern indicated on the treasure map was exceedingly intricate, filled with numerous winding passages. Were it not for the treasure map guiding them, they would undoubtedly struggle to discern the correct path amidst the myriad of forks. Just as they arrived at a junction, a swarm of ordinary flying ants suddenly emerged from one of the caverns. This cave was teeming with life. Chapter 69. The molefolk, the ordinary flying ants, are formidable creatures, often appearing in swarms. They possess a certain level of toxicity, causing humans to experience symptoms such as redness and itching upon being attacked. Rich in protein, these flying ants are indeed edible. However, Yi Feng had no intention of capturing them for consumption. Instead, he raised his torch, using the flames to disperse the pests, and without lingering, the two continued deeper into the cave. After walking several hundred meters, Yi Feng illuminated the treasure map in his hand with the torchlight. Following its indications, he led Li Man Man to a cavern approximately 50 square meters in size. Here, the ground beneath their feet was noticeably easier to traverse, and the surroundings opened up slightly. Yet, the cavern before them exuded an odd sensation. From the outside, the cave appeared to be naturally formed, yet this particular grotto was evidently of artificial origin. In the center of the cavern stood 4 massive stone pillars, encircling an expansive set of steps. Atop the steps was a bench, constructed from numerous small stones, resembling a throne. This throne, about 1 meter high, was positioned right in the middle of the cavern. Strangely, it appeared somewhat diminutive, as if only a gnome could comfortably occupy it. Yi Feng and Li Man Man surveyed their surroundings and realized they had stumbled upon a miniature cavern palace. Just as they were observing this peculiar place, a sudden noise captured Yi Feng's attention. Furrowing his brow, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover something small perched atop the 1 meter high throne. The dim light obscured its details, but he could discern 2 pudgy legs protruding from a stone seat. A tiny figure was reclining there, deep in slumber. Beneath the throne, there were several even smaller creatures, roughly the size of wild rabbits, attentively attending to the slumbering figure. What on earth are these beings? Yi Feng squinted, scrutinizing the peculiar sight before him. He extended his torch forward, hoping to gain a clearer view of the diminutive beings. In the next moment, atop the stone throne appeared a creature clad in coarse fabric, adorned with a wooden crown. It had a pointed head, elongated snout, and short, stout limbs, resembling a mouse. At that moment, it lay sprawled on the throne, arms and legs splayed wide as it enjoyed a deep slumber. Its minions, dressed in tattered burlap, lacked even complete garments. They merely covered their vital areas, considering its sufficient attire. These dozen or so mouse-like creatures were currently fanning their leader with torn leaves, working diligently to keep it cool. Mining moles, 12 in number. The mole folk were approximately 10 centimeters long, resembling mice. Timid yet cunning, they held a fondness for the treasures of the world. The mole mining clan leader, a singular entity of authority among its kind, appears to possess a greater prowess in battle than its fellow moles. The other mining moles hold it in profound reverence. Each mole dedicates its life to gathering treasures they deem valuable, subsequently rallying followers to construct their own stone palaces, indulging in a regal existence. Feng gazes at the assembly of mining moles before him, his expression tinged with curiosity. It is his first encounter with such a creature as a mouse king. However, upon the ground beside the slumbering leader, he discovers a somewhat weathered wooden chest. Could this be the treasure indicated on the treasure map? The level 1 treasure chest of the mole mining clan leader, though appearing somewhat dilapidated, is indeed the prized possession of the leader, containing the lifetime collection of treasures amassed by it. Should one harbor intentions of plundering this chest, one must tread carefully, for the leader is known to unleash its wrath. So this is the treasure chest marked on the treasure map, Feng muses. It appears his earlier assumptions were correct. In this realm of darkness, numerous beast clans exist. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding this information, as he had yet to encounter any such beings. He was unfamiliar with the true nature of these beast clans. Yet today, within this cavern, he has stumbled upon the mole folk. Observing their physique, he notes a striking resemblance to humanity, including their ability to construct palaces and their manner of dress. Mole folk, Li Man, astonished, points at the dozen or so creatures before her. My goodness, how can such a species exist? Their outward appearance resembles that of rats, yet their every movement exudes human-like qualities. This is exceedingly peculiar. Why are there such bizarre creatures scattered throughout this dark world? Li Man watches in terror, struggling to believe her own eyes. Fearful, she hides behind Feng, clutching his backpack tightly. Only he can provide her with a sense of security. Suddenly, the loudness of Li Man's voice rouses the slumbering mole clan leader. When it awakens, displeasure etched upon its face, it prepares to reprimand its subordinates. To its shock, it discovers a warrior clad in a flawless bronze armor set standing within its palace, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful human woman. Both are wide-eyed in astonishment. This unexpected intrusion startles the mole clan leader. Where do they come from? How do they find their way into its palace? A look of panic crosses the leader's face as it assesses the warrior's attire. He is undoubtedly a bronze warrior. Could it be that the Empire of the Setting Sun has sent him to eradicate the mole folk? However, apart from a fondness for collecting treasures, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing. I have spent my days concealed within this cave, which lies 1,000 or 2,000 meters deep. This is also the first occasion I have encountered a true human bronze warrior. The mole chief's heart raced, and beads of sweat began to form in the palm of his hand. If this man truly is a bronze warrior of the empire where the sun never sets, then I am in grave danger. After all, I have heard rumors from other Or tribes that the bronze warriors possess perfect bronze armor with astonishing defensive capabilities. Their armor is impervious and remarkably resilient. Even with our Orcish magical runes, inflicting fatal damage upon them is exceedingly difficult. More terrifying still are the bronze weapons they wield, set to cut through iron as if it were mud. For a tribe such as ours, the moles, it would mean a swift demise, one strike per warrior. The mole chief gazed at the bronze sword in Feng's hand, which emitted a faint azure glow, and involuntarily swallowed hard. Chapter 70. A duel between one man and one mouse. Beside the leader of the mole folk stood numerous trembling minions, quaking in fear. They scurried behind the leader's throne, terrified that the bronze warrior before them might turn his wrath upon them. They had been living comfortably within this cave. How could it be that a bronze warrior had found them? This palace was exceedingly concealed, almost impossible to discover. Could it be that accursed tribe of savages? It must be them. Just days prior, a band of wild men had ventured into this area. Surely, their presence had attracted the bronze warrior, exposing their hidden refuge. How infuriating! At that moment, The mole leader cursed the savage tribe 100 times over. Yet, now that the human had intruded, there was nowhere to flee. Gazing at the palace he had painstakingly built over a lifetime, a culmination of his greatest efforts, he could not resign himself to losing it so easily. He had to devise a way to defend his lair. At that instant, the mole leader raised his staff high above his head, fervently chanting an incantation. "O God of the dark night, grant me strength. Earth element, coalesce into a sharp sword." As the leader completed his incantation, a small, seemingly sharp earthen sword materialized at the tip of his staff. Observing this spectacle, Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the mole folk could wield magic. Earth elements, how intriguing. Squeak, squeak. The minions, who had been hiding behind their leader, erupted with excitement upon witnessing their chief's proactive assault. They began to squeal in jubilation. "Wonderful, the leader is attacking. Yes, go for it. Defeat this bronze warrior." A few of the small minions wore expressions of unwavering confidence as they gazed at Feng, seemingly declaring, "Humph, this is our tribe's mightiest leader. Human, prepare to meet your demise." Looking at this group of diminutive creatures, barely reaching his knees, Feng felt a twinge of amusement. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed the mole leader, who was currently channeling his magic. Could the mole folk be even more formidable than the savage tribe? With such stature, they seemed to barely reach his knees. Did they think that mere noise would secure their victory? Feng regarded the minions with indifference, remaining steadfast in place. He leisurely secured his bronze sword back at his waist, retrieved his exquisite black tiger bow from his back, and drew forth a perfect black tiger arrow. With precision, he aimed at the mole leader, who stood atop the stone throne, staff in hand. The perfect black tiger bow, within such a range, would never miss its mark. Though Feng was uncertain of the elemental attack range of this diminutive mole leader, he was equally unaware of the potential might of the earth element strike. However, based on previous experiences in combat with the wild mage tribe, the frosty elemental arrows wielded by the wild mages are not particularly formidable. Thus, Feng remains unconcerned. After all, he possesses a perfect-grade black tiger bow in his hands. Even if we were to consider the worst-case scenario, he is clad in a full set of perfect-grade bronze armor, enveloping him securely and providing formidable defense. Even the rare-patterned pufferfish he caught earlier that morning, when it launched a water arrow at close range, caused no damage to his armor. In contrast, the mole chieftain before him is clad merely in a coarse cloth garment, devoid of any armor. Should both their attacks connect, Feng is confident in his ability to withstand the elemental onslaught. However, this diminutive creature would likely be pierced through by a perfect-grade black tiger arrow. It seems the intellect of these orc tribes in the Dark Night world is rather lacking. They dare to confront him directly. One wonders where they find such audacity. Today, he shall not retreat, but stand firm, ready to engage in a showdown. With a smirk, he awaits the mole chieftain's attack. Chirp, 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 earth sword fire. At the chieftain's command, a sword of earthy hue, coalescing above his staff, emitted a faint glow before soaring towards Feng. Simultaneously, Feng's perfect-grade black tiger bow was set into motion. Whoosh! Clang! The chieftain's earth element sword struck Feng's bronze armor with a resounding impact. Oof! Feng staggered slightly in pain, but did not yield, remaining steadfast in his position. His chest throbbed, as though struck by a massive boulder. Yet, his armor bore no damage. The defensive capabilities of this set of armor are no jest. Even if struck by bronze weaponry, it would likely negate the damage entirely. Feng did not evade. He braced himself for the mole chieftain's strike. Yet, this diminutive creature dared not stand against a bronze warrior in a contest of strength. It was but a frail rodent, flesh and blood, ill-equipped to withstand such an assault. After unleashing its elemental attack, upon seeing the black tiger arrow hurtling towards it, the chieftain panicked and fled in all directions. However, Feng's marksmanship guarantees a 100% hit rate within a certain range. Evasion was utterly futile. Thwack! The arrow struck directly at the mole chieftain's chest. Ouch! The mole chieftain shrieked and fell to the ground, discarding its staff and hastily clutching its wounded area. Goodness! How terrifying! It had been struck by an arrow. The bronze warrior before was astonishingly powerful, having endured its elemental attack without a scratch. It was simply no match for this human. What to do now? Thud. The previously pained mole chieftain suddenly crawled to Yi Feng's feet, kneeling before him with a thud. It began to bow its head in supplication. Please, no more. My lord, I beg you to cease your assault. I have learned my lesson. Spare my rodent life. I implore you. The diminutive creature hesitated, saying, whatever you desire, I shall certainly provide. Oh, is that so? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, observing the drastic change in demeanor of the mole chieftain before him. Indeed, except for my treasure chest, everything else is up for grabs. After uttering this, he bowed to Yi Feng twice. Ah, your capitulation seems rather swift, does it not? However, given your appearance, you appear to be of age and could potentially serve as a beast companion. Yi Feng regarded the rodent before him with a hint of skepticism. Yes, my lord. I am a mouse person and can indeed be accepted as your beast companion. The mole chieftain responded hastily. Since you assert that, then your treasure chest must also belong to me. No? Yi Feng smirked. Ah, my lord, that is utterly out of the question. That treasure chest encompasses my entire fortune. It is more precious to me than my very life. Chapter 71. The Tale of the Overindulgent Rat Yet. You have stated your willingness to submit and become my beast companion. Since you're already mine, does that not imply that your treasure chest also belongs to me? I find myself in greater need of your chest than you do. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of impatience. He had no desire to engage in further banter with this cunning rat. His sole intention was to swiftly acquire the treasure chest and depart. This is unlikely to proceed as the master desires. My minions, unleash your energy. Vanquish this intruding bronze warrior. We cannot allow him to seize our treasure. The members of the Mole clan seemed to have recognized the futility of reasoning with Yi Feng. Casting aside their pretense, they stood tall once more, retrieving the fallen scepter and raising it above their heads. Initially, the leader had hoped that surrendering would spare it from the bronze warrior's wrath. However, it was utterly unanticipated that this human would covet its treasure. Such insolence could not be tolerated. God of the night, grant me more earth element. The Mole clan leader summoned all its strength, bellowing loudly. In an instant, the elemental power converging at the tip of the scepter suddenly erupted, surging towards the 12 surrounding mole minions. In the following moment, the once timid and trembling minions transformed into fierce warriors, their stature doubling in size. Their muscles bulged, arms and legs became robust, and they were enveloped in a shimmering aura of earthy energy. Yi Feng furrowed his brow as he beheld the now formidable mole minions before him, realizing that their defense, combat prowess, and reflexes had all significantly improved. It appeared that the earth element wielded by the mole leader could not only be used for conventional attacks, but could also bolster its kin. Squeak, my minions! Eliminate this intruder. Let him witness the might of our mole clan. The leader glared furiously at Yi Feng from a distance, its expression twisted with rage. The 12 minions, now empowered by the earth element, glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring towards Yi Feng and Li Man Man. In the next instant, they launched their assault, charging at the two. Damn this bronze warrior for trespassing in our palace, now audaciously attempting to seize our cherished treasure. Destroy him. So you relish what is freely given to you? Yi Feng regarded the oncoming horde of moles with unwavering calm. He swiftly retrieved arrows from his quiver, knocking them with precision. Drawing his bowstring taut, he released a flurry of arrows, each one finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Whoosh! Thud! One arrow, one kill. As the minions lunged towards him, Yi Feng continued to unleash arrows, each shot striking true within this confined space. In mere moments, he decimated an entire line of charging moles. Only 2 furious moles remained, their wrath palpable as they approached. Unfazed by their aggression, Yi Feng readied his flawless black tiger bow, resting it against his back. He drew his bronze sword from his waist. Beneath his flawless bronze armor, the assault from the rodents felt merely like gentle tickles. With his sword in hand, he charged forward. Thud! Bam! Against these frenzied rodents, Yi Feng was as relentless as a butcher slicing through vegetables, dispatching one after another with ease. In merely 5 minutes, all 12 transformed ratmen had met their demise at his hands. He had no intention of capturing these rodent creatures alive. Mature orcs had developed their own thoughts and intellect. Even if they surrendered, they could never be relied upon as loyal beast companions. The previous rat chieftain had clearly regarded Yi Feng as a fool to be duped. Having eliminated all the rodent men, Yi Feng turned to survey the area where the rat chieftain had stood moments ago, only to find it utterly devoid of any presence. It seemed that the chieftain had transformed his subordinates merely to delay him, thus gaining ample time to flee. However, given the chieftain's injuries, he likely couldn't have escaped far. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and glanced back at the dazed Li Man. Where did that rat chieftain go? I just saw it burrow into that hole and run away, Li Man replied, still lost in the recent spectacle of Yi Feng's battle. Suddenly questioned, she snapped back to reality and pointed toward the small hole nestled in the corner of the cave. This hole was quite diminutive, concealing whatever lay within from outside view. Although the rat chieftain was wounded, it could undoubtedly escape through this opening, while she herself could not pursue. Well, it seems I must spare its life for now, provided it hasn't taken the treasure chest with it. Yi Feng sighed as he approached the site of the recent confrontation. There he beheld 12 lifeless moles, having reverted to their original forms. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying 12 ordinary mining moles. You have received 24 pieces of ordinary mole meat. The ordinary mole meat bore an unremarkable flavor, seeming to possess no other merit than to satiate hunger. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 12 good quality mole tails. Surprisingly, while the mole meat lacked benefits, all the nutrition was concentrated in the tails, which were a winter delicacy highly sought after in the shadowy realms. Consuming them could enhance agility, making them a delightful snack. Rodent tails as snacks? Yi Feng's expression reflected his incredulity. What on earth is this? With both mole meat and tails at hand, he picked up one of the tails and gave it a shake. Turning to Li Man, he asked Li Man, would you care for this mole tail? It's quite nourishing and can enhance agility. No, that is utterly disgusting, Li Man exclaimed, stepping back in fright as she saw Yi Feng extend a tail toward her. As a blossoming young woman, how could she possibly consume such a thing? Although the mole tail indeed had its uses still, upon the mere thought of a mouse's tail, perhaps it is best to forgive her inability to accept it. Very well, if you do not wish to keep it, I shall retain it for myself. Yi Feng chuckled softly, placing the 12 mouse tails into his backpack. He had no intention of consuming them, yet they could serve as a delightful treat for the raccoon and the little black tiger cub. Since you have no desire for the mole's tail, I shall bestow upon you these ordinary-grade morsels of mouse meat. You may return and list them on the trading platform, where they are likely to fetch a handsome profit, Yi Feng pondered. He then offered the remaining 24 pieces of mouse meat to Li Man. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, she exhibited a hint of disdain, yet still extended her hand to toss the ordinary-grade mouse meat into her cloth bag. As Yi Feng had suggested, she could return and sell them on the trading platform. After all, in the realm of the Dark Night, there were countless transmigrated humans. Many could neither catch their own prey nor afford beast meat. Should hunger strike, they would likely savor the mouse meat, regardless of its origin. This supply of mouse meat would sustain her for quite some time. Chapter 72. A treasure chest with a bonus. Yi Feng placed the numerous rat tails into his bag and approached the recently vacated throne of the mole chieftain. Standing before the chieftain's treasure chest, he observed that this chest appeared utterly unremarkable, resembling an ordinary wooden box one might encounter daily. However, the chieftain's fervent desire to protect this chest ignited Yi Feng's curiosity. Could it indeed contain something extraordinary? The chieftain's seemingly mundane chest, a relic safeguarded throughout his life as a mature mole folk, hinted at the possibility of hidden surprises. Recalling the rat's expression moments ago, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating what treasures might emerge from this seemingly unremarkable box. This was his first encounter with treasure since his arrival in the night world, a thrilling experience he had yet to savor. What delightful items could be concealed within? He felt fortunate, pondering the possibility of striking gold. With everything in place, Yi Feng stepped forward, carefully untying the ropes binding the wooden chest. As he opened it, a chime resonated. Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the Mole Chieftain's treasure chest. He received 30 pieces of foul-smelling fish jerky, a renowned delicacy in the night world that, despite its odor, was remarkably delicious. Additionally, he obtained a perfect-grade bronze mining shovel, capable of breaking through even the toughest stone. Yi Feng also found 10 pieces each of berries and whole grain bread, alongside 10 perfect-grade copper ingots and 1 rare-grade copper ore, which held excellent elemental magical conductivity and could be utilized in crafting enchanted equipment. While this assortment was satisfactory, it was the rare-grade copper ore that particularly delighted Yi Feng. Just as he prepared to extract everything, he noticed a smaller silver chest nestled in the corner of the wooden box. Could it be a buy-one-get-one free deal? Yi Feng retrieved the silver chest, which appeared far more exquisite than the wooden one outside. He wondered what valuable items it might conceal. A good-grade chest. His luck was commendable. Perhaps this chest would yield rare treasures awaiting him. However, one must remember that risk and reward are intricately linked. He cautiously released its contents. Could it produce rare-grade materials? Yi Feng felt a thrill of anticipation. He hastily opened the silver chest, and a plume of dark smoke erupted from within. The smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it swirled around the chest twice. Ha ha ha! Who has liberated me from this wretched seal? I must extend my gratitude. The voice boomed with laughter. Ah, the night world. Did you not expect my return? I am back. Oh, foolish mortals. Hasten to contemplate where you might conceal yourselves, lest you fall into the grasp of me and my minions, for then you shall truly comprehend the essence of suffering. Ha ha ha! This wisp of black smoke twirled within the cavern, uttering words incomprehensible to the two individuals present. Help me, cried Li Man, her heart racing at the sight before her. She swiftly grasped Yi Feng's arm, clinging to him desperately, her body trembling in terror. What on earth is this creature? Why are the beings of the dark world so frightful? Could it be a ghost? It even speaks the tongue of men. Li Man dared not contemplate further, fearing the nightmares that might plague her slumber. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the cavern, a diminutive head cautiously emerged, inadvertently witnessing the unfolding scene. Heavens! This accursed bronze warrior has unleashed that abomination. How dare he? Does he not understand the terror it embodies? The leader of the mole tribe, upon glimpsing the tendril of black smoke, was momentarily paralyzed by fear, forgetting the pain of his own wounds. It was clear that there was no longer a safe refuge here. Escape was imperative, for humanity was on the brink of calamity. The mole leader, gripped by panic, ceased to linger and swiftly retreated down the narrow passage. What manner of creature is this? It even converses. Yi Feng's brow furrowed as he stared at the dark wisp, instinctively brandishing his torch to gain clarity. Ah, what are you doing? Quickly, put that fire away. Ah, it burns. The wisp emitted a shriek as it was inadvertently singed by Yi Feng's torch. In an instant, it coalesced into a tight ball and then exploded outward, vanishing into the ether. Yi Feng, taken aback by the spectacle, pondered the nature of this peculiar entity. Was it truly so feeble, a mere touch of flame, and it dissipated? Or did it harbor a profound fear of fire? Regardless, it had vanished, and Yi Feng chose not to dwell on it further. His curiosity now lay with the exquisite silver chest before him, pondering the treasures it might conceal. As the smoke cleared, the contents of the chest revealed themselves to the two. 1. A rare crystal gem, brimming with abundant water elemental energy. 2. A rare frost crystal, infused with potent frost elemental energy. Yi Feng's heart soared at the sight of these items. To acquire rare artifacts imbued with elemental power was nothing short of extraordinary. For others, these treasures might hold little significance, but for Yi Feng, they were invaluable enhancements to his strength. At this moment, Li Man, who had remained in a state of terror beside Yi Feng, finally regained a semblance of composure. She clutched Yi Feng's arm and raised her gaze. Her eyes filled with dread. Brother Feng, did you see that? A wisp of black smoke just escaped from this box. It seemed to be a ghost. Aren't you afraid? After speaking, Li Man swallowed again. Have all the books you read before been in vain? Where do those nonsensical things you mentioned come from? Yi Feng gazed at the young girl before him as she clutched his arm, her face etched with fear as she anxiously scanned their surroundings. He felt somewhat speechless. How could he possibly know what that dark mist had been? Nevertheless, this was the night world. It was hardly surprising if peculiar entities existed here. After all, they had already encountered the orcs. Furthermore, if that dark mass had truly been a ghost, it was rather feeble. A mere torch in my hand had been sufficient to disperse it. There was nothing to fear. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm. At that moment, Li Man's eyes sparkled with admiration and respect as she observed Yi Feng, who had maintained his composure throughout their journey. Yes, Brother Feng, you are amazing. Yi Feng did not look at her, but instead began to retrieve the items from the Badger Chief's treasure chest, counting them one by one, finding only a few in number. Chapter 73. The Joy of Sudden Wealth. Everything is here. I will select a few items that I find useful, and the rest shall belong to you, Yi Feng remarked as he picked up 4 rare grade items. The combined worth of these treasures constituted approximately 80% of the entire chest value. He took 1 rare frost crystal, 1 rare crystal gem, 1 rare copper ore, and 10 pieces of perfect copper Oregon. These 3 were elements of rarity seldom encountered in ordinary circumstances. The remaining items were rather commonplace, which he intended to leave for Li Man. All right, Feng Gu, it's your decision, Li Man nodded, her joy evident. Although she had not contributed much, the prospect of receiving these treasures filled her with delight. On their journey, Yi Feng had also gifted her a jar of hand cream and a somewhat aged, perfect-grade bronze dagger. Having just vanquished all the moles in the area, she had also acquired 24 pieces of mole meat. With merely these, she felt her trip was worthwhile. The unexpected bounty from the chest was a delightful bonus. Li Man gleefully stowed the remaining items in her backpack. 30 pieces of stinky fish, 10 of each berries and whole grain bread, and a perfect-grade bronze shovel. These provisions, combined with her previous haul, would sustain her for at least 10 days, ensuring she would not go hungry in the days to come. She had also obtained 2 perfect-grade bronze tools. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yi Feng observed the elated Li Man and smiled. He bore no grudges regarding who had received more or who had suffered a loss. To him, acquiring a few desirable items from this treasure hunt was already a significant gain. Thus, he had no qualms about sharing the rest with Li Man. Thank you, Brother Feng. I am so grateful you brought me to seek treasure. Li Man unabashedly expressed her excitement. It was undeniably a splendid decision to have Yi Feng accompany her on this treasure-seeking adventure. Within this cave, she had struck a veritable windfall. Firstly, she had resolved her food concerns for the ensuing days, alleviating her worries about sustenance. Secondly, she had acquired 2 bronze tools, which were yet to be available for sale on the global trading platform. Even if they were, she would prefer to keep them for her own use. Such tools were unattainable, regardless of the price. To her astonishment, she had persevered through this ordeal, emerging both fortunate and resilient, allowing her to continue surviving in the world of darkness. Glancing at Yi Feng beside her, Li Man bit her lip. This individual appeared to exude an aura of detachment. His countenance often shadowed, discouraging casual approaches. He remained cold and indifferent towards her. Yet, in this expedition, it was clear that she had garnered a more bountiful share of spoils. Nonetheless, he willingly chose to share these treasures with her. Promises made must inevitably be fulfilled. Yet, one might ponder the generosity of Yi Feng, for despite standing at the entrance of the quaint cabin for an extended period during lunch, he did not extend an invitation for her to join him. Truly, he is a perplexing individual. Nevertheless, Yi Feng possesses a commendable character. Had it been anyone else, they might not have shared even the slightest benefit with her today. Alas, Brother Yi Feng is truly remarkable. She had not misjudged him. At this moment, Li Man felt her heart flutter as she gazed upon Yi Feng's stern profile, nearly succumbing to the desire to rush forward and plant a kiss upon him. However, as a young lady, she understood the importance of self-respect and restraint. Such actions were best left unperformed. Moreover, they remained within the dark confines of the cavern. The atmosphere was rather foreboding. it would be prudent to exit and return to her cabin. The matter of affection could wait for another day. Approximately 20 minutes later, Feng brandished a torch that had burned halfway down. Clad in a full suit of exquisitely crafted bronze armor and bearing a magnificent black tiger bow upon his back, he carried a heavy, bulging backpack in his left hand. The bronze boots he wore produced a crisp sound as they struck the ground. Following closely behind him was a stunning young woman. The pair emerged from the cave at the base of the cliff, their vision restored by the fresh air outside, invigorating their spirits. During their treasure-seeking expedition, they had unexpectedly come across the remains of an envoy from the Sun Never Sets empire. Rummaging through the backpack yielded the blueprint for a perfect bronze heavy crossbow, a trade map, and a treaty of alliance. They had also eradicated a nest of mining moles, acquiring the mole chief's treasure chest, which contained 3 rare items. Their haul was indeed bountiful, and they finally emerged from the inky depths of the cave into the light of day. However, upon observing the sky, it appeared less bright than before their descent, indicating that time had flown by. At this moment, Li Man, adorned with a tattered cloth bag, wore a radiant smile as she obediently followed behind Feng. How splendid this treasure hunt had been! They had struck gold. Upon returning today, she would not only secure her survival in this dark realm, but also upgrade her cabin to level 1. This would elevate her into the ranks of the elite in the dark world. She delighted in the thought that she would no longer have to fret over food and supplies at night, which had sometimes kept her awake with worry. Li Man was overjoyed, and all credit was due to Feng, who had not only saved her life but also aided in the preservation of her cabin. Once she regained her footing, she would certainly devise a way to express her gratitude to Feng. As the two returned to the lakeside, nearly an hour remained before darkness fell. The lakeshore was bustling with activity. Numerous individuals were fishing along the banks, engaging in cheerful conversation. Among them was Chunjiala. After a day of effort, his bucket contained 4 small fish, ample enough for him to enjoy a delightful meal or two. Chunjiala was absolutely elated. After surviving in the dark world for so many days, he had scarcely indulged in meat. Each day, he merely sought to satisfy his hunger with whatever was available. To his astonishment, he was able to enjoy fish today. It was a delightful surprise. A group of people gathered by the lakeside, joyfully fishing and engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, one of them spotted Feng and Li Man returning from the direction of a cave at the cliff's edge. He exclaimed loudly, "Oh, Brother Feng, where have you taken Man for a little adventure?" Upon hearing this, the attention of the crowd was immediately drawn to them. Many noticed the cheerful expressions on the faces of the two, particularly the radiant joy of Li Man, who followed closely behind Feng. Another person quickly chimed in with a teasing tone. Could it be that Boss Feng took you into the cave for some fun? Oh, was it enjoyable?" The tone of their banter grew increasingly playful, accompanied by knowing glances and mischievous nudges directed at Li Man. Chapter 74. The bonfire by the lake. Li Man observed the expressions of those around her, and upon hearing their subtle inquiries, her cheeks flushed deeper, as if they might bleed. However, she refrained from retorting. In truth, she harbored a selfish motive. If today's gathering led others to misconstrue her relationship with Feng, it would not necessarily be detrimental to her. After all, Feng was the acknowledged leader of this region. By cultivating a closer rapport with him, she would garner respect from others, ensuring no one dared to bully her. How delightful! We frolicked in the cave for an entire hour. Are you envious? Li Man proudly responded to one of the questions posed. Without waiting for further teasing from the crowd, she blushed fiercely and retreated to her small wooden cabin. Upon her return, the group's attention shifted back to Feng. "So, you're looking for a fight, are you? You dare to jest with me?" Feng exclaimed, playfully slapping the air, prompting laughter and a flurry of evasive maneuvers among the onlookers. Witnessing the jovial atmosphere, Feng could only smile wryly. "By the way, Brother Feng, I noticed that there's about an hour until dusk. We caught some fish by the lake today, and we're planning to hold a bonfire party here. What do you think?" Chunjiala interjected, his face alight with excitement. Yes, Brother Feng, let us celebrate our migration to this resource-rich area. And we can also commemorate Miss Li Man's successful rescue. Several others immediately echoed Chun Jiala's enthusiasm. Although just a day prior, they had been strangers, fate had intertwined their paths. Moreover, hosting a bonfire could foster relaxation and camaraderie. Even those still unfamiliar with one another would surely grow closer through the festivities. While Yifeng typically maintained a cool demeanor, preferring solitude and shying away from intimacy, his second-in-command felt compelled to enliven the atmosphere. Exactly. What Chin said is spot on. We've finally settled into this splendid locale. It's time for a celebration, cheered a few young voices in the crowd. Since their arrival in this shadowy world, they had lived in constant fear of the unknown, unaware of what each day might bring. Yet now, gathered together, they could fish by the lake, surrounded by an expanse of pear trees, ready to quench their thirst with fresh fruit. At this moment, they could temporarily cast aside the pressures of survival in the dark world, alleviating their worries about food. Their gathering also diminished some of the fear associated with the night. Thus, indulging in a bit of merriment should not pose a significant issue. Very well, then you all prepare the bonfire, and I shall return to my cabin briefly to stow away my belongings before joining you. Yifeng observed the eager expressions of those around him. Not wishing to disrupt the atmosphere, he nodded in agreement and turned, shouldering his backpack as he made his way toward the bronze cabin. Meanwhile, Li Man was meticulously unpacking her spoils from the recent venture. She had accumulated a great many items, which she began to sort through methodically. First, she set aside the belongings she intended to keep in the cabin, a flawless bronze shovel and a perfect bronze dagger. She then took out a tube of hand cream and placed it upon the small wooden table. The berries and whole grain bread were stowed away in the storage area. Next came the 30 pieces of dried fish and 24 pieces of mole meat. The raw meat required immediate attention. Otherwise, if left unattended, it would spoil and become inedible. Yet, as Li Man gazed at the mound of mole meat before her, she swallowed hard, feeling a sense of revulsion. The prospect of consuming rodent flesh was daunting. Thus, she resolved to list all the mole meat on the global trading platform, hoping to exchange it for essential survival resources. Surely, this batch of meat could yield 100 units of ordinary timber, enabling her to upgrade her cabin to level 1 and construct additional functional buildings. By the lakeside, Chun Jiala and his companions rekindled the bonfire left by the band of savages they had vanquished the previous day. This fire appeared to have been used for their rituals, with remnants of unburned wood still present. After striking flint, they were able to reignite it. However, the flames were rather feeble at first, prompting Chun Jiala to toss in a few more logs. Soon, a large bonfire blazed brightly at the lakeshore, drawing the others to gather around, each finding a comfortable spot to settle. They produced their own provisions, beast meat, fish, fruits, and vegetables, skewering them on sticks carved with their stone axes and roasting them over the fire. Although their supplies were limited, they felt a sense of security in this area, confident that protein would be readily available in the future. This evening was meant to foster camaraderie, as everyone shared their food with one another, and the bonds among them visibly strengthened. At that moment, Yifeng emerged from his bronze cabin and made his way to the lakeside. He set a copper pot beside the bonfire and began to pour in an indeterminate mixture, followed by a ladle of lake water, as he set about concocting a delicious soup. Subsequently, he retrieved his bronze knife to prepare the fish he had caught earlier that day, slicing it for roasting. Upon learning that their master would dine outdoors that evening, the little raccoon and the black cub, who had been resting in the cabin, eagerly followed Yifeng outside. The two small creatures frolicked joyfully by the bonfire. "Is that a little raccoon? And that dark creature? A little black dog?" Someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you blind? That's a tiger, not a dog." "Oh my! Could these be the beast companions of the esteemed Feng? How astonishing! Here we are, struggling to sustain ourselves. Yet Feng has taken it upon himself to care for not one, but two beast companions. Feng, are you in need of any more beasts? Ones that are obedient, require little sustenance, and are industrious? How utterly revolting! Go away! Ha ha!" It was only then that the crowd was taken aback to discover that the illustrious Yifeng had indeed nurtured two beast companions, a revelation that left them in awe. In this shadowy realm, merely surviving is a challenge, let alone the responsibility of providing for the needs of beast companions. Young beasts have substantial appetites, consuming far more than one could imagine. They can scarcely afford a morsel of meat for themselves, let alone maintain such companions. They can only watch with envy. You too, come over here. The fish is ready for roasting. Chapter 75. The cumin soup. Feng summoned the little raccoon and the black tiger cub to his side, dividing a freshly roasted, plump fish into 2 portions for them. Watching their joyous feast, Feng was enveloped in a moment of surreal tranquility, feeling as though he had returned to a bygone world. Once upon a time, he had shared such delightful afternoons with cherished companions by the lakeside, basking in the serenity while grilling and relishing the scenery. Alas, such days seemed forever lost to him now. The little raccoon and the black tiger cub savored their meal, incessantly licking their paws. Before long, the copper pot began to bubble, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. However, the scent was peculiar, a blend that was difficult to categorize as either fragrant or foul. "Boss, what on earth are you boiling in that pot? It's both aromatic and pungent," Chun-Jiala remarked, intrigued as he caught a whiff of the unusual fragrance. "What can I say? It resembles the scent of snail rice noodles. Quite intoxicating." He moved closer to Feng, eager to discern the contents of the pot. "Would you care for a taste of my secret restorative soup?" Feng stifled a chuckle as he pulled Chun-Jiala towards the pot, lifting the lid to reveal the bubbling concoction. "This is called cumin soup, and it's incredibly nourishing." Inside the copper pot swirled 12 freshly collected mole tails, gathered from the subterranean caves earlier that afternoon. The tails danced amidst the other ingredients, their rapid deterioration necessitating immediate use. This exquisite dish, celebrated in the shadowy realms, not only replenished vitality, but also heightened one's agility. It was imperative to consume it while hot, otherwise it would spoil. At that moment, Chun-Jiala stared, bewildered, at the swirling contents of the pot. His brows furrowed in perplexity. After a minute, he cautiously raised his hand, pointing at the dark, thread-like objects. "Boss, what exactly is in there?" The pot was filled with short, unevenly thickened black entities, frothing in the boiling water, resembling. These are the tails of 12 fine, mining moles I dispatched in the cave today. I severed their tails to brew this cumin soup. Do not underestimate it. It is a renowned local delicacy, beneficial for one's health. Come, let me serve you a bowl for you to sample." Feng explained while rising to fetch a bowl. However, upon hearing this, Chun-Jiala recoiled sharply, exclaiming, "What? Mole tails?" His complexion shifted dramatically, a blend of crimson and pallor overtaking his face. Ugh! A tumultuous churn stirred within his stomach, and unable to restrain himself any longer, he hastened to the lakeside to expel the contents of his belly. Everything he had ingested, including the fish meat, was violently regurgitated. How intolerable this was! If only he could have sampled something like deep-fried cicada larvae or grasshoppers, he might have been able to endure it. Who would have thought that these elongated morsels were, in fact, the tails of rats? One could not help but admire Feng, who could concoct such dark culinary creations. Should this pot of soup find its way into his stomach, he feared he would be awakened by nausea in the dead of night. He resolutely declared that he would never partake of it. "Boss, I appreciate your kindness, but such exquisite delicacies are better suited for you. I am unworthy of such indulgence." After Chun-Jiala returned, having expelled the contents of his stomach, he hastily waved his hands in refusal of Feng's concoction. Observing Chun-Jiala's pale visage, Feng found it somewhat amusing, yet he refrained from pressuring him further. Rising to his feet, he called out to the others nearby, "Who among you wishes to sample my pot of cumin soup?" At that moment, those gathered around the campfire, engaged in merriment and barbecuing, were drawn to Feng's voice and approached with curiosity. A unique aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating their senses. They were eager to witness what divine delicacy their esteemed leader could create. Yet, upon glimpsing the 12 dark, fuzzy rat tails swirling in the copper pot alongside the other ingredients, their expressions mirrored that of Chun-Jiala. As they beheld the pot's contents, their own stomachs began to churn. "Ugh, boss, what dark dish is this? Help! I fear I shall dream of rat tails tonight." They had long revered Feng, only to discover he possessed such a macabre palate. It appeared that forging a bond with such a figure was not something the average person could withstand. Alas, how could you not appreciate the essence of this soup? Yi Feng lamented, shaking his head at the disapproving expressions of the crowd. It seemed his culinary creation had not garnered favorable reviews. However, he had no intention of sampling the cumin soup himself. He had ample food available and saw no reason to indulge in such a peculiar dish. Since no one else was willing to partake, he decided to offer it to the little black tiger instead. He ladled a bowl of cumin soup and presented it to the young black tiger. Nearby, a curious raccoon, drawn by the enticing aroma, scampered closer to see what delectable treat the master was preparing for the little black tiger. Just as it was about to wave its paws in a gesture of desire for a bowl of its own, a furry rat tail emerged from the young black tiger's bowl. The raccoon was startled and instinctively took a step back, waving its paws in protest. No. What on earth is in that? I refuse to eat such nonsense. The little black tiger, however, was blissfully unaware of such concerns. All it sensed was the delightful fragrance emanating from its bowl, undoubtedly a delicious offering. Being still young, it had no knowledge of what a mole was. It simply devoured the contents of the bowl in a few swift gulps. Wow, the flavor is exquisite. The little black tiger, brimming with joy, handed the bowl to Yi Feng, signaling for another serving. Yi Feng smiled gently and filled it once more. Gulp, gulp. This soup appeared to possess remarkable effects. Upon finishing, the black tiger felt a warm sensation enveloping its entire body, a surge of strength coursing through its veins. Having consumed 2 large bowls of the fragrant cumin soup, the little black tiger, now caressing its round belly, contentedly collapsed onto the ground, too lethargic to move any longer. Observing the now drowsy creature, it was impossible to ascertain whether its agility had indeed improved. Yi Feng, somewhat helpless, glanced at the substantial remainder of the cumin soup in the pot. Surely, this concoction held benefits. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Perhaps. Chapter 76. The bronze roof settled, Yi Feng attempted to ladle a small portion of the cumin soup into his bowl. Just as he lifted it, ready to indulge, he discovered a furry black rat's tail lying at the rim. Ugh, no. Merely the sight of it made his stomach churn. He decided to abandon the idea. Even if this cumin soup was a favored delicacy in the shadowy realm, he lacked the courage to partake. Since he could not consume it, he resolved to list it on the world trading platform, hoping to sell it. Yi Feng retrieved his action guide and navigated to the trading platform, dividing the remaining pot of soup into 10 bowls. He listed them in the gourmet trading section. 1 bowl of good quality cumin soup, which could enhance a certain degree of agility, could be exchanged for 5 perfect grade basic materials, such as wood, stone, seeds, etc. Although this price seemed somewhat steep, it was justified. His soup was made using a good quality mining mole, not just any ordinary rat's tail. Thus, he was the sole vendor of this dish, and a higher price was reasonable. People are invariably intrigued by rare items, and for something novel, many were willing to take a chance. As soon as Yi Feng posted the 10 portions of cumin soup on the trading platform, his message board erupted with excitement. Wow, that name sounds a bit odd. Cumin soup? Is it really drinkable? Are you kidding? The items sold by Yi Feng are undoubtedly authentic. Moreover, it can actually enhance agility. While novice players debated the authenticity, seasoned players like myself had already made the purchase. Let us go. I bought a bowl too. This is the food for real men. What? 0 stock? You guys are too fast. Family, I just arrived. What did I miss? Can you slow down a bit? It's only been 2 minutes, and all 10 portions are gone. This is insane. Even dark cuisine can be snatched up so quickly. I am curious. Which brave soul bought the cumin soup? Please share your experience. I did. When I got it, it looked quite dark. I pinched my nose, closed my eyes, and gulped down the cumin soup. And guess what? The flavor was surprisingly good. It tasted like sticky tofu soup, haha. I just had some, ugh. No, I have to hold it in. I can't waste it, ugh. I swear, brothers, I'm not lying. I genuinely feel my agility has improved. I can now climb to the roof of my little wooden house with my bare hands. Incredible. My goodness. You're truly remarkable. You actually drank it. I'm in awe. You're practically a werewolf. Even more formidable than the toughest of tough. Everyone here is commendable for their courage. At this moment, Yifeng's trading panel was continually refreshing with new comments. Even he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a vast forest! There are all kinds of birds. Truly, there are masters among the common folk. Those who can stomach such dark culinary creations are surely destined to become the new hope for humanity's transcendence." Before long, 10 servings of the commendable cumin soup were snatched up in an instant. Yifeng undoubtedly profited, exchanging those 10 soups for 50 servings of exquisite materials. This would enable many functional buildings within the cabin to be upgraded. With this thought, Yifeng temporarily stored all these materials in the warehouse. After disposing of the pot of rat tail broth, the group gathered around the campfire, raising their cups in celebration, chatting and enjoying their food. Gradually, the sun began to set, casting a dim light over the surroundings. The lakeside, once perfectly temperate, now felt a chill in the air that made one shiver slightly. As nightfall approached, a foreboding presence loomed over humanity once more. Suddenly, a massive silhouette of an unknown creature glided past the waterfall above, then vanished from sight. The nature of the beast remained a mystery. In this resource-rich area, it was believed that beyond the previously slain savages, many more ferocious beasts lurked. Vigilance could not be relaxed for a moment. Yifeng retrieved the Night World Action Guide and checked the time. It indicated that darkness would fall in half an hour. He stood up and called out to the group, "We have half an hour until nightfall. Let us quickly pack our things and return to the cabin." After speaking, Yifeng began to gather his belongings. He extended a hand to coax the playful little raccoon, who was thoroughly enjoying itself by the campfire. The raccoon's fluffy appearance was utterly adorable and had captured the hearts of many young ladies at the recent feast, who lavished it with treats. The little raccoon felt as if it were in a wonderland, reluctant to return to the cabin. With his other hand, he scooped up the lazy little black tiger cub, which had overeaten and was sprawled on the ground. Thus, with one person and 2 creatures, they made their way toward the bronze cabin. Upon noticing Yifeng preparing to pack up and return, the others also rose to gather their belongings. As soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped sharply. It was quite cold, urging everyone to hurry back to the cabin. Indeed, viewing the lake at night is somewhat daunting. Let us pack up quickly. The group hastened their pace, rushing toward their respective cabins. Upon returning to the bronze cabin nestled among the pear trees, Yifeng tossed the little raccoon and the black tiger cub onto the yellow pearwood bed. He pulled out the action guide. There were still 24 minutes until darkness enveloped the land. The sky had not yet fully succumbed to night. Reflecting on his bronze cabin, he noted that only the 4 walls were adorned with bronze plates, while the roof and floor remained unplated. He intended to utilize the final 20 minutes to affix bronze plates to the roof of the small cabin. After calculating the time, he deemed it sufficient. The little raccoon had spent the entire day diligently smelting copper, producing numerous bronze plates, which were now stacked in the cabin storage. Yifeng inspected the warehouse and transported all 20 perfectly crafted bronze plates outside. He then laboriously laid them upon the roof, using a bronze hammer to secure the bronze nails into the wooden structure. With a rhythmic clang, each exquisite bronze plate was affixed to the cabin's roof. In a little over 10 minutes, Yifeng had successfully nailed all 20 flawless bronze plates onto the top of the cabin. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. Chapter 77. The Assault of the Colossal Beast, the Bronze Cottage, now completed to an admirable 80, boasts walls so robust that they appear impenetrable, and a roof that is as steadfast as a fortress. Even if the heavens were to collapse, the bronze cottage would stand resilient. Perfect. Yifeng dusted off his hands with satisfaction, admiring the radiant azure glow of the roof, which shimmered with exquisite beauty. The only task that remained was to lay down the bronze planks on the floor. With tomorrow's efforts from the little raccoon, who would refine another day's worth of copper, the cottage would soon be entirely finished. As darkness approached, the sky succumbed to an enveloping gloom, obstructing human vision. Even with torches or bonfires, one could barely discern an object from a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Glancing at the action guide, Yifeng noted that complete darkness would descend in a mere 5 minutes. He hurried back to the cottage, gathering his tools and securing the door tightly behind him. Upon entering his room, the first order of business was to ignite the hearth. The night air was frigid, and without a fire, the cold would be unbearable. He added 2 logs to the flame, which soon roared to life. Feng settled at the small table and opened his action guide, eager to review the reminders for the night. Night World Action Guide, 6th Night Reminder. Tonight's weather. The temperature will plummet to -13 degrees. Have you adequately prepared the cottage's heating measures? The night will last for 14 hours. Key reminder. This rare day of gentle breezes and warm sunlight. Did you accomplish anything meaningful? Have you gathered substantial resources, or perhaps relocated the cottage to a more resource-rich area? Indeed, moving to a place abundant in resources is a wise choice. However, do not be lulled into a false sense of security in your new surroundings. They often target areas rich in resources. Perhaps, at this very moment, you are under their watchful gaze. Humans, are you prepared to confront them? Once again, the ominous mention of them caused Feng to furrow his brow as he pondered the night's warnings. What could it mean? Was it referring to the enormous flying creature he had glimpsed by the lake? Furthermore, was the implication that areas abundant in resources were perilous? The more he considered it, the more uneasy he felt. A foreboding sensation crept into his heart. He recalled the moment earlier at the bonfire, when he had spotted a colossal shadow gliding across the sky. An inexplicable anxiety stirred within him. Fortunately, upon returning, he had managed to utilize the last fleeting moments to affix bronze plates to the roof of his cottage, granting him a semblance of reassurance. At that moment, the little raccoon, which had been frolicking on the bed, suddenly stood upright, its gaze fixated intently on the small window. Even the black tiger cub nearby stood up at this moment, baring its teeth and gazing outward. Feng sensed the unease emanating from his 2 beast companions and promptly rose, making his way toward the small wooden window, pondering the necessity of drawing nearer for a clearer view. Suddenly, a colossal and enigmatic shadow swept across the surface of the lake outside the house. Feng's heart raced. The silhouette was immensely large, vaguely measuring over 10 meters in length. With a piercing cry, this creature soared above the lake, carried by the chilling wind, before finally descending beside the flickering campfire they had recently ignited, which still smoldered faintly. The flames offered little illumination, and the sky had completely darkened. Although the wooden cabin stood merely 100 meters from the lakeside, visibility remained poor. Feng could only discern a massive form appearing to search for something within the dying embers of the fire, seemingly in pursuit of sustenance. However, the group had already gathered their provisions from the lakeside, having not yet reached a state of abundance sufficient to indulge in waste. After a fruitless search, the enormous being erupted in fury, letting out a roar that echoed into the night. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it turned to behold a cluster of small wooden cabins in the distance, over 30 in total. To its dismay, not a single human had offered a tribute of food. Feeling mocked, it seethed with rage. In the next moment, it launched itself toward the nearest cabin, descending with tremendous force onto its roof. The structure, still unupgraded, could scarcely withstand such a titanic assault. Instantly, a section of the roof collapsed, followed by the creature's claws viciously tearing at the wooden surface, producing a series of screeching sounds. "Help! Help!" The ensuing human screams erupted from within the cabin, piercing the air with alarming intensity and startling those in the neighboring cabins. In a panic, an individual burst forth from the besieged cabin, sprinting towards the safety of others, urgently calling for aid. The lakeside offered a wide expanse with no obstructions, rendering concealment a formidable challenge. Thus, the only recourse was to seek refuge within another cabin. Meanwhile, those still untouched by the chaos peered cautiously through their small windows, astonished by the unfolding scene. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? How can it be so enormous? It has stomped a hole in the cabin with a single foot. Those huddled in the cabins could only tremble in fear. An unknown terror enveloped them entirely. The creature before them was utterly distinct from the ferocious beasts they had previously encountered. This monster was undeniably far more menacing. At this moment, they faced a dilemma. Should they remain hidden within the small cabin or attempt an escape? Yet, night had fallen, and the outside world was fraught with peril. The enormous flying beast had rummaged through the remnants of the cabin it had just demolished, but it failed to find what it sought. With no further delay, it soared towards another small cabin. Boom! The second cabin, now in its sights, did not evade disaster. The roof was violently torn asunder. Help! Please, oh please. Let me in, I beg you. Someone fled from the wreckage of the destroyed cabin once more. Remaining within the cabin would surely have led to becoming the monster's next meal. Now bereft of the cabin's protection, they could only dash forward in desperation, seeking another refuge to escape the looming threat. Chapter 78. The assault on the cabin. The roof of the second cabin was once again brutally torn apart by the enormous flying beast, sending splinters flying. Help me, please. Open the door. I beg you, let me in. The occupants of the cabin rushed out in a state of panic. The darkness obscured their vision, making it difficult to discern direction. The terrified individuals, akin to headless flies, dashed recklessly towards neighboring cabins. In a matter of moments, 5 or 6 cabins clustered by the lakeside fell victim to the creature's onslaught. The beleaguered humans had no choice but to abandon their shattered sanctuaries, crying out as they fled. Fear consumed them as they desperately sought refuge. Yet, those in the remaining unscathed cabins hesitated to open their doors, terrified of attracting the monstrous predator. In this dire situation, each person was preoccupied with their own survival, scarcely able to concern themselves with the fates of others. The flying monstrosity, having destroyed several cabins, flapped its massive wings once more. With a mighty whoosh, it soared through the night sky, heading directly toward Chun Jala's cabin. At that moment, Chun Jala gripped his well-crafted bronze spear tightly, peering intently through the small window, anxious not to miss any sound. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated as something colossal landed atop his cabin. A gigantic, razor-sharp claw punctured the roof, creating a gaping hole. Upon witnessing the terrifying appendage, Chun Jala was momentarily paralyzed with fear. After a brief pause, he uttered a curse, glaring at the titanic creature that continued to stomp on his cabin. Alas, he was but a frail human, utterly incapable of combating such a beast. In that moment of heated emotion, he realized that escape was his only option. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Jala called to his frightened deer, spear in hand, and fled from his cabin without looking back. The most infuriating aspect was that this cabin, which he had painstakingly maintained for 5 days, had been reduced to ruin by a single stomp of the beast's foot. The indignation was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, in the bronze cabin, Feng also heard the distant cries for help emanating from the lakeside. Peering through the small window, he could faintly discern the massive creature relentlessly attacking the cabins. In a mere 20 minutes, 6 cabins had already been annihilated. If a solution was not found soon, even more cabins would likely meet the same fate. As he gazed into the distance, Feng furrowed his brow, for the darkness obscured the true extent of the chaos unfolding outside. Only a vague silhouette of an immense monster could be discerned in the distance, wreaking havoc. It possessed a pair of colossal wings, reminiscent of a dragon soaring through the sky, gliding effortlessly. Its claws were razor-sharp and endowed with formidable strength, capable of easily demolishing the roof of a modest cabin. Feng pressed his lips together, contemplating a strategy. How could such a terrifying creature launch a sudden assault upon us? He was filled with bewilderment, simultaneously entering a heightened state of vigilance. Grasping his exquisitely crafted black tiger bow, he quietly observed the surroundings through the small wooden window. Feng pondered the reasons behind their unexpected ambush. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he stroked his chin. Indeed, they had originally come here to eradicate the savages. At that time, they had stumbled upon a group of wild men dancing around a bonfire by the lake, offering sacrifices of their hunted prey, earnestly worshipping towards the sky and the waterfall. Initially, Feng paid little heed to this, assuming it to be a mere custom of the wild men honoring their ancestors. In retrospect, their worship was not a ritualistic custom at all, but rather an act of homage and sacrifice to the colossal flying beast. The intent behind their actions was likely to appease this creature, preventing it from turning its wrath upon the tribe. Recalling the devout expressions on the faces of the wild men, all his doubts were resolved. They were merely in fear of the gigantic creature. It was likely that they had boundly man with the intention of offering her as a sacrifice to this beast. Yi Feng stroked his chin, reminiscing about his first sight of this area. He had gazed down from the cliff's edge and immediately been captivated by the bountiful resources and picturesque environment of Qingchuan Lake. At that time, he had pondered why such a perfect place lacked even a single human cabin. Now, reflecting on it, had he been born in this locale, he would have surely become the creature's meal by the first night. Coincidentally, it was through discussions within their group that they had decided to venture here to confront the savage tribe, intending to eliminate the danger before relocating their cabin to this site. Prior to this, no one had encountered the terrifying flying monster. By a stroke of misfortune, more than 30 individuals had chosen to hold a bonfire banquet by the lake today. The enormous creature must have seen the flames rising anew and assumed it was a tribute of food from the wild men-esque tribe. Thus, it had flown to the vicinity of Qingchuan Lake under the cover of night. However, although the bonfire was indeed from earlier, the savage tribe had already been eradicated. Humans were unaware that the true overlord of this area was such a colossal beast, and there was no food by the bonfire. The creature's fury was undoubtedly fueled by the belief that they were mocking it. In a fit of rage, he relentlessly demolished their wooden cabin. At last, Yi Feng unraveled the reasons behind the turmoil. It was no wonder that the creature was in such a frenzied state. It was akin to humanity challenging its dominion. Yi Feng cast a vigilant gaze upon the chaos outside the cabin, where pandemonium reigned. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. This situation was untenable. The speed of the flying monstrosity was astonishingly rapid, especially when it swooped down upon the cabin with the ferocity of an eagle. By its velocity, it seemed to surpass even his rare mount, the whisper of the abyss. In the boundless darkness of the night, it soared erratically, leaving him uncertain of its next appearance. This predicament was indeed dire. Yi Feng glanced at his flawless black tiger bow, yet he harbored doubts about his ability to strike the colossal flying beast. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether his perfect great arrows would inflict any harm upon it. Chapter 79. Disaster strikes again, however. They could no longer allow it to wreak havoc upon the little wooden cabins with such impunity. This was a territory they had painstakingly seized. It was inconceivable to relinquish it easily. They must devise a plan, seek an opportunity, and deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, the monstrous creature continued to circle ominously above Qingchuan Lake, emitting a series of eerie shrieks while wielding its massive wings, searching for its next target. Prior to this, it had effortlessly torn the roofs off several cabins. The air was thick with the anguished cries and sobs of humanity. The row of cabins that once stood by the lake had largely succumbed to destruction. The creature seemed unsatisfied merely by watching the crowd flee. It frantically flapped its wings, scattering the remnants of the cabins into disarray. In the pitch-black night, the unknown giant flying beast loomed like a shadow, rendering humans akin to ants, vulnerable and at risk of being crushed at any moment. They desperately sought refuge, crying out, "Help me. Please, let me in." It was over. All hope was lost. The humans, bereft of a safe haven, were consumed by fear and panic, fleeing aimlessly through the endless darkness. Terror gripped their hearts. None wished to become the prey of the colossal flying beast. They ran frantically toward the few remaining cabins, pleading with those inside to open their doors and allow them sanctuary. Yet, not a single person was willing to unlock their cabin doors, each terrified that they might become the next target of the creature. Panic permeated the entire lakeside. This was not the time for benevolence. Should one open their door to the desperate souls outside, it would be the very moment the looming monstrosity fixed its gaze upon them, leaving no chance for escape. The creature was utterly terrifying. With a mere flick of its claws, it could obliterate a cabin. If it truly set its sights on them, there would be no way out. The fortunate few whose cabins remained intact could only cover their mouths, praying not to become the beast's next target. They trembled, drenched in cold sweat. Despite the chill of the night, their linen garments clung to them, soaked. The men sat in silence, defeated, while the women wept, their tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. They could not freely enter one another's cabins. The consent of the owners was imperative. Now, These refugees with no recourse, huddled together for warmth, seated upon the open ground by the lake, offering each other solace against the night's biting wind. Suddenly, a roar shattered the stillness of the sky. "Get out here, you monster! Did you come just to rip off my roof and flee? What do you think you're up there?" The voice belonged to Chunjala, astride a wild deer. At this moment, he rode atop his trembling deer, furiously shouting at the colossal creature gliding through the skies. It was a hard-earned achievement for him to upgrade to a level 1 wooden cabin, having painstakingly gathered the necessary materials over the course of several days. Suddenly, an unexpected intruder appeared. How could he possibly endure this? Chunjala bellowed, while brandishing his well-crafted copper spear at the airborne monstrosity. Meanwhile, the creature, having noticed the commotion below, cast a cursory glance at Chunjala, who stood at a distance cursing at it. With a fleeting look at the copper spear in his hand, it seemed disinclined to engage further, and thus turned its attention elsewhere, resuming its search for a target to assault the wooden cabin once more. On the other side, the defenseless man was huddled in the corner of her cabin, her hands tightly clasping her legs. Her delicate visage was devoid of color. The cacophony of destruction outside, coupled with the anguished cries of fleeing humans, pierced her ears. Every so often, the sound of a cabin being smashed resonated through the air, amplifying her terror. Alone in this desolate place, fear and anxiety enveloped her. Her pale wrists were reddened from being squeezed by her other hand, nearly cutting off circulation. This overwhelming dread washed over her once again, prompting memories of her sudden ambush by the wild men just 2 nights prior, a night shrouded in darkness, where they violently broke into her cabin, seizing all her supplies and even binding her in a pitch-black cavern. She had thought that night would mark the pinnacle of her fear and helplessness since arriving in this dark world. Yet, miraculously spared, she was rescued by Feng and his companions, and today she had accompanied him on a treasure hunt. Her spirits had lifted, as she no longer had to worry about provisions and sustenance, just as life seemed to be settling into a semblance of normalcy. She was blindsided by the return of terrifying beasts, more fearsome than the wild men, capable of demolishing her cabin with a mere swipe of their claws. Nighttime was perpetually the most perilous hour in this shadowy realm, with countless beasts lurking, eyeing humanity as their prey. Now, utterly alone, what could she do? Just then, she recalled the somewhat worn but perfect-grade bronze dagger she had obtained during her treasure hunt with Feng. She yearned to rise and grasp the dagger for protection. Yet her legs felt foreign, weak, and unresponsive, and her body was devoid of strength. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated, jolting Man to look up in astonishment at the roof of her cabin. At this very moment, a colossal beast loomed atop her quaint wooden cabin. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the roof was torn asunder. An icy chill and enveloping darkness rushed in upon Man. She stood in stunned silence, gazing upward at the monstrous creature that was mercilessly dismantling her humble abode with its immense talons. Just then, the creature lowered its head, locking eyes with Man. A moment of stillness ensued between the two, one human and one beast. Man struggled to discern the creature's features, but its piercing, cerulean eyes bore down on her with a fierce intensity. "Help!" she screamed in sheer terror. In the next instant, fueled by an inexplicable courage, Man dashed to the edge of her small wooden table. She hurled the several foul-smelling dried fish, which she had not yet stored away, at the creature's feet. Then, with agility, she slipped past it, heading towards the door of the cabin, and fled into the ominous embrace of the night. Chapter 80. Please let me in. There was not a glimmer of light, only the weight of darkness pressing down as she charged ahead with her head bowed. Fear enveloped her, and in this shadowy world, no one could rescue her. Despair and sorrow had driven her to the brink of collapse. Under the cloak of night at Qingchuan Lake, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals was already in disarray. It was not merely Man's cabin that had fallen prey to the creature's onslaught. Others, too, were sending out distress signals to the remaining shelters. At that moment, Man had long since lost her composure. She sprinted towards the pear grove, hoping to find refuge among the trees and evade the relentless pursuit of the monstrous entity. "Help me! Please, someone save me! I do not wish to die!" she cried out as she ran, but silence was her only response. The pear grove was eerily quiet. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on recklessly, only to trip over a stone that sent her crashing to the ground. Exhaustion drained her of strength, and despair gripped her heart. What could she possibly do to survive? With a heavy heart, she lifted her gaze, and before her stood a perfect little cabin of bronze, emanating a soft azure glow. In that moment, it felt as though she had glimpsed her last lifeline, desperately yearning to grasp it. Fueled by newfound strength and courage, she rose and dashed toward the bronze cabin. Arriving at the door, she pounded on it fervently. "Brother Feng, are you there? Please save me. Open the door, let me in." Warning: the Dark Night World Action Guide advises you to cease your current actions immediately. Attempting to force entry into another's cabin violates the Dark Night World Action Guidelines and will revoke all cabin privileges. Warning. Warning. Yet, Li Man was deaf to the system's alerts, her focus solely on knocking frantically at the bronze door. But there was no response from within. No one answered her cries for help. "Please, Brother Feng, I know you are inside. I beg you, save me." After an eternity of knocking, the silence within the cabin remained unbroken. Feeling utterly defeated, she sank to the ground before the door, tears streaming down her face, drained of even the strength to sob. Indeed, this world was starkly realistic. In times of dire need, the only one she could rely on was herself. No one extended a hand to her. Even Yi Feng had forsaken her. Loneliness, despair, and a sense of injustice surged within her. In the next moment, Li Man broke into heart-wrenching sobs, as if pouring out the last vestiges of her strength. Since no one could save her, she would have to confront her fate alone. In the final moments, allow yourself to vent your emotions. The darkness of the night in this shadowy world can chill you to the bone. Other ferocious beasts are lurking, contemplating their next move. The colossal creature, now shrouded in the depths of night, appears even more ominous and powerful. It continuously flaps its wings above Qingchuan Lake, its eerie, azure eyes scanning the ground for any sign of movement, seemingly in search of its next target. It is filled with fury. Merely destroying a dozen small wooden cabins is insufficient for its wrath. How dare these insignificant humans toy with it by the lakeside bonfire? They must be made to understand who reigns supreme within 100 miles. The sky reverberates with the monster's roar. Suddenly, it spots a human girl weeping sorrowfully at the door of a bronze cabin in the nearby pear grove. Surely, in the face of disaster, these frail humans lack the courage to rescue one another. Thus, this girl becomes nothing more than a meal for the beast. Her delicate skin and exquisite flavor are enticing. Today, she shall be its feast. The enormous flying creature, accompanied by its eerie cries, swiftly descends towards the pear grove, preparing to seize the girl seated at the cabin's entrance. At this moment, Yi Feng remains on high alert within the wooden cabin, clutching his action guide. Night has fallen. Rationally speaking, he need not open the door to rescue Li Man. His previous act of saving her was merely a stroke of luck. This time, he can hardly ensure his own safety. He is torn with indecision. Opening the door presents no visibility of the outside. He can only guess the monster's position blindly. Even if he lights a torch, it would barely illuminate a few meters around him, failing to reach the sky. Listening to Li Man's cries outside, he furrows his brow tightly. He knows she is sitting at the entrance of his cabin. On the other side, he approaches the narrow window to observe the surroundings. His gaze steely. He contemplates whether he can use Li Man to create an opportunity to slay the enormous beast. Undeniably, her cries will attract the creature. If he can accurately calculate the monster's diving speed, a chance may arise. As it descends at a speed of 25 meters per second, 175.50 now, Yi Feng watches the massive creature hurtling towards the bronze cabin, mentally calculating its speed. Just as he counts to 50, he abruptly flings open the door of the cabin and raises his meticulously prepared black tiger bow, its form resembling a full moon, ready to unleash its full power. The tip of a perfectly crafted black tiger arrow, sharp and poised, pointed skyward at an altitude of approximately 50 meters. Feng was unable to discern what lay ahead, but he could vaguely sense the presence of an enormous entity swiftly descending. He was still about 50 meters away from his modest bronze cabin. The black tiger arrow was aimed at the creature's head. Whoosh! The arrow was released, a flawless bronze projectile soaring into the heavens. At that moment, Feng had no time to contemplate the outcome. After a fluid sequence of movements, he hurriedly tossed his bow and arrow into the cabin, then swiftly dragged the bewildered Man inside. In the next instant, he slammed the cabin door shut and secured it tightly. The entire maneuver was executed with remarkable efficiency, taking no more than 2 seconds, completed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 81, A Moment of Peril, Precision Calculated. Just in time, the flying monstrosity that was poised to dive down was thwarted outside the bronze cabin. Feng finally felt a wave of relief wash over him as he plopped down at the entrance of the small wooden dwelling, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. The experience had been nothing short of harrowing. Even a second's delay would have spelled disaster. Had he and Man managed to step inside the bronze cabin, the colossal beast outside would have been utterly powerless against it. Meanwhile, Man, still reeling from the ordeal, had not fully regained her composure. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead and back, a testament to her terror. Just moments before, she had felt the enormous creature hurtling towards her, and despair had consumed her. She bore no ill will towards Feng for his apparent indifference. After all, his own life had been at stake. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Feng appeared as if descended from the heavens, opening the cabin door and loosing an arrow at the beast before swiftly pulling her inside and securing the door. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of heroic. Man had convinced herself she was destined for death. Yet Feng reached out once more, rescuing her from the clutches of mortality. Overwhelmed by fear and helplessness, the weight of their survival crashed down upon her, and she broke into tears, realizing she was still alive. Outside, Feng's black tiger arrow, precisely calculated, soared towards the descending monster. Thud! The arrow struck true, piercing the beast's left eye. A shrill cry shattered the night, echoing through the stillness as the creature continued its relentless charge towards the cabin, oblivious to the projectile hurtling towards it. Its speed rendered it unable to evade the impending impact. In pain, the monster momentarily ceased flapping its wings, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, unable to halt its momentum, and slammed into the bronze cabin. The deafening noise startled the 2 occupants within, but the bronze cabin remained impervious, undisturbed and unblemished. Feng hurriedly checked for any damage, his heart gradually easing as he found no signs of destruction. It appeared that the bronze plating had indeed saved their lives. After being struck by the black tiger arrow and colliding with the cabin, the massive beast struggled to rise, its form reeling as if it might come apart at the seams, the arrow having found its mark deep within its azure eye. Had its head not been so large, I fear that the arrow might pierce through its entire head, illustrating the formidable power it possesses. However, its condition is far from favorable. The wounds are grievous, with blood ceaselessly oozing from the injury, trickling down its head and onto its own body. At this moment, the creature lets out a roar towards the heavens, disbelief and fury enveloping it. It exerts all its strength, soaring atop the bronze cabin, intent on uprooting its very roof. Yet, despite its ferocious claws tearing and grasping, and its sharp beak mercilessly assaulting the cabin, the bronze structure remains steadfast, showing no signs of damage. It is as if it is attacking an impenetrable steel plate. In its fervor, it only inflicts pain upon itself, with no impact on the cabin whatsoever. The bronze cabin boasts a defensive power 5 times that of an ordinary wooden shelter, akin to the resilience of heavy armor, representing the pinnacle of human fortification achievable in the world today. At this moment, the colossal beast unleashes its full might upon the cabin's rooftop with its razor-sharp claws, leaving merely a few faint scratches, utterly incapable of inflicting further harm. Blood continues to flow from the wound near its eye, and the situation deteriorates. The monster realizes that it cannot persist in this manner. Its strength wanes, causing even this once dauntless creature to falter. Prior to this, it had never contemplated that within this lake region, an ordinary human could inflict such damage with a single arrow, even causing it to lose one of its eyes. Yet, against such a seemingly insignificant being, akin to an ant, it finds itself unable to retaliate. The impeccably fortified bronze cabin stands unwavering against its onslaught, rendering the extent of its defensive capabilities almost unimaginable. With a final, desperate effort, the flying monster spreads its remaining strength to unfurl its wings, veering off in the direction of the waterfall, leaving behind a cry of unwillingness and rage. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, the crowd, having endured the terror of the massive flying creature's assault, finally experiences a return to tranquility. The once chaotic lakeside has fallen silent. Those who had just moments before gathered by the shore, weeping, cursing, and lamenting, now gradually quiet down. They fear that should they raise their voices too loudly, they might not only attract the enormous beast back, but also draw other predators to their midst. The people who had been calling for help now sit quietly at the entrance of the surviving cabins, awaiting assurance that the creature has departed before daring to crack open the door just a sliver to allow outsiders to seek refuge within. Gradually, the commotion by the lake dissipates, and many cabins extinguish their lights to prevent drawing in more ferocious beasts. Within the bronze cabin, Li Man gradually emerged from her overwhelming terror. She was alive. She had not been devoured by that dreadful creature. Once again, it was Yi Feng who had rescued her. With tears still glistening in her eyes, she looked up at the tall, stoic man before her. Wiping away the remnants of her tears, she whispered, "Brother Feng, thank you for not abandoning me. Thank you." Her emotions surged as she instinctively reached out to grasp the hem of Yi Feng's clothing. However, considering the inappropriateness of the gesture, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. "But my little cabin's roof has been destroyed by that monster. May I stay with you for the night?" The latter part of her request was spoken in a barely audible tone. Anxiety gripped her heart, fearing that Yi Feng might deny her plea. Yet, the reality of her damaged cabin weighed heavily on her mind. If Yi Feng refused to shelter her, she truly did not know how she would endure the night outside. Chapter 82. The man cooking is incredibly handsome. Yi Feng gazed at the rather desolate Li Man before him, feeling a twinge of compassion. "Well, you may as well stay here for the night. You can return to fix the cabin in the morning," he replied after a moment of contemplation. After all, darkness had already descended. The night in this perilous world was fraught with countless dangers. He could not, in good conscience, allow such a young girl to spend the night alone outside. It would be rather unmanly. Moreover, expecting her to return and repair the cabin at this hour was simply unrealistic. They would have to wait until dawn to devise a plan. "However, my little cabin is rather cramped. You may choose a spot to rest for the night," he continued. "I am about to prepare dinner, and I still have tasks to attend to afterward. I will be somewhat busy, so please find a place to sit." As he busied himself by the fire, he focused on making a fragrant cumin soup. He had only taken out 2 fish to grill. Apart from the black tiger, who was satiated by the soup, both he and the little raccoon were still only partially full. Yi Feng briefly explained a few things to Li Man before turning his attention back to his work, engrossed in the tasks at hand. The nights in this dark world were indeed long, and it was impractical to remain idle within the cabin. He had neither the time nor the inclination to comfort or attend to Li Man. He needed to finish his work. "All right, Brother Feng, you go ahead and do what you must. I will just sit here for a while," Li Man responded, nodding eagerly as if pecking at rice. With some effort, she leaned against the wall to rise and glanced around the cabin. Indeed, as Yi Feng had mentioned, the bronze cabin was not particularly spacious. The interior was filled with various functional structures, occupying most of the cabin's area, with the smelting room and the tool room being the largest. The remaining space was taken up by a wooden table and a separate bedroom. Inside the bedroom was an impressively large and luxurious Wali wooden bed. The kitchen, if one could even call it kitchen, was merely a simple hearth with some cooking utensils and a few basic water buckets and a bathtub. These items nearly filled the small cabin to capacity. However, what truly made Li Man envious was Yi Feng's exquisitely crafted Wali bed. It was sheer luxury. She mused to herself astonished that this seemingly rough young man could indulge in such comforts, constructing such a grand bed in this little cabin. Lying upon it would surely be soft and cozy. In fact, this cramped and simplistic cabin was the most lavish abode among their group. The difference between it and an ordinary inn or a five-star hotel was striking. Li Man Man felt like a curious visitor exploring a grand estate, observing the bronze cabin with fascination. At that moment, two small creatures were rolling about in the luxurious cashmere bedding, having been brought into the cabin by Yi Feng after he had ushered Li Man Man inside. She lay quietly on the bed, observing the woman who had unexpectedly entered the small wooden cabin. The little raccoon furrowed its brow, its round eyes filled with suspicion as it gazed at Li Man Man. It was perplexed as to why its owner would come to the aid of this stranger and was curious about the relationship between them. Unbeknownst to Li Man Man, two small creatures were watching her intently. She merely sought a small wooden stool to sit upon, attentively observing Yi Feng's busy figure. At that moment, Yi Feng was contemplating what dishes to prepare for the evening. After all, aside from himself and the three little ones, there was a guest to consider. Having promised Li Man Man a night's lodging, it would be impolite for them to dine without providing her with a meal. As a gesture of hospitality, he felt it appropriate to prepare something delicious for her. Turning his gaze to the indoor greenhouse beside him, he noticed that the perfect grade potatoes had yielded plump fruits, estimating at least 7 or 8 sizable ones. These perfect grade potatoes, rich in starch, could provide ample energy along with a wealth of protein, amino acids, and various vitamins and minerals. Inspired by the sight of these large potatoes, he thought, why not make a potato and meat stew? A simple home-cooked dish would suffice. With this idea in mind, Yi Feng stepped into the greenhouse and unearthed 2 large potatoes from the soil. After washing them clean, he cut them into chunks. As for the meat, he still had some stock in his warehouse. However, he felt the dish would benefit from a touch of spice. So he consulted his action guide and accessed the world trading platform. To his delight, he found everything he needed and promptly exchanged for 200 grams of wild chili peppers. Since chili peppers cannot serve as a staple food, they were relatively inexpensive. He also purchased a pound of ordinary wild rice. Although rice is typically a staple, cultivated rice in the Dark Night world is exceedingly scarce, primarily existing in wild varieties, which makes it somewhat pricier. Nevertheless, even if these items were costly, their prices could never surpass that of fresh meat, for meat remains the undisputed king of this realm. He stoked the fire and placed the rice in a copper pot, adding some water to steam a pot of rice. Next, he retrieved another copper pot and selected a portion of fatty meat. He began by rendering some fat from the meat in the pot, then added the chili peppers and meat to stir-fry them together. Once the meat was cooked, he incorporated the chopped potato chunks, adding a bit of water to simmer for about half an hour until it was ready to serve. Realizing that one dish might not suffice for so many mouths, Yi Feng pondered for a moment and decided to take out 4 of the remaining fish he had caught by the lake that day. He placed the fish on a stone slab and prepared them as grilled fish. Generally, he did not have particular culinary demands, but with a guest in the small cabin, he felt they should not dine too simply. Soon, the fragrant aroma of the meal wafted throughout the entire cabin, enveloping it in a warm embrace. Li Man Man was intently observing Yi Feng as he prepared the meal, marveling at such an admirable man. Not only could he fight on the battlefield, but he also excelled in the kitchen. What girl could resist such charm? At that moment, the delectable aroma of the food wafted toward her, and her stomach audibly growled. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her belly and cast a sheepish glance at Yi Feng. Hearing the sound, Yi Feng turned and looked at her. "Are you hungry? Just a little longer, and we will eat," he said gently. With a blush, Li Man Man nodded. Of course, she was hungry. She had hardly eaten anything since morning. When she got up, she had foregone breakfast to relocate the small cabin by the lake, expending considerable energy in the process. After finally bringing the cabin to its new location, she had been eager for Yi Feng to take her to the cave to search for treasure. She had hoped to share a meal at noon, only to be disappointed. In the evening, while others were enjoying a bonfire party, she remained in the cabin, busily listing her day's finds on the trading platform. Just as she was about to eat, she was confronted by a monster attacking her small cabin. Chapter 83. Mind your privacy, build an independent bathroom this day has proven to be exceedingly arduous. Li Man Man now feels as though she might faint from hunger if she does not consume something soon. After nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, Yi Feng brought the roasted fish to the small wooden table, followed by a pot of stewed potatoes and meat he had prepared. He then served a bowl of rice for both himself and Li Man Man. "Come over, it's time to eat," he called. Upon hearing this, the little raccoon and the black tiger, who had been frolicking on a large bed, leaped down in succession and scampered to Yi Feng's side. They gazed at the dishes on the table, swallowing hard. "Wow, tonight's dinner is quite lavish." Yi Feng chuckled at the sight of their sparkling eyes and handed each of them a piece of roasted fish, along with a small bowl of stewed potatoes and meat. He noticed that both of his animal companions had hearty appetites. They seemed to enjoy their meals immensely. The little raccoon was particularly voracious, and Yi Feng estimated it was nearing the end of its juvenile stage, on the verge of adulthood. Surprisingly, the small black tiger also had a considerable appetite and was growing rapidly, nearly catching up to the raccoon within just a few days. It was no longer the small, timid creature that could be easily bullied. Li Man Man observed Yi Feng's actions, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and indescribable emotion. She had not anticipated that Yi Feng's humble abode would flourish so swiftly. Not only did he possess cookware, but even the plates, bowls, and chopsticks were crafted from brass. She was equally taken aback by the gentleness he displayed towards his animal companions. Yi Feng then picked up his bowl and chopsticks, glancing at Li Man Man. "Go ahead and eat." She nodded, picking a piece of potato and adding it to her bowl, then scooping a mouthful of rice. Delicious. As Li Man Man savored her meal, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not on the verge of crying. Rather, she was overwhelmed by the moment. In her previous world, stewed potatoes and meat were merely a commonplace dish she often enjoyed at home, although the seasoning here lacked the richness of her family's recipe. Since her arrival in this place, she had faced many occasions without a proper meal. Thus, being able to indulge in warm food today was a tremendous source of satisfaction. Surely, the inhabitants of the dark world had no inkling that she sat at the same table as their idol, Yi Feng, sharing a meal of home-style dishes. If they were aware, they would undoubtedly be envious. Noticing Li Man Man's emotional state, Yi Feng added a piece of tender meat to her bowl with a sigh. "If it's tasty, eat more. Fill your stomach and then rest early." Having said this, he turned his attention back to his own meal, not knowing how to comfort her, especially given their circumstances. They had all ventured into this perilous dark world together, and many aspects of life had become far removed from what they once knew. The future remained uncertain. Nonetheless, having embarked on this journey, they must find a way to persevere. Regrettably, the rice purchased from this trading platform lacks flavor. Otherwise, paired with these dishes, it would undoubtedly be delightful. It appears I must find time to search the platform for superior rice seeds. If available, I shall procure some to cultivate in my indoor greenhouse. In due course, I can prepare several dishes reminiscent of my past on Earth. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, shoveling the food into his mouth with gusto. Nevertheless, this situation is not entirely bleak. At least I'm satiated and protected from a cold. I wonder how many are less fortunate than I. "Brother Feng, I have finished eating," Li Man Man announced. Having consumed the rice Yi Feng had served her, along with a grilled fish and some stewed potatoes. After sipping some water, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction, one she had not experienced in quite some time. She placed her utensils aside and smiled at Yi Feng, who was nearing the end of his meal as well. "All right, as long as you're full, take a moment to rest. I'll go take a shower," he replied, acknowledging her with a nod. After a long day, his body ached for relaxation. A soak in a wooden tub would surely be invigorating. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed Li Man Man blushing, her gaze cast downward as she nervously played with her hair. Yi Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, but quickly realized the implication. He halted his movements, aware that he had already removed half of his animal skin attire. How had he grown so accustomed to this? Surely there was another person in the cabin, a girl, no less. He should not be so brazenly disrobing. However, since Li Man Man intended to stay the night, how could he bathe in the wooden tub? Ever since the system had gifted him with a perfect cashmere blanket, he had maintained a daily bathing ritual. Yet, until now, he had been alone in the cabin, and his animal companions, the raccoon and the black tiger, were of no consequence. Today, however, he could not be so casual, given the presence of a living human female. A plan must be devised. It seems the goal of constructing a bathroom in the cabin must be expedited. Feng clapped his hands, resolute in his decision. After all, building a bathroom was not a daunting task, provided he had sufficient materials. He retrieved his action guide, flipping to the manufacturing section. Confirming he possessed all the necessary materials to construct a bathroom, he gathered everything from his storage and commenced the crafting process. Upon seeing Feng half-dressed and heading toward the large wooden tub, Li Man turned her head, her cheeks flushed. She wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding her character. Yet, after a prolonged silence devoid of water sounds, she was startled by the sound of a hammer striking wood from behind her. Furrowing her brow, she turned to glance in Feng's direction, only to be taken aback. Feng had not disrobed to bathe in the tub after all. What is being created here? It appears to be an independent bathroom. He seems to have recognized the distinction between genders. At this moment, Feng is crouched in the corner, contemplating the construction of this bathroom. He intends to partition a small area with wooden boards, concealing the interior. Additionally, it must accommodate a large wooden tub. This bathroom will likely measure only 2 to 3 square meters. Subsequently, he places the large wooden tub inside. He creates a small circular opening at the bottom of the tub, sealing it with a cork of similar size. When the time comes to use it, he merely needs to remove the cork to drain the water, which will flow through the gaps in the floor and outside. Thus, a rudimentary, independent bathroom has been constructed. Feng wipes the sweat from his brow and smiles slightly. An independent bathroom is an essential feature for a quaint wooden cottage that enhances one's quality of life, elevating personal happiness. After all, who wouldn't desire a peaceful soak in a comforting bath after a long and busy day? Chapter 84. Bullied by a little raccoon, the seemingly modest bathroom is, in fact, remarkably functional, spacious enough for solitary habitation. Aside from the considerable amount of wood required to heat water for bathing, it possesses no other shortcomings. After all, Feng's quaint cabin is nestled by an expansive lake. The water needed in the evenings can conveniently be fetched during the day with a wooden bucket from the lakeside, eliminating the need to exchange for it on the trading platform as before. Thus, I have constructed a simple, independent bathroom. I shall take a bath first. Having spoken, Feng stepped into the bathroom, pouring the heated water into the large wooden tub. Just as he was about to close the wooden door, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Li Man, who was still in a daze. "Once I finish bathing, you should wash up as well," he said. His concern wasn't for Li Man's comfort, but rather to prevent her sweat from soiling his bedding. Upon hearing Feng's words, Li Man seemed to grasp an unspoken suggestion. Her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she shyly nodded in agreement. Okay." With that, she turned away, biting her lip, a hint of joy illuminating her expression. Inside the independent bathroom, the sound of splashing water echoed. At that moment, Feng luxuriated in the wooden tub, eyes closed, savoring the most relaxing part of his day. He absent-mindedly stroked his abdomen, only to suddenly open his eyes in astonishment. Glancing at his once flabby stomach, he wondered, when did the excess flesh vanish? He recalled that upon arriving here, having just graduated and indulging in leisure, his days were filled with excessive eating and lack of exercise, leading to a noticeable increase in weight. Yet now, he observed that his little belly had seemingly disappeared. Had the arduous labor during the day in this shadowy world contributed to his unexpected weight loss? Yet, it had only been a mere 5 or 6 days. Surely, it was too soon to achieve such a transformation. Pondering over his daily meals, Feng speculated whether the high-quality, superior-grade beast and fish meats he consumed were responsible for this change. These foods must have fortified his physique, leading to his improved form. He recalled the description accompanying the perfect-grade wild black tiger meat, which claimed that long-term consumption could enhance one's health. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere advertising hype, but now he found it astonishingly true. His physique had indeed become remarkably healthy, slimming in clothes yet toned without them. He wondered if he was unique in this transformation or if others experienced similar effects from consuming meat. However, that question remained to be explored. After all, There is likely no one who can indulge in such high-quality meats on a daily basis like he does. Thus, the possibility of altering one's constitution through dietary means remains an enigma. Feng chose to dismiss this contemplation, embracing the goodness of the moment and relishing his time in the bath. Meanwhile, Li Man sat alone in the quaint wooden cabin, perched on a small stool, awaiting Feng's return from his soak. The words he had spoken earlier replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush once more and her heart to race, as vivid and enchanting images danced through her thoughts. "What am I even thinking?" she exclaimed inwardly, hastily cupping her cheeks with her hands to dispel the increasingly peculiar notions swirling in her mind. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, anticipation bubbled within her. To stave off any further errant thoughts, she rose briskly and began to pace within the bronze-walled cabin, taking deep breaths as she awaited Feng's emergence from the bath, eager for her turn to indulge in a fragrant wash. After a brief while, fatigue crept upon her. She glanced towards the bedroom, where an impressively large and exquisite Wangwali wooden bed awaited. Approaching the bedside, she bent down cautiously to touch the soft, white cashmere bedding. "How delightful," she mused, casting a glance towards the bathroom where Feng remained. She gently settled onto the bed, thinking to herself, surely he won't mind just for a moment. "My goodness, this is incredibly soft," she marveled, reflecting on the contrast with her own modest wooden bed back in her cabin, which was accompanied only by a rough straw quilt. The sumptuousness of this bed was unparalleled, its size ample enough to comfortably accommodate four. How sweet her dreams might be if she could share this grand bed with Feng. The outside world saw Feng's cabin as a perfect creation of bronze, unaware of the luxurious wooden bed hidden within. If they knew, they would surely weep with envy. Li Man too felt a pang of jealousy, and her longing intensified. She even began to fantasize about the bliss of lying beside Feng on this magnificent bed. Just as Li Man sat entranced upon the bedding, lost in her reverie, she remained blissfully unaware of the round, irate eyes watching her from behind. The little raccoon, who had been resting on the bed, sensed movement and assumed its owner had returned from the bath. However, upon opening its eyes, it was met not with Feng, but with the unexpected presence of this woman. To its astonishment, she had audaciously taken a seat at the edge of the bed. The raccoon felt a surge of indignation. How dare she ascend the master's bed without permission? Was she attempting to compete for affection? The more it pondered, the angrier it became. With a swift motion, the little raccoon approached Li Man from behind and delivered a kick in her direction. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lost in her daydreams. "Ouch!" she exclaimed. A soft gasp echoed through the air as the little raccoon inadvertently kicked Li Man in her slender waist. With a resounding thud, she found herself kneeling on the ground. Earlier, in her desperate attempt to evade the pursuing monster, she had stumbled in the pear orchard, leaving her knee bruised and battered. Now, as she fell once more, the pain intensified exponentially, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Li Man, wincing in agony, rubbed her legs and turned her head in a moment of indignation, questioning who had been responsible for this unwelcome kick. To her surprise, she noticed the furry little raccoon behind her, engrossed in playing with its own paws, as if to declare its innocence. Meanwhile, Feng, soaking in a wooden tub, heard the commotion outside along with the sound of something crashing to the ground. Curiosity piqued. He inquired with mild concern, could it be that Li Man has fallen? Chapter 85. Consciously sleeping on the ground, it's all right, brother Feng. Li Man sniffled, wiping away the tears that had fallen from her eyes due to the pain. One hand rubbed her knee while the other grasped the edge of the bed as she slowly rose to her feet. I accidentally tripped over the bed leg and fell. After much effort, she managed to stand. From that moment on, she dared not sit carelessly by the bed again, genuinely fearing that the little raccoon might extend a paw and send her tumbling once more. Who could withstand such an ordeal? Furthermore, she certainly could not complain to Feng that she had been unceremoniously kicked off the bed by his pet. That would be utterly humiliating. It seemed she had not engaged in any peculiar behavior, aside from the thoughts swirling in her mind. She had merely perched by the bed for a short while. Why did this little raccoon react so aggressively? Was its defensive instinct so heightened? Surely not, as she bore no ill will towards it. Perhaps it was simply jealous of her closeness to Yi Feng. Was it a female? Leaning against the wall, Li Man Man furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the little raccoon. Yet, there was no way to ascertain such matters. It would be preposterous to lift it up to check for any anatomical differences. Approximately 5 minutes later, Yi Feng emerged from the bathroom, clad once again in his animal skin attire, exuding an aura of refreshment. Upon hearing the commotion, the little raccoon leapt off the bed and scampered towards its master, joyfully wrapping its paws around his leg. Ah, the master smells delightful after a bath. How wonderful! Yi Feng, amused by the raccoon's exuberance, gently pushed it aside. At that moment, Li Man Man sat on a stool by a small wooden table, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng as he stepped out of the bathroom. His fair and handsome visage appeared slightly flushed from a bath, droplets of water cascading from his damp hair. He was tall and robust, and even clad in a coat. The contours of his muscles were subtly discernible. He was simply captivating. For a moment, Li Man Man was rendered speechless, her eyes locked onto him. Yi Feng, feeling the intensity of her gaze, was somewhat apprehensive. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Li Man Man, you should go take a bath too. Indeed, it was high time for her to cleanse herself. After the night's harrowing encounter with monsters that had ravaged the cabin, she had fled alone, her body now sullied from the fall and drenched in sweat from the fright. If she did not wash up today, the odor would surely linger. Yi Feng's words jolted Li Man Man from her reverie. Oh, okay, she quickly responded, rising slowly and limping toward the bathroom. She still bore bruises on her legs. The warmth and the sound of water emanated from the bathroom as Li Man Man immersed herself in the large wooden tub. Ah, how delightful it was! This marked only the second time in many days that she had indulged in a bath, and it felt as though life had been breathed back into her. In such moments, one could easily forget all worries, including the fears and pains of the evening. Sigh. She never anticipated that a day would come when the simple pleasure of a hot bath could bring her such contentment. Back in her previous life, she had bathed daily. Even though her family was not wealthy, they lived a modest yet comfortable life. She had never felt like crying over the luxury of a bath. However, after arriving in this dark world, her thoughts were consumed with survival. It was not just her plight. There were many others, perhaps even more unfortunate, who worried over scarce water resources, let alone the luxury of bathing. Additionally, the process of heating water required considerable firewood, a precious resource that everyone fought for daily. If one were to boast in the world's chat channel about bathing every day in a quaint cabin, countless envious gazes would surely follow. Who would have imagined that Yi Feng had settled into a life of daily hot baths? Before long, Li Man Man finished her bath and emerged from the bathroom, freshly dried. Her face was flushed from the warmth, and she radiated the unique fragrance of youth. Although she still wore the old linen garment gifted to her by Yi Feng, her good figure could not be concealed. She stepped out with a sense of lightness, seemingly about to speak to Yi Feng, only to find him deeply engrossed at the small wooden table, diligently studying something. So absorbed was he that he had not noticed her emergence. Sigh. Since brother Yi Feng was preoccupied, she decided not to disturb him and would wait for another opportunity. Watching him in concentration, a subtle sense of disappointment washed over her. Ultimately, she pursed her lips, swallowing her words. After all, she was merely staying for one night and did not wish to be a bother. She glanced at the large bed she had longed for. A raccoon lay at its edge, gazing at her with a friendly demeanor. She shrank back, hesitant to approach. Indeed, Li Man Man felt a twinge of fear towards the small raccoon. If she were not cautious, she might find herself at the mercy of this creature. It seemed her desire to sleep nestled within the soft cashmere bedding would remain unfulfilled. With a sigh, she inhaled deeply, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet it mattered little. At least she was not sleeping outdoors. She cast a glance at the large bed, then at Yi Feng, who was engrossed in his work. Silently, she spread a layer of dry straw on the wooden floor of the small cabin. She retrieved the straw blanket he had previously used from his storage. Without hesitation, she lay down directly on the floor. The ground was perhaps slightly harder than the small wooden bed, causing a slight discomfort to Li Man Man's back. However, Within the cozy confines of the cabin, the fireplace blazed with ample firewood, maintaining a consistently warm atmosphere. In this bronze-hued wooden shelter, timber was abundant. Outside, the temperature plummeted to over 10 degrees below zero, yet the cabin remained snug and inviting. Although she was covered by a thin layer, she felt no chill whatsoever. Furthermore, the presence of such a formidable man beside her filled her heart with warmth and a profound sense of security. In this shadowy world of the night, Feng was universally acknowledged as a powerhouse among humanity, with no rival yet to emerge. Thus, in Li Manman's heart, she always believed that Feng was the one destined to lead all who traversed the darkened realms of humanity's trials. Chapter 86. The study of elemental charms. With eyes closed, a myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. Yet, this was not a moment for contemplation. Gradually, drowsiness enveloped her, overshadowing everything else. The events of the night had been overwhelming and terrifying. Physically and mentally exhausted, she allowed herself to relax, feeling an immense weariness wash over her. Her thoughts began to scatter, and her consciousness faded. Li Manman lay on the ground, covered by a straw blanket, drifting into slumber. After spending so many days in this world, she had never succumbed to sleep so swiftly. Now, nestled within Feng's modest bronze cabin, in this perilous and intricate realm of darkness, there was perhaps no place that could offer her greater solace. There was no need to fear the ferocious beasts lurking outside, nor to worry about awakening from the biting cold in the middle of the night. This man was by her side, and all problems and challenges would be resolved by him, one by one. Meanwhile, Feng sat at a small wooden table, holding the charm-inscribed stone tablet he had discovered earlier in the wild man's hut, along with the crystal gems and frost crystals he had found in the cave that day. These items seemed to resonate with one another. The flickering firelight danced around the cabin, and apart from Li Manman's gentle breaths in slumber, there were no other sounds. At that moment, Feng grasped the fist-sized frost elemental charm tablet, scrutinizing it intently. The tablet was crafted from a flawless stone, remarkably hard, adorned with an exquisite snowflake design and some inscrutable symbols carved into its surface. In contemporary terms, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a piece of art worthy of exhibition in a gallery. The craftsmanship was exceptionally refined, suggesting that the tools used for the intricate carvings must have been of a very high grade. Given the perfection of the stone, it indicated that the tools were of a quality exceeding that of perfect-grade bronze. Inferior tools would never have been capable of etching such a flawless stone. In stark contrast were the crude instruments employed by the wild men he had previously vanquished, consisting solely of stone axes, bone clubs, and ordinary fish spears. With no sign of superior tools, how could such a primitive civilization possibly produce a charm tablet of such perfection? Feng found himself baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Not only did the wild men possess this artifact, but they were also able to utilize it. Was it conceivable that this object was not crafted by the wild men's tribe at all, but rather acquired from elsewhere? Perhaps the empire of the sun never sets? A sudden thought sparked in Feng's mind. It was quite plausible. Earlier that day, he had come across a weathered letter from a long-deceased skeleton, which mentioned the empire of the sun never sets, once an indigenous human empire in the realm of darkness, had long endured persistent assaults and disturbances from the wild men's tribes. It was possible that the wild men had seized this item during their invasions of the empire, and subsequently, their shamans had learned the frost elemental charm inscribed upon it. Feng pressed his lips together in contemplation. He shifted his gaze towards two other rare-grade items. The crystal gem and the frost stone were both unearthed from the treasure chest of the mole chieftain. These two artifacts contained a substantial amount of water and frost elements, and their rarity was indeed remarkable. One could only wonder where such precious items were procured by that rodent. These two gleaming stones should possess the potential to bestow immensely powerful elemental runes, thereby significantly enhancing one's combat prowess. However, Feng was uncertain about the operation required. What was needed to activate such powers? Could it be that the weapon he currently wielded lacked the requisite grade? He pondered deeply. Perhaps it was essential to first acquire rare-grade ores to forge a rare-grade weapon. and then fused the rune stone and crystal gem into the weapon to unleash the elemental forces. Yifeng set down the stone tablet and picked up the rare-grade copper ore. Presently, there were no rare-grade items available on the global trading platform. It seemed that no one among the traversing humans possessed such grade materials, let alone offer them for sale. It appeared that acquiring such resources from others was highly improbable. He would have to devise a method to smelt rare-grade metals himself in order to forge a rare-grade weapon. However, he currently possessed only this single piece of rare-grade copper, or to smelt a rare-grade copper ingot, he would require at least 10 such ores, yielding only 1 ingot in the process. This rare grade surpassed even the perfect grade he was currently utilizing. Yifeng retrieved his action guide and perused the global trading platform, searching diligently for some time, yet he found no one selling rare-grade ores. The highest grade available was merely perfect, and even that was in scant supply. Now, on the 5th day since humanity's arrival in the Dark Night world, many individuals had amassed 100 units of ordinary wood through daily accumulation. Numerous level 1 wooden cabins had emerged. Naturally, upgrading the wooden cabins led to the construction of various functional buildings, and the number of individuals possessing small smelting rooms began to rise. Once others realized that Yifeng had a complete set of perfect-grade bronze equipment, they began to comprehend the significance of weaponry. The demand for smelting gradually increased, and the previously overlooked or district became bustling with activity. More people began to purchase materials, and the once cheap good-grade ores were now selling remarkably well. Naturally, perfect-grade ores commanded even greater prices, often doubling. Whenever high-grade ores appeared, they were snatched up in an instant. However, Yifeng was not concerned about the rising prices of ores. Having previously studied the Beginner's Material Advancement Synthesis book, he could directly synthesize lower-grade materials into higher-grade ones, thus avoiding the competition for these expensive resources. However, this skill book seemingly does not allow one to synthesize perfect materials into rare ones. The rare or remains elusive. Yifeng furrowed his brow, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. His right fist clenched tightly. Indeed, he was acquainted with someone who might be of assistance. The individual he had in mind was Zhang Tao, from whom he had previously purchased a substantial quantity of ordinary copper ore, as well as 10 pieces of perfect copper ore. He recalled that Zhang Tao had also participated in the recent battle against the Marauders. Therefore, he must have relocated his modest cabin to the lakeside. Perhaps, with this person's mining expertise, he could help him unearth rare ores in the future. Yet, he remained uncertain whether Zhang Tao's cabin had been attacked that night, or if he was safe. He could only wait until the following day to inquire. Chapter 87. Enhancement of archery skills. Having made his decision, Yifeng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Turning his gaze, he observed Li Man, who was peacefully asleep on the ground. At that moment, she had completely entered a deep slumber, lying sideways on the straw-covered floor. Her slender arms rested beside her, while her long legs were nestled within the straw bedding, leaving marks of rough straw upon her skin. However, it seemed that Li Man was enjoying a sweet dream, as her expression was gentle, with the corners of her mouth slightly uplifted. Yifeng sighed softly and redirected his attention. Glancing at the prompts on his action guide, he realized it was already deep into the night, past midnight, marking the time for his daily check-in. He opened the action guide and clicked the check-in button, curious about the surprises tonight's rewards might bring. Ding! Congratulations on successfully checking in for the 6th day. Your bronze cabin is being evaluated, matching appropriate rewards for you. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the crafting skill book Intermediate Crafting Technique. Intermediate Crafting Technique significantly enhances your proficiency in crafting, improving your skills in making tools and weapons. All crafted weapons and tools will be of good quality or above, with no risk of failure, and a 30% chance of achieving perfection. This book is truly a game changer for Yifeng. Contemplating the implications of crafting tools and weapons, he recognized that it was generally a task he would undertake himself, while the raccoon was responsible for the smelting work. Therefore, he decided to study this book personally. Placing his hand upon the Intermediate Crafting Technique, he immediately absorbed the skills contained within. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Combat Skill Book Intermediate Archery Guide. The Intermediate Archery Guide further enhances your archery skills beyond the original archery guide, effectively doubling your accuracy within a certain range. Within 100 meters, your arrows will find their mark without fail. Beyond that distance, you will have a 40% chance of hitting your target. Upon seeing this book, Feng felt a surge of excitement. This was equivalent to a substantial enhancement of his archery skills. The previous archery guide allowed for perfect accuracy within a 50-meter range, while the new intermediate archery guide expanded this to 100 meters. This meant that as long as he drew his bow within that distance, he was guaranteed to strike true, significantly increasing his ability to engage enemies from a safer distance. Had he learned this skill book before tonight, he would have faced the enormous flying creature with far less trepidation. Given the monster's incredible speed, he needed to seize the right moment to ensure his black tiger arrow hit its mark. With the new skill book, he could have launched his attack sooner and even fired 2 arrows. This could have been sufficient to deliver a painful lesson to the colossal beast. Feng was exceedingly pleased with the rewards from today's attendance check and immediately delved into the skill book. The faint glow surrounding the ancient tome gradually faded, and his mind began to conjure an array of cycling and shooting techniques. Having accomplished much, he recognized that certain tasks would have to await the light of day for completion. Thus, he decided to rest and rejuvenate his spirit. After all, daylight was essential for productivity. Rubbing his slightly weary eyes, Feng rose quietly and approached his splendidly crafted bed. He reclined upon it, enveloping himself in the soft embrace of cashmere blankets. Ah, how warm! The little raccoon had been waiting for him atop the bed, and, upon seeing his master settle in, promptly leaped beside him, curling into his embrace. Satisfied, it wiggled its legs and closed its eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, the small black tiger glanced at the raccoon, pouting slightly, envious of its daily privilege of sleeping in their master's arms. However, it bore no ill will. At least it too could rest on this sumptuous bed. Sniffing the air, it made its way to Feng's pillow, laid its head beside him, and succumbed to sleep. As the morning unfolded, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birdsong, sunlight graced the earth. The sun hung in the sky, bestowing a fleeting warmth upon this foreboding land. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, striking Feng's face. The intensity of the light prompted him to furrow his brow and shield his eyes with his hand. Is it morning already? As he blinked away the remnants of sleep, he beheld the world outside, shrouded in a thick haze. This white landscape was not snow, but rather a vast expanse of fog. Sitting up, he shook off the remnants of slumber and glanced at the 2 small creatures nestled in his arms and atop his head, smiling softly. His gaze then fell upon Li Man, still asleep on the ground. Choosing not to disturb them, he stretched widely and retrieved his action guide. Opening it, he reviewed the weather forecast for the day. Dark Night World Action Guide, Day 6, Daytime Reminder. Today's temperature, daytime, 11 degrees. The weather is relatively clear, though enveloped in thick fog. Daylight will last for approximately 5 hours. The temperature remains moderate, and the fog will gradually disperse over time. Important reminder, did anything terrifying occur yesterday? Humanity, how fare you in your humble abode? As winter approaches, the beasts grow increasingly agitated. Perhaps they're conspiring something even more dreadful. Nevertheless, these are not matters for you to dwell upon at present. Prepare yourself for outdoor labor. To ensure a comfortable existence upon winter's arrival, gather ample supplies. Be wary of the woods. Beasts may lie in wait. Reading the reminder, Feng felt a weight upon his heart. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired near him last night, and he wondered how others outside fared now. Taking a deep breath, Feng mustered his resolve and rose from the bed. He gently navigated around the peacefully slumbering Li Man and opened the door of the quaint bronze cabin, stepping outside. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart sank. Indeed, the pear orchard was in a state of devastation. Once adorned with a profusion of white blossoms, it now lay strewn with petals scattered across the ground, and some pear trees had been uprooted and lay broken on the earth. The ferocious flying creature that had launched a sudden assault the previous night caught the lakeside inhabitants entirely off guard. The small cabins near the lake had suffered considerable damage, with debris from the structures littering the area. Some of the cabins bore the remnants of dried blood, and nearby lay the lifeless bodies of those mercilessly slain by the beast. The forest, the lakeside, and the vicinity of the cabins were marked by a multitude of chaotic footprints, revealing the palpable terror that gripped those who had fled for their lives the night before. Among the 20 or so cabins near the lake, approximately 10 had been ravaged by the monster, leaving them bereft of roofs. This meant that last night, a number of individuals had lost their homes and sought refuge in the cabins of others. Chapter 88. The requests of the crowd upon witnessing the scene before him. Feng could not suppress a sigh of resignation within his heart. Everything had transpired too swiftly, leaving no opportunity for preparation. Just the previous night, they had joyfully dined and conversed by the lakeside, discussing their future endeavors in this place. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a tragic calamity had befallen them. Humanity, having traversed into this dark world, was ultimately engaged in a perilous game of survival. Joy was fleeting, while danger and fear lingered incessantly. A single monstrous beast, colossal in stature, could effortlessly demolish a small wooden cabin with a mere swipe of its claw, while humans found themselves utterly defenseless. Among the numerous cabins besieged by the creatures, only his bronze cabin had successfully withstood the onslaught. Feng recalled the directive he had seen in the operational guide the night before. The more resource-rich an area, the greater the inherent risks. Indeed, this lake was abundant in materials essential to humankind, yet it also signified an increased likelihood of ferocious beast attacks. It was likely that everyone now comprehended the risks of their environment, perhaps harboring a sense of regret. However, lamenting the relocation of their cabin had become a futile endeavor. The pressing concern now lay in devising ways to survive safely in this region. Emerging from the pear grove, Feng approached the lakeside to assess the situation of the others. Many individuals had already emerged from their cabins, often accompanied by another person. The expressions etched upon their faces were heavy with the weight of despair. Their arrival in this world had been a matter of necessity, and now, to their dismay, the small cabins they had painstakingly developed over 5 days had been obliterated by a single beast in one night. Deprived of shelter, they found themselves at the mercy of others. Nevertheless, they had merely lost their cabins temporarily. Tragically, for individuals had met their demise at the hands of the beasts the previous night. Compared to the deceased, they could consider themselves fortunate. As long as the mountain stood, they need not worry about firewood. At that moment, the stag knight Chinjala also emerged from one of the cabins, though his demeanor appeared far from favorable. His legs trembled slightly, and he stumbled forward, his face devoid of vitality, dark circles encircling his eyes. Leading his stag, he made his way towards the lake. Suddenly, a voice called out from the direction of the cabin where he had been sheltering. "Jala, come visit us often." A burly man leaned against the doorframe of his cabin, hands tucked into his pockets, a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he addressed Chinjala, even threw a flirtatious wink in his direction. Upon hearing this, Chinjala nearly toppled from his stag, his already haggard visage growing even more dismal. With a heavy heart, he trudged towards a dilapidated cabin, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, it is entirely the fault of that wretched creature from yesterday. Had it not destroyed its own cabin, he would not find himself without a home to return to. Ultimately, he is left with no choice but to take refuge in another's modest dwelling. The memories of last night sent a shiver down Chinjala's spine. He fervently wishes to avoid such events in the future. From a distance, Feng observed, gradually making his way toward Chinjala. Upon reaching his side, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. "We must first focus on repairing the cabin. The extent of the damage appears manageable. It should only take about 10 wooden planks to mend the roof. Go fetch your tools and gather some timber from the nearby trees. You can have it fixed in half a day." Truth be told, he felt a degree of sympathy for Chinjala. After all, encountering such a misfortune is indeed unfortunate. "Alas, Feng, you do not understand. Repairing the cabin is not the issue at hand. It is not the labor I find bothersome. Rather, I am concerned." Feng listened to Chinjala's words in silence, his mind racing with thoughts. He was acutely aware of Chinjala's fears. It was simply the dread that the massive beast might return after having gained nothing but injuries from their last encounter. Surely it would come back. If it were to wreak havoc on the cabin once more, all the effort and materials spent on repairs would be in vain. Chen Viale regarded Yifeng, who remained silent, feeling a deep sense of unease within himself. His thoughts were no longer solely focused on whether he should repair the cabin. More so, he felt a pang of regret for having relocated the cabin to this perilous place without fully understanding the circumstances. Indeed, the resources here are plentiful, but the risks are alarmingly high. Yifeng shared the same concerns. He could not ascertain whether the colossal creature would return that very night. If they were to complete the repairs and the beast returned to demolish the cabin again, without the means to eliminate it, what would they do? They could not simply endure the creature's torment indefinitely. Their predicament might not just involve the restoration of their cabin, but perhaps necessitate their relocation to a safer environment, away from the lurking dangers of wild beasts by the lakeside. As the two conversed, others began to emerge from the cabin, gradually approaching. Chinjala appeared to have made a significant decision. With a resolute expression, he knelt on one knee, clasped his fists together, bowed his head, and addressed Yifeng. Feng Yi, I implore you, please vanquish that monster. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet his expression was earnest. Brother, I beseech you to eliminate that creature. Yifeng, we hope you can save us. Indeed, it can be considered an act of vengeance for our 4 departed siblings. As others witnessed Chanjala kneeling on the ground in supplication, they too fell to their knees, pleading earnestly. Among this multitude, only Yifeng possessed the strength and opportunity to confront the monstrous entity from the previous day. They were filled with good intentions, yet lacked the means. They yearned to challenge the beast, but deep down, they understood the futility of such an endeavor. Yifeng regarded the crowd, his expression inscrutable. After a moment of silence, he spoke. You may rise. First, find a suitable resting place for the 4 victims from last night. Then, gather timber to repair your own cabins. Only then will you be able to decide whether to remain or to leave this place. With those words, Yifeng cast no further glance at any of them and turned away, striding towards the bronze cabin. He did not respond to their pleas, not from a lack of courage or concern, but because he had already devised his own course of action. Chapter 89. Hunting monsters with the Dark Maiden after leaving the lakeside, Yifeng returned to his quaint wooden cabin. He now needed to prepare weapons capable of slaying the airborne creature. This endeavor was not solely motivated by the fact that it had claimed the lives of 4 innocent souls the previous night, nor was it merely due to the destruction it had wrought upon the cabins of the villagers. The primary impetus was that the monstrous being had sustained injuries during their encounter, having lost one of its eyes. Given the creature's temperament, it would undoubtedly seek revenge. To preempt any retribution, Yifeng resolved to take the initiative and hunt down this beast. Unlike previous predators, this formidable creature had the ability to soar through the skies, and its massive form posed a constant threat. Each day it remained alive was another day of potential ambush from above. However, after nightfall, Yifeng found himself ill-prepared to engage in battle with such a beast. His only option lay in confronting it during daylight hours. As Yifeng closed the door to his cabin and stepped inside, Li Man, hearing the sound, slowly opened her eyes. She beheld Yifeng standing at the entrance. Lying on the floor, she was still covered by the straw blanket from the previous night. Propping herself up slightly, she inquired, Brother Feng, where are you planning to go? Upon hearing her voice, Yifeng glanced at her and nodded. I need to gather some supplies for a task in the nearby woods. As he spoke, he began to organize the necessary equipment. You should get up and return to your cabin to make repairs. The roof was likely the only thing damaged by that monster, and your belongings should still be intact. Hurry back, let someone else take your things. Li Man, upon hearing Yifeng's words, quickly nodded. Yes, thank you for everything last night, Brother Feng. With that, she promptly rose to her feet, tidied her sleeping area, returned the straw blanket to Yifeng's storage, and splashed her face with fresh water before making her way toward her own cabin. Yifeng's reasoning was sound. Indeed, the monster had caused damage to her cabin, but the supplies and tools within should still be there. The most valuable items, several pieces of rat meat, were already listed on the world trading platform. As long as usable tools remained, Repairing her cabin would not pose a great challenge. Inside the bronze cabin, Feng was busy organizing the items he would need for his ascent into the mountains. The tools were similar to those he had brought during his treasure-seeking expedition in the cave the day before. He donned his complete set of exquisite bronze armor, preparing to search for the lair of the flying creature that had attacked him. It was reasonable to assume that its lair was not far from the lake. At this time of day, the beast would likely be hiding in its den, particularly since Feng's black tiger arrow had wounded it during their last encounter, and it was probably recuperating from its injuries. In a moment when the ferocious beast's combat prowess is at its weakest, there lies a chance to vanquish it. Should one delay until the creature has healed its wounds or until nightfall descends, returning to seek vengeance, the odds of success diminish significantly. After all, in the dark, humanity is deprived of sight, while the monster becomes increasingly agitated under the cloak of night. Engaging in battle with such a beast at that hour would be unwise. Thus, today, Feng resolves to venture into the mountains in search of fortune. Just as he prepares to set out with his rare mount, Shadow Whistle, he suddenly notices that the little black tiger seems somewhat different today. It appears to have matured, resembling a young tiger rather than the mere cub it once was. Having been well fed and cared for daily, the little black tiger boasts a lustrous coat and a robust physique. Drawn closer, Feng observes it intently, a near-perfect young black tiger. This young creature has grown from a mere black ball into a contender capable of combat. Though still in its youth, it possesses instinctual prowess, with remarkable agility, keen senses, and investigative abilities. The description of a young tiger fills Feng with delight. Could this mean that if he brings the black tiger along on his expedition, the likelihood of locating the hidden monster would be greatly enhanced? Its keen nose suggests it might indeed be worth a try. Moreover, it would serve to bolster the tiger's courage and hone its combat skills. With all preparations complete, Feng slings his backpack over his shoulders and mounts Shadow Whistle, casting a glance at the black tiger before him. Come, let us venture forth together today. At this moment, the tiger's acute sense of smell proves invaluable. It has been several days since he rescued it from its den, and after consuming ample fresh meat, it is time for the little creature to repay his kindness. As Feng steps out of the bronze cabin, the little black tiger follows closely behind. Upon hearing that it would accompany its master, the black tiger becomes exuberantly animated, bounding around the entrance of the cabin with an abundance of energy. Just days prior, it was a mere bundle, barely able to open its eyes. Today marks its official entry into youth, and for the first time, it leaves the familiar confines of the cabin to join its master in the hunt. Feng surveys the surroundings of the cabin, deep in thought. He recalls that the fearsome creature had crashed into the bronze cabin after being struck by an arrow last night. Surely, there would be traces of its blood nearby. Indeed, he discovers a large pool of congealed blood on one side of the cabin. However, the scent of blood remains pungent. Leaning closer to inspect, he furrows his brow at the overwhelming stench of wild beast. The black tiger should be able to track the creature's scent from this blood. Little black, come here and sniff this. Feng calls to the little black tiger, which is currently frolicking in the grass. Upon hearing his call, the black tiger races towards Feng with eager anticipation. Upon his command, the little black tiger obediently stepped forward and took a sudden sniff, seemingly striving to imprint the scent in its memory. Though the aroma instilled a modicum of fear, the creature exerted itself diligently to avoid disappointing its master. After a brief moment, the black tiger raised its head, inhaling deeply while discerning the direction, seeking a scent in the air akin to the bloodstain upon the wall. Suddenly, it appeared to have discovered something significant. The little black tiger faced a thicket beside the waterfall. Pausing for a few seconds, it then dashed towards that direction with unwavering certainty. Wasn't there a precipice beyond the woods? Leaf Maple observed the path the black tiger had taken, pressing his lips together in contemplation. Uncertain whether the tiger's judgment was sound, he realized it was about to vanish from sight. Hastily, he leapt onto the back of Yuming. Let's go, Yuming, follow Black's sister. How? Yuming responded to Leaf Maple's command, immediately pursuing the route taken by the little black tiger. In no time, it matched the tiger's pace, trailing closely behind. Chapter 90. the legendary perfect 5-star Qiongqi at this moment. The little black tiger ventured into the woods, dashing while inhaling the surrounding scents, striving to discern the bloodstains left by fleeing beasts. Before long, it followed the scent to the summit of a cliff. From this vantage point, a magnificent waterfall cascaded below. The little black tiger, earnestly sniffing at the cliff's edge, sensed the metallic tang of blood growing more potent, indicating that it was nearby. Subsequently, it sprinted to the opposite side of the cliff, where the precipice loomed steeply. Crouching down, it intently sniffed the ground. "It's right below." The little black tiger was elated, quickly rising to tug at Yi Feng's pant leg, attempting to urge him to the precipice's edge. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly, dismounting from Yoming's back. Following the little black tiger's guidance, he approached the sheer cliff. "Is it here?" Yi Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at the little black tiger. This was the same location where he had first glimpsed the lake, and at that time, he had not detected any perilous creatures. Observing the firm conviction on the little black tiger's face, Yi Feng leaned over the cliff's edge, peering downwards. After scanning for some time, he finally noticed something unusual. Approximately 70 to 80 meters below his position lay a massive cave. From his vantage point, he could only catch a glimpse of a small portion of its entrance. However, he discerned that the cave was strewn with numerous branches and foliage, suggesting that something colossal was nestled within. Indeed, the enormous flying creature from the previous night. Ye Feng suinted, scrutinizing the creature that was panting heavily. It appeared gravely weakened, with the black tiger arrow he had shot the night before lodged in its head. Clearly, the arrow had inflicted significant injury upon the beast, which now lay there, barely clinging to life. Yet, the creature's appearance was exceedingly peculiar, an entity unlike any he had encountered before. Its massive form resembled that of a ferocious tiger, adorned with horns akin to a bull, its coat a striking white, and its beak resembling that of an eagle. It possessed a pair of black wings, and its fur was bristle-like, appearing remarkably tough. The creature's size seemed to dwarf that of a bison by 4 or 5 times. In Yi Feng's recollection, such a being had never existed in the world he once knew. However, he had encountered a creature bearing wings in a tiger's form in the ancient mythological texts of the Shanhai Jing. Could this be Qiongqi? In the ancient records, it was said that Qiongqi resided 260 miles west in the region of Gui Mountain. Described as a beast resembling a bull with bristly hair, it was known as Qiongqi, a creature that feasted upon humans. Yet this was a monster spoken of only in the myths of antiquity. How could it manifest here? Was this the terrifying aspect of the dark world, where one could encounter beings once thought to exist solely in legend? It is said that Qiongqi is an exceedingly ferocious beast. When two individuals engage in a dispute or a fight, it will devour the just and righteous party. Conversely, it extends gifts to those who commit heinous acts. As one of the renowned 4 great beasts, it is no wonder that last night, upon encountering this creature, its ferocity was palpable. Without hesitation, it began to wreak havoc on the humble wooden cabins, effortlessly tearing off the roofs with a single claw. Were it merely an ordinary beast, it would scarcely possess such strength. Ding! Perfect level 5-star monster detected. Qiongqi, an exceptionally savage creature, boasting the combat prowess of a tiger, the agility of a bird, and the robustness of a yak. It is a species with formidable aerial combat capabilities. Caution! Qiongqi is an exceedingly perilous species in the realm of darkness. Do not challenge it lightly. Its fighting ability is equivalent to that of a well-trained squad of 10. As Yi Feng observed this beast, which had only appeared in mythological tales, the action guide in his arms confirmed his thoughts and issued a warning. However, what did this perfect level 5-star signify? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. No wonder this Qiongqi could easily handle 30 of them. It is worth noting that the adult black tiger Yi Feng had initially slain was also classified as perfect level, yet at that time, the action guide had not issued any warnings. Presumably, it was of the gentler variety among the perfect levels. Yet here stood this Qiongqi, a perfect level 5-star beast. Goodness! Yi Feng could not suppress an expletive. At that moment, the injured Qiongqi, resting in its cave, detected a commotion above on the cliff. It raised its head, using its uninjured eye to spot Yi Feng, who was crouched at the cliff's edge, spying on it. The two locked eyes, one man and one beast. Upon recognizing him, Xiangqi's gaze turned menacing, akin to that of a sworn enemy. It certainly remembered this man. He was the one who had shot an arrow at it the previous night, causing it to lose an eye and sustain neurological damage, forcing it to rest in this cave. To its astonishment, this man was a mere bronze warrior. Cursed be him, how insidious and treacherous to ambush while it was pursuing others. Had it not been completely unprepared, how could a simple arrow have inflicted such damage? Infuriating. That arrow had nearly costed its life, striking true to its left eye. The more Xiangqi pondered, the angrier it became, roaring at Yi Feng. Yet, why was this human now atop the cliff? Did he intend to seek it out again for another ambush? It would not grant this man another opportunity. With a sudden flap of its enormous wings, Xiangqi soared from the cave, distancing itself from Yi Feng. A formidable wind surged around, sending loose stones cascading from the cliff's edge. However, due to its injuries, the creature known as Xiangqi did not soar as swiftly as it had the previous day. Instead of heading towards Yi Feng, it ascended vertically. Xiangqi, possessing remarkable intelligence, had observed Yi Feng's archery skills the day before and recognized that this human was extraordinary, capable of precise shots. Consequently, it chose not to engage him directly in combat. Instead, it ascended to a height of 400 to 500 meters above Yi Feng, a safe distance. With its wings beating, Xiangqi hovered in the air, its piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Feng, who lay at the cliff's edge. It required ample distance to gather momentum for its dive. The greater the distance, the faster it would become. Xiangqi aimed to ensure that when it charged at this human, there would be no opportunity for retaliation, thus enabling it to eliminate the bronze warrior in a single, decisive strike. Chapter 91. A battle with the fierce beast, thrilling. In the sky, the monstrous creature, Xiangqi, continued to flap its wings, roaring fiercely at Yi Feng. Yet, Yi Feng gazed upon this colossal and ferocious beast without a trace of fear. The creature did not charge directly at him, indicating its intention to dive down swiftly, as it had done the previous day, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, unlike last night, this beast bore the wounds of Yi Feng's arrow, severely injured and far from its peak combat capability. Rising from the ground, Yi Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and met the creature's gaze with unwavering determination. He knew he had to strike it down before it could unleash its attack. Otherwise, should this terrifying beast recover from its injuries, he would stand no chance of slaying it. Drawing forth his exquisite black tiger bow, accompanied by black tiger arrows, he aimed at the Xiangqi, which was several hundred meters away. As soon as it initiated its assault, he would unleash a shot within 100-meter range, surely hitting his mark. However, this time, the Xiangqi seemed particularly cautious, refraining from immediate attack. Both man and beast remained in their current stances. The flying Xiangqi, however, was in a weakened state, unable to sustain prolonged flight. The longer it lingered, the more strength it expended. With one eye blinded by an arrow and its nerves damaged, it was already straining after just a few minutes. There was no time to waste. Procrastination would only be detrimental to Yi Feng. He needed to resolve this confrontation swiftly, eliminating the bronze warrior and retreating to the cave to recuperate. The Xiangqi seemed to have made its decision, letting out a roar directed at Yi Feng. Its dark wings began to flap furiously, and it dove rapidly towards him. Foolish human, prepare to meet your demise. The beast was ready to fight with all its might, closing the distance rapidly, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. As it descended, its speed increased exponentially. At that moment, the Xiangqi resembled a falling meteor, intent on obliterating Yi Feng with its astonishing velocity. The wind howled around it, and its speed surpassed that of the previous night. A collision would surely result in the instant annihilation of this frail human. Harnessing the power of the wind, the Xiangqi surged forward, intent not only on slaying the self-assured human before it, but also on demonstrating its dominance over this territory and the skies above. It sought to make an example of this human to all others. Yet, at the edge of the cliff, Yi Feng remained utterly composed. He steadily drew back his bowstring, gradually reaching full tension. Meanwhile, the small black tiger beside him was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of the airborne Qiongqi. It recognized the beast's formidable strength, understanding what a perfect 5-star rank signified. Still in its youth, it had yet to attain even a single star. Should it be struck by the Qiongqi, it would undoubtedly be reduced to mere dust. Driven by fear, the black tiger emitted a series of whimpers from its throat, instinctively retreating. Yet it observed its master, still steadfast and unyielding in his position, showing no inclination to flee. Panic seized the little black tiger, prompting it to rush forward and claw at Yi Feng's leg in a desperate attempt to urge him to escape. They were no match for the formidable Qiongqi. If they did not flee soon, their lives would be forfeit. The little tiger was unwilling to meet such a tragic end. It yearned to once again bask in the comfort of a soft bed and savor the meals lovingly prepared by its master. "Oh, master, let's hasten our retreat." At that moment, Yi Feng remained oblivious to the black tiger's distress, his focus entirely consumed by the Qiongqi hurtling towards him with alarming speed. He needed to maintain utmost composure to accurately gauge the distance between himself and the beast. Today, the creature descended even faster than the night before, its impact more formidable. A collision would surely spell instant death. However, such velocity would not allow it to evade his arrow. Provided he calculated correctly, he would surely strike true. He had to ensure that the arrow found its mark in the creature's vital area, its head. Fortunately, the rewards from the previous night had bestowed upon him an intermediate archery guide, enabling him to achieve perfect accuracy within 100 meters, thus enhancing his margin for error. This would afford him the precious seconds needed to unleash the black tiger arrow, as long as the distance was sufficient. At that moment, it felt as though the world had fallen silent. Yi Feng could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, quickening with the approaching proximity of the Qiongqi. His grip on the black tiger bow tightened, breath held in anticipation. 5, 4, 3. He silently counted down in his mind. When he reached 1, he drew back the bowstring and aimed at the creature's head. Release. Whoosh. The black tiger arrow shot forth, a streak of lightning racing towards the Qiongqi. The creature's swift movements rendered it unable to evade the impending strike. In the next instant, the arrow found its target, piercing through the Qiongqi's skull with tremendous force, creating a gaping wound. Ouch! How excruciating! Cursed human! I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. The Qiongqi, wounded yet undeterred, momentarily slowed its pace, but showed no signs of retreat. The blood streaming from its head stained one of its eerie blue eyes a ghastly red, giving it a fearsome visage. With renewed ferocity, the Qiongqi flapped its wings and charged towards Yi Feng once more. Recognizing the beast's relentless pursuit, Yi Feng swiftly drew another arrow from his quiver. Taking aim at the Qiongqi once more, he fired. Whoosh! Once more, an arrow was loosed, this time aimed at the wings of the fierce creature known as Qiongqi. The black tiger arrow soared forth, striking its target once again. With its wings hit, Qiongqi could not control the force of its descent, tumbling chaotically toward the cliff where Yi Feng stood. Just 50 meters remained. Yi Feng slung the black tiger, bow across his back, and scooped up the trembling little black tiger from the ground. In a swift motion, he flipped onto the back of Yuming. Run, Yuming! Upon receiving the command, Yuming dashed toward the woods through which they had just come, racing at breakneck speed. In the final moment before Qiongqi plummeted, they burst into the forest. The relentless creature had no intention of letting them escape. The instant it reached the top of the cliff, it followed Yuming into the thicket. Qiongqi, with its massive body, crashed through the underbrush, desperately attempting to catch up. However, it was gravely injured. Its remaining right eye was obscured by blood, rendering it nearly blind. Unable to discern Yi Feng's direction, it relied solely on sound and instinct to locate him. Chapter 92. The emergence of the fierce beast at present. It finds itself ensconced within a dense and intricate forest, surrounded by branches and towering trees. Pursuing in such an environment proves to be far less seamless than in open spaces. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberates through the air as the beast, in a burst of speed, collides violently with a colossal tree. The tremendous force uproots the tree entirely, its sound echoing throughout the woodland. The already injured creature cannot withstand such a blow, collapsing amidst the foliage with a thunderous crash, its body ensnared by the very branches and vines of the forest. It struggles incessantly, yearning to resume its pursuit of Yifeng. Hearing the cacophony behind him, Yifeng gradually allows his steed, Yuming, to slow its pace from afar. Yet, he dares not halt, fearful that the resilient beast might once again close the distance. How monstrous! Previously, he had only witnessed such thrilling and perilous scenes in films and television dramas. To experience it firsthand, aside from controlling a character in a video game, is entirely unprecedented. If Yuming had delayed even a moment longer, they would have been struck by that ferocious creature, and he would have met his demise on the spot. The monsters inhabiting this dark world are truly terrifying. Once Feng has established a distance of 200 meters from the beast, he commands Yuming to come to a halt. Turning back, he hears the creature wailing mournfully within the thicket, though it seems devoid of any strength to rise. It writhes on the ground, and he takes a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. After approximately 5 minutes, the sounds of struggle within the forest begin to wane, fading into silence. Uncertain whether the beast is dead or alive, Yifeng remains stationed over 100 meters away, reluctant to approach. This formidable creature possesses remarkable intelligence. Should it be lying in ambush, any lapse in caution could spell disaster. Patience is now of the essence. The beast has sustained grievous injuries. Its death is merely a matter of time. Today, he has resolved to slay this monstrous entity, so waiting a little longer is hardly an inconvenience. Caution is always prudent. The small black tiger nestled in his embrace observes the colossal creature lying in the forest with palpable excitement. Its master is truly remarkable. He has vanquished such a fearsome foe, truly deserving of its admiration. With this in mind, it decides to deliver the final blow to the great beast. Emitting a series of eager growls, the small black tiger breaks free from Yifeng's grasp, leaping to the ground and striding boldly towards the direction of the fallen creature. Today marks its first hunting expedition with its master, and it is eager to showcase its prowess. Upon sighting the beast sprawled in a pool of blood, it leaps onto its body, sinking its teeth into the creature's throat and fiercely tearing at it, though the young tiger remains in its juvenile stage. There was simply not enough strength. No matter how hard it tried, it could not tear through the tough hide of the Qiangqi. It was far too small, possessing no lethal capacity against such a colossal and formidable 5-star monster. The Qiangqi's hide was extraordinarily resilient. Even a bronze sword would likely prove ineffective in delivering a fatal blow. Had it not been for the tremendous impact between the black tiger arrow and the Qiangqi, which amplified the arrow's power, it was doubtful that Yifeng's attempt to shoot at the Qiangqi would have inflicted such damage. Blackie, come back. It's dangerous. Yifeng hardly had time to react as the little black tiger leaped from his arms to attack the severely weakened Qiangqi. Anxiety gripped him as his brows furrowed, and he called out loudly toward the front. Yet the nature of the wild beast was to cling to its chosen prey, refusing to relent regardless of Yifeng's shouts. With a sigh, he resigned himself to waiting in place. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain a perfect 5-star Qiangqi. Notification. The time traveler Yifeng has successfully slain a perfect 5-star Qiangqi monster. You have earned the title of Qiangqi Hero. The Qiangqi Hero title grants double damage against members of the Qiangqi race. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally heard the system's announcement. Yifeng clenched his fists in excitement. Yes, at last. This monster is finally dead, and I've earned another title as the first slayer. Yifeng was elated, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Let us go, Yuming. Let's take a look. He hurriedly mounted Yuming and rushed towards the direction of the Qiangqi's corpse in the woods. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to confront a perfect 5-star beast. The successful hunt of the Qiangqi was largely due to sheer luck. As he approached the massive creature's lifeless body, the little black tiger eagerly called out to him, as if anticipating praise from its master. Well done. Yifeng dismounted from Yuming, smiling as he stroked the tigress head and began to examine the Qiongqi closely. At this proximity, he could see just how enormous the creature was. Its jet-black wings occupied 2/3 of its body, spanning at least 7 to 8 meters when fully extended. The hide was incredibly tough, impervious to ordinary weapons. It was larger than an average tiger and boasted 2 dragon-like horns reminiscent of a bull on its head. The entire beast weighed several hundred kilograms. Suddenly, Feng realized a grave issue. There was no way he could transport such a corpse back to the bronze hut alone. The distance to the hut was over 10 miles, and this monster was far heavier than the hut itself. Not even Ming could drag it. How on earth was he to bring it back? Feng found himself in a quandary. Alas, it seems I must break it down on the spot. This colossal beast undoubtedly yields over 100 pieces of raw meat. However, such meat cannot be preserved indefinitely. It will spoil within a maximum of 3 days. Beyond that, it would be wasted. Feng resolved to carry home 30 pieces of the raw meat from this rare creature, ensuring he had provisions for the next couple of days in his humble cabin. He would not let the remainder go to waste either. Instead, he would directly list it on the global trading platform for sale. With this thought in mind, Feng retrieved his exquisite bronze knife from his backpack, preparing to begin the dismemberment of the carcass. Unbeknownst to Feng at this moment, the global chat channel was already in a state of chaos. The news of his successful defeat of the perfect level 5-star monster had been pinned at the top, visible to all who opened the chat. When the others learned of this astonishing event, they were left in utter shock. It was as if they had encountered some unbelievable revelation. The chat channel erupted with fervent interaction. Kukui, is this not a monster from the ancient text, Shanhai Jing? How could it possibly appear in this world? My friend, you seem to overlook one crucial detail. It is a perfect level 5-star creature. What on earth does a perfect level 5-star even signify? I've never heard of such a thing. Chapter 93. The sale of perfect grade Qiongqi meat. Regarding the classification of this creature, many individuals possess little understanding. They may have encountered formidable, perfect grade beasts in the past. Yet this is the first time they have heard of a creature rated with additional stars. Ladies and gentlemen, I just perused the supplemental information at the back of the action guide. It states that common beasts typically range from perfect grade 1-star to 3 stars. Generally speaking, a perfect grade 1-star beast is equivalent to the combat prowess of 5 humans. By this estimation, a perfect grade 5-star beast could match the strength of 30 to 40 individuals. My goodness, that translates into the battle capacity of a small team. Good heavens! I am simply curious about how the esteemed Feng accomplished this feat alone. This is astonishingly powerful. I now question whether Feng is indeed human. In the chat interface, a fervent discussion ensued. Upon learning of this classification, the admiration for Feng surged to unprecedented heights. Truly, Feng is an invincible warrior. I doubt any of us transmigrants could surpass him. Not only that, I have a feeling that even the native humans of this dark world may not possess the prowess of Feng. While the foolish continue to debate Feng's greatness, the astute individuals have already taken positions on the world trading platform. What are you waiting for, brother? Bring me along. Qiongqi raw meat. Since Feng has slain a Qiongqi, he will undoubtedly have a substantial amount of raw meat to sell. But why wouldn't he keep it for himself? You must not comprehend the sheer size of the Qiongqi. With the body of a tiger and the wings of an eagle, it weighs several hundred kilograms. How could one person possibly consume it all? Moreover, raw meat can only be preserved for 3 days. If it is not consumed within that time frame, it spoils. Thus, it stands to reason that he will certainly sell a significant portion. Goodness, I have yet to taste Qiongqi meat. Brothers, I must leave the conversation. I am heading to the trading platform to secure my position. Yes, indeed. I am going as well. These individuals are incredibly swift. Just last night, the cumin soup vanished before I even caught a glimpse of it. So today I must see what the legendary Qiongqi meat is like. A considerable number of people received notifications and hastily transitioned from the world chat channel to the black girl. Ming, come here and drink this blood. He immediately turned around, beckoning Xiao Heihu and Ming to approach. As beast companions, they should be capable of consuming fresh blood directly. Upon hearing Feng's call, Ming and Xiao Heihu rushed over without hesitation. The two beast companions squatted nearby, greedily lapping up the blood of the perfect grade Qiangqi. Before long, they lay sprawled on the ground, their bellies round and full. Burp! So satisfying. The taste is truly delightful. Observing their contented expressions, Feng couldn't help but smile. This is good. At least nothing has gone to waste. Perhaps, after drinking, they might indeed enhance their capabilities. At this moment, Yuming was lying under a tree not far from Feng, while Xiao Heihu joined it, settling down beside its companion. They felt a warm, comforting sensation enveloping them after consuming the Qiangqi's blood. Feng watched as they lay obediently to the side, choosing not to disturb them as he continued to slice the Qiangqi meat with his dagger. The hide of this perfect-grade Qiangqi was exceedingly tough. Even his perfect-grade dagger barely managed to cut through the flesh. It was likely that with ordinary tools, he wouldn't even be able to breach the hide. Handling such a specimen without the right equipment was indeed a challenge. Feng worked swiftly, plucking all the black feathers from the Qiangqi and gathering them together before methodically segmenting the raw meat, discarding the unnecessary parts. After approximately 40 minutes, he finally completed the dismemberment of the creature. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 100 pieces of perfect-grade Qiangqi raw meat. The perfect-grade Qiangqi meat was of a high caliber, offering significant enhancement to human physique upon consumption, notably increasing sensitivity and strength. Indeed, this is quite different from the previous perfect-grade beast meat. However, there is simply too much. My backpack cannot accommodate it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 100 perfect-grade black wings of the Qiangqi. These exquisite wings were incredibly soft and could be crafted into perfect-grade Qiangqi arrows, significantly enhancing both power and precision. Gazing at the substantial pile of black feathers, no fewer than 100, Feng felt immense joy. Just think of how many arrows I could fashion from these. Yet, he pondered the softness of the Qiangqi's feathers and mused, I wonder if a pillow made from these black feathers would be comfortable? He chuckled to himself, perhaps that's a bit excessive. Such fine feathers for a pillow. Only I could conceive such an idea. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a perfect-grade Qiangqi tendon. Exceptionally resilient. It would not break and could be utilized in crafting a perfect-grade heavy crossbow. Upon seeing this, Feng's eyes lit up. The term heavy crossbow resonated in his mind. He recalled discovering a blueprint for crafting one during his treasure hunt in the cave. He decided to keep the Qiangqi tendon safe until he could return and study it thoroughly. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a perfect-grade Qiangqi heart. This core of the 5-star perfect-grade Qiangqi possessed formidable energy. After consumption, both physique and strength increased by 10. Feng gazed at the heart, which required both hands to cradle. Having previously indulged in ample amounts of perfect-grade beast meat, he had come to understand the inherent benefits of the flesh in this world for enhancing one's constitution. Given its claims, it was undoubtedly a substantial aid to his personal growth. He resolved to bring it back and consume it at a later time. After a flurry of activity, he finally managed to dissect the colossal creature. Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, gazing contentedly at his spoils. The quantity of raw qi meat was exceedingly abundant, far too much for him to carry in one go. Even if he did manage to transport it, it would be impossible to consume it all within 3 days. At most, in that time frame, the small cabin could accommodate only about 30 to 40 portions. The remainder, Feng meticulously sliced into smaller pieces and listed for sale on the World Trading Platform. Chapter 94. A return to the Qiangqi cave. A pristine 5-star Qiangqi raw meat can be exchanged for 20 exquisite pieces of wood. One perfect 5-star Qiangqi raw meat can be traded for 20 flawless copper ores. Moreover, it can be exchanged for 20 units of any perfect material. Meanwhile, a fervent discussion erupted in the global chat channel as news broke that Qiangqi meat was listed on the trading platform. A throng of players rushed to the platform, eager to partake in the excitement, whether they could afford it or not. Instantly, the World Trading Platform was teeming with countless individuals. All vying to catch a glimpse of the trading messages posted by Feng. Wow! Indeed, the esteemed Feng has put the Qiangqi raw meat up for sale. Here it comes. Everyone, gather around to join the revelry. At long last, we've awaited your arrival. Thankfully, I did not give up. Goodness, from hunting to disassembly. How swiftly time has passed. The god of maple is truly decisive. Hurry, the Cheongchi raw meat is listed. Those with means should seize the opportunity to indulge. Alas, I cannot afford it. Sob sob. However, I believe the price is quite reasonable, considering it is perfect 5-star raw meat. This is the first instance of such high-grade raw meat being sold in the Dark Night world. It would be strange if it were inexpensive. This statement rings true. As the time since humans traversed into the Dark Night world lengthens, everyone has begun to flourish. The world trading platform has gradually seen many ordinary animal meats for sale. Yet, these common-grade meats pale in comparison to the perfect-grade variety. Ordinary meats merely suffice to satiate hunger, while perfect meats possess the power to enhance one's physique. Consequently, such items have always been in demand with limited availability. Now that Feng has made a substantial quantity of perfect 5-star raw meat available on the platform, it is certain that buyers will emerge. Whether in whole or in part, they cannot quench the human desire for high-quality meat. The brother upstairs is indeed correct. This meat is incomparable to ordinary grade meat. Remember how the prices of A9 in beef were dozens of times that of regular beef? Yet, countless individuals still sought to indulge. Good things never lack a market. I am merely curious. Does consuming such high-grade meat truly strengthen the body? What else could it do? Alas, I simply do not possess enough perfect-grade materials. I shall send a private message to the god of maple to see if I might exchange a small amount of perfect materials for a taste of the meat. Feng has finally managed to list dozens of perfect-grade raw meats on the trading platform. To facilitate transactions for the public, he has divided a portion into 200 servings. The purpose is to enable more individuals possessing only a modicum of perfect-grade materials to engage in trading. Once the meat is thoroughly prepared and the price established, there is no further need to concern oneself with the prevailing news. He is well aware that the perfect-grade 5-star raw meat is now the finest quality available on the entire trading platform. Should one wish to exchange, there is no necessity for him to loudly solicit inquiries. Others will naturally be inclined to trade. There is no need for extensive dialogue. Anyone possessing surplus perfect-grade materials who wishes to sample this meat will seek out the trade on their own. Therefore, he will simply disregard any attempts at bargaining. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, a substantial portion of the recently listed perfect-grade raw meat was swiftly snatched up. Feng returned the action guide to his bag and hoisted the backpack containing over 30 pieces onto his shoulders, struggling slightly to rise. He called out to Yuming, who, along with the small black tiger, had nearly finished resting. Upon noticing Feng's intention to return, they promptly approached his side. Feng mounted Yuming's back. All right, having successfully slain the Cheongchi, it is time for us to head back. Yuming and the small black tiger nodded in agreement, and the trio began their journey back towards the bronze wooden cabin. They had scarcely walked 200 meters when Feng's eyelids twitched. Wait a moment. It seemed he had forgotten something. Indeed, he had yet to inspect the cave where the Cheongchi was recuperating. Feng hastily halted Yuming and the small black tiger. Earlier, from the cliff summit, he had seen the Cheongchi nursing its wounds from a distance of several dozen meters, but had not glimpsed the specifics within the cave. If there were any treasures left behind by the Cheongchi, missing the opportunity now could mean they might not be there upon his next visit. He absolutely had to investigate. Moreover, with the most perilous beast eliminated, it was likely that no other dangerous creatures lurked within the cave. If he could uncover something valuable, that would be splendid. Let us return to the cliff's summit. Yuming, though puzzled by Feng's desire to return, complied with his master's command. Feng rode Yuming back to the cliff's apex. Dismounting, he removed his backpack and placed it on Yuming's back before leaning over the cliff's edge to gaze into the cave a short distance away. Wait, what is that gleaming object? To his astonishment, it appeared there was indeed something within the cave. However, from his current vantage point, he could not discern what it precisely was. Feng felt fortunate that he remembered this matter. Had he returned to the wooden cabin without investigating, he might have missed the Cheongchi's treasures. Yet, how could he descend from here? Riding Yuming directly into the cave, situated several dozen meters below the cliff, was impractical. He would have to make the descent himself. Yifeng pondered for a moment and retrieved the rope he had brought with him when he set out today from his backpack. However, this rope was merely 30 meters long, utterly insufficient to reach the cave's location. It seemed he would need to seek out alternative tools. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sudden recollection struck him. Just moments ago, when the formidable Qiongqi had been pursuing him, he had been ensnared by numerous vines. Those vines must possess considerable strength. With this thought, Yifeng drew forth his exquisite dagger and ventured back into the grove where he had encountered the vines. He located several highly flexible vines and wove them together, creating a rope approximately 100 meters in length. This newly fashioned rope was remarkably sturdy, easily capable of bearing his weight. He brought the rope to the edge of the cliff, securing one end to a robust tree, and instructed Yuming and the little black tiger to stand guard there. The other end was fastened securely around his waist. Chapter 95. The Perfect Grade Qiongqi Egg. Yifeng cautiously scaled the steep cliff, gradually descending until he reached the entrance of a cave situated about 70 to 80 meters from the summit. He leapt directly into the cave, which, while not particularly deep, was remarkably spacious. At that moment, Yifeng's attention was captured by a white egg nestled amid thick layers of grass. Initially, he expected to discover some treasure left behind by the Qiongqi. But to his astonishment, it was indeed a white Qiongqi egg. Filled with excitement, Yifeng stepped closer and reached out to touch the egg, which was about the size of a basketball. To his delight, it still radiated warmth. As his hand rested upon it, he sensed a subtle movement within, as if the creature inside was on the verge of hatching. Elated, Yifeng felt fortunate to have come to this place. Not only had he vanquished the Qiongqi, but he had also acquired one of its eggs. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a perfect grade Qiongqi egg. The egg, poised to hatch within a day, will evolve into a flawless aerial mount with a growth period of 10 days. It possesses formidable combat capabilities, albeit with a significant appetite. Skills, none at present. Thrilled, Yifeng attempted to cradle the egg, only to discover that it was quite heavy, akin to lifting a solid mass of iron. He carefully cradled the egg in his arms, intending to exit the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a few vividly colored flowers growing in the corner of the cavern, which immediately captured his gaze. With utmost caution, he set the egg down to ensure it remained unscathed before approaching the corner to examine the flowers closely. The perfect grade cat's tail flower, adorned with small sky-blue blossoms, emitted a unique fragrance. While humans were largely indifferent to it, it irresistibly attracted wild beasts, who found the scent calming and alluring. He also spotted the perfect grade Rolo fruit, a charming yellow fruit renowned for its rarity as a restorative herb. Typically found growing between sheer cliffs, consuming it after sustaining injuries would significantly replenish both stamina and vitality. Yifeng marveled at these two botanical treasures, carefully uprooting them along with their roots and placing them in his embrace. After circling the cave to ensure there were no other discoveries, he approached the cave's exit. Peering down, he saw that the cliff descended several hundred meters. A fall would spell disaster, not just for the egg, but for him as well. Recognizing the danger of climbing with the egg in his arms, he securely tied it with a nearby rope around his waist. He then grasped the rope he had fashioned earlier, preparing to ascend back to the cliff summit. As he continued his upward climb, Yifeng felt increasingly strained. Adorned in a complete set of perfect grade equipment weighing over 100 pounds, coupled with the substantial weight of the Qiongqi egg, the challenge intensified. As he ascended to within 20 or 30 meters of the summit, exhaustion began to overtake him. His hands ached, and he found himself incapable of exerting any further strength. The burden was simply too great. Beads of sweat adorned Yifeng's brow as he found himself in a predicament. Although his physical condition had improved significantly since his arrival, he was still unable to bear the weight of several hundred pounds while scaling such a lofty cliff. Regret washed over him for donning his exquisite armor, which hampered his movements considerably. Feeling utterly drained, he shouted towards the pinnacle, "Yuming, Blackie, quickly, grasp the rope and pull me up." With no strength left to climb, he could only maintain his position and rely on his two beast companions to assist him in reaching the summit. Upon hearing Yi Feng's call, the little black tiger and Yuming quickly tightened the rope and exerted their strength to haul him upward. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Feng finally reached the top of the cliff. Howl! Upon witnessing Yi Feng's safe return, both Yuming and the little black tiger were filled with joy. However, Yi Feng, upon his arrival, was so utterly fatigued that he could scarcely utter a word. He extended his hand to stroke the heads of Yuming and the little black tiger in a gesture of praise, and then, cradling the enormous Qiongqi egg, he collapsed onto the ground. Phew! I'm truly fortunate to have two companions. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to ascend today. At that moment, the little black tiger joyfully circled around Yi Feng, its curiosity piqued by the egg in his embrace. It wondered where its master had procured such a large egg. If transformed into a fried egg, it would surely suffice for a day's meal. Yi Feng lay on the ground, gazing up at the azure sky, allowing the gentle mountain breeze to dry the sweat upon his brow. He closed his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. Today had indeed been a bountiful day. How splendid! Just moments ago, he had descended into the lair of the Qiongqi, not only acquiring a Qiongqi egg, but also obtaining 2 types of exquisite medicinal herbs. What extraordinary luck! Upon returning to the bronze cabin today, he could incubate the egg, and soon he would possess a flying mount soaring through the skies. This would be a stark contrast to his current rare steed. While Yuming was swift and formidable in battle, it was unable to take flight. Yi Feng was well aware of the combat prowess of a fully grown Qiongqi and understood the significance of such a mount. With it, he could advance to become a Qiongqi bronze knight. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Yi Feng gradually regained his composure. He retrieved his bamboo tube filled with water from his backpack and took several satisfying sips, a smile spreading across his face. Rising to his feet, he carefully cradled the egg in his arms and mounted Yuming's back. Let us depart. It is time to return. With a Qiongqi egg in hand, a backpack brimming with Qiongqi meat, and a collection of various materials, all of which were the fruits of his morning's endeavors, he felt elated beyond measure. Upon hearing Yi Feng's directive, Yuming joyfully dashed towards home, with the little black tiger happily trailing behind. The trio, comprising 1 person and 2 beasts, made their way towards the quaint bronze cabin. After a span of approximately 20 minutes, Yuming, with a graceful stride, arrived at the lakeside beneath the cliff. The little black tiger, struggling to keep pace, was panting heavily in its efforts to catch up. In the morning, Yuming had deliberately moderated her speed to follow the little black tiger in search of Qiongqi's whereabouts. Now, on her return, she relished the freedom to run. The young black tiger, despite its youthful exuberance, could hardly match her swift pace. At last, they reached the lakeside, where the midday sun cast a warm glow upon the scene. Many individuals were diligently repairing their small cabins, brimming with enthusiasm. A few were even perched atop their cabins, meticulously securing the wooden planks of the roof with their tools. Although the unexpected incident from the previous night had resulted in a loss of materials, the spirit of perseverance prevailed among them. After all, the best course of action was to muster their energy and get back to work.